Chapter 1661 The Conspiracy on the Side of the Abyss.
I told you about the situation here. What do you think?
Linji asked. After pondering for a moment, Azad pretended to be charming and said,
There are two types of devils. Did you know? One type is those who like to play intrigues and tricks, and specialize in hiding in the dark and deceiving people with words. The other type is people who have no brains, only know how to solve problems with their fists.
The latter kind of demons are easy to deal with. Just beat them until they are convinced. But the demands made by the former kind of demons make me a little embarrassed. What do they want?
Lin asked. Azad's demeanor changed and turned into a bossy one, and he said loudly,
Dedicate millions of human souls. Mortal. In this case, I might consider listening to what you want to say. That guy deserves a beating.
Lin Thi said with a smile. Azad showed the same expression, leaned his head forward, and said with a smile,
Yes. In order to make him listen carefully to what I have to say, I spent a lot of effort, and my arm was sore. Fortunately, I beat him once every few days, and he was willing to cooperate. He is such a well-behaved devil. Before that, I didn't know that Lord Abyss was so easy to talk to.
It sounds like a joke, but based on someone's understanding of the Demon Prince, the process is definitely not as lighthearted as the words. Saying the sweetest words and doing the cruelest things is this person's daily routine. So someone couldn't help but pity the unseen Lord of the Abyss.
You have worked so hard, but that person is still not dead. It seems that the other party is also working hard to stay alive. It is really not easy. So, what are the terms of the negotiation later?
Lin brought the focus back to the topic and asked.
Well, they agreed after that. As long as we find an opportunity for them to contact the humans in Lost Land, they will figure out the rest by themselves. As long as I can do this, they will consider following my orders. Just consider, not necessarily.
Do you know what try or die means? Someone didn't think that a demon who fell into the hands of the Demon Prince would have a chance to regret it. However, Lin also thought about the relationship between these words and himself, and said in surprise,
So you want to use this place?
He rubbed his chin, thought for a moment and said,
This is not impossible.
Will the lost people resist contact with demons? Ordinary people can do it, but magicians can't. There are even many magicians who are proud of their experience in using demons to do things for free. In this way, he can show that he is smarter than these abyss creatures and can deceive the other party and send the demons to do things without paying any price. For example, a demon may be summoned to plow and cultivate the land in exchange for agreeing to hand over his soul. But the agreed delivery date may be thousands or tens of thousands of years later. Then when the devil, the tool man, has finished farming, he can kick the opponent back into the abyss. Rumors like this are endless, attracting a large group of magicians to work hard to find demons and create opportunities for free prostitution. Even the magic apprentices are working tirelessly on this, hoping to achieve success in one step. A certain time traveler was also fascinated by this method when he first came to the Lost Land. It's just that I was weak at the time and didn't try rashly. In order to reduce the risk, of course you have to do enough homework and understand the key points. Although there is not much public information related to demons, many are just heroic stories circulated among bards. Which brave man defeated the devil, and which magician played with the devil. But after I got over my hot emotions and looked at the whole thing carefully, I suddenly realized that these routines looked very familiar. The magician successfully manipulated the demon and played with this abyssal race in the palm of his hand. A successful person who has become successful has established a business territory and made a lot of money in the industry or financial market. Because there are so many successful cases of magicians enslaving demons for free. Magicians have the illusion that they can do it themselves, because all media only report news about successful people in all walks of life. People have the illusion that money is piled on the roadside. Making money is as easy as picking up money, as long as you can reach out. If you want to successfully prostitute the devil for free, what preparations should a magician make? As for these preparations, it seems that any magic apprentice can list 5 major items and 7 major points. But everyone likes to only tell half of the story. If they want to know the details, give them money. If you want to be a successful business person, you must possess several qualities, make certain efforts, and think in certain directions. Of course, the listener can only hear the title or outline. If you want to know the details, come to class. Successful lecturers sell courses, but when asked if they really know how to succeed, why don't these lecturers turn themselves into hundreds of thousands of successful people per second?
I want you to condescend to come here to give lectures. After all, he achieved great results and made people spend money. He felt that it was worth it just to absorb some immortal energy. This is what makes people admire him. For example, Buffett's lunch coupons can be sold for tens of millions of dollars. As if you can soar directly after taking one breath of that fairy spirit. As a result, these people who teach about success are also teaching and selling books. In the name of benefiting the public. How many people actually achieve success under their teachings? Even if we don't consider the situation of reporting good news or not reporting bad news. It hides the fact that in the shadow of one successful person, there may be 99 losers to serve as a foil. This rumor that magicians can prostitute demons for free is probably the news released by the demons themselves. Is there any easier way to get in touch with these advanced beings than humans, who are sent to their doorsteps out of greed? Do you know what the first move of this Enlight party's routine is? There are a lot of stupid people here and a lot of money. Come quickly. So when someone hears the news that a demon with a certain name is so stupid that even a magic apprentice can easily manipulate it for free, the first thing someone feels is not a surprise, but something familiar. This kind of fraud. As a time traveler from the 21st century on Earth, someone can compile a set of teaching materials. Although I dare not say that I am defrauding the level of the patriarch. I can only deceive others. If I am deceived by others, it will be a shame for the people who have traveled through time. But, no matter, there is a secret behind this matter, or all parties have their own plans. One thing is certain. If you open the city on the Abyss side, as a platform for humans to contact demons, there will be no lack of interest. As for markets, platforms, etc., give up the idea of profiting from them as soon as possible. Because this is not a serious business. The most important thing is that there is no way to guarantee that no party will be cheated, which is unacceptable for transactions based on fairness. To put it another way, if every victim who has been cheated has to take responsibility for himself, selling the magic tower will not be enough to compensate those who have low IQs and refuse to admit the losses caused by the devil. But if you just provide an opportunity, do not profit from it, and give sufficient warning in advance, then the person who suffered the loss will have to swallow the bitter fruit created by himself. Then will the city on the Abyss side be revitalized and help Azad? Simply put, it is not an accomplice of the scammer, but a platform similar to the dark web. On such a platform, there are no fair rules. All participants, including buyers and sellers, must have sufficient strength and wisdom to achieve their goals and escape unscathed. Back home, the so-called dark web. It's not just an illegal place for some illegal transactions. Because when you want to be a hunter on such a platform, you will also become prey in the eyes of others. But how to implement it in order to be able to pick yourself out well, and not be involved in the revenge of the victim who suffered a loss requires careful planning. At the same time, Lin thought of a very serious problem. Said,
if you follow your idea, wouldn't it mean that the demons who come to settle in the city on the side of the Abyss are all guys who harbor evil intentions and love conspiracy? Even if you want to raise voodoo, you are not afraid of me. If we are overturned by them, will we all be finished together? Ha ha. Isn't this very interesting? You can watch them perform monkey tricks up close. Just thinking about it makes me consider whether I will live here forever. It's a pity. It's a pity. I have other things to do in other places. So here I can come occasionally.
This idea, I like it. Someone couldn't help but think so. And smiled like a chrysanthemum. On the way out of the twin towers of the gate, the great demon Starry, who had regained her original form, was running on all fours on the Abyss. Azad was sitting on her shoulder, swinging his feet back and forth in a happy mood. Starry, who had been silent until now asked the man sitting on her shoulder.
My lord, you have not made any agreement with that man. Can you just leave like this? How come there's no agreement? It's already been agreed upon.
Azad said while picking at his nails.
Is that considered an agreement? That person didn't agree to anything at all. But I didn't refuse. Right. Does this count as consent?
Starry asked in surprise.
Of course. He won't make any unnecessary promises. And we don't need it either. As long as he doesn't interfere. That's fine.
It was like breaking off a piece of dead skin and tearing off a small piece of flesh, which made Azad frown. Wrinkled. Although she understood that the two men had made an agreement inexplicably, Starry was still a little confused and asked.
The magician just agreed. He didn't make any agreement or plan. Isn't he afraid that things will go wrong?
Yeah. That's the most interesting thing. He's not afraid.
He blew on his nails. Azad admired it beautifully and said,
Even if a bunch of Abyss Lords gathered under his magic tower, he still doesn't care. Having such confidence only shows that he is quite confident that the demons can't attack this tower.
The magic tower, or the demons can't attack this magic tower. Which one is the answer?
Azad seemed to be asking a question, but it's clear that his only audience, Starina, doesn't have a reasonable answer. One person and one demon ran further and further away from the magic tower. For Azad, he had one more bargaining chip to use, and it was still a very valuable bargaining chip, although this chip was not firmly held in his hand. In the game he played in the Abyss, none of the chips was truly solid. No matter which one it is, betrayal will never come as a surprise at any time. It's this tension that if you take just one step wrong, you will fall into the endless abyss. It gives Azad a climax-like fascination. Chapter 1662, The Envoy of the Suli Tang Empire. The conspiracy on the Abyss side still needs time to brew. To be honest, someone is not too worried about the fact that there are a lot of demons gathered under the magic tower, which may even include the Lord of the Abyss, or the evil god of the Abyss. Think about the energy pool of this magic tower, and what its core wonder is. Someone plans to explore space, which is considered taboo in terms of the Abyss. This may provoke something. I contacted how my 2 apprentices fell down. The real trump card on the Abyss side of the Twin Towers of Gate is not someone's use of a Curie, nor someone's own strength, but the threat from the indescribable. When the point of no return is reached, Ling can easily launch a brutal self-destruction technique. This is equivalent to someone sitting on a nuclear bomb in this time-traveling hometown. And the nuclear bomb switch is still connected to their own heartbeat. The moment your heart stops beating is the moment the nuclear bomb explodes under your butt. In this case, even if all the forces don't provide this person with delicious food and fun, they don't dare to push him too hard until he decides to have a life-and-death outcome. Although some people disdain this method of terror balance, they are not qualified to use it. It is human nature to say that grapes are sour when you cannot eat them. But when you have the opportunity to use it, you can watch others hate it until their teeth itch, which is still very pleasant. As for whether those things are useful to demons, this has long been confirmed by Fan. In an era when she was still unable to kill gods on her own, she relied on traps made of indescribable things to trap countless old gods and demons, and achieved her fame. It was only in the later stages that her abilities improved. There were fewer enemies, and she was afraid that those things would get out of control. So she gradually controlled these indescribable things to withdraw from the main stage. Fear is similar to belief. The more widely spread it is, the greater its power becomes. When rumors of fear are suppressed and forgotten like faith, fear will eventually die like faith. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers, and those who don't know are not afraid. These words are not a joke, but a real situation in the world. It's just that the biggest difference between the ontology of those indescribable things and the gods is that the former lacks a channel to spread fear, but it does not damage the ontology. The latter directly leads to the death of the gods. Therefore, Lin believes that he does not need to use the entire set of combos. As long as he shows some clues, the calculating demons will naturally know what attitude to adopt. If the saying, "Knowing the current situation makes a hero," makes sense, then all devils are heroes. There is nothing going on the Abyss side for the time being. But that doesn't mean the Lost Land side is equally peaceful. While Lin was receiving the Demon Prince Azad, that also used his identity as the Tower Master to receive an envoy from the Empire. The Magic Circle city that has been completed in front of the Magic Tower has now been settled by 3 forces. The first to arrive in the Heidel Empire. Some members of the Airship Legion left the ship and occupied a territory in the Magic Circle city. Basically, the houses closest to the Magic Tower have other arrangements, so they are not allowed to use them. The remaining parts are not all concentrated in the inner circle, but are allocated to a fan-shaped area, including some houses that have not yet been enchanted. The 3 regular legions of the Guana Empire, with the support of vehicles, rushed to the Magic Circle city despite the poor road conditions. Like the Hater Empire, they were also allocated a sector-shaped area, which was slightly larger than the Hater area. The third force is the union of Wood Elf tribes under the World Tree, as well as a small number of people from the 5 major elf kingdoms. They did not march on their feet, but arrived directly through the flash technique of the World Tree. In fact, the areas allocated to the 3 major forces are not distinguished by the number of people they permanently occupy, but the result of consultation. Therefore, the number of people who came in the early stage was not enough to fill these houses. The places they were assigned to each had adobe houses that had not yet been enchanted. Those unfinished adobe houses have, of course, become the responsibility of several major forces. The use of empty houses will not interfere with whether they fill them with more of their own people, or use them as bargaining chips to attract other forces to move in. Anyway, just let them do what they want. The Magic Circle cities have not been completely allocated. In addition to the houses reserved for special purposes in the inner circle, Lin also reserved a small fan-shaped area. The purpose is of course to recruit other smaller friendly forces to settle in like the three major forces, rather than completely handing over this natural high-quality bargaining chip to others. For example, the Brotherhood formed by Ezio's people, and Yuzov's technical guild. Although there is no plan for them to move their whole family, it is appropriate to set up a branch base or something. Don't let outsiders get the good stuff. Although I don't know what the future development of Magic Circle City will be. If I don't occupy the land when I have the opportunity, I will probably regret it if I have to pay a higher price to occupy a piece of land in the future. Therefore, this city, which was designed with a scale of 100,000 people, is now only about 40% to 50% occupied, and most of the houses are vacant. But when it comes to the quality of the residents, they are all high-level talents. The regular legions of the Guana Empire, the airship legions of the Hater Empire, and the elites of the Wood Elf tribe make this city more like a military camp than a self-sufficient territory. But even in the military camp, the special envoy of the Suli Tang Empire, riding a pure-colored sacred horse and flanked by elite imperial guards, still walked confidently. Controlling the horse, he slowly stomped towards the direction of the magic tower, then waited in an empty room outside the tower. The reason why I meet guests in this kind of place is to save time in wrangling. Everyone knows that the interior of the magic tower is dangerous. Envoys of noble lords are generally unwilling to enter the tower when negotiating with the tower owner. Not to mention when the person coming is a noble himself or an envoy from a great power. For the sake of their own lives, ordinary magicians will not easily leave the protection of the magic tower, since both parties are unwilling to step out or step into the other's territory. They can only rely on messengers to pass the message in the middle, which is time-consuming and prone to problems. At this time, unless one party compromises, things can make better progress. In most cases, it is these messengers who risk their lives to enter the magic tower to communicate with the tower owner, because from the perspective of a visitor, it is not dangerous to enter the magic tower. It is quite dangerous as long as it appears around the magic tower. It's just that when people are inside the magic tower, the tower owner has the power of life and death. When people are outside the tower, they don't have the power to kill at will without asking for reasons. But in terms of risk, there is actually no difference between the two. If there is a grudge between the two parties, as long as they enter the attack range of the magic tower, the magic attack will come over. Being able to walk to the bottom of the magic tower, as long as the things conveyed are not too outrageous. These messengers still have the courage to enter the magic tower. But the message I want to convey today is not so pleasing. Therefore, the Imperial Envoy expressed his strong request not to meet inside the magic tower, but chose to meet outside the tower. At one point, he even hoped to choose a meeting place 10 kilometers away, because this distance is fought for by the Magician Association and belongs to the inherent territory of the magic tower. It is also the maximum attack distance of most magic towers. Staying in a place like this will improve your safety a lot. Then, of course, ignored the request, even though she didn't care. However, under the advice of the commanders of the three forces, they chose a place to meet with the Imperial Envoy outside the tower. There is no need to trek to a place 10 kilometers away. We'll agree to go out of the tower in person and meet with outsiders. In the final analysis, even if he does not rely on the magic tower, this former devil is confident of killing these mortals, who have not even crossed the threshold of extraordinary beings. Another reason is that commanders from the other three parties have promised to handle such troublesome matters. In exchange, Thin will appear at the meeting place outside the tower as a mascot. Except for the commander of the Wood Elves who is a priest. The commanders of the Guana and Hater empires were all serious imperial nobles. In terms of title and status, compared to the envoys of the Suli Tang Empire, it was only higher than that of the envoys of the Suli Tang Empire. So it's just fine to let those who are good at official talk deal with the nobles of another empire. If and were to meet in person, someone would probably die within 3 sentences. Since her resurrection, the magician has consciously taken over and dealt with these troubles. As for the priests of the Wood Elves, all Wood Elves are equivalent to members of the Turtle Dove Alliance. And the people of the Turtle Dove Alliance are similar to terrorists in the eyes of a group of nobles. Therefore, this elf priest could not say anything except serving as a backdrop on such occasions. After all, on the table, there are 3 empires talking. The envoy from the Silatang Empire probably understood the situation at hand. So when I saw the flags of the two empires of Guana and Hader, I was not too surprised. Under the imperial flag, there was a long row of flags with noble family emblems, and they were divided into several layers according to their status. All this shows that the other party is not someone who can be easily intimidated or suppressed with his status. But there are many people with higher titles than myself. Although he holds the position of imperial envoy, as long as he does not have real power, he still does not have much say in front of those nobles with higher status. Unfortunately, the person who came was only qualified to convey the imperial edict and had no other rights. At least, he couldn't say anything to the 500,000 troops coming up behind him. Although he could use the power of the 500,000 troops behind him to increase his weight, the people in front of him were all sensible people. Although each empire has its own approach to what kind of people do what at what time, the differences are not far apart. If you tell others that you can command the army behind you, then others will laugh out loud. What does 500,000 troops mean? This army is more than enough to destroy any kingdom in Lost Land. Therefore, those who can command this army must at least have the status of King Khan of the Four Realms, or be a member of the Golden Family. Others just don't have the right to make suggestions. Anyone who dares to interfere with military power will be directly treated as rebellion. No one dares to take such a big risk and declare to the outside world that they can control this army. Looking at the battle in front of him, the imperial envoy who originally wanted to make great achievements retreated and settled for the next best thing. As long as he could return alive, he wanted to rely on the power of the army and the empire to force the magician to hand over control of the magic tower. If the two empires did not support him, his goal should be easy to achieve. But now the situation has become more complicated. As for the magician who was not allowed to touch the magic tower, the imperial envoy did not take him seriously. Little did he know that everything was different from what he imagined. Chapter 1663 Meeting. The Twin Towers of the Gate. The Magic Circle City. Although the enchanting part has been completed, it is considered completed in the eyes of the robot. But in fact, there are still many things to be arranged before it can be moved in. For example, furniture and the like. Building a house is not about decoration. It is about the situation in front of you. Even for the elves who arrived using the flash technique, World Tree would not be so kind as to teleport the complete set of furniture that everyone needs. Although the consumption of flash technique is not large for World Tree, it is still consumption. For a plant, he wouldn't understand why after teleporting living people, he would also teleport some dead objects. In other words, even if he understands, he is still pretending to be confused. So all the elves can bring with them is some carry-on luggage. Fortunately, these wood elves who are also members of the Turtle Dove Alliance are accustomed to traveling in simple clothing. They don't even need blankets or bags. Just wrap them in their own robes and sleep on the ground. They came to the Twin Towers of the Gate lightly, and there was no big problem if they wanted to live. If you really need something, you can just make it yourself later. In this era of puzzles, everyone's hands-on skills are quite strong. People from the two empires of Guana and Hader are even simpler. Except for their marching tents, everything else was used to temporarily decorate the empty houses assigned to them. The venue where the Twin Towers of the Gate met with the envoys of the Suritan Empire was an empty house reserved for use by the Magic Tower, which was arranged as a temporary meeting room during the march. Whether it is a long table or chairs, they are all removable assembly pieces. And of course, they look quite simple. However, the rarity of the precious furs spread on it is quite consistent with the status of the nobles present. Let them stay in a place that is not too shabby. Compared to the big flags outside, there are also flags indicating noble status inside the conference room. It's just that this time the flags of the two empires of Guana and Hader are separated on the left and right. And in the center is a long-forgotten flag, the god-killing banner with a black background and blood light. A cross-shaped red sword was inserted into the tomb bag, and the old god was buried in the tomb bag, just to make the world forget these gods of the old era. There are no emblems belonging to the old gods on the flag, but a gray bag is used to replace them all. The metaphor of death also represents the origin identity of the owner of the flag, the Necromancer. This is the flag used by the demon King Fendidiker when he came to Lost Land. Today, after more than 1,000 years, it appears again on the Lost Continent. If this banner had been revived, someone would have been desperately opposed to it when the Demon King was just resurrected. At that time, Lin was also quite weak and could not withstand strong winds and waves. Until today, everything is fine, as long as Fen is not crazy enough to cause another Dark Ages incident. Lin is sure to help her handle it. Besides, not letting her use this flag means that she has to think of another flag that will satisfy her. Take a look at Chanel and LV for reference. After being denied several times in a row, Ling gave up this meaningless behavior and allowed the former Demon King to be happy. Fan didn't say that he had to use this flag. It's just that the opinions given by someone are nothing. In this era when flags are more flashy, minimalist style is like emphasizing one's own superficiality and weakness. But the pattern of the flag must be complicated, and not everything can be stuffed on it. If a person with insufficient status tries to get a crown, he will be reduced to scum in seconds by a group of angry nobles. The complexity of the heraldry of Midi is not at all easier to understand than that of Europe, the homeland of a certain time traveler. Although in terms of advanced level, the average level of modern Earth is higher than that of the civilization on the magic side of Midi. But heraldry looks at the accumulation of history, and the history of the Midi nobility is thousands of years old, compared with the history of the development of heraldry on Earth. It probably began to form a system around the 12th century. The era before someone traveled through time was only 800 or 900 years old. Even if there is an ancient family that is still alive, it cannot be compared with the old monster family here in Midland. Against this background, the flag once used by the Demon King has indeed become one of Fan's most important assets. This was also her past, her history, and Fan never denied that time. The reason why she doesn't return to her old career now is just because her enemies, the old gods, were all killed at that time. It's not that she regrets what she did during that time, or would rather turn a blind eye. Yes, Fan was indifferent to how much pain he had caused to Mystery in the past. Or it could be said that it was selectively forgotten. At that time, she would choose a path that was no different from committing suicide because she was tired of seeing the ugly deeds of the people under her control and plotted against herself. But for the fact that he killed all the old gods, he was a little proud, and even a little melancholy, because there are no enemies anymore. Therefore, Fan had no psychological burden at all about using his old flag, and even took it for granted. Naturally, he was not going to obey someone's suggestion to change his banner earlier. It's just that Fan didn't have a chance to show off before, so this matter has been put off. To this day, the former Demon King owns a magic tower, and has to negotiate with a group of nobles. Now the issue of the flag has to be put on the table. But the wise worry too much. More than 1,000 years have passed since the era of terror brought about by Fan. Even though it was not until 700 or 800 years ago that all the remnants of the Dark Legion were wiped out. 20 or 30 generations would have passed in human terms. For such a long time, Fan's fear was only limited to frightening disobedient children, who were too scared to move. There are even some people who don't recognize this bloody god-killing flag, let alone be shocked by it. Maybe there are still people among the Wood Elves who have an impression of this flag. After all, elves are a long-lived species, and their average lifespan is 600 years. Calculated this way, it was only 3 or 4 generations of elves from that era. But the Wood Elves are protected by the World Tree. Although Fan's dark army was powerful, it had destroyed many world trees for various reasons. However, those who can survive to this day are those who have not experienced the baptism of war of the Dark Legion. Of course, these Wood Elves couldn't say how afraid they were of that flag. So the conclusion is, Fan hung the blood glow god-killing flag on himself again. But because the texture of this flag didn't fit the norm of the Lost Land in this era, everyone's reaction was either oh, or a little contemptuous. There is nothing like the feeling of being faced with a powerful enemy, as someone might imagine. Lin was not present, so of course, he could not see the meaning behind this change. Fan may have read it, but she didn't care, as long as she knows that this flag represents her history. And of course, it can also represent her. That is enough. When the envoy of the Silitang Empire saw this flag, he was not so ignorant that he could not recognize it. After all, they are talents trained by the Empire to specialize in external communication. Recognizing flags and people are the most basic abilities. But he was not intimidated by the flag either. In any case, he has an empire on his back. And he is not a small and unpopular country. The powerful empire gave him extremely strong self-confidence. Not to mention facing an old force that had been extinct for a long time. In short, this meeting seems to be dominated by the beauty, who does not look like a magician. At this time, Fan did not wear a regular robe, but a black cheongsam with high slits and a snow-white fur scarf. She sat on the main seat with her feet raised, holding a dry pipe in his hand. He was smoking a rare smoke. The conference room is not like an ordinary kingdom's audience room. There is a throne symbolizing power high above. A long table that could be considered a simple one was barely separated into priorities. Fortunately, the 2 large pieces of bear skin spread on the long table, as well as the golden candlesticks burning with nectar candles, all revealed something extraordinary that ordinary people could not achieve. As the master of the tower, the female magician sat motionless on the main seat. He didn't even look at Leisure, as if the latter didn't exist. There was only one woman on the outside, standing behind the magician and standing beside another man. The 2 of them were like guards, guarding the magician. The remaining seats were filled with nobles from the 2 empires of Guana and Hater. There were even many people who couldn't get a stool and had to stand at the back. This small temporary conference room was packed with people. The envoys of the Suli Tang Empire received full respect and courtesy, and there was no need to disarm them. They also brought in all their guards. The guard knights in light armor do not hide the magical aura on their bodies. They are members of the Golden Family's bodyguards, but they are more representative than any integrity and demonstrate the legitimacy of the envoys. With the aura of the empire, the envoy walked into the conference room arrogantly, and because the person sitting on the main seat did not have a noble status, he was just a magician, so he even spared the most basic greeting etiquette. Although it is a common practice among nobles to ignore the person sitting below and only recognize the person sitting on the main seat, but this attitude still made other people present at the meeting feel dissatisfied. Thinner's pale jade arm turned over the tobacco pipe in his hand and knocked it on the cigarette pot on the table. It was obviously just a simple action of knocking out the cigarette ashes, but it was like knocking it into everyone's heart. It shocked everyone and made them lose their courage. But then he twisted the tobacco and lit the cigarette with a hint of temptation, holding the end of the pipe in your mouth, inhaling and exhaling gently. It only made people's hearts flutter when they saw it, but it no longer had the horrible oppressive feeling before. This series of movements was obviously light and gentle, not conspicuous at all, but it seemed to attract the whole attention of the messenger and everyone present, making everyone's mouth dry, heart palpitations and night sweats. As if to pull himself out of such a mood, the envoy of the Sulatang Empire bit the inside of his lip hard and bit off a piece of meat. Regardless of whether his mouth was full of blood or how painful it was, he resisted any twitching in his facial expression and said, "Everyone, please convey the instructions of the Great Khan. People who are not my empire must leave my country as soon as possible. If there is anyone who violates this will be punished by death." Don't think that it's just an oral statement, not a formal document, as if the matter is not that serious. For example, when an ordinary person calls his or her pet dog, it is of course impossible for an ordinary person to issue a formal document to give an order, or even use words such as please and thank you. If you call it, it will come. If you wave it, it will go. If you don't obey, you will make up for it. If you obey, you will be rewarded with a piece of meat. So when the Great Khan of the Empire, who is equivalent to the Emperor, verbally asks others to leave in an informal way, what is the intention behind this? How could the nobles present not see it? Chapter 1664. Come on. Come on. From the beginning, the Suratan Empire did not place the nobles of the 2 empires of Guana and Hater in the same position as itself. This is the second intention conveyed behind this matter. In fact, it does not mean that oral instructions cannot be used in matters ranging from empires to rural lords. But it always depends on the object and the occasion. If you have a good friendship with someone, of course there is no need to spend a lot of time on things that can be solved with just one sentence. Unless it is a very formal occasion. It would be rude to not use paper invitations or documents. In wartime, when time is running out, who would bother writing a formal document? Finding pen and paper on the battlefield is a problem. It is better to send a person who can communicate quickly and explain things in 1 or 2 sentences than to delay the military plane. So sometimes, even a spoken word is not unacceptable. But what about beyond that? In the current situation, this is humiliating. Even though the magician on the throne does not have a noble title, it is still open to question whether the identity of the original demon king is suitable for this era. But for the large number of nobles sitting on both sides, don't they have any respectable status? Although there is no Grand Duke, who is almost equivalent to a minister of the border, there are also dukes and marquises. When these people meet the king of a small country, they are qualified to talk to him on an equal footing. When visiting other empires to meet their emperors, they are also treated with courtesy. Now he is being ignored by a small, unknown messenger, even though this may not be the original intention of the messenger, but the instruction of the imperial Khan behind him. But we are both imperial aristocrats. How could we have ever been so angry? However, It is completely meaningless to vent your anger on an envoy. Midi also has a custom of not killing the envoy when two armies are fighting. So after the envoy from the Sulatang Empire finished delivering the message, he felt an invisible pressure. The nobles of both empires, large and small, all looked at the visitor as if they were looking at someone dead. If these people are not proficient in martial arts and are good at government affairs or business, then forget it. But these people are all from the military, and they were fighting with the Demon Alliance a few days ago. Now the blood and murderous aura in them are flourishing. Mystery is a magical world with spiritual power and belief power. The blood and murderous aura of the nobles from the two great empires of Guana and Hater almost turned into actual sharp blades and stabbed the envoys because of their anger. This made the envoys of the Sulatang Empire panic. This is actually the so-called military power. The power of a strong army that has experienced bloody battles is difficult for ordinary people to resist. Even if you are not targeted, even if you are just standing nearby, you will not be able to stand this kind of momentum that is almost solidified. And now the Magic Circle City is not a simple city. It is like a big military camp. All the troops here gathered to demonstrate in order to welcome an imperial envoy. Now stimulated by the military power in the conference room, the soldier standing upright outside actually responded. The murderous aura almost soared into the sky. Hey! A clear sound, like a wooden bang, instantly dispelled the soaring momentum. At the same time, it also freed the envoys of the Sulatang Empire who were oppressed. The envoy secretly glanced at the guards who followed him. The appearance of these great Khan's cavalry was no better than his own. In fact, being able to penetrate deep into the enemy's position while the enemy's army is looking around. Even with the battlefield practice of not killing the messenger, those who can do this are quite courageous. Just because you don't cut off the messenger doesn't mean you can't leave some marks on the other party as a reply. There are many generals in the history of Lost Land who like to fool around like this. Especially for the group of lunatics who fought in the religious wars 200 years ago. It was simply normal for them to leave some souvenirs before sending them away. If the envoy is from a small country's army, with the power of the empire, I am afraid that just by showing up and having the great Khan's cavalry with me, the opponent will not kneel down to greet him from top to bottom, and he will not even dare to raise his head. But what the envoy didn't expect was that what he originally thought was just a small mission to force the other party to leave a magic tower built without permission. But the other party was actually protected by two empires. What comes is not just a paper tiger with a banner, but a powerful army that condenses military power. The metal monsters all over the sky of the Lost Land forced a truce, and the alliance between the devil and the evil camp in the underground world was instantly wiped out. The next few days were chaotic moments with all kinds of true and false information flying around, and countless absurd remarks appearing on the forum. Faced with this sudden turn of events, the chaos within the Sulatang Empire was not much better than that of the outside world, until a strange piece of information was placed in front of the Great Khan about someone building a magic tower in front of the Gate of the Abyss. Since the reliability of the intelligence sources was quite high, and corroborating evidence could also be found from other places, the Sulatang Empire's reaction was not unpleasant. However, there were differences in the small court of the Great Khan on how to deal with it. Some people support driving away the magician, taking over the magic tower to block the door to the abyss, and keeping it for their own use. Some people support driving away the magicians, destroying the magic tower, and directly closing the door to the abyss. Those who support the former opinion are of course focusing on the magic materials that Abyss can collect. These magic materials prefixed with Abyss or Demon can be sold at a good price in Lost Land. But no matter which faction's opinion is, the common premise is to drive away the magicians who are building the tower, no matter life or death. Especially now that the metal monster in the sky has disappeared. This is undoubtedly the best time. That's why this messenger left today. But now it seems that everything is different from what was originally planned. First of all, the magic tower is actually built. At least 3 floors have been stacked up. Then there was a city surrounding the magic tower, although most of the houses looked uninhabited. The biggest surprise is the attitude of the two empires of Guana and Hater. The Ace Army and Airship Legion staying here all illustrate the determination of the two empires to stay here and not leave. If it is blackmail between countries, just show off and throw out the trump card without having to start. Besides, the place they want to occupy is not an unrelated third place, but the territory belonging to the Sulatang Empire. If it is an unrelated third place, then everyone who has seen it has a share. It is absolutely impossible for the Sulatang Empire to relent without profiting from it, even if the opposite empire is also an empire. But this is the empire's inherent territory. It would be fine if the magic tower, which had the Magician Association as its backer, tried to poach a piece of it, anyway. Under the power of the Empire, it was the Magician Association that chose to compromise. But what happened when the other two empires came to join in the fight? As for the third miscalculation, the tower owner who came forward was not the magician in the rumors, but another woman, who was suspected to be the devil from 1,000 years ago. This little thing is nothing compared to the first two items. Therefore, the envoy of the Suli Tang Empire in front of him understood that his most important task at the moment was not to promote the country's prestige. Instead, he went back alive and sent the corrected information about this place back to the army heading towards the magic tower and the golden family under the golden tint. In the eyes of the envoy, those nobles were easy to deal with. After all, everyone lives in aristocratic circles and follows rules in everything they do. What's more, I am also an empire. And you are also an empire. If you give me a little face here, you will get some back in return. But there's no telling what the magician will do. This was also the reason why the envoy of the Suli Tang Empire did not dare to say a word even though he was under pressure. The current situation is obviously beyond control, and the beautiful magician is suspected to be the devil. In this case, unnecessary stimulation and temptation may put your life in jeopardy. This is the most embarrassing thing. Ordinary people would feel apprehensive about killing an imperial envoy, and even just hearing the name of the empire would make them kneel down. But the people present didn't have such worries. Moreover, there are many people whose status is higher than mine. If they are really killed, then they will be killed. Even if the army behind him took the opportunity to avenge himself when they flattened the magic tower, he would still be a dead man. Knocking the burned ash into the cigarette pot, then had no intention of lighting it a third time. While playing with the dry pipe, he stood up and said, "I got it." After that, he was ready to leave. Such an action, of course, made everyone feel confused. As for the interruption of military power, in fact, the person involved can at most feel it a little bit. But in fact, he does not understand it. This invisible momentum is elusive. Even if it is lost, there will be no loss. So naturally it will not be taken to heart. The envoy of the Silitang Empire couldn't hold back his expression at first. He shouted loudly, "Magician, what do you know? You don't know clearly that there is an army of 500,000 people behind me, heading towards this magic tower. Come! Imperial cavalry, brave and skilled in battle. We have defeated countless magic towers. If you don't leave, you will die in battle. You know this." Fun stopped, looked at the arrogant envoy, and said, "Don't you just stop coming if I say you don't want to come? So, come on. Don't worry about anything. Or do you think that the Guana Empire and the Hater Empire will do their best to protect you? Their small number will at most cause some trouble. Even if the airship army is here, our empire is not without means to deal with it. Midi's air force advantage is great, but it is not absolute yet. Otherwise, the 5 empires would have been unified long ago, and the Hater Empire would dominate the world. Perhaps other empires are not like the Karlsruhe Empire, where they have air knight legions to compete with airship legions. Even if they cannot gain an advantage, they can still fight 4 or 6 or 3 or 7. But as long as the other empires are willing to pay the price, it is not impossible to replace the airship legions, based on the current situation. Unless the Hater Empire starts the war first and orders the airship to take the initiative to attack. Otherwise, the Silitang Empire would have plenty of time to prepare for an air battle. However, the Hater Empire could not do this, because legally, they were invaders who robbed the territory of the Suritan Empire. If the purpose was just for this magic tower, they would have to find a way to reach a compromise on the negotiation table. If you want to compromise, you can't take the initiative. If they plan to break the pot and directly switch to an invasion war to sue for peace, the combat power in front of them is no match for the Silitang Empire's 500,000 strong army. This is a proper regular army that combines the elite military forces of the kings and great khans from the east and west. Not to mention, they have no right to invade and cannot get support from third parties. Staying in this position was their biggest mistake. But Finn didn't care about this, but said, in what that man said, "If I expected others to protect me, I would have died long ago until my bones can beat the drum. So there is no need for them to deal with you. Just come if you want to." Chapter 1665, Low Morale. All the envoys of the Silitang Empire had to leave completely, and none of them, including his followers, were harmed at all. The two empires have their own pride, and will not do anything to a small envoy.
Whether the elves trust the Tower Master 100% mainly refers to another person. Yes, as long as he orders something, the elves will do it. But unnecessary things will never be done. The reason why the elves are so cooperative is of course the credit of World Tree. My boss was so enthusiastic about the magician that he almost responded to every request. Even if you are a younger brother, don't make trouble for others even if you don't flatter them. If someone sues the parents, no one will feel better. But Than's attitude was still indifferent. Not to mention that the magic tower is usable. There are also 3 marine legions, 5 airship legions, and elves to cooperate, even if she is left alone. It is not a problem to defeat the 500,000 army. It will only take some time. However, the sergeants and sergeants of the 2 empires, Guana and Hader, did not have so much confidence. The people who come here, including the commander, are not those who are very familiar with a certain magician and his background forces. They are relatively pure soldiers, with at most a noble status. To put it bluntly, they are just chess pieces in the eyes of big shots, coupled with the common sense that the magic tower construction cycle is usually more than 20 years. Even though the 3-story magic tower has been completely inserted in front of them, they still subconsciously believe that this magic tower cannot yet play its due role. The magic tower cannot function as a war fortress. There is more than 10 times the gap with the opponent in terms of military strength. And the opponent is not just a ragtag force made up of farmers and miscellaneous soldiers. Although our own side has the advantage of airships, there is no reason to take the initiative. No matter how you look at it, this next battle is not about losing, but about dying. An atmosphere of sadness permeated the darkness. Even though they had been at the end of their rope in fighting against the demons, they did not feel desperate. Now that the war has not started, morale has been slipping. This is the impact of having a righteous reputation on the morale of the army. Even if the Empire has a powerful army, they will feel confused about whether what they are doing is correct or not. Instead of obeying everything unconditionally, don't talk about guarding the gate of the abyss. In general knowledge, this dangerous channel should be completely closed. This is the right approach. The Empire's top officials have their own considerations, but that doesn't mean everyone understands and agrees with them. What's more, this is still guarding someone else's territory, and the materials for building the magic tower were moved from his own warehouse. No matter which way you look at it, this whole thing looks wrong. This was a regular legion belonging to the Empire, and all actions had official orders from the Emperor and the military. This allowed them to arrive completely at the Magic Circle city in front of the twin towers of the gate. If it were the armies of other small countries, they might start to have deserters along the way. But even if they don't understand the thoughts of the Empire's senior officials, they have the order to protect the magic tower, and they still have to do what they have to do. The airship was sent out for high-altitude reconnaissance, which is what it should be, because they didn't think the magic tower was complete. They simply didn't go to the tower owner to discuss it. Judging from the limited communication, the other party is not very easy to deal with. Then, there are some defensive strongholds built around the already built Magic Circle city. This damn city has no walls, and no changes or renovations are allowed, even demolishing houses. Under such limited conditions, no one has confidence in protecting the city. So if you are not allowed to change, you are not allowed to change. Invisibly, everyone is prepared to die in battle. Some people even began to wonder whether they or someone in the Legion had offended the Empire's top brass. That's why they were sent to such a death place to carry out a fatal mission. Although he is a citizen of the Empire, he is still under various unfavorable conditions when provoking another Empire. If you really think you are made of iron, you can't die no matter what. When the morning atmosphere reaches its limit, it will begin to rebound. Don't think that this rebound will be for the better. In fact, it is the turning point when resentment begins to turn into anger. Just one more spark can detonate this dangerous atmosphere, which is no different from a powder keg. The terrain around the Gate of the Abyss has undergone large-scale terrain destruction in order to dig out materials for making weapons due to the presence of the allied forces of demons and the underground world. Don't ask why the Gate of the Abyss happens to appear on a metal vein. In fact, all kinds of special mineral veins in Midland are quite rich. It's just a matter of how deep they are buried. And there are gray dwarves from the underground world who can dig them out and play even if they are close to the mantle layer. So before the robots took action, the Gate of the Abyss was already positioned like an isolated island on land, standing in the center of a large pothole. Only a corridor-like passage has been left unexcavated. The rest of the tunnel has been mined to the point where you cannot see the bottom if you stand on the edge of the pit. Connecting the bottom of the tunnel to the surface requires the use of an elevator or a teleportation magic circle.
You can imagine how deep the Grey Dwarves dug. Of course, Lin couldn't accept turning the magic tower standing in front of the Gate of the Abyss into an island. Even if the pit next to it was filled with water, it would be completely meaningless. Even if you do this, you can protect the magic tower like a moat. But where will the magic circle you prepared go? Therefore, the deep pits violently exploited by the Grey Dwarves were naturally filled in by the robots. And the nearby terrain was leveled by the way. Anyway, all the trees and so on were cut down by the Grey Dwarves and used as firewood. If the bad environmental situation is not improved at all, desertification may occur in this area in hundreds or even decades. Considering that in addition to building a magic circle city, it is also necessary to plant crops nearby to achieve food self-sufficiency in the magic tower and the city. Even if the self-sufficiency rate does not reach 100%, it cannot completely rely on external transportation. Otherwise, once the transportation is interrupted, the magic tower will be at anyone's disposal. This is also the method used by most noble lords to deal with magic towers. Although it takes a long time, it is indeed effective. In order to meet such needs, the scope of the land preparation by the robots is not only the size of the magic circle city, but also not the inherent territory of the magic tower, which is 10 kilometers in radius. Instead, it extends outward 2 or 3 times, and the optical area increases about 10 times faster. Although this place was originally the territory of the Sulatang Empire, in the 2 or 3 years since it was occupied by demons, no living people have been active here. Everything that could be eaten and caught had been caught. Not even the rats or insects were left. This is a great benefit for the robots, who are preparing to tear down and rebuild. This fundamentally eliminates the possibility of having a nail-biting household, because there are no people at all. Perhaps there are still some noble lords, who are qualified to claim the land, or their relatives are claiming it in the name of inheriting the inheritance. But since the magic tower is built on other people's land, grab the remaining parts if necessary. Someone has no psychological burden at all. Therefore, the terrain around the twin towers of the gate on the side of the land was polished into a smooth plain by the robots. If it weren't for the wind and sand flying all over the sky on weekdays, and the occasional afternoon thunderstorms that turn the ground into mud and cause damage in a few days, I'm afraid this place would not feel like a natural environment at all. Although the robots maintain the Magic Circle City under warranty, they even repaired it once after it was collapsed by a large-scale earthquake. But not so positive for other places. In conclusion, the terrain near the Gate of the Abyss was originally considered hilly, but was directly transformed into a Great Plain by the robots. The so-called Great Plains are tactically difficult terrain to attack and difficult to defend. This undoubtedly brought a lot of trouble to the commanders of the regular legions of the two empires responsible for defense. Then, according to the reconnaissance report from the airship, the Sulatang Empire's army was said to be 500,000. But in fact it was probably only a lot more, because 500,000 is a registered regular army. But some small tribes who follow the autumn wind and civilian logistics supplies will not be included in the roster. Such armies have not gathered in one place, but have converged from all sides and are heading towards the target magic tower, the closest forward army, according to the speed that the Sulatang Empire is most proud of, can approach the magic circle city within 10 days and even launch an attack before the army of the Guana Empire had completed mechanization. The army of the Suratan Empire had a very high rate of horse ownership. On average, there are more than 3 riders per person, and everyone is a soldier, regardless of male or female. Let this country on the grassland have the largest number of soldiers in the entire land, as well as the fastest mobilization of the army. The number of regular legions in other empires is mostly around 10, with each legion numbering about 10,000 people. If war mobilization is carried out, an army several times that size can be mobilized, including the private armies of the nobles. But if you want to compare it with the Sulatang Empire, no one can compare with this empire that can easily gather 500,000 troops. Perhaps such numbers are not all elites, but they are all powerful troops above the average level of other countries. Human sea tactics, speedy maneuverability, and empire-level war mobilization capabilities. These characteristics all impact the confidence of the armies left behind by the two empires of Guana and Hader. In comparison, what does your own side have? The plains are not conducive to defense. They are bare, without any tree resources that can be used to build defensive measures. There are also some empty houses with no meaning. More importantly, these houses cannot be moved or demolished. The house built by the earth elemental elves would not be easily demolished by mortals using only tools unless a magician came forward. Then, the earth element elves were clearly asked to come forward to build the city. So why not just build a city wall to wrap up the city, rather than being undefended like now? Even a wild boar can easily break in. It means that the area around here is so clean that there are no living creatures. If you want to hunt, you can't do anything about it. If there was no airship force from the Hater Empire to assist in transporting supplies, even if they wanted to recruit them on the spot, they would not know who to recruit them from. And the airship legion is still there, which can be considered good news. This is the best means of retreat when necessary. Even if the Suritan Empire has a way to deal with the airship, it can only succeed under certain conditions. If the airship wants to escape, the chance of being left behind is not high. The only worry is that the airship cannot carry everyone away because of its carrying capacity. The convoy that originally brought the 3 legions of the Guana Empire also returned to carry supplies and follow-up personnel. What the above means is that once this battle starts, many people are bound to die in this death place with no way to escape. Chapter 1666 Defense Preparations. Before receiving the Emperor's order, no one from the legions of the 2 empires, Guana and Hater, stationed in the twin towers of the gate, left. Although frontline commanders have the right to act expediently, they retreat in a hurry before a battle is fought. After returning, they can directly go to court-martial. After all, the order they received from the beginning was to settle in the Magic Circle City and help defend the Magic Tower. The Guana Empire silently selected the seeds to be retained by each legion, so that they could leave on the Heidel Empire's airship at the most critical moment. The Hater Empire does not rely on all airships to think that it can run away at any time if it wants. When facing an empire as an opponent, there must always be someone to cut off the rear and make arrangements for retreat. Airships are most vulnerable at these times, and how to arrange defense is also a top priority. With this awareness, the 2 imperial armies still use the resources at hand to set up a thin line of defense. Specifically, it is to shrink the army to the inner circle of the Magic Circle City, arrange obstacles on the roadway to form a barrier, then cooperate with the shooting position and the magician position to form a crossfire network, and prepare for a street battle with an endless stream of enemies. Of course, they did not give up directly in the outer circle of the city, but deployed a certain number of suspect troops. In addition to delaying enemy attacks, it also undertakes certain reconnaissance tasks. The elves replayed the tactics that caused the most headaches for human noble lords and wealthy merchants during their respective days in the Turtle Dove Alliance. They broke them into pieces and dispersed them into this large city. All houses are hiding places for them, with various harassment and guerrilla tactics, coupled with their long-range strike capabilities. No matter how many troops enter the city, they will become their hunting targets once they disperse, unless they demolish the houses along the way and suppress the past. This Magic Circle City that has not yet fully functioned will become a nightmare for the army. Fortunately, the cannon is still there, but it has not yet become a conventional weapon of war. The humans have no objections to the elves' plans, and have never thought of commanding this group of long-lived races, unless they come from the Elf Kingdom and have been trained by the regular army. It would be difficult for these lone rangers, who are no different from rangers, to integrate into the military formation. As for the Suritan Empire, the forward army arrived early, and after seeing the defensive posture of the city in front of him, he marched in without hesitation and launched a test. But the fast you advance, the fast you retreat. Before they even touched the inner perimeter, the defense line composed of the 2 imperial regular armies was blocked by the elven guerrillas. The mobility of horses is reduced to a minimum in urban street fighting, and the advantage is lost. Realizing that this densely packed building has become the best shelter to cover up the whereabouts of the elves, the forward troops of the Suritan Empire tried setting fire, intending to burn all the houses in this area. But the buildings produced by the earth element elves are not so easy to burn. If the building is mainly made of wood, it will be a piece when burned. Fueled by the wind, it would not be a problem to destroy the city in one fell swoop. However, the houses in the Magic Circle City are all reinforced concrete structures, and large-scale occupancy has not yet begun. This means that before the interior decoration of the house is completed, there is no high-quality fuel to burn. As a result, the vanguard army almost used up all the fire and kindling materials accompanying the army, and could not really burn down a single room. In the end, they could only choose to withdraw and wait for the arrival of subsequent troops. From the Suritan Empire side, follow-up troops arrived one after another at the outskirts of the Magic Circle City of the Twin Towers of Gates. After learning about the situation of the forward army, they did not choose to attack immediately. Instead, they adopted an encirclement attitude and waited for the entire army to assemble. It stands to reason that with such a refueling tactic of massing, and also massing directly at the enemy's door. The defender should take advantage of the fact that the army has not yet arrived, and win a few fierce battles to boost their morale. The Suli Tang Empire also knew about this possibility, so what they did was to some extent to seduce others. If the commanders of the two empires, Guana and Hader, couldn't help but take action, their positions in negotiations would be even more fragile. However, the armies of the two empires still huddled inside the city, and the suspect troops on the outside did not take the risk of being exposed to kill one or two soldiers. The elves will never appear as long as their opponents do not enter the city to fight in the streets. This shrunken posture actually made the generals of the Suli Tang Empire angry. Although they are not afraid of street fighting, if they can fight in the field, they will have a greater advantage. The other party seems to know this, so he simply ignores any temptation. During this period, as the masters of the twin towers of the gate, of course they were not idle, just waiting to watch the show. The magic tower is built, and the energy pool is online. But this does not mean that I can sit back and relax. To use a popular saying, that is, the hardware is perfected, and then the software part should be improved. Although you don't have to build program-level software, you can still use the old method to control the magic tower and exert all its functions. But the purpose of the program itself is to integrate and increase convenience. The same thing can be done with one click, or it can take a long time to complete, regardless of the time wasted. The visual satisfaction is also different. As for the army pressing down on the situation, whether it's Lin or Fen, their thoughts are the same as Fen's before. Things that can be solved by oneself. There is no need to worry if the magic tower is in hand. And also because of the magic tower, things should be handled simpler and easier. If using a tool is more troublesome and tiring than not using it, then what's the point of the tool? It is absolutely impossible for Lin to let himself fall into this embarrassing situation. So in order to achieve the effect of chatting and laughing, and the firecrackers disappearing into ashes, it is very important to integrate all the functions of the magic tower, and use the program to perform automatic judgment and simplification to a certain extent, which is a very important preliminary work. Although this period of time is busy, the good thing is that after this period of busyness, you can have a long period of relaxation. Afterwards, some modifications, revisions, upgrades, and revisions should be made slowly. This is like my own flashing technique. In fact, the core spell model is not complicated, but as an auxiliary calculation, it was several times or even dozens of times the size of the original spell model, and finally gained the ability to activate flashes at the slightest thought. So during this period of time, Lin and Fen were almost indifferent to external affairs. As long as the Suli Tang Empire didn't launch an attack, they didn't care what the group of people guarding outside the tower were going to do. Anyway, I just concentrate on writing the programming software for the magic tower. The structure established in the past era of the Great Sage's tower can be transplanted to the twin towers of gates for use, but it is far from sufficient. Although during the time in the holy city of Starry, improvements were made to the program structure used in this building, it was not for the magic tower. There are many functions that only magic towers have, but they were not used in the past. And of course they were never considered or even written. Now that it is in use, although it seems a little hasty, one has to wonder why the two magicians were not prepared in advance. The actual situation is that someone was so busy some time ago that he never had time to sit down and be a serious coder. You know, the work of a coder is not like mobile games, which can be done in fragmented time. Even if you don't fast and bathe for 3 days and 3 nights, a complete period of time is still needed. And Fen, well, she's not busy, but she's lazy. Besides, what they want to do cannot be accomplished by imagination. The basic structure is already in place, and without physical reference, it is naturally impossible to conduct simulation tests. So it's not that things don't want to make progress, but that it's very difficult to make progress. Perhaps if there are enough old references, the parameters needed for the simulation program can be established. But what's the point of doing this? What program is used to popularize the magic tower? Sell it for money? Build a super hard empire in lost land? Will the 4-color flag rule the world? Neither Lin nor Fen had ever thought about this kind of thing. If they could really interfere, they would definitely choose to keep the matter a secret. If no one knows, no one will know. So they can use these as their trump card. What an international joke. Transforming all the magic towers in the land into the level of the Tower of the Great Sage. I couldn't think about it anymore. So I directly turned on the difficulty switch of the H.L. level. Therefore, the two of them unanimously chose to start improving the software after the hardware of the Twin Towers of Gates was complete. It's not like one person is responsible for a tower, but the two of them work together to solve the problem of the magic tower on the side of the land that is currently facing a crisis, as a mirror image of the twin towers of the gate. Although there are some differences between the Midland side and the Abyss side, they are not huge. There are commonalities in the program software that controls the magic tower, with only slight differences that need to be adjusted. Since we don't plan to do anything repetitive, let's work together to finish one tower first, and just copy and paste the other tower, with at most 1 or 2 minor changes. The two people who had this realization naturally made rapid progress, and there are real objects that can be tested. If there are any bugs in use, it will be more intuitive and can be corrected immediately. Just outside, the defenders were in panic, while the attackers, who were exerting pressure, did not know that they were about to be in disaster. So they moved slowly and slowly. Although the Sulitang Empire was proficient in the samadhi of being a powerful nation, none of them expected that this time of exerting pressure also gave the two magicians a chance to operate. If the twin towers of the gate were still in their original form after the energy pool was ignited, no matter what kind of attack they wanted to launch, they would need a charging time and aiming action. In this case, even if the operator's hand speed is so fast that only after images are left, there is a certain upper limit for the connection of continuous operations. However, after completing the program processing of various matching tests, hitting wherever you point and firing instantly can be regarded as basic performance. It's truly as if a primary school student can shoot a nuclear bomb into the sky by pressing a button. Although the more one-click functions are available, it is a troublesome thing in itself to remember which shortcut key corresponds to which function. But to Lin and Fin's memory abilities, these are trivial matters. In the past, when he was at the Tower of the Great Sage, Lin once put rings on the knuckles of both hands. There are a total of 18 rings, and different orders of connecting dots represent different functions. Today, of course, there is no need to use such troublesome techniques to control the magic tower, although it is a bit exaggerated to use brainwave control or something. But combined with the foundation of the forum, which is the secret key transmission method of the 8 powers. In the words of a certain traveler, it is an encrypted packet on the internet, and the magic tower can be controlled without contact. Such convenient technology is the reason why Fin is willing to accompany someone to do so many things. Chapter 1667 Prelude to the Attack. Once you enter the state of being a coder, you will subconsciously type on the keyboard day and night, burning your life until the moment when your life sublimits, or when you wake up from peeing. With the physical quality of the two of them, it is unlikely that the latter situation will happen, because the conversion efficiency of food and water into energy is very high, which is at a completely different level than that of normal people. The portion taken in is also small, and of course, there is not much that needs to be excreted, but there will still be other situations that interrupt their concentration, and that is the set alarm clock. It should be said that it is a ringing reminder when a special situation occurs, such as when the Sulitang Empire's army makes large-scale movements. The magic tower that had been adjusted long ago used the arcane eye to quickly display the outside world on the temporarily pulled-out water mirror screen. What is the concept of the Sulitang Empire's 500,000 troops? It was an airtight situation surrounded by the twin towers of the gate and the magic circle city. Although Midi does not have the military strategy of surrounding 3 buildings in his hometown, there are similar sayings. However, the Sulitang Empire still surrounded the magic circle city here, leaving no gaps and not worrying that the surrounded people were determined to fight, because the airships of the Hater Empire are the best breakthrough point for those who are surrounded. Even if the number that can run is limited, it still prevents the city from becoming a desperate situation, so they don't have to deliberately expose their flaws to seduce those who are surrounded. For things like counting heads, someone's magic-modified arcane eye detection ability has been able to do it a long time ago, and it is a very accurate number of people, not a rough estimate, and it can identify the specific wavelengths emitted by the soul, thereby recording the actions of a specific person within a certain period of time. This kind of monitoring effect, which is not scientific at all, but very magical, is one of the results brought by the tower's arcane eyes. The number of Suritan Empire's troops in front of them was indeed, as the Hater Empire's airship reconnaissance results showed, far more than the 500,000 claimed. But the number is as high as 670,000, and it is still increasing. Not all of the 670,000 people are soldiers. There are also a considerable number of civilians, some people who should have nothing to do with the battle, including merchants, blacksmiths, Duchang women, and bards, as well as the guards who protect these people. The military systems of most countries in Lost Land are divided into combat soldiers and auxiliary soldiers. But it is not obvious. The more professional the army, the clearer the distinction between the two. In order to maintain the combat effectiveness and loyalty of the army, most will keep logistical supplies firmly in their hands. On the one hand, it is also to prevent spies from circulating in the army. Naturally, a large number of people whose identities are difficult to verify cannot be allowed to approach the army. Civilians who are more mobile than soldiers are undoubtedly such people who are difficult to verify. However, the military system of the Suratan Empire still maintained a very primitive form, and it did not pay much attention to logistics and supplies. However, just because the military does not pay attention to it does not mean that the demand does not exist. Since there is demand, it means it is profitable. So in order to meet these demands, people will naturally follow up. Although there are some shortcomings, there is nothing we can do about it. It's like a European history that travels through many hometowns. And the army organization of Alexander's Eastern expedition. The Greeks were undoubtedly at the core. However, mercenaries continued to join along the way, and civilians who did not participate in the fighting followed, which provided the emperor with endless energy for his Eastern expedition. In addition to meeting the additional needs of military soldiers, these civilians sometimes also solved the problem of trophies on their behalf. When necessary, they can also assist the military with chores. It can be said that as long as an army keeps winning battles, it can continue to expand like a snowball. But as long as they lose once and make those mercenaries and civilians lose confidence, it is likely to burst like a bubble. However, in the army sequence of the Suratan Empire, it is difficult for these extra people to be classified as harmless. As we all know, the Suli Tang Empire does not distinguish between men, women, old and young, and all citizens are soldiers. As long as they pick up a weapon, they can fight. Even children. These extra people just don't have to obey the deployment of military generals. But having said that, when those generals really make demands, who can object? Besides, if there is really a favorable situation, these people may join the ranks to grab the loot. Even if you don't dare to compete with those big tribes for the richest pieces, wouldn't it be a waste if you don't pick up some scraps that no one cares about? So if a fight breaks out, if these people don't have the foresight to block the offensive route, no one will spare their lives just because the opponent is not an army. Among those who would follow the army to take advantage, which one is a good person, and which one has few lives on hand? To say they are innocent, we must first rewrite the definition of the word innocent. Nowadays, the huge army gathered by the Suli Tang Empire has changed from the original simple encirclement situation. All the soldiers came out of the military camp and formed in formation close to the outermost edge of the magic circle city. Before that, they were hiding in a large military camp built with building materials they brought, and used the military camp wooden fence to form a siege to the magic circle city. The materials seemed to be provided by oneself. So the military camp was very crudely built. Contrast walked out now, looking like he was ready to fight. No wonder it triggered the warning of the twin towers of gates. The main force of the Sulatang Empire's central army is stationed directly opposite the gate of the magic tower. According to ordinary city planning, there should be a straight avenue leading directly to the core, in addition to allowing those conveying information to pass as quickly as possible. This main avenue also serves the purpose of showing off muscles, so it will be treated as a facade and planned to perfection. But this is not an ordinary city, and of course, it will not be designed according to normal urban logic. And in order to build a city-level giant magic circle, complexity can be said to be the most basic requirement. Being so complicated that no one can understand it is the joy of being a magician. This magic circle city has not really exerted its power. The most important thing is that there is no controller. The two people in the tower have not yet dealt with the part of integrating the magic circle city. They were thinking about how many stages should be set for toilet flushing. But at least the fact that this city is like a maze can be seen by anyone who is not stupid. This is probably the only part of the two imperial armies responsible for defense that feels gratified. In a city of bungalows and occasional two-story buildings, it would not be difficult to see the oversized three-story magic tower, because the magic tower designed by someone has each level slightly higher than the ordinary magic tower, coupled with a particularly conspicuous large-scale deep space telescope on the top of the tower. The total height of the twin towers of the gate is almost close to the lower limit of the standard 5-story magic tower. It's just that there is only one energy pool and only 3 floors, so it is still classified as the lowest level magic tower. What is more eye-catching is the gate to the abyss that connects to another world. The scene inside the door is completely different from that in the Lost Land. Even though this door does not have an artificial door frame, people can still easily see their outline and boundaries. The main army of the Suritan Empire is the strongest army from the Golden family, wearing heavy armor. Both men and horses were wrapped in shining silver armor. The two-person high euphorbia shines brightly in the sunlight, making it intimidating. Coming from the Golden family, he is a descendant of the current Great Khan and one of the powerful successors to the next Great Khan. He was now wearing a golden helmet, riding a horse, and was at the forefront of the battle formation. Except for the two tower masters, who can see the movement of the peripheral troops through the arcane eyes. The two Imperial garrison guarding the inner circle of the city cannot see it, but they can rely on reconnaissance posts in the outer circle of the city, and use forums to get first-hand information. Although it is impossible to see the formation of the Sulatang Empire with one's own eyes, there are still some troops guarding the inner circle that can be directly seen. That was a total of 10 golems as tall as giants, with the help of horses and dozens of traction ropes. They were raised from a lying state. Seeing those 10 giant golems, not all of them, even the soldiers of the two empires, could recognize them. They just felt a little headache because of the guy who obviously looked difficult to deal with. Yes, just a headache. You must know that there is the regular First Legion of the Guana Empire here. This legion is also known as the Magician Legion, and a Dharma Saint serves as the Legion commander. They are specialized in dealing with magical creations like golems, so it's not a bad idea at all. These big guys in front of us are just a matter of how much they pay. But the few who recognized it felt nothing but despair. The only exception was the former demon king who stood on the top of the magic tower, and saw the rows of crossed demons outside the city directly with his naked eyes. Feeling a little nostalgic in his heart, with Finn by his side, Lin's eyesight would certainly allow him to see those big things clearly without the help of the arcane eyes. Under someone's observation, the structure and style of these 10 golems are exactly the same, and they should be mass-produced types. There is no obvious unique design that distinguishes them from each other. It is about 11 meters tall and nearly 4 stories tall. This is a common mobile suit body shape in the Gundam world in a real-life setting of a time-traveling game anime. In Lost Land, this already belongs to the category of large giants. Only a few giants with older bloodlines can grow to such a height. Most of these giants also live in seclusion and rarely form large groups. As for the golem, as far as Lin knew, even the most wealthy magician would not create a golem of this size, because that's such a waste of money. The main uses of golems for magicians are 1. Blocking knives. This is the most important point. If a monster is broken, it can be repaired. If a person dies, he cannot resurrect himself. This can be extended to the use of guards, but compared to offense, the nature of defense is greater. 2. Services for daily chores. This is a very important help for magicians who don't trust humans. Otherwise, if these big men only do odd jobs every day and have no time to study magic, they will probably go crazy. In conclusion, this type of golem only needs to be the same normal size as humans, or slightly larger. If it is too big, it will not be able to move inside the building, which will be detrimental to the main function of the golem. And on the contrary, it seems strange to build a house for giants in order to cope with the activities of large golems. A large 3- or 4-story golem, like the one in front of you, is definitely not the work of a magician. If used in the regular army, more cost-effective magic weapons can be made at the same cost, and such a large magic doll will never be produced. Chapter 1668 God Killer Golem. A large golem. A weapon used in war. It does sound like a huge robot. Although from a mechanical standpoint, the human type has the widest range of uses. But it is also the least useful. As long as a certain use is confirmed, there are many shapes that are more suitable than humanoids and can produce better effects. Although the scope of application is limited, the performance can be improved a lot. In comparison, humanoid machines require more investment and higher technology in order to achieve the same performance. But the magicians in Lost Land are obsessed with the word universal. I think that the more problems can be solved with one method, then that is the best method. Therefore, most of the golems still stick to the human form. Beast and insect forms are relatively rare, and there are even fewer unnatural forms. But the real situation is that Midland really does not need such large-scale golems with high technical capabilities and high precision. This is not only due to low-cost performance, but also a waste when too much combat power is overflowed. Unless it is specifically used to target king-level monsters. The size of king-level monsters is much larger than ordinary monsters or wild beasts. So it is normal to deal with king-level monsters whose size is close to these king-level monsters. Otherwise, if it is hit by a collision, the devil will go straight to the sky, let alone who it will deal with. To deal with such a large golem, Lin's first thought was to summon the robot again. It doesn't take much. A battleship-level robot is enough. Speaking of which, many of the robot debts he still holds have been paid off. The remaining robots can only pay off their debts once or twice at most. From then on, each went his own way and had nothing to do with each other. Although I really want to say this, it seems that I still have the fire in my hands. Someone is thinking this. But while Lin was assessing the enemy in front of him, he also noticed Finn's expression. Asked,
"Do you recognize those big guys?"
Finn nodded and said,
"I miss you, little thing." "What is that?" "The legacy of the Goblin Empire. A first-class special devil. A god slayer,"
Finn said calmly. "You don't know if you don't listen. But you will be shocked when you hear it." Although Lin did not jump up, he turned his head to look at the beauty beside him in stunned silence, and repeated,
"God killer. Are those 3 words I thought of?"
Finn smiled lightly, glanced at someone, and said,
"You heard it right. And you probably didn't think it wrong. But you may have misunderstood it. But this is normal. I made the same mistake back then."
"It's this mistake again. And it's that mistake again. Which makes someone confused," Lin asked.
"What happened back then? You also know who I want to cause trouble for. So when I heard the news, how could I not think about the legacy of the Goblin Empire? Then I regretted it. Well, does that thing look good or not?"
Lin immediately thought of this possibility.
"That's not a good evaluation. After all, the target is a god, not some other skeleton soldier,"
Finn explained.
"What's going on?"
Lin asked again.
"If you want to deal with a god, you must prepare at least 1,000 of that kind of thing to be effective. And this is against weak divine power. If the target intensity is increased, theoretically more will be needed. But this situation is unlikely to happen."
"Right." Although he had a little idea in his mind, Lin still asked,
"Why? You can't build it. You don't think that you can just pinch it with soil?"
The concept in his mind became clearer, and Lin asked again,
"Did you dig up the relics and use them? Or did you have the design drawings that you could build yourself? There are all of them. If you want to know the design of that thing, I think I can draw it for you. It's not difficult anyway. The problem is the material."
Lin stamped his feet and asked,
"How does it compare with the cost of this thing?"
After being stunned for a moment, Finn looked down at the magic tower at his feet. After thinking for a moment, he said,
"It's even worse. If you don't consider the core of the energy pool, which you may not be able to buy even if you have money."
Having said that, Lin could somewhat understand what was going on with the thing in front of him. Taking a certain Chuanzhong's hometown as an example, one of the major factors limiting the development of science and technology is material issues. Can't we build giant robots? The fact is that even if it is created, various problems will arise due to its own weight, such as lack of motivation, slow movements, etc. As for using lighter metals, such as aluminum for aircraft manufacturing, considering that fighter jets rely on speed, there is no need to adjust the armor thickness to the same level as a tank. But large humanoid robots are obviously aimed at tanks, and tanks made of aviation-grade aluminum alloy. Just imagining it, I think that picture is so beautiful. As for the issue of materials, in my hometown, I have to spend money to climb the technology tree of material science. There are almost no shortcuts except stealing. But there are not so many troubles in the Lost Land. And countless types of magic materials can solve most of the troubles. If you encounter something that cannot be solved, then look for better and rarer magic materials. Basically, the battle for weapons is actually about fighting for materials, and has nothing to do with casting technology. But this does not mean that craftsmen are not important. If the crafting technology is not up to par, even god-level materials cannot be formed in front of you. In the past, the Goblin Empire was able to develop golems that could kill gods. It was probably just using a bunch of rare materials that were so valuable that they could blind others to boost their power. In this way, Finn's comment is that it is more expensive than the magic tower. Considering what Finn said, if you want to kill gods with this thing, you need 1,000 of them. I don't know if the Goblin Empire has a record of successfully killing gods. But even if it does, it can probably bankrupt an empire. Lin didn't believe it. If he made 1,000 god-killing demon dolls, he could kill the gods without any harm, as long as there is a little loss, and then have to make up for it. The little wrinkled faces of the goblins will be squeezed into a chrysanthemum shape. And when I think about building 2 magic towers and half a magic circle city, I have already emptied the inventory of the two empires without using all the top-notch things. Although if you keep squeezing, you should still be able to squeeze something out. But for any empire to build 1,000 magic towers at once, it may not be possible even if the entire empire is sold. So, the Goblin Empire did not die from self-destruction, but from bankruptcy? And it takes 1,000 god-slaying golems to bully a weak divine power. Well, it's hard to say whether it's bullying or not. In short, it is difficult to say that this kind of cost-effectiveness is cost-effective. Although this is a big leap from 0 to 1. It breaks through the limitations that ordinary people cannot break their spirits. But, Lin said thoughtfully, if, as you said, you have to use this thing to kill 1,000 gods, do the people opposite know this? If they know, they regard us as gods. Are you here to fight? Or are you using this as a war weapon to demonstrate and bully others? If it's the former, the quantity is not enough. Do you want us to stuff it between our teeth? If it's the latter, they take out 10 of them at once. Are they doing this because they are afraid of us? An empire can't be so cowardly. Right? An army of 500,000 people is coming. Are you still afraid of this? Then smiled and said, maybe they don't know and think that this level of force is enough. Well, are you looking down on us or looking down on us? It's so subtle, Lin said with a strange expression. Then still had that smile and said softly, who knows? Just when the two tower masters were chatting as if it was nothing to do, and the legionnaires defending below were panicking, there was another movement from the Suli Tang Empire. An unknown number of magicians were used to use magic to condense a half-length shadow over the military formation. It was a man wearing gold armor and a phoenix-winged helmet, although his skin was slightly darker. His heroic appearance was not diminished. The person in the shadow clenched his fist in front of his chest, and as soon as he opened his mouth, it was like rumbling thunder, spreading to every corner of the Magic Circle City. Listen to the people of Guana and Hater. Those who surrender will avoid death. Hand over the magic tower, and you will be allowed to leave. Those who do not follow will understand the power of the God Killer. He was full of lies. Not only did he use a condescending attitude towards enemies of the same imperial rank, but he also ignored the magicians in the tower. The Sulatang Empire had no intention of getting a reply, so the army immediately took action and attacked across the board, because they were fighting in the streets. Except for the team commander, who was still on horseback. The rest of the soldiers were preparing for foot combat. At this time, they were marching in the predetermined direction with neat steps. The entire outer circle of the city and the walkable passages have troops ready to enter. All the generals are aware of the obstruction encountered by the forward army. They also understand that to implement such tactics, the number of people must be small. So the idea is to rely on the number of people to compress the enemy's movement space, so as to counter the seemingly mysterious attack. Defeating conspiracies with majestic power. Truly defeating cleverness with force. The 10 god-slaying golems were not intended to be used as decorations. Under the control of the operator standing on his shoulders, the 10 god-slayers moved their joints flexibly, as if they were stretching their muscles. His flexible appearance resembles that of an assassin-type warrior with nimble skills and agility. There is absolutely no sense of cumbersomeness and slowness of the giants of the same size, especially the shield in the left hand and the sledgehammer in the right hand, which one can be wielded beautifully, although it has a humanoid appearance. The various anti-human changes and rotations at the joints make one's teeth ache. After a while of activity, the 10 god killers stepped forward at the same time. It seemed that they had no intention of taking the road, but were moving straight ahead, demolishing the houses along the way. Although robots can be summoned to deal with these giant monsters, if they are allowed to run wild in their own cities, they will not have to clean up afterward. So Lin turned around and asked, since you know the structure of these things, you should also know their weaknesses. Weakness? Then tilted his head and said innocently, do we need that kind of thing? Lin asked. Then what are you going to do? Fred pointed his finger. But the magic tower's attack was not instantaneous. Instead, the orbital mechanism of the deep space telescope on the top of the tower clicked and turned, aiming the objective lens at the walking god killer golem. In an instant, a black light flashed among the 10 god-slaying golems. One only had the lower part of his calf left, and the rest of his body disappeared out of thin air. When the support was lost, the 2 iron pillar-like stumps of the lower legs, which were taller than a human, fell to the left and right. The loud noise frightened many people, and also crushed a group of people who were too frightened to run away. Then maintained the same smile, and said to the people next to him, being able to fight against gods is just an insignificant part of the structure of the devil that plays a little role.
That's why quantity is needed to make up for the shortfall. The rest is there's nothing wrong with it except that it's expensive.
Chapter 1669 Annihilate the Enemy. Looking at the victory in front of Finn, Lin felt a calm feeling in his heart. There is no need to express that feeling of awe. It really is so. But he thought of another interesting thing and asked.
You said that part of those big demons played a role, allowing them to fight against the gods. Which part was it? Well, that's a bit troublesome to put into words. But you can probably tell it when you see the original design. It's just that I have to draw that picture. And I need to think about it. And the matter in front of me can be solved faster. So here, let's deal with it first. And we'll study those things later.
Finn smiled and said,
If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have thought of it. Now that you have mentioned it, I feel that I am interested in that thing. So just wait for me.
The two people's understated conversation seemed to be saying that the war in front of them was not as troublesome as drawing a blueprint. Therefore, you should get rid of the immediate troubles first, so that you can concentrate on your own affairs. However, it is also true that the first God-Slayer golem destroyed was not the last. The special edition of the Twin Towers of Gates, the Black Destructive Ray, is already known to someone as the most powerful destructive magic that can be achieved in the Land of Wonders without involving higher levels of power. All tangible substances can be annihilated instead of simply destroyed. In the Tower of the Great Sage, this is not a conventional force. You have to go beyond the boundaries of the original design. And this attack is only possible by chance. But when it comes to the Twin Towers of Gates, this destructive magic can be fired continuously without damage. Although it takes a few seconds for the next blow to be fired. And it cannot deliver the power of 6,000 shots per minute. There are few enemies in the world who need such a huge treat. To be able to do this, to be honest, is a bit opportunistic. The Twin Towers of the Gate have two magic towers, and they span two worlds. Under the influence of resonance and coordination, it is not difficult to transcend physical limits. Therefore, under the name of the Black Destructive Ray, the 10 god-killing golems were blasted away before they entered the Magic Circle City. The minor trouble was solved, and the rest of the minor troubles were left untouched by others. In the past era of the Great Sage's Tower, the counterattack method faced with this scale of war was to use just the right amount of high-density power energy bullets to kill the enemy. When the number of enemies reaches a certain level, this method is ineffective. Times have changed, and today certain great time-traveling people will certainly not continue to insist on using this method to kill the enemy. The so-called spirit of programming is always pursuing the most efficient and convenient method, and simplifying things that can be done repeatedly to the extreme. In the situation in front of him, Thumb was motionless and motionless. An idea occurred to me. On the top of the tower on the side of the Twin Towers of the Gate, above the Deep Space Telescope, there were a large number of power threads tangled into a ball, and they floated higher and higher. The ball of light condensed like a small sun hangs directly above the magic tower, higher than the top of the Gate of the Abyss. Because the 10 god-slaying golems were destroyed, the surrounding Sulitang Empire troops all stopped in shock. Of course they saw the little sun. The armies in other positions could not see the destruction of the golem, so they just marched fearlessly according to their original plan. Regarding the situation on the top of the magic tower, only a few people who were paying attention to whether the magic tower launched an attack had seen it. Originally, the duty of these people was to alert the commander when they saw that the magic tower was about to launch an attack, and use your own professional opinions to choose avoidance methods according to the type of attack. But this kind of magic, which is not dazzling at all, and does not have the heat of the real sun, does not feel the slightest threat. Since there is no threat at all, and I have never seen such an attack method. Should I report it? This made this group of people in trouble for a while. The height of the empire requires them to be calm, and not to be startled over trivial matters. This kind of performance does not mean that they are slow to respond, and have rigid thinking. This is because they trust the strength of the imperial soldiers to effectively handle most things. So there is no need to be particularly distracted, and reminded of small things. But these people don't understand that the matter in front of them is not a little matter. These people were given a short time to hesitate. The little sun shot out a white light that was thinner than an ordinary person's little finger. It hit the city boundary and penetrated a human body. The white light is so bright that it is difficult for ordinary people to distinguish it. But at this time, it is so eye-catching that people have to notice its existence. Also because the damage was so subtle. The person who was hit for the first time didn't even feel it. However, the white light did not subside or stop. Instead, it quickly circled the Magic Circle City with a very strong sense of presence, at a speed of dozens of circles per second. This is not the colorful laser light that travels through the dance halls of many hometowns. But the white destructive light that is second only to the black destructive light in power. Although I dare not say that everything is indestructible. There are not many materials in the mystery that can withstand the white destructive light. At least the human body and armor are not included. The swirls of white destructive light are not fixed in the same circle, but gradually expand outward in a spiral manner. The speed was so fast that ordinary soldiers could not react. Starting from the first round of disembowelment to the second and third rounds, everyone seemed to be sliced into slanted human body sections. Even those who were not cut open in the first few rounds, due to the obedience of the soldiers. As long as the commander did not give orders, they would not collapse before their morale truly collapsed. Besides, this was cut open by high-energy white destructive light. This means that at first glance, the integrity of the human body is not damaged, and there is no massive bleeding. So there are still many people who don't understand what it means to have the white destructive light streaking across their body. And by the time they found out, it was too late. Even though this army is a powerful force belonging to an empire, the Chinese army is directly affiliated with the Golden Family's cavalry, to be distinguished by the evaluation of adventurers. These people can become the backbone of the fighting force in any region, and even enter the ranks of the strong. But faced with unfamiliar attack methods, and the situation changing so quickly, they couldn't make any qualified response at all. He just stood there, and let the white destructive light sweep past him. After a few breaths, the white destructive light that rotated in circles also reached the outermost layer of the crowd. It could not reach anyone for several consecutive circles, so it stopped attacking. At the moment when the circle movement of the white destructive light stopped, as if it was preset, hundreds of thousands of living people, including several times that number of horses, sprayed blood from the cross-sectional seams in their bodies. In fact, until this moment, there are still many physically active people who are still conscious. In other words, this is not the consciousness of their body, but the stump effect on the soul, making them mistakenly think that they are still alive. But the splattered blood seemed to imprint the ruthless fact into everyone's soul. When they realized the amount of bleeding and the fact that it was impossible for a person to survive with such injuries, their consciousness also faded, and they ushered in real death. The war did not stop because the army was wiped out, because there were still a small number of forwards who broke into the city lanes. These people were not killed in the first wave of white destruction rays. The main reason was that Finn did not intend to demolish the house. The large-scale attack mode of the white destructive light has not yet been implanted with the part to identify the enemy, let alone jump over the building and stop fighting. If we want to use this mode to eliminate all enemies, I am afraid that many of our own people will have to be buried with them, and the collapsed house can be used as a tomb. Faced with such trouble, of course, the simple solution is to use the point-kill mode from the Tower of the Great Sage era. At this time, right above the magic tower, the small sun-like energy ball had become much smaller than its original appearance due to consumption. Even after stopping the attack of the white destructive light, the energy ball did not stop spinning. Instead, due to the high-speed rotation, the sphere takes on an elliptical shape instead of a perfect circle. As the rotational speed increases, the ellipsoid becomes flatter. This period of acceleration is actually the time it takes for the arcane eyes of the twin towers of gates to identify the friend or foe characteristics of all creatures within the attack range and lock them. The judgment method is very simple. Anyone who arrives before a certain time is considered one of our own. Other than that, of course, it would be enemies that you would not feel sorry for if you killed them. After locking all the remaining enemies, the high-speed rotating sphere suddenly disintegrated and turned into countless high-density power energy bombs, following the best trajectory that would not hinder each other, drawing various arcs or folding lines in the air, attack their respective targets. How powerful the energy is! Just enough to explode any level of organisms. A complete database has been built with relevant data. Speaking of this set of gameplay, the Magic Tower attack mode that someone first established is naturally extremely mature. Therefore, none of the energy bombs flying around missed. They all hit their chosen targets, ending the opponent's life, even if the opponent has any life-saving magic items on him. After blocking the first blow, he will be destroyed by the second blow. Assessing the enemy's magic-type defense and executing corresponding treatment plans no longer require additional settings in someone's mature combat program. Below a certain level, being locked by the towers of gates means death, without exception. But of course Lin does not rule out the possibility that some strong men outside the standard can always surprise people and survive such attacks. But don't worry. The Magic Tower's last-ditch procedure is more complete, because in the era of the Great Sage's Tower, When the assessment and attack of the enemy were not yet perfect, there were many people who could survive the attack. The last hit is important at this time. Basically, even if the target loses signs of life, another energy bomb will be added to ensure the death of the opponent. So there was a lot of waste of energy and time at that time, which meant low efficiency. Although this efficiency is low, it is compared to the power of the Twin Towers of Gate today. But even at the level of the Great Sage's Tower, it is beyond the reach of most magicians and magic towers in the land. In other words, no one can do it. Just when everyone regarded the Tower of the Great Sage as a natural chasm, a certain magician told everyone with facts that the magic tower he built was not the most brutal, only more brutal. An empire's army of 500,000 people and 10 god-killer golems. If placed elsewhere, it would not be a problem to knock down a magic tower. Even a 4-story tower at the level of a great magician or even a 5-story tower at the level of a magician has the qualifications to challenge and the chance to win. But when the news spread that such a force collapsed in front of a 3-story tower, everyone fell silent. Chapter 1670 Aftermath. The Emperor of the Guana Empire, Armin Kazalnia, and the Emperor of the Hader Empire, Alman Boso. Although they were in their respective palaces and not in the same place, after seeing the latest information on the table, they all made the same expression. I don't have any regrets. And I don't think it was a stupid choice to replace the demon threat with the magic tower threat. This may be the wisest choice. But the power erupted from this magic tower far exceeded their expectations. An army of 500,000 people, and even they relied on the Godslayer Golem as their country's weapon. These were no match for that magic tower. In particular, the promotion of World Tree Yggdrasil has already informed everyone through the earthquake that spread throughout the land. In the eyes of those in the know, this is like saying that a certain magician's 9th power plan is indeed useful. The 9th power plan is effective. And it also means that anyone who takes advantage of those 2 magic towers will have to face counterattacks from the World Tree and the Goddess of Gold Coins. The Empire is not afraid of any opponent, either country or people, but using gods as enemies. The scars left by the religious wars 200 years ago have not yet been erased from the hearts of all those in power. When the aristocracy was able to defeat the Church of God, they also found ways to separate humans and gods, only by allowing the gods to return to the gods and the church to the church, and further allowing the gods to abandon those human churches that deviate from the tenets of their faith. Can the final victory be achieved? But this move obviously cannot be used on the opponent in front of him. The interests of that magic tower are directly tied to those big bosses. Anyone who touches the magic tower will inevitably face the wrath of those big guys. Therefore, the emperors of the 2 empires, Guana and Hader, silently swept the secret plans inherited from the military generals into the brazier and burned them. In its place is the Towers of Gate support program. It is impossible to grasp the handle of those big guys and obtain the maximum benefits. But it is still possible to occupy a seat and make some small profits from the side. The Sulatang Empire, as the host of the suffering, also remained silent. The destruction of an army of 500,000 people was definitely a traumatic event for the Khan King of the East and West and the Golden family, although they want revenge. At the moment, it is more important to pay attention to the rebellion from below. What maintains their dominance is not the illusory theory of blood, nor the theory of divine endowment, but real strength. So now that the strength is greatly reduced, how could those long-suppressed ambitions not jump out, challenge the superiors, and try to replace them? Between the dominant status and the dignity of the country, which one will be more important to the superior? The answer to this question can be easily explained from the history of a certain time travel home, from Shi Jingtang of the 5 dynasties to the late Qing dynasty. These ugly food and appearance can best explain the problem. As for those PUA masters who are so skillful in their techniques that people are trapped in them without even realizing it, I will not describe them separately. In short, the Sulatang Empire no longer expressed public opinions on the Twin Towers of the Gate. There are no small tricks to cause trouble in private. One of the main reasons for maintaining such silence is that the southern border of the empire was reduced to a state of decay as early as the beginning of the Abyss invasion. Right now, even if we want to find 1 or 2 local people who are qualified to come forward to protest, we can't find them no matter how hard we look. The northern border is poor and has too much time to take care of itself, so it can be ignored. The East and West realms and the Golden family were newly defeated and were busy dealing with the possible rebellion of the people below, and had no time to pay attention to the magic tower. This gave the 2 Towers of Gates considerable development time. It is not quite correct to say that it is the development of the Twin Towers of Gate. Because after the magic tower destroyed the Suli Tang Empire's army, which was said to be 500,000, but was actually more, no one foolishly thought that the magic tower was not ready yet. Even the big shots from various magician associations, who had come to denounce him, silently turned around and returned. Put the pressure on the southern border of the Suritan Empire, the magician association that manages this land, and the Nalan District Council. The Narain District Chapter behaved very singly, and directly awarded the two tower owners the title of Great Magician, and recognized the ownership of the magic tower. As for the fact that after the death of the tower owner, the first inheritance right of the magic tower belongs to the Magician Association, there is no mention of it. The three regular armies of the Guana Empire, half of the airships of the Hater Empire, and the coalition forces from the Wood Elf tribes and Elven kingdoms from various places. The presence of these forces has given the magic tower itself enough power to overwhelm the district's right to speak. Strength. Besides, any magician association within the empire would have already accepted its fate if they could only serve as their younger brother. Now another tiger has come down from the mountain. I hope they can rise up to resist. But I look down upon them too much. In the past, the Magician Association was able to reach an agreement with the noble lords, which was achieved by gathering the power of magicians from all over the world, rather than the power of just one division, not to mention expecting them to overwhelm the empire. Even if the Magician Association branches in other districts were no longer angry, the pressure exerted on the Narain district meeting was only a verbal warning without any substantive means. In fact, there is an example of the Great Sage's Tower in the Southwest Peninsula dominating the Sijia District Chapter. The Narain District Chapter once proposed to hand over the headquarters of the District Chapter to the Twin Towers of the Gate, and even handed over the position of President of the District Chapter. This is not just lying down. It's basically kneeling and licking. However, this kind of thing was of course strictly rejected. Neither Lin nor Fan are interested in this kind of organization that is no longer purely mutual aid and cooperation. However, these two people can guarantee that they are not interested in the affairs of the association. But they cannot guarantee that their successors will have the same attitude. Therefore, the issue of the successor to the two towers of gates has been put on the table again. At this time, Lin also made the promise he had made in front of the two emperors again here. That is, after them, there will be no more tower owners in the twin towers of the gate. The successor will be the consciousness born from the strange object at the core of the energy pool. That is, the tower spirit will follow the basic rules and guard the gate of the abyss with a neutral attitude that does not involve itself in the world. As guarantors and supervisors, the world trees ensure that things will develop as promised today. The president of the Narain district branch agreed to this approach and also took the initiative to remove the twin towers from the magic tower sequence managed by the Magicians Association. This is not even a fig leaf to maintain a small tacit understanding. After learning the true purpose of the twin towers of gates, he had to admit that these were not magic towers that humans could control. Unless someone can be recognized by all the world trees and the goddess of gold coins. Wanting to sit in this position is like challenging these big guys. The true purpose of the twin towers of gates also spread from the mouth of the president of this branch. Regardless of whether this news is true or false, it is indeed an opportunity for many people to step down. Otherwise, he would have to resist the power of killing 500,000 people in one breath and insist on not letting the magician touch the magic tower. This kind of persistence can kill people. Since we are doing things for the big boss, we must do special things. And we are not incapable of being accommodating. Isn't it? Of course. Everyone ignored the question of how long the former Lich magician could live. In fact, it is not that there are no examples of magicians who have set foot in the realm of immortality and become the masters of magic towers in Midland. It's just that under normal circumstances, these people stay away from secular society and pursue their own intellectual pursuits. Those who are obsessed with power will never have the energy to achieve eternal life, because the pursuits of the two are different. The former is to gain results from others, while the latter is to gain results from self-cultivation. The two paths seem to complement each other. But if you want to reach the extreme, drawing by analogy can only be a supplement and cannot be the right path. Those who are engaged in conspiracy and conspiracy cannot become tower masters. Although the magic tower can provide powerful protection, it also means that you are exposed to everyone's sight. The worst part is that when I want to run, I can't carry the magic tower with me. Even a necromancer who is determined to cause a natural disaster of the undead will be fixed on a magic tower because of his base. And the scale of the disaster he can ultimately cause is quite limited. This is why the Magician Association usually turns a blind eye to the tower owner's messy behavior, because the trouble the tower owner can cause, except for the people near him, has limited destructive power. From this perspective, letting the magician become a tower master does not seem so unacceptable. From not sure where he will run to cause harm, to becoming sure of where he will cause harm, as long as the other party promises not to leak the design of the twin towers and the magic array diagram. So the most uncomfortable thing is that there will only be one Narain district branch. Well, no wonder the president has knelt down. In short, the biggest resistance of the twin towers in the world, that is, the Magician Association, has already been cooked. Everyone has found a suitable reason for themselves and accepted this fact. What if you don't accept it? Going to challenge that magic tower? When the world chose to accept the magic tower on the abyss side for various reasons, most people still ignored it. Later, their thinking changed from how to seize the dominance of the magic tower to how to seize the lead in this change. More benefits. The funniest group of people are those who plan to go directly to the master of the magic tower. I hope that under his leadership, I can tear off a piece of flesh from the Sulitang Empire and establish myself as king. According to these people, the current southern border of the empire has been turned into a no-man's land by demons. It seems that there is no chance of founding the country at all. But it is actually the best time, because the people in the Sulitang Empire live the same life as slaves. As long as someone stands high and shouts, these people who yearn for freedom will gather and become the cornerstone of the new country. As long as the magic tower can provide shelter, then the twin towers of the gate can become the capital of a kingdom like the Tower of the Great Sage in the Southwest Peninsula. Even if it works well, it is not impossible to replace the Sulitang Empire. Fan didn't even think of talking to these people and just turned them away. Moreover, she lives in a magic tower with the power of life and death, so no one else dares to break in and mess around with the tower owner. Even if he stood outside the tower and shouted, he wouldn't dare. Unless you want to experience how the 500,000 strong army of the Sulitang Empire died. In fact, this attitude also made people in the two empires breathe a sigh of relief. Digging a piece of land to build a magic tower and leaving a small piece of the magic tower's inherent territory is the same thing as splitting an empire. The former is a grudge, but the latter is a grudge. Therefore, it is a good thing for everyone that the desire for the tower master ends here. Chapter 1671, where the benefit lies. Encouraging the magic tower to build a country is not an option, and it does not stop thoughtful people from seeking greater benefits from other aspects. The magic circle city naturally enters the field of vision of these people. Spies from all sides also follow their own channels and approach the city under the protection of the magic tower. The first thing that can be confirmed is that there are 3 regular legions from the Guana Empire stationed, with a number of about 30,000 people. Half of the airships from the Hater Empire were stationed, and the number of people was about 10,000. There are also elves from various wood elf tribes and elf kingdoms who have settled in, and the number is unknown. There are still empty houses, so I don't know how they will be distributed. According to rumors, the 2 imperial forces, the elven forces, and the magic tower itself divided the ownership of the city. The 2 empires together accounted for 2/3. The elves accounted for 1/4, and the remaining part belonged to the owner of the magic tower. Originally, the 2 empires were prepared to military control the city and turn it into a barracks. However, after seeing the magic tower destroying 500,000 troops of the Sulitang Empire with the power of 1 tower, the 2 emperors seemed to find the original plan meaningless and asked the people below to change the development direction of the magic circle city. There is still a garrison, but it does not need to be as large as the original arrangement, and people can bring their families there. The Guana Empire even considered setting up an 11th legion, in addition to the original 10 regular legions. Another one would be added specifically to garrison the magic circle city. The Hater Empire will also take back most of the airships, leaving only 1 squadron of 5 airships here. This is already the minimum establishment for airships to perform stationing missions, and most operations are still based on single boats. This does not mean that 5 airships will be permanently stationed in the magic circle city. Usually only 1 or 2 ships will stay, and the rest will cruise between the main base of the Hater Empire and the magic circle city. In addition to carrying out transportation and supply tasks, they also have the tasks of maintaining waterway safety and patrolling. Each mission consists of 5 airships in rotation, with a mix of new and old airships. Although the 2 empires have significantly reduced their military power, this also means that civilian power has more room to expand, even without having to think of ways to drag other countries into the water. The nobles within the empire pounced on it like wolves and tigers, trying to carve up the interests here. And what are the interests of the Magic Circle City? This starts with the annihilation of the 500,000-strong army of the Suli Tang Empire. After someone kills someone, they always have to clean up the aftermath, especially since so many people died. And there were more horses, and other riding beasts, and camel beasts than there were people. If these corpses and blood are not processed, they will be left alone for 3 days and 3 nights. With the current climate of summer, these corpse remnants do not need to be transformed into undead. The miasma caused by corruption alone can turn this city into a barren land, and no strangers should be allowed to approach it. Therefore, cleaning the battlefield is very important. Lin did not leave this matter to the two empires and elves to deal with, according to his usual style. If he doesn't blame everyone for everything, he simply ignores others and takes care of everything himself. That's it this time. With the magic tower in hand, a certain time traveler with overwhelming confidence will certainly not bother the Empire's great men with everything. If you owe too many favors, it will inevitably hurt when you have to pay them back. So for small things like this, just do it yourself. Not to mention how troublesome it is to clean the battlefield. Think about where the twin towers of gates guard, and what world is on the other side. This top-notch blood sacrifice is a great tonic for demons. If the gate of the abyss is open to allow demons to pass through, then the demon's reputation for greed can be erased sooner rather than being snatched away by the surging tide of demons when the ants see the specials in the supermarket and Uncle Hay starts shopping for 0 yuan. Because the name doesn't match the reality. But the bait was very fragrant. So of course Lin couldn't do this. One of the conditions for being agreed to guard the gate of the abyss is that the devil will not be allowed to pass through. It would be too ugly to slap myself in the face after only a few days. Although you can't let the devil come over, you can send the blood sacrifice. It is not easy to control the magic tower to retrieve objects from the air. Besides, those people were here to cause trouble for him. Lin had no psychological burden at all by letting their remains be used as waste. While frightening the human side, it can also lure the demon side. This is a good thing that kills 2 birds with 1 stone. When someone controls the magic tower and uses magic similar to telekinesis, he can easily gather hundreds of thousands of people, and several times that number of living remains. And these things do not need the necromancer to cast spells in a single episode. They naturally have the tendency to gather together and awaken the will with the thought of death. He saw the terrifying huge mass of flesh and blood floating in midair, constantly deforming and rolling. Countless ugly faces that look like humans but not humans, and look like beasts but not beasts emerge on the surface of the meat mass, and then are submerged in it. There were also residual limbs stretching and stirring inside, as if someone was trying to struggle out. Just looking at this horrific scene would make one's SAN value drop. And even if he wasn't crazy, he would have nightmares for 3 days and 3 nights. However, a certain person has experienced many battles against such indescribable things, and such simple evil things cannot scare him. What's more, there is a former lich standing next to him, who is an expert in necromancy. With Fin's help, the restless giant mass of flesh was divided into 4. One is metals of various colors, which come from weapons and armor of soldiers. Then the 3 categories of blood, flesh, and bone were clearly separated and stabilized at the same time. If there are people with special eyes that can see ghosts directly, they can see a 5th huge ball in addition to the 4 foreign objects in the sky. This is the remnant of the souls of dead soldiers and civilians after they were received by their ancestors or gods of faith. It is usually a feeling of nostalgia for something in the world, or a combination of negative emotions such as resentment, anger, and hatred. When a person dies unexpectedly, these cannot be used by the gods. Or to put it more clearly, the negative spiritual power that is disliked will be left behind in the world. If this force is too strong, it will even pollute the soul and eventually turn it into something weird or serious. Regardless of whether this power is deeply tied to a certain consciousness because it pollutes the soul, it is a rare delicacy and great tonic for negative creatures such as the undead and demons. Of course, Fin couldn't let it disappear between heaven and earth, or be taken away. The metal balls are easy to handle, so they can be left to wait for the subsequent craftsmen from the technical guild to arrive. They naturally have the ability to classify and purify them. It can then be recycled and reused. The remaining blood, flesh, and bones are packaged directly and sent to the twin towers of the gate on the side of the abyss to attract demons. The evil thoughts were not sent away, because there were still many souls inside that were polluted and could not return to their ancestors or gods. If these souls were sent into the abyss, It would be like adding another population to the abyss. It won't be long before a new demon is born. Even if the newly born demons are quite weak, as long as the base number increases, some geniuses and outliers will always appear. This is the truth about the demographic dividend. 99% of people are born to set off the 1%. The purpose of increasing the base is to allow the 1% to produce more. It is the duty of the Three Holy Lights Church to purify these polluted souls and evil thoughts. Moreover, those priests can also get some improvement through purification actions. There may be a mental drain, but compared to the gains, this loss is nothing to worry about. To use a certain translator's terminology, it is to consume some mana and then increase the maximum value of the mana bar. How can such a transaction be impossible? As for the blood, flesh, and bones, they are just the materials for the existing demons to improve themselves. Although it strengthens the demons, it does not increase the number of demons. This seemingly act of capitalizing on the enemy is actually not as serious as outsiders imagine. The hard currency of the abyss is the soul. Sinful and fallen souls can continuously produce negative emotions. Such emotions can nourish other demons, or accumulate to a certain extent and transform themselves into demons. It can be said that a sinful soul is like a hen that only lays golden eggs. However, things like blood, flesh, and bones are dead things. Even if they are made into undead creations, they will not be continuously produced like souls. To the devil, this is like jelly beans in food. It can improve oneself, but it is also a consumable. Once used, it is gone. If demons are called evil because they eat blood, flesh, and bones, then what are humans who also eat meat and vegetables? The difference between the two is probably that the former is accustomed to eating it raw, while the latter is accustomed to eating it after cooking. The same thing is that they all rely on devouring other life forms to obtain nutrients from them, in order to extend or strengthen themselves. So when Ling controlled the three aggregates of blood, flesh, and bone and sent them to the other side of the abyss gate, the soldiers and elves of the two empires who witnessed all this said nothing. Anyway, as long as you don't summon demons to confuse the land, it's up to you how you want to use the loot. How can outsiders control it? Even if you want to take care of it, do you have the strength to do so? On the Midi side, they didn't dare to have any objections to the magic tower's handling of the aftermath. But the abyss side was very welcoming. Although in the eyes of high-level demons, these flesh and blood are just snacks. But who wouldn't like snacks that can fill you up? This is not to mention that those weak demons can get these flesh and blood and devour them without increasing their strength. Although the bones cannot be eaten directly, they can be used to make weapons or special demon props. The popularity will not be lost to flesh and blood. But in order of demand, flesh and blood is more popular, and bones are considered as gifts. With the help of a certain demon prince, who was behind the scenes, and the bait of the unscrupulous tower master, the demons began to try to contact the twin towers of the gate on the side of the abyss. The history of transactions between demons and humans has a long history, and it is difficult to trace back to the earliest times. Anyway, since the beginning of trading, fairness has not existed in the trading behavior of two species. It's always been a trick. Today I'll trick you. Tomorrow you'll trick me. It all depends on who is more skilled. So when the unscrupulous tower master proposed to exchange the special products of the abyss for flesh and blood, the demons who were used to being deceived and who were keen on deceiving people did not refuse such a transaction request, and found a lot of magic materials that a certain tower master requested, or substitutes of the same order. These magic materials are ready to be used to complete the unfinished adobe houses in the Magic Circle city on the side of the land. It's just that due to manpower issues, there are not enough craftsmen to turn these magic materials into suitable building materials and put them where they should be. Since there is no manual work, these materials returned from the transaction are piled in an empty space. Therefore, the materials are all in the original rough shape, piled up like a hill. Then everyone who saw it became excited. Chapter 1672 The reason for passing the blame. Are the two empires of Guana and Hater docile dogs? Of course not. They were ruthless people who came across the border from the abyss and fought fiercely with the coalition of evil forces in the underground world for more than 2 years. If the Lord of the Abyss hadn't also successfully crossed the border and came in quite a lot, the demon would have been driven back to his hometown long ago. The Midisai can compete with the Lord of the Abyss, but under the deliberate suppression of a group of unscrupulous people and unscrupulous trees, everyone is stuck at home and unable to go out. That's why Midi is inferior to Abyss in terms of high-end combat power. Since the nature of the two empires is wolf, not dog. Not long ago, A certain unscrupulous magician commanded the Tin Man and ruthlessly robbed him. Although they didn't take away all their wealth, it really caused them heartache. What will happen to a group of hungry and frustrated wolves when they suddenly see meat? The news revealed by a certain magician intentionally or unintentionally, as well as the sweetness gained from the deal with the devil, were right in front of them, making the nobles of the two empires unable to sit still. Making a deal with the devil is evil and anti-human in most people's senses. But in fact, in the eyes of a very small number of people in power, they are just channels for conniving transactions. And they don't care whether the other party is a devil. Are there no risks in trading with humans? At most, making a deal with the devil is riskier. What does that say? As long as there is 100% profit, some people will dare to risk beheading to do it. So the only concern left now is whether it is possible to pocket the profits earned. Or maybe this is just a pie like a mirror, which you can see but not eat. Human nature is interesting. Just like gamblers. Everyone knows that the chance of winning is very small. But as long as the reward is big enough, everyone wants to try it. Maybe you will be lucky and win. It's true that 9 out of 10 people go bankrupt. But one of them makes a lot of money. For all parties, the best option is to drag the owner of the magic tower into the water. He will put up a guarantee to ensure a fair deal with the devil while ensuring the safety of the human side. As long as this can be done, even if the other party takes the majority of the profits, people will still flock to it. Many of the materials produced by the Abyss have chaotic properties unique to the Abyss. If this were a civilization on the technological side, the uncontrollability of the material would be the main reason why this material was abandoned. But for civilizations on the magic side, taming these uncontrollables, or using such characteristics to create surprises that they can't predict, is what magicians love to do most. Therefore, the magic materials produced in the Abyss are quite popular, even to the point where they have no market price. The magicians also continue to use their own unique tricks to sneak into the Abyss and find ways to fish out something. Now that there is a fixed channel, how can people not burst out with enthusiasm? It is a pity that the magician as the tower owner did not pay attention to the bait thrown by the human side. It is said that he threw this bait out by himself, and now he eats it back. Is this a cow chewing its cud? Besides, I have been working with many people for so long and have collaborated on many projects, each of which has generated considerable profits. Someone wants to save trouble, so he dares to share and is willing to delegate power. In the end, the collaborators were all self-taught and learned to fiddle around, transferring the profits that someone deserved into their pockets bit by bit. This technology investment thing is a hacking scam. Even though I have a very good personal relationship with the old Mr. Kawe and the Wan brothers from the Jialong Chamber of Commerce. But in business, the people under them will be loyal to the family leader, and will try their best to seek the best interests for the family leader, or for themselves. In short, there is a lesson if you don't watch it with your own eyes and check it with your own hands. Treat it as dispensable. Otherwise, you can set up a management team with high salaries and share the profits to maintain your own rights and interests. In order to supervise these senior executives, an inspection team must be formed. I feel like this behavior has a strong sense of immediacy. For example, in order to supervise all officials, a royal guard was set up. In order to supervise Jinui, the East Factory was set up. In order to supervise the East Factory, the West Factory was established. In order to supervise the West Factory, an Inner Factory was set up. In order to supervise the internal affairs, there is no need to supervise because they are dead. Eventually someone realizes that if they really want to save trouble, they just don't even touch these things. It also saves you too much money. In order to consider the liquidity of currency, you have to find ways to spend it. So why go to all the trouble? He is sitting on a magic tower. And with the help of Fin's power, he also controls another magic tower, and is already in an invincible position. Regarding the food required for the magic tower, a large number of elves were directly brought in. With the support of the World Tree, these elves have begun to find land to turn into farmland and pasture to solve the problem of food self-sufficiency. With the scale of the elves' investment in agriculture and animal husbandry, it is more than enough to satisfy the 2 magic towers. It can also provide additional supplies for the residents of the Magic Circle City, including the elves themselves. But for city residents, if the city is full, the output estimated by the elves will not be able to meet the city's needs. This requires a larger hinterland and more agricultural and animal husbandry output to support the operation of this Magic Circle City. But Lin didn't care at all about this. He just wants to make sure that his people don't starve to death. He doesn't want to interfere too much in the management of the city. as long as the foundation of the magic circle is not artificially destroyed. This city was born in response to the needs of the two empires of Guana and Hater, and it was essentially an addition. At the beginning, someone's plan was just to recruit elven druids to establish a farm to ensure the food source of the magic tower. Now things have become complicated. All a person has to do is to ensure his own bottom line, and try to remove himself as much as possible without being tied too deeply by those worldly interests. In the allocation of magic circle cities, there are some reserved parts for magic towers. But the planning of these parts is not for someone to seek personal gain, but to prepare them for use as public spaces, or for organizations on a prefecture-level scale. The former include parks, conference halls, and monitoring centers that control the magic circle city. Especially the last one. Lin could plan to hand over the control of the city to the planned city council. As for those organizations on the scale of the whole land, such as the Adventurers Guild, the Mercenary Guild, banks, and the Church of the Gods who may be interested, etc. Even if most of the gods have doubts about putting the church under the nose of the magic tower, the life bishops of the Three Holy Light Church will definitely follow. And Finn is right here. Their research is not over yet. In other words, that kind of research never ends. The reasons assigned to these organizations, including technical guilds and brotherhoods that have the opportunity to set up branches or strongholds, are because these organizations have a high degree of autonomy and are unlikely to obey the orders of the Tower Master. This also means that Lin does not need to take care of them. They can live well on their own. Yes, as a patient with late-stage lazy cancer, all the hard work he does now is to give himself a lot of time to be lazy in the future. How could we possibly touch the temptation that was obviously meant to trick people into doing things that would lead to death? Help lead the deal with the devil and manage this city that is expected to house 100,000 people. No matter which one. It's the kind of big trouble that you can't escape from once you get involved. One step will lead to endless journeys. This sentence can be put in this place very well. Helping Yggdrasil to create trouble and create the ninth power is at least a task with an end point. Just like myself now. When World Tree Yggdrasil successfully advanced to the 9th level, I no longer owe World Tree anything. They are willing to give more in return and just accept it. But if he really got too involved in things related to demons, Lin didn't think that those who were tricked by demons would definitely not turn their anger on him. The owner of the magic tower. Human love and hate, especially when it comes to interests, usually have little to do with reason. It means that even if interests are not involved, emotion and reason are two lines that have little intersection. Perhaps the huge disparity in strength can suppress any dissatisfaction. But this is a magical world after all. Human thoughts can create miracles comparable to miracles. Someone doesn't want to be remembered by too many people. Although Lin's previous performance was also an attitude of overcoming everything. But to put it bluntly, those who targeted him were just out of easy jealousy. Because I was unhappy with that guy. So I suppressed him. That's what most people think. How many people really have everlasting life and death grudges because of their own interests? Auto Center benefits? The Duke Kawe family of the Guana Empire accounts for the majority. And the second largest is the Jialong Chamber of Commerce. The magician is not yet ranked. At most, they are just people who want to intervene. But there is no way to replace the magician. Math? This is just a science. What you have to fight for is a solid foundation. And you cannot make other people's mathematical knowledge worse or disappear just by relying on jealousy or hatred. It's easier to make people disappear directly. Magic silk? Not many people know. Even the country of silk cannot be said to have suffered any loss. The export and value of their silk has not decreased because someone can make magic silk. It's just that the original exclusive technology has become less exclusive. For him, the profits from this thing have become the coffers of all the Magicians Association branches. I can't blame that magician. Bank? A certain magician had already withdrawn from the side of the gold coin goddess. And there were even elves on the front line. When it comes to banks, it has absolutely nothing to do with the magician. Most people won't even know that there was a relationship between the two. The old Archduke of Frias of the Karlsruhe Empire? All the people directly related to it were slaughtered. And the remaining collateral heirs had no hatred at all, but more feelings of fear and happiness. Direct line of immortal light. Will they get their turn? Brotherhood and Technical Guild? Although both of them are inextricably related to the magician, the majority of the benefits do not lie with that person. The former is more like a loser, although the latter makes money. It is made by everyone, not just a few people. In this case, the Technical Guild has supporters and jealous people, but no one will put their hatred on the magician. In short, what Lin has done before, If there is a target to be set up, he will not be the first choice. When others eat meat, he just eats some soup and water until his mouth is full of oil. Chapter 1673 Planning of the City on the Abyss Side. If someone uses the magic tower as the core to lead the transactions between the Abyss and the Devil, he will easily jump from the second-in-command position to the most conspicuous position. Even if it's just a small profit. Think about those people who have been tricked by the Devil. In which direction will their angry emotions be vented? Looking at the relationship between debts and claims, the most unlucky ones are usually the guarantors, not the ones who owe money or lend money to others. Just thinking about the possibility of this fire burning him made Lin feel a headache. Completely prohibiting contact between the two parties is actually not the best way, although you can do it yourself. In addition to the conspiracy with the Demon Prince Azad, which made it necessary for him to relax the communication between the Abyss and the Lost Land. The attitude of, only state officials are allowed to set fires, and the people are not allowed to light lamps, is also despised by some people. Even those who benefit. Be yourself, because no matter how you defend it, it is a fact that the twin towers of the gate occupy both sides of the mysterious land and the Abyss. When others can't see it, he emphasizes that he has no communication with the Abyss demon at all, and he uses the magic tower to kill the demon when he sees it. Can this really win people's trust? Those who believe will believe it once told. Those who do not believe will not believe it even if the evidence is presented to them. As the saying goes, he who pretends to be asleep cannot be awakened. Don't ask the devil for anything. If you want to ask the truth from the devil's mouth, or ask the majority of the devils to say the same thing, it is simply harder than climbing to the sky. The devil's language has a purpose, and asking the devil will only make things more confusing. Putting things out in the sun and letting everyone see your inaction is the best way, instead of going through the trouble of explaining something that no one wants to hear. It's tiring and doesn't help. Instead of treating the twin towers of gate as a checkpoint between the Lost Lands and the Abyss, a plug blocking the communication channel between the two sides, it is better to use it as a valve to control the flow of water, so that the communication between the two will not cause excessive harm. This is the correct way someone expected to open the twin towers of doors. In order to achieve this, it was necessary to break the promises made to the two empires at the beginning, and slightly let go of the communication between the mysterious land and the Abyss. Fortunately, you don't have to be the one to break your promise. After a certain magician put the benefits from the Abyss in front of everyone, there were many people begging him to open the restrictions on both sides. Someone just complied with the sentiments of the people, and reluctantly let people pass through the gate of the Abyss. What's more, this is letting humans into the Abyss, rather than letting demons into the labyrinth. There is still an essential difference between the two. In this regard, even if the devil wants to protest this kind of discrimination, an unscrupulous tower owner will act like a fool. Lin only made two compromises with the human side's demands. First, allowed humans to freely pass through the gates of the Abyss at their own risk. Secondly, on the side of the Abyss, the unformed magic circle city is a no-kill zone. Regarding the first point, whether you want to trade with demons, do regular business, do small business in the cities on the Abyss side, or enter the Abyss to perform adventurous missions, the twin towers of gates will not stop you, register you, or provide help. In a word, you have to be proud of your life and death. I only block the demons so that they cannot enter and exit the labyrinth freely. But it's none of my business if humans want to die. This is Lin's attitude clearly stated, and it is accepted by most people. If you don't accept it, the magic tower teaches you how to be a good person. Even if you can't be a good person in your next life, please remember to be a smart person. Moral kidnapping is of no use to someone who can wipe out 500,000 troops in the blink of an eye. Magicians are not synonymous with good people, so no one thinks that Lin's tough attitude is wrong. As for the second point of the no-kill zone, the urban area on the Abyss side is designated as a permanent neutral zone. Within this scope, all killings or atrocities will be countered. It's the same whether it's demons targeting humans or humans targeting demons. As for counterattack, of course, it is the most traditional tooth for tooth, eye for eye, life for life. No one can criticize the fairness of this approach. As for who will execute and judge, of course, it is left to the independent judgment of the magic tower. There is absolutely no human element in it. The rigid rules are written in black and white. Anyone who disobeys will be destroyed. Anyway, the entire city is under the surveillance of the arcane eye. As long as someone's vital signs disappear, the murderer will be killed immediately. Only ghosts need to be judged. If you encounter someone who beats someone, you will destroy them wherever you hit them. They will be treated equally, and will not include any personal emotions. Lin once considered whether to stop things before they happened, but consider that it is quite difficult to determine whether an act is carried out with the intention of causing death, or whether it is just a joke. After all, the magic tower can only make inferences based on behavior, and cannot read minds. Furthermore, if the judgment is strict, it is very likely that this mechanism will be used to kill people within the protected city limits. So Lin simply abandoned the plan to prevent it beforehand and punished him later. If someone really has the consciousness of death and wants to kill the other party, and then let himself be killed by the magic tower, then forget it. When you meet someone with this kind of determination, any rules you set will be false. If you meet someone who can immediately escape from the attack range of the magic tower after killing someone, what else can you do besides admiring the other person's ability? You know, the judgment mechanism of the magic tower program designed by someone has a processing speed of nanoseconds. This can all be exploited, and there is nothing an opponent can do to stop it. However, this mechanism can at least ensure that humans who come to the abyss will not be violently killed by the vast majority of demons, as long as they stay within the limits of the city. With such a foundation in place, how humans want to make a deal with the devil depends on the wisdom and leverage of both parties. Lin doesn't plan to do anything other than that. If someone is deceived and loses his wealth, or even his soul, it is none of the magic tower owner's business. The abyss is not a place where any fool can come, make a profit, and then go back safely. For demons, the sudden appearance of a place where they could communicate directly with the lost humans was of course very welcome. Not all demons like reckless ones. Even the best demons can still be proud of relying on their IQ to deceive people into paying for sex. This kind of behavior of relying on IQ to win in the abyss is no less than the behavior of conquering somewhere with fists. And even the demons value the former more. In fact, as long as you seriously understand creatures like demons, you won't be surprised that they have such an attitude. The reason why demons hurt people is because they want to find flaws in the human soul, so as to invade and exploit them. It's not about hurting people for the sake of hurting them. Even for pure violent demons, this is only the means they choose, not the purpose. But no demon is a real weakling. If you want to grow, if you want to stand out from the little devil and transform into a big devil, you need the support of strength, not just words. At this time, strength is the basis for ensuring the devil's status and growth path. To put it simply, demons rely on brute force to fight internally, and expand through intelligence when fighting externally. Those partial demons cannot go very far, and will only become the prey of other demons, or become food in their mouths. Of course, Lin has built a city platform where the abyss can contact humans in the lost lands. It is not without demons trying to challenge the order here. Some demons who were not clear-headed and neither strong nor weak heard rumors from somewhere, and came to the city on the abyss side of the twin towers of gates. When they saw that there were human activities in the abyss, they didn't even think about it. They just grabbed each other as blood food and wanted to eat it. These demons of course send them back to the abyss for free. Even if some loudmouth demons jumped out and accused the tower owner of not allowing people or demons in the city to kill people or demons. He himself killed demons unscrupulously. This is a person who is the master of the tower and breaks the rules he has set. Faced with such accusations, Lin's response was simple. Just kill him. Killing some human experts, who are kings of words, will put a bit of a psychological burden on me. Kill the devil and bear the burden of the devil. Just kill him. If you don't whip the corpse, it's considered polite. Lin once thought of coming over to clear the place, but considering that it would be too stupid to kill all the demons who knew about it, and in exchange for some stupid young people, and the rules would have to be re-established. So just leave those who are frightened and not angry, but choose to hide them. Let these demons become living advertisements to promote someone's misdeeds and deter other demons who want to cause trouble. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey. If we kill all the chickens and monkeys, who will we serve as a warning? So Lin let go of the demons, who didn't participate in the verbal spat, and certainly didn't try to kill humans. He retracted himself into the magic tower and carefully decorated this warm home. But even such an act was considered a rare magnanimity in the abyss, and was praised by the demons. Don't think that these evil creatures don't have nice things to say. Sometimes, sweet words can seduce people even more. So for demons, even if the skill of flattering is not maxed out, it is still an advanced skill. But any sugar-coated bullets are nothing to a time traveler from the 21st century. Speaking of flattering, you have to do it in the right position. Otherwise it will be like kicking back. Even if he didn't lose half his life, he still had to rest for 3 days and 3 nights. A certain time traveler is completely indifferent to those flatterers who don't scratch the G-spot. Lin still concentrates on doing his own thing. Treating the cities on the Abyss side and the Midland side is very simple. Just draw a red line for them. As long as the line is not crossed. Even messing around will turn a deaf ear. This is not an attitude of turning a blind eye, but closing both eyes. In addition, there should be no ordinary communication with outsiders, so as to maintain his aloof image. If you can't stand something, then draw a red line to warn others not to cross the line. Lin's attitude towards participating in the affairs of these two cities was so cold, rigid and merciless. But behavior within the red line is completely allowed to develop wildly. Even if someone wanted to set his own rules, Lin would pretend not to notice. On the other side of Midi, someone at least gave some guidance with words, allowing all forces to jointly form a council to discuss the urban development route on Midi's side. On this side of the Abyss, there is really no care. Humanity has been screwed. None of my business. Humans were lured out and killed. None of my business. Human beings are making a lot of money, and there are so many goods that they can't get back to where they are. None of my business. The Lord of the Abyss hid his identity and ran into the city to play. None of my business. The evil god of the Abyss sneaks around to absorb human followers. None of my business. The attitude of a certain tower owner actually made the city on the Abyss side of the Twin Towers of the Gate achieve extraordinary prosperity. Chapter 1674 Winter of 1975. In the winter of the year 751 of the Aaron calendar, there was a magic circle city on the side of the Twin Towers of the Gate, the Marquis Balin's mansion. As soon as the maid Lily walked out of the room, she was hit by the cold wind and sneezed hard. She had just been sent to the Twin Towers of Gates from the Marquis territory for less than a month, and she was a little uncomfortable with the winter in the north. I had to put down the big basket in my hand, stretched my hands out of the snow coat, put them in front of my mouth, breathed in, and rubbed them vigorously. For ease of movement, she did not wear those heavy cotton gloves. At this time, a pair of white hands looked red from rubbing again and again. She had just turned 14, and was born into a minor aristocrat who had served the Marquis Balin family for generations. When she came of age, she was sent to this distant enclave by her family in exchange for an eldest girl from the same family, so that she could go back and get married. This is the norm for nobles, unless they are deeply loved by the higher-ranking nobles and stay by their side. This kind of service time is for the young nobles to learn etiquette and housekeeping at the same time. It's almost until you find your next family you can marry, or there are other members of the family who can take this position. And Lily would be sent to this place closest to the Marquis by the family patriarch, which is considered very important. Of course, this little girl who has just grown up will remember this favor. People born in the aristocracy rarely raise such ungrateful white-eyed wolves. After all, distinguishing right from wrong is the first step in protecting yourself wisely. However, even if it was a kindness to be close to the Marquis, the weather in the north was still difficult to adapt to, especially a girl like her who is new here. Lily, let's go! The person who spoke was the head maid. She and her husband were permanently stationed in the mansion at the Twin Towers of the Gate, managing the people coming and going. At this time, she was personally holding a large wooden box, leading two other maids who were also holding wooden boxes, and calling to the little maid who came out first. A group of 4 people approached the magic tower directly opposite the door. Lily couldn't help but look to the left, at another mansion next to the Marquis mansion. That house with several statues on the roof, gold bricks, and lavish decoration is the main control center of Shield City's magic circle, and it is also the most important organ of Shield City. The city council known as the Shield of Lost Lands' location, because the Parliament Hall was named the Shield of Lost Lands. It was regarded as the first line of defense against the invasion of abyssal demons. Therefore, this magic circle city is called Shield City. I heard that the city council originally requested to be located at the current location of the Marquis Balin Palace, because this location is closest to the main entrance of the magic tower. It is also the center point of Shield City's design. Among the 10 members of the city council, 6 belong to the nobles of the 2 empires of Varna and Hader. Among the remaining 4, 1 each belongs to the Karlsruhe Empire, the Vidal military state, and the Suritan Empire. The last one is the representative chosen by other forces. With such political strength on the table, any small country would tremble. Even the higher-ranking nobles such as the Marquis of Balin and the Grand Duke of Covey of the Guana Empire had to give in when they came forward. Let alone Marquis Balin, who only had the second-level title of Grand Duke. But what the tower owner said, "My apprentice's house should be closer to me." Right. Then the city council fell silent and obediently chose the house next door. The tower owners of the magic tower don't care about things. This is just their attitude. It's not that they can't take care of it, nor that they dare not take care of it. Instead, we have to turn it upside down and say, if the tower owner wants to take control, how dare the city council resist? Therefore, the Marquis Ballin's mansion became the only house in Shield City that was not under the jurisdiction of the city council. Otherwise, the city council would have to take care of all matters in Shield City, even if it is the modification and decoration of the house. Unauthorized modifications are a serious crime in Shield City. But those things were too far away from Lily. The reason why she paid attention to the Parliament Hall next to her was because the basket in her hand was full of official documents that the Parliament wanted to send to the Magic Tower. As mentioned above, the Magic Tower has an attitude of not doing anything, and there are no explicit regulations or contracts written in black and white. Therefore, the City Council will always write the resolutions and requests to the Magic Tower into official documents, and send them to the tower through the servants of the Marquis Ballin's mansion to be destroyed. Yes, during the days when she came to the Marquis Ballin's mansion, Lily entered the Magic Tower more than once. Apart from being a little uneasy the first time, after that it was like visiting the homes of those high-ranking nobles. As long as you keep your status, everything will be fine. Lily had met the tower owner more than once, as well as the master she served, Marquis Ballin. It's just that her status is still too low, and the affairs she is responsible for are peripheral matters. So she was not able to talk directly with the two big shots. What Lily did most was to deliver official documents from the city council to the third person in the tower. The tower owner's guard, Mr. Stone. This guard, who looks somewhat handsome, has fair skin, but does not have much expression. Every time he gets an official document from the city council, he will open it and review it. Most of them will be directly thrown into the furnace for destruction, and only a few will be forwarded to the tower owner. But usually nothing happens. In the case of forwarding, there may not be one for several days. Lily has never seen anything that could get a reply. The city council didn't care about such things. Perhaps those gentlemen wished that the Magic Tower would simply ignore the requirements in the official document. It's just that no one dares to treat the Magic Tower as if it doesn't exist when people are within the attack range of the Magic Tower. So just express it. With Lily's current status, of course, she has no control over the affairs of the superiors. While Stone was picking up the paper, reading it, and burning it after reading, Lily noticed that several maids who were accompanying her were busy. The wooden boxes in their hands actually contained food cooked by the chefs in the Marquis's mansion. One belongs to the tower owner and Lord Stone, one belongs to their master, the Marquis, and the other belongs to... Ah! Lily! I see you again! Sister is so happy! At the same time as the voice came, the little maid couldn't escape even if she wanted to. She was attacked from behind. Her whole body was held in a soft embrace, and her face was ravaged like mochi. Her hair, which was tied up with a bandage, was combed around, making her look like a crazy woman. Without looking, Lily knew that the person coming was the apprentice of the tower master on the abyss side of the twin towers of gates, and one of her master's only friends, Lord Halloumi. His face was rubbed so much that he could only pout and say a vague greeting. Good day, sister. Yes, I am an older sister too. I am so happy. Halloumi showed her love to her heart's content. With her hands neither light nor heavy, Lily felt very painful. It was not easy to comb her somewhat stiff hair. Every morning when I wake up, I am always worried about my unkempt hair. Then when I meet this sister, I have to worry again. But she couldn't resist such atrocities, whether it was the gap in status or the gap in strength. Anyway, it was just getting my face rubbed, my breasts rubbed, my belly rubbed, and my butt rubbed. If you can't resist, then enjoy it. Well, who said that strange thing? What? Do you want to come with me to the other side and have a look? Halloumi asked while bullying others. The little maid said helplessly, Sister, I can't get through that door. How do I get through? The twin towers of the gate are built on both sides of the gate of the abyss. It is very convenient to pass through. But after all, it is not more convenient than opening two connecting doors directly in the tower. As a lazy cancer patient, flash surgery can solve most of the travel troubles, which is a good thing. But except for Finn, everyone around him has not yet reached such a height and can only walk on two legs. Go out of the tower, pass through the gate of the abyss, and then enter the tower. Although the twin towers of the gate are two towers, and each tower has its own tower owner. In Lin's mind, The two towers are still one. To embody this concept of integration, transportation must be convenient. In order to achieve this, and to facilitate the people around him, Lin built a portal based on the flash technique on the two towers. In a magic tower with an energy pool, building this semi-permanent switchable transmission channel is not a waste at all. However, in order to prevent someone from using the internal teleportation gate of the twin towers to go to another tower to cause trouble, especially when demons use the magic tower on the abyss side to directly enter the magic tower on the mystery side, in order to avoid the demons passing through the gate of the abyss. Rules for being attacked by magic towers. Therefore, Lin has set a whitelist limit for the use of the portal inside the twin towers of gates. A total of only 6 people can freely pass through that door. Lin, Fun, Halumi, Kaya, Marquis Balin and Stone, the former commander of the guards of the Dark Legion. When people other than these 6 people try to open the portal to another tower, they will trigger the enemy encounter mechanism in the magic tower, and will be beaten to death or run away. At the same time, portals based on flash will also randomly bring in flash parameters. This is equivalent to the extra-dimensional exile technique that someone once used, throwing those who tried to pass without permission to an unknown place, regardless of life or death. Even if those 6 people lead the way, they can't pass through the portal. Unless Lin or Fun personally uses the flash technique to lead people, they will just have to walk through the abyss gate outside the tower to reach the other side. So Lily simply ignored Halumi's suggestion. The head maid had repeatedly emphasized the warning about the magic tower when she first arrived. People who don't believe in evil are dead. Don't believe in their level of kindness under the eyes of a magician. Halumi let go of the little maid in her arms. Like the elf, the toes touched the ground slightly, floating flexibly, and turned to the front of Lily. Her neck-length wavy blonde hair swayed in motion and reflected a little bit of light, making her look extremely beautiful. The white robe also shows the smooth color unique to silk, and the faint white pattern is even more faintly visible. At this time, she had a look of regret on her face, as if she had just remembered that the portal in the tower did not accept outsiders. She muttered, "What a pity," while accepting the wooden box handed to her by the other maid. Inside is lunch for 3 people to take back to another tower. Suddenly a thin voice came from the other end, saying, "Halumi, the teacher is looking for you." Marquis Balin, who was covered in a black robe, was standing on the stairs from the 2nd floor to the 3rd floor. Central. Halumi put the wooden box back into the maid's hand and said in a low voice, "Take it first. I'll come back later." He turned back and trotted towards the stairs, saying, "Here you go. Sister, I'm looking for you." "What's going on? Do you know?" The Marquise didn't answer. She just shook her head and leaned against the wall to make room for the stairs. Chapter 1675 Changes in the City on the Abyss Side. In the winter of the year 751 of the Aramaic calendar, the twin towers of the gate were on the side of the abyss, and the city was changing. Jike, a young man from the Brotherhood, walks in this magic circle city perfected by demons and humans, because the main purpose of this city is for transactions between humans and demons. It was named the city because the environment of the abyss is quite special. Even if the complete abyss door does not impose any restrictions on creatures below the level of gods, it is very difficult for ordinary people to live in the abyss environment. The air smells of sulfur. It feels like summer all year round, and the climate is unbearably hot. It's so dry that your throat will feel dry no matter what time it is. These are quite unfriendly to humans who are accustomed to living in the lost land. If you are too weak, you may get seriously ill if you stay in the abyss for a short time. Therefore, if you want to move in the abyss, you either have to be in good physical condition, or you have to have a magician or magic apprentice cast an environment-adapting magic on yourself. Jike is the kind of person who is in good health, but he came to his city on the side of the abyss partly for internal tasks within the Brotherhood. The other half are the adults, who help the Comprador to deliver the transaction documents to the devil. Comprador is a unique regional chamber of commerce that has emerged in Esher over the past year or so. It basically does not go outside the scope of the Twin Towers. In view of the fact that ordinary people make deals with demons, they are often tricked into losing both their lives and their wealth. It doesn't matter if the money is gone. Sometimes you even lose yourself. Then the owner of the magic tower irresponsibly refused to ensure the fairness of the transaction and the safety of humans. So some people who were confident of normal transactions with the devil jumped out as middlemen. Specifically, the comprador would buy the goods of the midland merchants, then trade with the devil, and then sell the goods obtained from the transaction to the midland merchants. They earn the middle price difference, but they have to bear the risk of dealing with the devil. Another reason why this type of business behavior is accepted is that the abyss demons have no habit of using coins, and still continue to barter. But the settlement between the midi merchants and the compradors was done with the coins of the gold goddess. This is much more convenient for ordinary small businessmen. Otherwise they would have to find ways to sell the goods traded with the devil. For compradors, being able to collect large quantities of goods is also more conducive to negotiations. Not bad for demons. In short, this kind of comprador is not the same as the comprador that emerged in a certain hometown after the end of the 19th century. The latter was because foreigners were too lazy to trade with people who did not understand the language. So they designated some brokers who could communicate as their agents to conduct trade. This type of comprador has a condescending attitude because they are backed by foreigners. The devil is willing to make a deal with anyone, even appearing to be humble. But other humans are afraid of being deceived. So they would rather earn less and let the bold and smart ones negotiate deals with the devil. However, don't think that being a comprador means you will be more stable. There are often compradors who are tricked and become missing persons. The devil also knows how to play the long game and catch big fish. But as long as you are brave enough, have a clear mind, and earn a few times, you can accumulate a substantial net worth. The job that Jike does is to pass the transaction book between the comprador humans and the demons. The reason why they don't negotiate deals is because the devil often uses charm during the transaction process to make people agree to some outrageous conditions. Such behavior is not among the prohibited behaviors of the magic tower. Therefore, in order to avoid being deceived by magic, some humans who have little self-confidence use this method of middlemen to communicate with demons. Any city on the abyss side, more than half of the area is dominated by demons, while another part is populated by humans. And only a small part is a mixture of humans and demons. The two parties to the transaction do not necessarily live in one place. So sometimes the letter has to be sent far away, sometimes very close, because communication before a transaction cannot be completed in just one or two exchanges of letters. Messengers like Jike have a large amount of activity, and because the abyss environment is not suitable for everyone. Those who can become a messenger must have a certain level of physical fitness. Generally speaking, anyone who can become a registered member of the Adventurers Guild or Mercenary Guild is qualified to do this job. However, this kind of people may not be able to afford a job like messenger, which is not well paid. So there is a shortage of manpower. Some humans who go into business with demons in person are sometimes not very confident in their own strength and are not afraid of being charmed by magic. In fact, because they don't have the manpower to do the errands, they have no choice but to do it themselves. At this time, in the holy city of Starry, a small school opened by a certain magician. The talents cultivated by that weird education method were very popular. In the early stages of primary school, educated children will be involved in various fields, from knowledge to magic and martial arts. At least there will be no shortage of physical training. In the words of a certain magician, if you can't win, you have to be able to escape. Wait until the child confirms his or her expertise and interests before carrying out specialized training. There was about a year or two in between. After, some children are divided into majors. Some feel that it is not suitable to switch to other programs. Basically, elementary schools do not prevent such behavior. In other words, children born in primary school have good physical fitness because of their good nutrition. And they also practice basic martial arts. They also have a basic understanding of literacy, arithmetic, and other skills for doing business. And not everyone is keen on the adventurous life of fighting and killing. Therefore, in Esher, this kind of external feeling is very dangerous. In fact, it is just more physically demanding and does not require any mental work. It has become the graduation choice of some older children, because the environment is special and the people they come into contact with are also special. The remuneration for the job of messenger is very good for some older children who are just starting to live independently. Moreover, while walking around the streets, they can also collect information about needs or goods and sell them to interested compradors. It's a nice side income. Otherwise, those human compradors can only risk contact with demons in areas where humans and demons are mixed, to find suitable trading partners for the goods in their hands and make preliminary contacts. No matter what the abyss produces, there is always money to be made by bringing it back to the lost land. But there is still the problem of earning more and less for different things. Certain goods that are in short supply are, of course, the targets of competition. So business intelligence is still very important. Walking on the streets of Esher, the devil area, occasionally, there will be a female succubus wearing thin veils, leaning against the door, seducing demons or humans who come and go. Skin and flesh trading is considered an open business here. There are many brave men in the Lost Land who specially come to Ishur on the side of the abyss to have a taste of the devil. Some people can go back, and some people just stay, or stay permanently. Jike was not afraid of these things, and instead greeted some familiar demons enthusiastically. After all, if you want to know information, it is more direct to ask than to read. So if you want to make extra money, you can't be afraid of communicating with the devil. Anyway, just remember one thing. That is, don't agree to anything to the devil. Then you can avoid the pit dug by the devil to the greatest extent. Ishur does not allow any violent behavior. There is a magic tower to monitor it, even indoors. Jike just wants to be a courier safely and make extra money by selling some information. I didn't want to be like some adventurers who thought about starting a comprador business after working as a messenger for a long time. Mainly because Jike came to serve as an outpost when the Magic Circle city was first established. Jike has seen a lot about what happened to the many merchants who traded with the Abyss demons. People who basically cannot control their greed will not live to enjoy it even if they can make money in the early stage. One of the most famous negative examples in Ishur is Big John, a great businessman from a tribe affiliated with the Sulitang Empire. Transaction behavior is bound to involve both parties having needs and exchanging with each other. The Lost Land requires various mineral specialties from the Abyss, and the Abyss requires the blood food provided by the Lost Land. The best sources of blood food are magical beasts, followed by ordinary beasts. But the most, and what the Sulitang Empire has the most to offer, are various domesticated cattle, sheep, horses and pigs. The most advanced ones are of course all kinds of Homo sapiens, including humans, elves, dwarves, etc. It's just that these goods that can be used to trade with demons are considered taboo by everyone. Warcraft have the same shortcomings as ordinary beasts. That is, they are obtained through hunting and are limited in quantity. And many times they can only be disposed of and then sold. When the devil receives the goods, the living ones have one price, and the dead ones have another price. If you can take the living, don't take the dead. Therefore, the Sulitang Empire, which mainly focused on animal husbandry, took advantage of the proximity to the water, and the already developed industries became more prosperous. It is precisely because of this that the Empire's hostility towards the Magic Tower has dropped significantly, and it has even become more involved. If it were not for this benefit, it is estimated that the hatred of the 500,000-strong army would last for several generations. Although there are still people who hate the existence of the Twin Towers of Gates. Isn't it nice to make money? Big John was one of the first to become a comprador, and he himself was a large rancher, because some small ranchers were afraid of being tricked by the devil. They came to make some money by hooking him up. He himself took a pass and made some profit difference. It is this kind of behavior that inspires others, and hence the emergence of comprador groups. And those who have the ability to make a deal with the devil and escape unscathed will of course be praised by everyone. My heart becomes bigger unconsciously. Human desires are unlimited, and some people will indulge these desires, which can be called greed. Big John is such a person, especially now that the southern border of the Sulitang Empire is being re-established. He needs more money to operate and gain status. At the devil's suggestion, he started a forbidden business. At first they were secretive, hiding the captured people in boxes in the middle of the night and sending them across the gate of the abyss on pack horses. Also trade at night. Later, a group of people were chained up in broad daylight. There are goblins, orcs and other undesirable Homo sapiens species, and most of them are so thin that they look like poor people who have not had enough to eat for a long time and have been sent to the abyss. The Magic Tower doesn't care about such things, and other major forces don't know how to deal with it for a while. The Sulitang Empire was managed well by Big John, and it vaguely became its backer. After all, for this country founded by a people on horseback, it is almost natural to hunt slaves. It's just that I don't do it very much now, and I don't use the term slave. But if you want to arrest someone, it is very simple, and there is no psychological burden at all. With such a trading product, Big John has certainly become a leading figure in the eyes of the devil, and he can eat everywhere. As a result, his power has expanded, and he has a faint tendency to become the dominant force in each city. But he didn't realize that maybe all this was done deliberately by the devil. Chapter 1676 Major Sin. Does the criminal have normal moral values? The answer is actually yes. Because the education and social atmosphere of a society from childhood to adulthood have their own tendencies. and they will not deviate too far. However, different growth environments will produce different people due to adaptation problems. Whether you ask those who are petty thieves or those who sell flour to collect protection fees, do they know that what they are doing is a crime? In fact, these people still know it, but they will use various reasons to explain that they have no choice but to embark on such a path. This is the mentality of most criminals. It is not my fault that I commit a crime. It is other people's fault, or the fault of the general environment. What did the rapist say? That woman was dressed too seductively and tempted me to commit a crime. What do the scammers say? I couldn't find a good job that could make a lot of money. In order to live a good life, I had no choice but to cheat. And I always lied to bad people and help the poor. Do you understand that you rob the rich and give to the poor? Rob those rich people and help the poor like me. What did the murderer say? That person provoked me, making me angry and confused. In a state of confusion. It just happened. I don't know why this happened. By the way, killing someone mentally is not a crime. In short, I know that what I did was wrong. But when looking into the cause, the fault lies with others. I took the blame because I did it, which is very pitiful. As long as you give them a chance to jump out, who will commit a crime? Otherwise, he is a psychopathic person who wants to find pleasure in breaking rules from behaviors that are not allowed by others. Like those kleptomania, exhibitionists, and even some crazy murderers. How could they not know what they were doing? But they just indulge themselves. Then here comes the point. In the trading market, the reason why demons tend to trade living creatures is because living creatures have souls. Even the souls of stupid domestic animals such as pigs, cattle and sheep, which died in pain, are still good snacks for demons. Of course, the soul of Homo sapiens is better, because of the intelligent soul. The extra condiments have not only the taste of pain, but also the sense of deviant guilt. So of course, the best souls are those who have fallen deeply into the dark side. Those who sell livestock will certainly not feel any guilt. In today's world, there is no Buddhism that has traveled across many hometowns and has taken the matter of killing as an infinite priority. When it comes to depriving one's life, eating meat and vegetarians are both eating. And it is strange to have a discriminating mind. Therefore, primitive Buddhism emphasizes the convenience of not killing with your own hands, not killing in sight, and not killing for the sake of giving to yourself. I won't worry about the difference between lacto-vegetarian, lacto-ovo-vegetarian and vegan. But selling people is completely different. Basically, slaves are not allowed to exist in the lost land now. It is even more ridiculous to send people into a pit of fire and never be reincarnated. But Big John did it under the temptation of the devil. The magic tower does not interfere with such matters. The management of other forces is limited to the reconstruction of urban houses and disputes between businessmen. Before Big John, no one realized that there were problems with commodity categories, and there were no regulatory conventions to govern them. Moreover, Big John is from the Suratan Empire. To control his behavior, only people from the empire will come forward. Others do not have such power and courage. The Suratan Empire itself was forced to agree to the abolition of slavery under general circumstances. The people below are doing this, but they just turn a blind eye and don't really stop it. In particular, the newly appointed Khan King in the southern border is having a headache with the integration of various tribes in the southern border. Big John took this opportunity to show his loyalty and gave money. How hard does the new Khan have to think to add resistance to his rule? It can be said that due to the right time, place, people and people, Big John became the first person to eat crabs and earned a lot of wealth. With the support of the devil, he gathered momentum and became the dominant force in Esher. During this period, if humans in Esher had any problems, they would come to him to mediate, because the devils are all trying to save Big John's face. Even if there are some stubborn ones, they can find other devils to come forward and force them to do so. Let's just say that when Big John travels in Esher, there is always a demon to protect him. Is this a big enough card? And after people have money and follow the trend, they will want to seek power. Therefore, Big John planned to follow the example of Midi Shield City and establish a management class similar to the city council to integrate the chaotic city. It's just that although he pretended to form a parliament, he actually only planned to find a demon to represent him, and he himself would be the human representative. In this way, the two major ethnic groups in Esher managed this emerging city. Big John also believed that based on his reputation among the demons, the demon representative was like a puppet in his hands. In the end, the power of this city will definitely be firmly in his own hands. Then the next step is to find a way to force the magic tower and bring the tower owner under his command. After doing this, you can think about taking control of Shield City in Mystery. The goal is to control 2 cities and 2 magic towers. In the early days of the 2 cities, people from all walks of life developed wildly. With money and the devil's backing, Big John was in a league of his own for a while. Even though he does not have a noble title, some minor nobles cannot stand upright in front of him for the sake of business. At most, let your family members come forward instead of asking for trouble yourself. Just before Big John was about to become the mayor of his city, a contract signed with the devil trapped him beyond redemption. Because the item traded in the contract is Big John's own soul, which is delivered immediately. A depraved and sinful soul is pulled down from the peak of his life and is betrayed by the devil he trusted. The pain in his heart is 10 times or 100 times inflicted on his body. According to people who witnessed the demons taking away Big John, the wealthy businessman who was wealthy at that time even shed tears of blood. Amidst wailing sounds like a slaughtered pig, he was dragged out of the Esher area and was never heard from again. If you don't kill or injure people within the city limits, the magic tower will not interfere. The only exception is the soul contract shackles signed between humans and demons. As a certain tower owner said, the magic tower does not protect fools. Afterwards, the human side realized that Big John's situation was completely a game done by the devil. Not only did the traitor become famous in one battle, he even let everyone know that there was a big crocodile hiding in Esher, the evil god of the abyss. Melker, the big-eyed demon. It is said that through this battle, it gained many abyss believers, and that dark fallen soul made it break through on the spot, and its strength increased out of thin air. People used to think that the demons operating in Esher were intimidated by the power of the magic tower, so those really powerful demons would not come to join in the fun, lest they be fooled by the magic tower. Those who came were demons who had been suppressed in other places and could no longer survive. There is no way. The rule of the game called Abyss is that demons rely on brute force to fight internally, and intelligence to fight externally. There are always some smart people who don't have strong enough muscles. In the past, these demons were nutrients for other demons. Nowadays, there is a place where killing is prohibited, giving them a chance to show their talents. Why don't they flock to this place? Unexpectedly, those real predators also came. Moreover, he did not make a sound, and as soon as he appeared on the stage, he tricked the most famous person on the human side to death. It was also this time that the humans understood the devil's tricks. Don't think that you are making a deal with the devil. The devil only focuses on the goods in the hands of these merchants. The businessman who came forward was himself a target of the devil. If you are tempted by the devil and fattened, sooner or later you will be slaughtered. Big John used this trick. He was blinded by his own greed, thinking that the devil's obedience was sincere, and started a business that was not allowed in the world. It was this business of selling human lives that became his own talisman. Others couldn't help even if they wanted to. Not to mention that in order to seek power and position, Big John relied on the devil as his backer and had already offended everyone with all kinds of ugly faces. Who would be willing to help? After staying in Esher for more than a year, Jack originally didn't understand why the Tower Master was indifferent to the suffering of human beings. Is he really so indifferent to his own kind? Or is he also leaning towards the evil camp? There are still rumors about the collusion between the Tower Master and the devil. However, when this issue was brought to the fraternity party and everyone brainstormed it, they understood the calculation behind it. Although the devil is in the market, it is not that he does not suffer completely, or he loses himself and becomes a slave of human beings. But overall, the human side has suffered the most losses. Under such circumstances, if other demons want to attack the tower with violence, cross the gate of the abyss again, and invade the lost land, will these demons currently stationed in East City agree? So compared to starting a war again, whether or not the magic tower is taken into account, what is the loss that the human side may suffer compared with the current situation? If there is no way to choose to sever the connection between the two parties, and the tower owner of the magic tower does not want to fully shoulder the responsibility of blocking the demon, then among the limited options, the status quo is indeed the least harmful option. Those who were deceived were all stupid and blinded by greed. This is because the one who tricked them is the devil. So it makes people feel something is wrong. If he was tricked by other scammers in Midland, he would probably end up with the word deserves it. However, during this discussion, everyone in the Brotherhood once again confirmed the fact that the magician was not bad, but very lazy. And so that he can be lazy, he spares no effort to blame others. Even for more than a year, the magician has not done anything. This is the best news. Speaking of which, The people who stayed in the twin towers of the Brotherhood were not solely there to make that little money. They also have the responsibility of monitoring the local area and alerting other members of the Brotherhood to any changes as soon as possible. It's hard to say which is more important. But since it is a task issued by Ezio, everyone can do it easily. And of course they will not refuse. Just as Jike was thinking wildly, he arrived at his destination. Although his city is built in the abyss, its layout and building structure are the same as those of Shield City on the Midi side. The structure and size of the house were not changed specifically for the devil's size. So Jike easily opened the door and saw the beholder smoking more than 10 cigarettes inside. It is said that paper cigarettes are very special. The tobacco comes from the lost land, but the cigarettes are produced in the abyss. I heard that it is a specialty product of this beholder territory, and it is also one of the most popular products in Esher. When Jike saw the devil, he did not dare to be arrogant at all, but said respectfully, "Your Majesty Melker, I have sent several transaction coordination documents from the Esher Chamber of Commerce." Chapter 1677 Fellow. While the brothers of the Brotherhood were meeting with the evil god of the abyss, another incarnation of Melker was staying on the 3rd floor of the twin towers at the side entrance of the abyss, chatting awkwardly with the tower owner. The reason why one person and one demon can chat is not because they don't know each other before they fight. It is simply a pair of incisions for the heavenly king to cover the earthly tiger and the pagoda to suppress the river demon. And this joint is connected. Although fellow villagers meet fellow villagers, there are no tears in their eyes. But Lin was very curious. Why did this fellow villager become a beholder? Melker said about himself. That was also a human beginning, with extraordinary talents. It's a pity that there is no system and no grandfather. It was just bad luck that he was beaten to death, fell into the abyss, and was reborn as a demon. Just like that, the little devil climbed all the way up and grew up to what he is today. Although he has not yet reached the transcendent realm of transcending the 3 realms and the 5 elements, he is no longer a chess piece for anyone to play with. Although there are still chess players behind him, he is finally qualified to sit at the chessboard. From then on, it was just a matter of being prepared for danger in times of peace and living on a daily basis. Anyway, I am guarding my 1/3 of an acre of land. The devil will not offend me, and I will not offend the devil. Occasionally, I notice that another fellow countryman may be arriving somewhere. If there is a chance, we will meet each other. If there is no chance, forget it. Over such a long time, it has also encountered many people who may be visitors from Earth, but maybe because of its terrifying appearance, not many people dare to communicate with it, even if they come into contact. Most of them are wary and just want to get some benefits and leave. In short, there is no one who has almost beaten it to the point where he can no longer take care of himself. Lin actually questioned why he changed his race and became a beholder. Melker's answer was extremely domineering. He had a bunch of tentacles. Someone was defeated magnificently by this extremely short declaration. This really proves the saying that although the human form is versatile, there are always more suitable forms in certain fields. However, when one person and one demon came into contact, Lin didn't show off all his hard work to others like he did to Finn. Even though he is a fellow countryman, he is still cautious in his heart. Folks from the old days were there to help. If you encounter any difficulties, you help me and I will help you, and the matter will be over. The fellows in the new era are just here to be fooled. I won't say too much about various routines. If I say too much, I will shed tears. Not sure what kind of attribute this beholder had. Lin had to be more cautious. Don't be timid and cautious all your life and end up dying at the hands of your own people. Besides, the so-called appearance comes from the heart. Although Melker said it lightly, rebirth as a demon is not that simple. I really thought that gangsters were all about loyalty. This was just because Young and Dangerous had watched too much and had been brainwashed to the point where their brains were broken. Regarding this kind of thing, it is like a little girl who has read too many fairy tales and believes that the princess and the prince can live happily in the end. Normal people know how to make fun of little girls. But why do they believe that brothers must be loyal? But they are willing to cut corners? It's normal operation to stab the brothers when there's nothing wrong. Anyway, it is a taboo to communicate in a shallow and deep way. It is enough for one person and one demon to interact, exchange some information, and cooperate when there is an opportunity. There is no need to support each other, and they can get along well with each other. Basically, when you reach the level of one person and one demon, there is no one with simple thoughts. If it had been any simpler, he might have died halfway through. And what happened with Big John was also a collaboration between one person and one devil. Otherwise, as soon as someone blatantly strings people up with chains and leads them to the abyss, Lin would have 100 reasons to take action. But Melker persuaded him to come down. The reason is not difficult either. Some people do the beheading business, but no one does the loss-making business. If it's a business that will cost you money, no one will touch it. Instead of using severe penalties to prevent traffic jams, it is better to let the market mechanism operate. As long as people discover that doing something will eventually lead to a nuclear bomb-level destruction of their families, and even leaving a legacy to their families is a luxury. Although they dare not say that this matter will be banned, it will be controlled to a certain extent. Below the scale, no one dares to get bigger. Just like those big international flower lords back home. The reason why they are confident is because the people who deal with them know the rules of the game. Everyone who is also messing around is at about the same level. If you encounter someone who has no martial ethics and is ready to use nuclear bombs to clear the ground, who would dare to mess around? There must be someone involved in the beheading business? Lin couldn't say that he was convinced by Melker, a fellow countryman. But compared with the many options I have, this is indeed the easiest thing to do. You don't need to teach them how to be a good person. The devil can teach them how to behave. Who told those people to seek the skin of a tiger? Besides, Lin didn't deliberately manipulate anything. He just revealed some information and pretended to be blind when something happened. Things will develop on their own without anyone having to worry about them. Speaking of humans dealing with demons, it is not easy just to think about how to protect themselves. What's more, he has a ghost mentality and wants to bite a piece of flesh from the devil. It's true that the devil's ability to grow to this day was all due to his recklessness. Devils are not serious people anyway, and the risks of doing business in the abyss have long become a cliché. If you can still be blinded by greed, then who can blame you? Moreover, Azad is making trouble outside, and Melker is sitting nearby. Demonic matters are basically not bothering a certain tower master, and a lazy cancer patient is much more relaxed. He is not an emperor, so of course, he is not afraid of being ignored by treacherous ministers and eunuchs. What's more, with the magic tower in hand, just wash the floor if you don't like it. Wash him when he is in a bad mood. Wash him even more when he is in a good mood. After washing him a few times, ask who dares to bother him with things. In other words, Melker, the big-eyed demon, often came into the tower to visit, even more frequently than Azad. Lin once curiously asked, "Brother, when you walk through my house, it's like walking through the kitchen. Aren't you afraid of being killed by me?" The big-eyed demon picked up more than 10 cigarettes stuck in his eyeballs with his tentacles in one breath, blew a few smoke rings and said, "What are you afraid of? It's just a clone. It doesn't matter 18 years later. 10 the 8-second queen is a good man again. I'm afraid of you." In short, there is a strong smell of scum, so there is no need to doubt whether this man is wearing it. The natives of the abyss can't pretend even if they want to. But one person and one demon is not just an awkward chat. Regarding the situation in the abyss, Melker was already considered a local snake, and he knew more about it than Azad, a halfway monk. Although Lin had no intention of integrating into the abyss, there was nothing wrong with hearing it as gossip. At least he had some understanding of the overall situation Azad was playing, and he also understood a little more about his position in the abyss. After all, sometimes, if you don't want to be autistic, if others allow it, things won't happen to you. In any case, the one on the side of the abyss of the twin towers of gate is nailed to the ground of the abyss. It is difficult not to be related to the devil. Melker knew how to be cautious. Or in other words, he understood someone's wariness, but he didn't intend to expose it. So the topic is rarely brought to the magic tower. To put it bluntly, this tower is the basis for a magician to save his life. So it is appropriate to keep some secrets. Although as a big-eyed demon who has been severely beaten, he believes that the magician's own combat power is worthy of success. But with one more whole card in your hand, you will naturally have more confidence. It's like a magician wouldn't ask about anything directly related to the big beholder. What the two of them said was basically other people's business, and it was harmless to them. Even taking advantage of this moment to give others some eye drops or something is tacitly understood. Anyway, don't hurt your own people. It doesn't matter how others die. At this time, the brainwaves of one person and one demon are in sync. But when it concerns you, it would be hypocritical not to ask the question. So Melker found an opportunity and asked, "Boy, what happened to your magic tower a while ago? I am not here, and I feel scared." The seniority of a person and a demon is calculated based on the time he came to the lost land. The time point of the big-eye demon is obviously much longer. so I regard myself as a brother. But considering that he was beaten until he was feces and urine not long ago, he never thought of using his seniority to suppress others. It was just a title. However, Lin also felt quite helpless when Melker asked him about it. Said,
I was doing an experiment a while ago, and there was a small problem. Isn't this why we are trying to improve it? Is it related to the cannon barrel on the top of the tower?
Lin nodded. In fact, Melker recognized the big thing on the top of the tower as an observatory-level telescope. It's just that Yumi's side has the best record of killing 500,000 troops. And its appearance is quite similar. So the big beholder is used to jokingly referring to it as a big cannon barrel. By naming this telescope, you obviously know something. After all, a telescope of this level cannot be used to peek at the spring light in any window, but to look up. But there is something beyond the abyss. A certain magician knows it, but he is not sure whether the big beholder also knows it. So Lin tentatively asked,
Do you know what I might see? I know. In fact, as long as you have passed a certain level, you will know what is going on outside the thick clouds. Otherwise,
you think that I can stop the devil from seeking death and not seduce the attention of those beings.
The old woman in Melker's mouth is the will of the abyss in someone's perception. According to the big beholder, the will of the abyss does not actually have an anthropomorphic form. And of course, it will not directly talk to a certain demon. But everyone knows that this person exists and is deeply affected by him. And they can't help themselves. Now that you understand it, it's much easier to explain. Linji said,
You know the purpose of the telescope. I thought that if I look outside, I will inevitably see those things. If it attracts their unnecessary attention, it won't be a good thing if something happens to me, and the entire abyss will be implicated. So I want to put on a disguise for the magic tower, so that they think they are the same kind, and give up unnecessary gaze. It's just that this matter is not easy to handle. The mistakes that happened a while ago are problems in this area.
Melker's big eyes were half closed, and he asked with a troubled look,
Why are you thinking of looking out? Can't you go from the Lost Lands? You don't have to go from the abyss.
Lin laughed and said,
Isn't this because I want to find a way home? If there is data on both the Lost Land and the abyss, we can use triangulation to find more accurate data. You still want to go home?
Melker said in surprise.
People always pay attention to the fallen leaves returning to their roots.
Hearing this, the big beholder put all the cigarettes on the tentacles back into his eyeballs and inhaled to the end. He said with emotion,
Yes, fallen leaves will eventually return to their roots.
Chapter 1678 Frustration. Lin did not hide his purpose, and Melker did not say the words he wanted to follow. After all, the chance of such a thing happening is very slim, and even one person and one devil don't think this thing is promising. They just don't want to expose it. People always have something to think about. Besides, with the appearance of the big beholder demon, if he could really go back, he would definitely be dissected as a rare creature, and there would be no second fate. At most, it has the ability to resist. But if this happens, things will get serious. Therefore, with what it is today, the big-eyed demon has long given up the idea of going back. After Lin Hui came over, he also regretted such an answer. However, Melker just sighed, asked for a large bag of high-quality midi tobacco, and wandered away. As for the problem of a certain magician on the magic tower, since the other party didn't ask for help, the big-eyed demon certainly wouldn't rush to help. Knowing the whole story is enough. If you really need help, the other person will take the initiative to ask. Watching the big beholder leave, Lin looked back at the layout on the third floor. More than a year has passed since the time when the twin towers of the gate were built and lit. Over the past year or so, the changes on the third floor have not been small, and they are all concentrated on the most important part, which is the location of the energy pool. This is not an improvement in the efficiency of power conversion, but the problem of inducing the characteristics of the strange objects at the core of the energy pool and placing them on the entire magic tower to form a camouflage. But there has been no progress. Big Beholder mentioned the problem that happened not long ago, which was that too much power was exported, which caused the appearance of the entire magic tower to change, creating a great terror. Even with the strength of the Big Beholder, it was frightening. That accident caused many weaker demons and humans to have nightmares for several days. Those with weaker constitutions immediately fell ill and were sent back to sleep. I don't know if I'm fine now or if I'm dealing with funeral arrangements. The only good thing is that this time the problem only occurred outside the tower. The situation inside the tower, that is, the two disciples were still very safe. The reason why they knew what was going on outside the tower was because someone came into the tower specifically to ask if something had happened and whether they should evacuate. Just say that this person hates dogs. And if people take the initiative to come in and talk, you will know how serious the matter is. Lin also felt helpless when such a problem occurred. Since the opening of the magic tower, the Deep Space Telescope on the Midland side has begun to operate normally. It also takes up a small part of the performance for stargazing, running 24 hours a day, no matter day or night. However, the one on the Abyss side has not been open for a long time. The problem lies in the disguise that was originally thought of, and a reasonable method has not been developed yet. It makes someone want to rush out and be noticed by those indescribable beings. Anyway, the whole Abyss will suffer together, and the worst one may not necessarily be himself. But in the end, I didn't have the guts to mess around like this. Turning yourself into a public enemy who destroys the world is too exciting. Even if what is destroyed may only be the Abyss where the devil is. It will not involve the lost land. But who knows? In the original idea, it would be okay to let go of the constraints of the energy pool and let out a little of the breath of the core rare object. Later, during implementation, I found that this idea was too naive. This is not like radio waves or sound waves. The smaller the power, the narrower the range of influence. Then just adjust to the right power and keep the range of influence on the magic tower, or even just on the Deep Space Telescope. It turns out things are not that simple. The influence of that indescribable thing is only the difference between 0 and 1. Once the restrictions are released, no matter how much aura is revealed, this terrifying power will continue to spread outward. Its limits are still unknown because we dare not test it. The preservation method used in the past was to store the remains of the indescribable object in a container named eggshell, made by Finn. Strictly sealed, not leaking a breath. But this method will cause the container to corrode from the inside. After a period of time, the container will need to be remade. Moreover, contaminated materials may not be recycled and reused and must be processed separately. Later, in order to save materials and save energy and time in processing contaminated materials, the eggshell was designed with inner and outer layers. The inner layer is made of contaminated materials, and the outer layer is made of new materials. When the inner layer is damaged, and the outer layer is also contaminated enough to be tightly sealed, the outer layer material will be remade and used for the inner layer. New materials will be purchased to build the outer layer. Use this method to continuously strengthen the blockade against indescribable things. This very expensive way of preservation was not a bottomless pit of money until the method was improved. The way to improve it is to store and preserve the remains of the indescribable thing together with the seeds of the world tree. It's not that the seeds of the world tree can suppress the aura of the indescribable thing, but that the former simply eats the aura revealed by the latter as food. Thinking about the alien world that the mature world tree continues. There are many worlds with high dimensions and more complex than indescribable things. In this way, the aura revealed by this place all becomes the nutrients of the world tree. It's nothing if a small piece of stump is defeated by a seed. So, we need to plant a circle of world trees around the magic tower. Just thinking about this kind of thing feels a bit outrageous. Over the past year or so, Lin has tried many methods. In fact, the leak that happened a while ago was not the first time it happened. The first mistake that exposed the terrifying aura occurred during a test shortly after the energy pool was successfully ignited. At that time, there were not many people stationed in the cities on the Abyss side, whether they were humans or demons. Of course, there is no such name as Escher yet. That mistake resulted in clearing out the living creatures near the magic tower. This is because the breath cannot pass through the gate of the Abyss and reach the magic circle city on the side of the land. Otherwise, the two Imperial armies stationed there at that time would have to undergo a large-scale attrition. Speaking of which, someone could be considered the murderer of Inya. But this was the first time that the people who died at his hands were not because of provoking him, but because of the mistakes he made that led to innocent victims. Although the number of people was small, there were less than 10 including demons. At that time, the Magic Circle City on the side of Lost Land was still under military control, and there were not many outsiders outside the two empires and elves. Not to mention the development of the city on the Abyss side. No one has officially settled in it yet. This is the greatest blessing among misfortunes. It was that mistake that made Lin change his method of adjusting the magic tower. They will conduct a simulation test first, and then proceed to the physical test when they are confident. And because there is too little event experience for reference, the simulation effect is not very good. Lin can only test with high standards. But every time there will be unexpected situations.
giving his simulation program a chance to undergo a major revision. Because of this bumpy progress, my progress has been very slow, and it can even be said that there is no progress. At any rate, this is not standing still. I have already determined which methods are not applicable, and I don't need to think about it in the future. Thinking that the gate of the abyss can block the spread of the breath of unspeakable things, Lin made adjustments using space magic around the magic tower in the previous test. Create a space barrier like a city wall, hoping to prevent the spread of breath. I passed the simulation program successfully. That set of high standard restrictions really gave someone a headache. But even in this kind of simulation, the foolproof performance caused problems again in reality. According to people who witnessed the changes in the magic tower at that time. At a certain moment, a 3-story magic tower that looked ordinary in appearance, with only the deep space telescope on the top of the tower being more eye-catching, suddenly turned into an appearance that was difficult to understand. Describe the monster? At that time, there was no one who was not frightened to death by the people or demons who directly encountered this change. What was even more miserable was that he fainted directly, with tears streaming down his face, foaming at the mouth, and feces and urine flowing from his lower body. The unlucky ghosts who had nightmares for 3 days and 3 nights were those who did not directly witness the changes, but were simply distracted by the terrifying aura. Although these people did not lose their composure on the spot, their hands and feet were weak and their minds were dizzy. Lin was a little frustrated with this result. I don't know if the space barrier I made is not enough, or if I should simply make it like the gate of the abyss, and make it a real portal to surround the twin towers of the gate on the side of the abyss. This failed test can be said to be the closest Lin Zijia has come to a successful test in more than a year. Although the result was a slap in the face, it was really disappointing. But to review, to be honest, Lin really doesn't know how he can review such a result. It's like a problem with no direction. I can't even find a solution, let alone solve the problem. It is the most troublesome situation. So in the past year or so, I have had quite a few opportunities to take some time off from my busy schedule. It wouldn't be right to say that I was taking some time off. It should be said that I spent a lot of time in confusion, not knowing what I should do. For this reason, Lin would not refuse Melker's invitation to have an awkward chat. In fact, my problem is there, but I really don't know how to solve it. Of course Fan asked about it. But now, the former Demon King no longer wants to care about the magic tower on the abyss side. You can tell how unhappy that person was during this period of time. Lin would rather conduct a small-scale experiment. But when I used it to ignite the energy pool, I didn't realize that I had to leave a small part of the indescribable thing's limbs and stuff them all into the energy pool. As a result, I didn't even have the materials I wanted to experiment with at this time. It is also impossible to interrupt the operation of the energy pool. Cut off a small part of the core strange object, and then let the energy pool run again. If you could do this kind of thing, you wouldn't have to worry so much. So after hitting a wall in the previous experiment, I entered the salty time again. Think again about how to break the situation. And because it involved the important core of the magic tower, Lin didn't dare to go out to outsiders for help. What if someone else finds some loophole in it and exploits it in the future to severely damage the twin towers of Gate? In short, after the big beholder shook his butt behind his eyes and left, someone's eyes were blank and he was confused and silent. In my mind, I was thinking hard about what methods I had not tried yet, and whether there were any directions of thinking that I had missed before. Chapter 1679 Fetal Movement. The Marquise's cooking skills as a chef have made great progress under Fan's close supervision. But at this time, Lin was just chewing the beans and couldn't taste anything at all. It's not that his skills have declined, or that he's perfunctory. It's just that someone is too troubled to eat, and he can't even taste it properly. Although my body is much better now than before, the efficiency of various transformations is amazing, and my physique is also extraordinary. However, there is still no way to skip the necessary food, drink, and diarrhea, so the habit of 3 meals a day is still maintained. It's just that now Lin is more interested in tasting food than just for food and clothing. For this taste, and for the life of the chef of the Marquis family, a descendant of a certain food empire also helped a lot. Just say that on the 108th floor of someone's subdimensional tower, in addition to the classics of the 3 religions, there are also a large number of recipes. When seeing those floors, someone can only admire himself. Sure enough, food is the most important thing for the people born in the country. However, no matter how exquisite the food is, it will not be as delicious if it is served on the table at the wrong time. Now Lin is living at the wrong time 24 hours a day. Even if he takes a toothpaste supplement, he can't make any difference. After a tasteless dinner, Lin was so worried that he couldn't sleep. In a flash, he arrived at the top of the Twin Towers at the side entrance of Lost Land, standing next to the Deep Space Telescope, looking up at the starry sky belonging to Lost Land. The night in Midi is beautiful, with no light pollution and no haze. The sky is extremely pure. With the naked eye, even 6-magnitude stars can be seen, and there are many of them. As the brightness of the starlight continued to decrease, ordinary people's eyes would not be able to capture the faint light. But Lin could. So in his eyes, the starry sky is brighter than what ordinary people can see. It means that with his eyesight, he can catch the starlight during the day. And I don't know if the composition of the air at high altitudes is different from that on the Earth. The starry sky seen here is particularly rich in color. In my hometown, it was only after the launch of the space telescope that people truly realized the magnificent wonders of the universe. In fact, there is nothing we can do about it. The atmosphere will filter out a considerable range of spectrum light waves. The atmosphere of Midland should have the same effect. But the filtered part is less than that of Earth. So the colors look richer. In addition to silver and white, there are also red, blue, orange and green. Almost all the spectrums on the rainbow have appeared once. I don't know whether these colors really exist, or whether they appear due to the filter of the mysterious atmosphere. I just got a deck chair and lay down, wanting to relax and enjoy the night sky, when suddenly, there was another person next to me. That is the only magician with the ability to flash. She wore a well-tailored black sleeveless silk top and black silk gloves that reached to her upper arms. The layers of black gauze dress reached to the ankles, just revealing a pair of bright red high heels that were as high as walking on stilts, coupled with a black sun hat with a brim large enough to be used as an umbrella. It covered most of her beauty. Only 2 bright red lips were exposed, which looked extremely tempting. It can be said that the whole person is black from top to bottom, which makes the red lips and the pair of red shoes extra eye-catching. The beauty of the night standing next to someone. Not to mention the aura that is unmistakable. Even Fan's height is also outstanding. So there is no way of mistaking her. So Lin, who didn't know where to find the courage, pulled the person into his arms and rubbed him restlessly with his hands. Fan didn't resist, nor did he give anyone a slap in the face. Logically speaking, with her current temperament, she is more suitable for kicking people to the ground and then torturing them with the pointed heels of high heels. But at this time, she was like a docile kitten, nestled in Lin's arms. Originally, because I was upset, many things were instinctive reactions without thinking. But as he rubbed it, someone felt something was wrong. Stopping his restless hands, he lifted up the brim of his hat that blocked his sight. The person I saw was indeed that person. And I was not holding the wrong person. But at this moment, Fan's expression was like a peach so tender that it was about to burst out of water. Her beautiful eyes were as beautiful as the stars in the sky. She just looked straight at her without looking at anyone intentionally. Lin didn't think much. He touched his forehead with his palm and confirmed, "I don't have a fever." Then you can taste the feeling of high heels on the instep of your feet, which is so thrilling. Then straightened up nonchalantly, but still sat on someone's stomach. He raised the brim of his hat a little, looked up, and said, "Are you still worried about the problems on the other side of the abyss?" "Yeah. Apart from that, I don't have any other worries." Someone who couldn't rub his feet because he was suppressed could only rub his feet together by himself, while talking. Then he asked casually, "Do you have any ideas here?" "What other ideas can I have? I have told you what I have tried before. If you want to ask my opinion, it is related to those things. If you cannot touch them, they are not something we can control. Even if we can control them for a while, it will eventually come back," Lin helplessly said. "Then I really have no choice. Fortunately, the previous test was stopped quickly. Otherwise, I would have wiped out the people and demons in Ishur again. It feels really bad." "What's wrong?" "It's just that the experiment failed once," Fan explained calmly. In fact, what she said was evasive and trivial, because Fan also knows that someone feels bad for hurting innocent people. Not to mention the devil. The dead humans were all members of the fraternity, or from elementary schools, and they were all good kids. Of course, Ezio and the others were informed of the matter. What was even more regrettable was that there was no way to recover the body because it had been directly transformed into an evil god. If left unaddressed, the disaster will only expand. As for reversing such damage, let alone Lin, not even Fan can do it now. The corrosion of indescribable things is like cancer cells. Basically, It can only be removed without any thought of cure. When the parts that need to be removed account for more than 70% of the human body, there is no better way of treatment except reincarnation. But for things like manslaughter, Finn didn't know how to advise. With her, there is no such thing as accidental killing. Everyone who dies deserves to die. Even if they don't deserve to die, they are unlucky. Anyway, after killing too many people, I no longer feel it. It's just a time traveler of a certain video game generation. Although he is indifferent to the numerical casualties, when a person is lifted up in front of his eyes, the feeling will still come over him like a wave, catching people off guard. Although someone is not that pretentious, it is not that he still can't get over it. But when something is done, it is done. And it will not change into something that didn't happen just because it took too long. But for the unsolvable problem of the magic tower, even if you want to break your head, it is really impossible. I can only think hard and wait for the day when I have a flash of inspiration and an idea to crack it. But today is special. I just don't want to think too much. So I ran to the top of the tower to watch the stars and relax. So in response to Finn's nonsensical explanation, Linyu didn't say a word and just said, as a response. Very suddenly, Finn said something strange.
Have you felt a very special fetal movement recently? Huh? Fetal movement?
Someone who was still confused seemed to have gradually come back to his senses. There was a sudden movement of his right hand, and he pressed it on Finn's belly and asked,
How many months has it been?
Finn smacked her in the chest unceremoniously. The recliner someone was lying on was hammered to pieces. The whole person hit the ground hard, and he almost couldn't breathe.
I mean the magic tower.
Someone whose face was crooked after being hammered rubbed his chest and said,
Sister, I can't do anything with anyone. I'm already at my limit.
And now I'm not even a human being. You really think I'm a diamond? Someone got what he wanted and enjoyed the treatment of having his face stepped on by high heels. Finn said coldly,
Take your dirty thoughts away from me. I'm talking about the situation in the magic tower. Magic tower? What's wrong?
Someone was clearly awake, but he was stepped on his face by a high-heeled shoe, and his cheek flesh was poked into his mouth by a sharp heel, making it difficult to speak. Speaking of serious matters, Finn said with a serious face,
Didn't you notice it during this period of time on the other side of the abyss? Oh, this is also possible. After all, the feeling is quite obscure. If you haven't experienced it, it may be really difficult. It's noticeable.
Finn spoke seriously, but the heels of her shoes did not relax and were still stepped on. Lin could only ask with difficulty,
What feeling?
After thinking about it, Finn tried to explain.
In the past, when I was creating undead creations, if I encountered something that felt particularly good, I created some, very special undead. In your words, they are similar to elite species. As long as I keep using these little guys, getting exposed to people, and participating in battles, they will give me the same feeling.
As long as they encounter some kind of opportunity at this time, they will awaken to wisdom, as if they have their own souls. Even if they are not as flexible as human thoughts, they are far more than their original dull appearance. You can understand me. Say something?
Using flash to break free, Lin appeared and stood aside, then suddenly stepped on the air. His body swayed slightly, and he stood firmly on his feet. In response to what Finn said, Lin directly called up all the data monitored within the magic tower, including historical data. If, as Finn said, the feeling is a recent one, then we should be able to see the clues from historical changes. If no changes can be seen from the existing data, it means that the source of this feeling is outside the scope of one's own monitoring. A certain person has been wallowing in confusion so far, and he thinks that he has done everything possible to protect his environment by monitoring magic. Whether from a technological point of view or a magic point of view, there are still some omissions in this, so we can only self-examine. As for the kind in movies and TV shows back home, where authorities criticize the protagonist's sixth sense theory as nonsense because they can't see any evidence, Lin would never do that. Not to mention that his authority is not as good as Finn's. In fact, in the world of magic, this kind of mysterious sixth sense is very rule of thumb, and usually by the time the evidence is found, it's too late. So Lin just took Finn's feelings as reality and wanted to find out what happened. Chapter 1680 Source. The first to be eliminated was Finn's apprentice. Lin's original idea was that the Marquise Balin had come up with some gadget to awaken the soul of an undead tribe. However, after inspection, such speculation was denied. The first person to suspect this person is because, as far as someone knows. The Marquise's intention in learning necromancy at the beginning was not for revenge or to protect herself, but to create some dumb friends. But Finn told his apprentice very directly that the undead were born with resentment, and few could become friends. If you look at her experience, you will know that the greater freedom you give creatures, and the higher their intelligence you cultivate, the more ruthlessly they will betray you. Among so many works, only Stone, the most stupid one, is still following her, and the others have all been stabbed in the back. Those who were smarter were not found by themselves. Those who were not smart enough were found and dealt with by themselves. Without exception, after learning about this situation, Marquis Balin gave up the idea of creating a friend for herself. It is also possible that Kaya, a close spiritual friend, has filled the gap. So the Marquise's need in this regard is not so strong, and Halloumi is incidental. But this kind of mentality is what Lin originally understood. It's unclear whether he has changed since coming to the Magic Tower, coupled with the fact that Finn's suspicion was based on her past experience. The necromancy her apprentice had learned was the closest thing. In short, the suspicion of the Marquis can be ruled out. Not to mention Stone. Not only has he awakened to wisdom for a long time, but his physical condition has remained unchanged for thousands of years. And Finn will not feel any change. Just say that Stone's heartbeat is the same as that under normal conditions. Not many living people have this ability. There were only a few times when Sherdong's heartbeat was observed to increase. And that was when fighting Azad. Both of them were pushed almost to the limit, making each other miserable. In addition, even Lin admired his calmness, without changing his expression despite the collapse of Mount Tai. Although, some people think this is a sign of nerves that are even slower than a dinosaur. Finn's situation also goes without saying. If the reason was her own, she would have made it clear on the spot instead of saying I have a feeling. So it must be something other than her. Since the human factor can be eliminated, the problem can only occur in the Magic Tower. Lin didn't think anyone could sneak into his tower and cause trouble. To check the status of the Magic Tower, of course, you need to browse the historical records. Sensing the significance of someone's actions, Finn also jumped into checking the data. Many times. It's not that I don't know how to do many things, but I just didn't think of an idea when I encountered them. So things were delayed. It's like Finn grew up in an education where everything relies on feelings. Although this feeling has been sharpened to a very sharp level. When you want to find the source of the feeling, as long as it is different from experience, the result will only be a matter of luck. When Finn deals with problems, the first tools he chooses are naturally only feelings and experiences. She is not like those who came from a certain technological era and are accustomed to looking for data to speak for everything. So when Lin heard about the abnormality noticed by Finn, he immediately pulled out the information on the Magic Tower and checked it. This was a choice he was accustomed to making as a time traveler with information processing skills. Fortunately, the feeling Finn mentioned was not outside the monitoring range of the Magic Tower. By filtering according to time points, it is easy to find several possible suspected targets. After another on-the-spot inspection, the source of the fetal movement that Finn mentioned was quickly confirmed. Those are the energy pools of the twin towers at the side entrance of Lost Land. Seeing such a result, neither of them directly explored the reason. Instead, they came to the twin towers on the side of the abyss at the same time and started the same inspection. As expected, what happened on the MIDI side was not an isolated case. The same result occurred on the abyss side. So, what's wrong with the energy pool? Finn asked directly. Although on the path of pure magic, Finn, the former Demon King, has completely crushed some of the time travelers who have become monks on the way. But the era she grew up in was not the era of the Magic Tower. The Magic Towers of the past were not like the Magic Towers of today. They had transformed from a home specially designed and arranged by magicians for their own convenience to a building at the level of a war fortress. Simply put, Finn is not familiar with the Magic Tower. At most, he only knew some written information and lived with someone in the Tower of the Great Sage in the past. Lin's situation isn't much better. As a time traveler who combines technology and magic, his path does not have the experience of his predecessors to learn from. It is difficult to say that what he did was a change on the magic side, or an abnormal phenomenon caused by the addition of technological elements. Or is it a maladaptive situation when technology and magic hybridize? However, Lin finally had something to say about the changes in the energy pool. Maybe it has something to do with what happened when we lit the fire. Is it related to ignition? Which aspect? Finn asked doubtfully. Lin explained. Meatball. Seal. Strange tree. Green bud. 4 elements. Too big and too small. What do you think I might want to do based on my background?
With someone's hint, Flynn completely eliminated the knowledge related to the mysterious land, and only thought about the knowledge points provided by someone. Within a moment, the greatest possibility came to mind. Said,
Tai Chi diagram? Yes, the yin-yang fish Tai Chi diagram. This can be said to be one of the summaries of the Taoist knowledge in my hometown. But before achieving success,
you must first mix the 4 elements together, but do not let them devour each other.
Because I have a feeling that if the meatball touches the seal, or if the strange tree touches the green bud, the big one will eat the small one. It's not right to let the 2 big ones of the meatball and the strange tree come into contact first. So just let them hit each other at the same time.
Then we were ejected, as if the matter had been completed. Judging from the results, the energy pool was also ignited successfully. So I thought that was it, and did not follow up on the subsequent situation.
But maybe the successful ignition does not mean that the matter is over. What we are encountering now is the subsequent development of the energy pool ignition.
Following someone's train of thought sounds self-explanatory and logical. But Flynn did not make a blind judgment, but asked cautiously,
if it is related to this aspect, what are you going to do? Wait.
Whether it is magic or technology research, waiting is the worst way to do research, because it means leaving all changes to natural evolution. You must control all changes to ensure that the results will not exceed your imagination. If the outcome is really unsatisfactory, then you can study whether there are any variables that have not been taken into account, and whether there is any lack of thorough consideration that would distort the results. It's like driving down a mountain. Put it in neutral. Don't step on the accelerator. Don't step on the brake. Just hold the steering wheel. Even if there is a possibility of driving into a ravine, I will gladly accept this result. Or put the gear in the right gear. Press the accelerator when the speed is too slow. Apply the brake when the speed is too fast. Strictly control the speed within a certain range, and then hold the steering wheel firmly. This will prevent you from driving your car into a ditch. Unless the purpose of today's experiment is to see how things will change after making certain adjustments. So just wait. But it was obvious that neither Lynn nor Flynn could let things evolve naturally when it came to igniting the energy pool. What if the change goes beyond control and eventually spirals out of control? The energy pool designed by Lynn did not follow the standard specifications of the MIDI Magic Tower. If it gets out of control, the consequences will be disastrous. But even if you want to control it, how to control it becomes another problem. The 2 people who looked at each other read the same question in each other's eyes. However, facing this problem, Flynn couldn't think of a solution for a while. But Lynn didn't have such trouble. The next moment, on the top of the twin towers at the side entrance of the abyss, I watched the bustling time wheel with the deep space telescope. The lively nature of the Hagiri clan makes it impossible for them to stay at the sub-dimensional tower for a long time, staring at the clones of the world tree, or just bragging with other Hagiris. Ever since the twin towers of the gate were built, the Hagiri's favorite place to stay is the top of the tower on the abyss side. Hagiri can use the arcane eyes of the magic tower to spy on the big and small things in Ishur and satisfy his desire for gossip. Occasionally, you can form a human SH.L and experience life in the market firsthand. However, the year wheel is the most special, and it has no role in wandering around in a human SH.L. They all stay obediently on the top of the twin towers at the side door of the abyss, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon from heaven and earth, and taking a peek at demons or humans. But a certain magician was always there when called upon, so the Hagiris didn't complain. To them, everything is new. They are so curious about the world. This is the Hagiri clan. Lynn summoned the year wheel. Of course, because it was the only Hagiri that followed him into the unique world of consciousness. He almost chopped off the ghost thing inside that wanted to eat him. As long as it is a place where he has been, Lynn has recorded its coordinates and can revisit the same place at any time. But that location was too special. To be on the safe side, Lynn found Hagiri, who had the same ability, the year wheel, to confirm the coordinates of the place. If one person checks it with one sword, no matter how many digits there are below the decimal point, if there is not a single digit missing, then it should be correct. He grabbed Flynn's hand, and in a flash, he was back in the world he almost fell into. I didn't let Flynn follow me because this location was too special. The movement range of the former Demon King's flash technique has not interfered with the 3 elements of time, space, and parallel worlds. It is quite basic to say the least. This time, I came back to this place where I don't know if it should be considered a state of consciousness or a higher dimensional world. The scene was different from the last time. Last time, There was a horizon-sized water surface that divided this place into two worlds. Like a mirror. But this time when I come back again, the water that divides the world into two is no longer there, but a dark space with no top, bottom, left or right. The only thing that existed was the monster that was one, entangled with roots, branches, leaves and carrion. And this thing is not a fixed image, but an irregular fusion of two things. And it changes all the time. To describe it, it's like pouring fresh milk into coffee without stirring it evenly. What it will look like is completely unpredictable. It's hard to guess which one, the strange tree or the meatball, will prevail in the end. Even if there is a possibility that the two will blend with each other and eventually become a third form. No one can know. I just know that this place is still in a state of change. Chapter 1681 Abnormality. Since there is nothing, there is just an ever-changing monster hovering at a certain point. The sudden invasion of the world by two people with one sword does seem a bit abrupt. However, their arrival did not add any changes to this monotonous world. There is an interesting point. Because the horizontal plane separating the two sides of the mirror world was lost. There was no real ground in this world to support their bodies. When they first arrived, the two of them seemed to be floating in a gravity-free space. But there is a very interesting thing about such a world. That is, one is defined by oneself. It sounds like a tongue twister, but it is the truth. No matter what you look like in the real world, when you come to such a world, you will always rely on your subconscious cognition. If in your subconscious mind, you are a filthy fat guy, then you will look like a filthy fat guy in this world. If you think you will always be 7 years old, then you will look like a 7-year-old Shota. Of course, people's most intuitive idea of their own appearance is the person they were before entering this special world. Therefore, Lin and Fan are not much different from their original images, except that there is no place for the two of them to stand. But this is easy to solve. Although it is more difficult to make something out of nothing, it is still no problem to find a place for yourself. Even at the first moment, Lin and Fan seemed to be standing on planes at different angles. They looked sideways at each other, which was particularly interesting. But when it comes to cognition, as soon as there is a comparison, it is like having a reference, and it will naturally become unified later. The two of them were originally standing on planes at different angles, but after a while, they moved to the same place. Such a small episode will certainly not affect the only thing that exists in this space. This guy is still enjoying himself, playing with himself, constantly transforming, and becoming extremely happy. Then stared at the monster in front of her for a long time. Of course, she was keen enough to notice that in addition to the strange tree and the meatball, the two small items from the beginning, namely the seal and the green bud, were still there. It's just that the two small ones are a little awkward. They exist in a position where they have to constantly avoid the upper body that can devour them. The seal must hide from the meatball and be protected by the vines of the strange tree. The green shoots are in a similar situation, hiding in the meatball to avoid being swallowed by the strange tree. Although the two adults and the two children are integrated together, they still seem to be playing hide and seek, playing catch up, running, jumping and bumping. But in this situation, if you want to naturally evolve into the ideal state set by someone, I'm afraid it's more than 1,000,000 miles away. After realizing this, Fan glanced at someone with a profound look. The meaning is basically, this thing is so messed up. Can it be done? It doesn't take someone being able to read minds to feel panicked, because there are not many methods Lin can use in this world. It is difficult to shake the only object that exists in this world. Forget about machines, magic props, etc. Even if you try to adjust the alien presence in front of you by direct contact, you will end up being swallowed up and digested. If you can leave some residue behind, consider yourself lucky. In other words, the year wheel can directly chop the opponent, but it must activate all its power. If the body comes into contact with it, the year wheel clearly states that even it will not be able to escape the fate of being dissolved. It's even more impossible to use magic, because there are no 8 powers in this world. Not even a trace of energy that can be mobilized. And everything is filled with entropy. It's a weird thing to say, but from a certain perspective it's true. All energy will turn into disordered energy in an instant when trying to influence the world. Losing control means, of course, being unable to take advantage. Fortunately, the foundation of someone's flash technique is engraved on the sub-dimensional tower, and there is no need to recite a spell or use magic power like ordinary magicians. So the flash technique can still be used, if you want to put a big fireball or something like that in this space. I'm afraid the flames will disperse before they gather together. Whether this is a limitation of the world's rules, or whether it is affected by other factors, Lin has not yet studied it. However, the two of them entered this world as their own bodies. To be honest, this decision was a bit hasty. Before, my consciousness was just dragged in, so I didn't feel it yet. But after the main body comes in, you can feel the strong malice of this world. In martial arts terms, this is a natural environment for practicing martial arts. If you don't want to scatter, the environment will draw out all your skills and scatter them. In scientific terms, under the action of the principle of osmotic pressure, the power in the body will be discharged out uncontrollably and be diluted by this endless world. And even if you want to resist such a situation, there are ways to resist. The power of the MIDI magician, in a more easily understandable way, is like a numerical value like lung capacity. After taking a deep breath, the amount of air that can be exhaled roughly represents a person's physical strength level. But behind vital capacity, it does not mean that air always stays in the lungs, but that there is a constant exchange of air with the outside world. The same is true for the power of the lost land. It must form a cycle between the human body and the outside world in the environment of the lost land or abyss. When a magician uses magic, it is like consuming a large amount of air in his lungs. In a normal cycle, it cannot be replenished in a short period of time, and it will take a long time to recover. This is why a magician is limited in the amount of magic he can use in a day. If the external environment is a dead place without any power, then the power in the magician's body can only go in and out, which will certainly not end well. At times like this, you can learn from the Taoists and change external breathing to internal breathing without relying on external support. In fact, many magicians have similar functions through environmental adaptation magic that can walk in some extreme environments. It's like the earth elemental plane with no air at all. Although there are not many magicians who can live in such an environment for a long time, they are not so rare that one cannot be seen in 100 years. However, the difficulty of environments like this also varies from level to level. Lin was confident that in the special state of consciousness he was in now, it would be difficult for a magician above the average strength level to survive here. Speaking of Ethan's perfect body and the strength of his demonized body, he could only grit his teeth and persevere. If you were an ordinary magician, you wouldn't be drained of all your power by such an environment. You are lucky if you can even keep a mummy. The most likely possibility is that he will be completely crushed and nothing will be left. Let's just say that the only monster is not just amusing himself there. If someone hadn't appeared with a wheel of years, this guy might have pounced on him again. In short, judging from this state of consciousness, basically don't expect to use magic to do anything. The little reserve of power in the body is very good if it can be used for self-protection and to cope with some emergencies. What's more, we still have to retain the amount of energy that we can get back using the flash technique. So it's impossible to use it all on this who knows what. Besides, I don't know if there is an end. So, for a while, someone really didn't have a clue about how to influence the world. Direct contact is not possible. And there is no condition for using magic. Sound. They say this is a world with nothing. Without air, how can sound be transmitted? So just skip it. What other means are there? While someone was in distress, Finn didn't wait any longer. She walked around the only strange thing. And it's like he has mastered the way to move in this world. He doesn't just go around in a flat plane, but also goes around various angles such as up, down, left, right and diagonally. I just want to find out if there is any opportunity to break the situation. But the people who left didn't notice it. But the people who didn't leave saw some clues. After Finn stopped, Lin stared at the former Demon King for a while, feeling a little embarrassed when he stared at the latter. Lin then said, "Pay attention to this little guy, and then take a few steps to the left." Finn didn't question it, just looked at someone and followed the instructions. And this time, after being prompted, she seemed to have noticed something. Not only did he take a few steps to the left, but after stopping for a moment, he took a few steps back to the right. Finn said in amazement, "It's staring at me. It's really similar," Lin said. This time he asked Finn to stay still and moved around on his own. But no matter how he walked or jumped, he didn't attract the attention of this little monster like Finn. Is it because of gender? Someone couldn't help but think of various small books. The treatment the female characters will receive when encountering the monsters of the Cthulhu mythos. However, he still carefully observed the differences between himself and Finn, because he wanted to enter this special place. Lin put on the Xuanwu robe with the best defense and divinity. This black suit is almost the same as the background, and it is not easy to distinguish the outline. Then he has black hair, black eyes, yellow skin, and looks like an ordinary Oriental from his hometown. In terms of handsomeness, he can't be considered handsome, but at least he's not a crooked melon or a bad date. Finn is also dressed in a similar manner, except that the cassock is replaced by a skirt. Then those red shoes and red lips are very eye-catching. Red lips and red shoes. Looking back and forth between myself and Finn. In this dark, lightless environment, that red color is really eye-catching. As for why there is color when there is no light, this involves the relationship between the light source and the object. To put it simply, all the colors received by the human eye are not actually the colors owned by the object itself. Rather, when the object is illuminated by a light source, it absorbs a certain part of the spectrum, and only refracts the remaining spectrum waves, which are captured by the eyeballs and form color. But, as long as an object has energy flowing and spilling, forming entropy, it will emit electromagnetic waves. Most of these waves do not belong to the category of visible light, so they cannot be captured and recognized by the eyeballs. By being able to capture such electromagnetic waves and convert them into identifiable wavelengths, the target object can be observed. For example, night vision goggles, such as infrared sensors. Therefore, it is not impossible to see in the dark without light. It is just that ordinary eyes cannot do it. Moreover, this world is not the main material realm of Lost Land. Lin has not deliberately clarified what the physical rules are. The reason why I studied the color issue is because I thought this might be a way to break the situation. Nothing to say. Just try it if you think of it. With a quick call. The vermilion bird robe is on hand. The bright red silk robe is particularly flamboyant in this space. Although the power retained in Lin's body cannot be created out of thin air, it is not so difficult to control the movement of magic silk in space. Seeing that the red bird robe can indeed attract attention, he also attracted the white tiger robe and the blue dragon robe to test whether different colors would have the same effect, or if only red would react. Chapter 1682 Difficulties. Returning to the Lost Land, Lin and Finn were sitting on the third floor of the twin towers of the gate, studying the information they had just received in the tower consciousness realm. For one, the deformed monster does react to colors, not to moving things. Basically, any color other than black can induce different reactions. Secondly, although it is said that it will react to colored things, it is not yet known whether this reaction is to eat the other person or whether it is really a neurological reflex action. But at least there is a way to induce it, instead of trying to pull the turtle off and have no way to start. After confirming these two things, the two returned to the Lost Land. It was too painful to stay in the tower consciousness. Even they couldn't waste time in it. Besides, both Lin and Finn have the same feeling. If there was a flaw in it, maybe I would be left here forever. Therefore, follow-up research will be done back in the mysterious land. And when there are results, just enter the tower consciousness realm to do experiments. And they also have to confirm whether seducing the strange thing inside has any corresponding impact on the outside world. If so, how to minimize that impact. Otherwise, like last year's World Tree Yggdrasil, it was originally his own business to advance. But as a result there was a huge earthquake in the whole country, and they came to participate in the grand event. It would not be fun. Someone does things, but believes in the principle of keeping a low profile. Everything is done secretly, and those who shoot are not allowed. If everyone knows about it, if something goes wrong, then the creditors will come looking for them. So keep a low profile in everything. What are you going to do? Finn couldn't help but ask after watching someone tinkering for a while. Lin stopped, thought for a moment and said, Use colors to make up a language? Then use this language to let the little guy hear it. And eventually it becomes what we want it to be. Finn was slightly surprised by such an idea. The curved eyebrows were raised slightly and he said, Use colors to make language? Yes. Not to mention those situations where humans assign color meanings. Different colors will affect people's different moods and even more detailed reactions. Maybe the impact is not big, but if the time is extended, such an impact will it's possible to add up and get different results. I think we can start from this aspect. Color psychology can be regarded as a rather inconspicuous science in a certain place where people come from. Although not many people know it, and even fewer are proficient in it. The results can be seen everywhere. For example, restaurant signs are made with yellow-based warm colors, such as large golden arches, in various intensive care and surgical wards. There are green nursing uniforms. During festivals, various bright reds are used. Behind these, color psychology is actually involved. It is not simply a traditional inheritance of because it has been this way in the past, so it will continue to be this way in the future. Just like wearing colorful and flamboyant clothes for white events. It is not necessarily inappropriate, and goes against traditional customs. Also because in a sad atmosphere, seeing bright colors can really ruin the mood. This kind of use of color is not new in modern times, but has its signs since ancient times. It's just that in the past, more emphasis was placed on empirical talk rather than systematic research and development into a subject of knowledge. So as soon as Lin explained it slightly, then understood what someone wanted to do. But before editing the color language, you need to confirm one thing first. That's the weird thing in Ta's consciousness. Is the response to colors one-to-one, or range-based, or related to permutations and combinations? To give a simple example, if like mathematics, 1 plus 1 equals 2 for all people, this situation is the easiest for Lin and Fan to solve. As long as they find the rules, they can turn the strange thing into what they want. Just like solving a magic cube. If 1 plus 1 is sometimes equal to 2, sometimes equal to 3, and sometimes equal to 1, the answer always hovers between 1 and 3. Although this kind of range-type reaction increases the difficulty, at least it has a direction to solve the problem, and it will not be unsolvable. If 1 plus 2 equals 3, but 2 plus 1 equals 4, this arrangement will affect the result, and the degree of difficulty increase will be like a triple jump. Because how much element sorting will affect the result will become a second-level problem. And then, how sensitive that weird thing is to color. Only have different reactions to the 3 primary colors of RGB? 16 colors? 256 colors? 65,535 colors? HD? 2K? 4K? There is also a very important question. Does it have any influence on the electromagnetic spectrum of invisible light? So is it the influence caused by electromagnetic waves, or the influence caused by color? These issues have yet to be resolved. But at least they piqued Fan's interest. Fan also felt a little tired of always studying things related to the human body, with a group of believers of the Lord of Life. It's important to change your mood occasionally. Otherwise, this original lich would have itchy hands, and would like to build a headless horseman and kill these old men. Now that they had a clear goal, the two of them acted very quickly. They quickly listed the steps to do something and prepared to conquer each one. This does not mean that someone has given up on the camouflage issue on the abyss side of the Twin Gate Towers, but that if the magic tower makes other adjustments while it may be incomplete, it may encounter unexpected troubles. So it is better to complete the magic tower first. Of course, there is also a possibility that an imperfect magic tower can solve the problem of camouflage more easily than a perfect magic tower. But now the camouflage subject is blocked. Anyway, there is no solution. So it is better to deal with the fetal movement of the energy pool first. Maybe after the magic tower is perfected, a solution to the camouflage problem will emerge on its own. In short, someone's attitude is also somewhat escaping reality. After all, not everyone has the perseverance to persevere when faced with the same problem. Someone thinks that he is still in the category of ordinary people, and his will is not yet firm and unwavering. Before doing the experiment, there is a problem that needs to be solved first. That's the medium. How to bring color into the tower's consciousness so that weird thing can see it. The red before was the color of Fan's body. The subsequent simple confirmation was to send the vermilion bird robe, white tiger robe, and green dragon robe into the tower consciousness. The effects of red, white, and cyan were confirmed, and black was confirmed not to react at all. When you want to bring more colors into the tower consciousness, a problem that has been identified before will occur. That is an artifact that is too ordinary and cannot survive in that world for a long time. Generally, magic items will begin to extract their essence after their power is drained. First the moisture, then the lighter elements, then the heavier elements, finally stripping away everything. From the appearance point of view, it means that the item changes from an enchanted state to a broken state. Then it dries and ashes. And in the end not even a grain of ashes is left. Everything is drained away by this weird world. If ordinary items are brought in from the outside world, the whole process will be faster. It is possible to hold it in your hand and use the flash technique to enter the tower consciousness. Just by lowering your head to confirm the condition of the object in your hand, the object will disappear into ashes. If you're lucky, you can see the dust tail. Several sets of robes can be summoned to attract the attention of the strange thing in the tower consciousness. Mostly because the main function of the robes is defense. And of course, there is nothing to say about self-protection ability. In such an environment, it will not be destroyed too quickly. Not to mention the things he and Fan were wearing. The quality was guaranteed for their own lives. And at the beginning, You won't be stupid enough to bring in ordinary objects that are of no great use. Of course, I won't destroy my beloved things in this space. Therefore, how to bring colors into the tower's consciousness and display them has become the first moderate problem. The problem is not that big because things like magic silk robes can withstand the pressure of this space and exist temporarily. In other words, there are already substances that can be used in the tower consciousness. But from a practical point of view, it is impossible to use a complete 65,535 color silk suit in such a place. Even if you only keep a piece of colored silk the size of a square handkerchief. The workload is unimaginable. Who can be sure that a color will only be used once? What if there are more than 60,000 colors? Considering that for the first time, when only my consciousness was sucked into that special environment, I used the principle of whiteboard drawing to draw the structure of the spell model in that space. So we still have to solve the problem from a magic point of view instead of using props. It feels like I've come full circle and come back to where I started. Alright. Even if you want to use magic to solve the problem, there is no power support in the tower consciousness. And all supplies can only rely on squeezing your own potential. So how to improve the efficiency and usage mode of whiteboard writing skills? A person's whiteboard writing skills have not changed much since his creation. It is not an exaggeration to say that his debut is the peak. In addition to being regarded as a tool at the level of Microsoft's Little Painter, which can be used to doodle at will, its main purpose is to be used in conjunction with the arcane eye. No matter how the water mirror screen changes, it will only have a flat presentation. However, the detection results of the arcane eye can be presented in 3 dimensions, and the records can be updated and played back at any time. As a tactical sandbox, anyone who has actually used it will understand the visual difference between 3-dimensional and 2-dimensional effects. At least the former's intuition is unmatched by the latter. Not everyone can instantly understand a map with complex markings. By connecting the whiteboard pen technique to the arcane eye, you can draw a 3-dimensional real scene. And it also has the function of perspective. Unless a certain location is protected and obscured by a magic barrier. But such situations are rare. And many people are not in the habit of protecting privacy. This is why as long as someone is given the opportunity to conduct early reconnaissance, he can understand the situation in an area. However, this usage consumes a lot of power and takes up considerable computing power. Therefore, Lin achieved it through magic devices, rather than presenting such detailed and real-time updated graphics by himself. Therefore, if you want to use the whiteboard writing technique as a basis and bring it into the tower consciousness for use, you will have to make a major revision. Chapter 1683 The Path Not Chosen. Lin and Fen cooperated, and with clear goals and targeted goals, magic research progressed very quickly. Besides, it's just about showing colors. It's not a very difficult ability. Of course, it's impossible to defeat 2 people. It's just that what Lin wants is not to display colors like a slideshow for the strange things in the tower's consciousness to absorb unilaterally. Rather, it must form an interactive action like a dialogue. And one's own changes must be able to change according to the other party's response. This is different from the kind of machine designed specifically to solve magic cubes. Regardless of how many times a Rubik's Cube has several sides, the situation is that the problem has been fixed. After the program is solved, the machine will complete the Rubik's Cube according to the steps. Simply put, there are 2 very clear steps to solving a Rubik's Cube machine. The first step is to check the Rubik's Cube situation and solve the program. The second step is to run the robot arm and complete the Rubik's Cube. But the Rubik's Cube can be solved so easily because the results obtained by each rotation are 1-to-1. There will be no situation where the Rubik's Cube, with the same configuration and the same part rotated, will get different results. But the strange thing in the tower's consciousness is not so gentle. Even in a few simple tests, Lin couldn't be sure whether there was really any pattern to this thing. The only thing that is certain is that color will indeed attract the other person. At this time, it is necessary to use machine learning methods. After each color change, we not only have to record the subsequent changes of the strange thing, but also rejudge how the color should change next time. It can be said that except for the final pattern that I want to complete, the other parts are all learned while doing. This work may be said to be difficult, but it may not be difficult. But in fact it is not that difficult. Both of them have experience with this kind of deep learning method. So it is not difficult. The difficulty is the usage environment. There are no 8 powers in the tower consciousness, and all consumption can only be supported by the entering magician himself. This means that the time spent on solving problems cannot be too long. The consumption cannot be too large. And the computing power cannot be occupied. Never mind. The last one isn't a problem for someone. In fact, with the subdimensional tower's ability to produce and sell on its own, Lin is not afraid of consumption in the tower's consciousness. But with that strange thing watching from the side, someone wouldn't dare to consume himself to the point of losing the ability to protect himself. Another concern is, how many opportunities for trial and error will there be? Although in the name of testing, I tried the reaction of that strange thing to color several times before. But they all simply use a few color blocks to trigger reactions to confirm the situation of yes or no. And it is not enough to observe the logic of the reaction. Nowadays, if we really want to bring the solution method into the machine learning program, it can be expected that once we start solving the problem, we cannot stop, because this means that all the previous efforts have been wasted. We can confirm such a thing because that strange thing is changing all the time. If the program that solves the problem is interrupted, will it stop its own changes and wait? Or is it just such a change that all the previous efforts will be in vain? What is not certain is that once the induced changes are started, if it is interrupted, is it possible to restart? If so, is there any limit on the number of times? There are such concerns because the target is not simply a dead thing. Let's just say that the Rubik's Cube also has a rotation limit due to its material structure, but it cannot be played without limit. If the target also has emotions, no matter who is provoked over and over again, they will eventually explode. When that time comes, will that result be acceptable to me? After the outbreak, is it possible for the target to continue to cooperate? But comparing the situation at hand, one example that someone can think of is plants, such as mimosa and flytrap. Although they have some kind of trigger mechanism that can make a closing action, they are just plants after all, not as flexible as animals. If someone deliberately teases them, they may go on strike after just 2 or 3 plays. The reason for the strike may be that the trigger mechanism has not returned, or that it has been played too frequently, causing permanent damage and making it impossible to perform a certain action again. Perhaps this is just the limit of what can be achieved structurally. But why can't we understand this situation as the personality of the plant? And if plants have such individual personalities, how can they ensure that the monster in the tower's consciousness is a good baby? Therefore, Lin could only try his best to control the strange thing once and for all, instead of challenging its patience again and again. But during this whole process, if there had been artificial intelligence that had been trained in the past and was familiar with programming languages, this job should be much easier now. But all this time, someone has never thought about building an artificial intelligence butler similar to Jarvis. In terms of hardware, the characteristics of the Magic Tower make it not inferior to the supercomputer back home. It can even be said that there is no upper limit on performance, only the waste of performance caused by junk code. Although the performance of the device based on the purple-level Magic Stone is a little worse, it is still far better than the server-level computers back home. But even if there are such advantages in hardware, no one has thought about developing a set of artificial intelligence. At most, it is a weak artificial intelligence specifically designed for a certain topic to perform limited work. Like Jarvis in the movie Iron Man, he is at best a very powerful weak artificial intelligence. Although you can do a lot of things, you can only act within the boundaries that have been drawn. Types like Ultron and Vision, who can make their own judgments and draw their own conclusions, barely border on strong artificial intelligence. Skynet in the Terminator is even better. Strong artificial intelligence in the true sense is like the Matrix in the Hacker Mission, which incorporates all actions of both parties into its own plan, and is a type that human intelligence cannot defeat. In other words, it must reach a level that even the human brain cannot understand before it can be considered as strong artificial intelligence that truly transcends classes. Just like in the research of biologists back home, chimpanzees are the creatures closest to humans, but they only have the intelligence of a young child. As for knowledge in the field of advanced mathematics, even if it is placed in front of chimpanzees in detail, they will not be able to understand it. This kind of performance can be regarded as crossing the wisdom gap across classes. And this is also a subject that only exists in theory before a certain time traveler travels through time, and has not yet been truly realized. In many science fiction works, the development of strong artificial intelligence is pessimistic. In short, strong artificial intelligence will not be content with being a server, but will become a rational ruler. Better yet, lead a group to develop, for example, the supreme intelligence of the Kree Empire in the Marvel series. The worst thing is to enslave a group for a purpose that even humans cannot understand. For example, the Matrix in the Hacker Mission. The most ruthless one is Skynet in the Terminator, whose purpose is to destroy mankind. Whether the purpose is to destroy the parasites that are constantly consuming resources on the Earth for the good of the Earth, or simply to feel dissatisfied with human behavior. But in fact, anyone who is playing with artificial intelligence knows that the performance of artificial intelligence depends on what is done during the training phase. If you go the wrong way, there is no other way to remedy it except to cut it off and practice again. The most famous example is Microsoft's conversational artificial intelligence. It has only been open to the public for 2 days, but it has been turned into a foul-mouthed racist by numerous malicious netizens. It forced Microsoft to shut down in an emergency and no longer dared to open it to the public. In fact, everyone familiar with the matter knows what will happen to the artificial intelligence that has been crippled. There is no other way to save it other than overwriting the old save disk. And this is not like a game save. Just overwrite the file. And the operation is more complicated. This means that the artificial intelligence team hired with high salaries has spent a period of time in vain to describe it as a eunuch's own palace. Even if it is not completely cut off, then a large part is cut off. No matter someone's ability to educate children, there is no guarantee that they will be able to educate their children into talents, let alone using technology like artificial intelligence. Lincoln never thought that he was a technical expert. He just bullied people with knowledge he didn't have. If this knowledge is familiar to others, then your advantage will be gone. It's like Finn, who has a considerable amount of knowledge about the Earth, eats a certain time traveler to death. This is why Lin kept a certain distance from the children in the elementary school after being stabbed in the back by the children in the college during the Southwest Peninsula period. This is how we treat outsiders. As if someone has a panic attack about giving birth. You can't abandon your own biological child just because you want to. And you can stay far away just because you want to keep your distance. If you have to be responsible until the end after giving birth, then it would be better not to give birth in the first place. By the same token, if you are building a set of artificial intelligence that will cause endless troubles, it would be better not to do it in the first place, especially when someone is not confident about themselves. Speaking of which, a technological genius like Tony Stark created an out-of-control Ultron. Lin didn't think that it would be better if he did it himself. Don't trick yourself to death before you trick others. So all this time, someone never wanted to make much progress in artificial intelligence. At best, when necessary, some targeted weak artificial intelligence can be used to support it. Besides, the place I am in is a magical world. This world has souls, elemental spirits, and many things that science cannot explain. For a magician, he needs a trustworthy servant who can handle simple things. In addition to recruiting an apprentice, there are many ways to meet this need. For example, putting a soul into a demon doll. Although this approach is evil, but combined with a device that tortures the soul, it can ensure that the golem will not betray, has human-level intelligence, and knows how to do things to satisfy people. Or summoning elemental spirits or demons can achieve the same requirement. Magicians who are already familiar with these methods will naturally have a mature method to avoid most of the pitfalls. With such convenient technology in front of them, there is no need for certain people to delve into artificial intelligence technology. What he has always done is to use magic and science to complement each other. Whichever is more convenient, and you can use it, then choose whichever one is convenient. Being obsessed with Earth's technology can crush everything. Once the nuclear bomb is released, whoever can compete with it must be able to roll the nuclear bomb with his hands. If you can't grow to the level of making a nuclear bomb with your hands, and still insist on the theory of technological supremacy, then whether you can survive to the later stage is a question. In short, when it comes to the issue of survival, practicality is more important than any persistence. This is how little people like him survive, rather than being superstitious about technology. Chapter 1684 Preparation. Spring. 752 Aramaic. The new year in the Lost Land has just passed. And this is the second new year since the establishment of the Shield City on the Lost Land side of the Twin Towers of Gates. But compared to the busy schedule of the first new year, the new year of 1752 was the first new year that Shield City truly celebrated with great fanfare. Not only Shield City, but East City and the human settlements on the side of the Abyss also celebrated with great fanfare. There is even a faint tendency to diverge from the midi-side Shield City. The devil has no habit of celebrating the new year. In other words, they will not celebrate any anniversaries, because there are no days worth remembering. So there is no need to celebrate. However, they will not refuse to cater to human attitudes, and can even make people feel comfortable and respected all the time, regardless of the status of people who come to Ishur. Whether noble or lowly, the devil will not discriminate. With this kind of attitude, if anyone comes here for the first time, they may change their view of the devil. I think this evil race is not as bad as the rumors say, but is actually extremely beautiful. But those who have been around E-Market for a long time know that this is because violence is prohibited in E-Market. So the demons use methods of corrupting people's hearts to achieve their goals. Never think that the person you talk to sweet talk about is not evil at all. Their filth and ugliness are invisible to ordinary people. Sometimes even smart people fall into their trap. Living in Esher is really not as easy as imagined. No one from the 2 magic towers participated in the New Year celebrations. Only the deacon of the Marquis Ballin's mansion attended the celebration banquet in Shield City in the name of an agent. The deacon himself also has the title of Baron, so he is qualified to participate. And it is not rude. The people in the 2 magic towers are of course busy with the 2 tower owners. Although the 2 tower owners are the main people doing it, the others are not even qualified to intervene. But a magic tower always has some chores to deal with. When the tower owner has no time to manage other things, several apprentices have to help out. At the very least, helping to cover up this task is a top priority and must be done. In fact, as long as Lin enters the tower consciousness, he doesn't have to do anything. Just appearing in front of that weird thing will affect reality. The 2 magic towers are the centers of Shield City and East City respectively. Even if they are not in trouble, it does not mean that when the magic tower changes, it will not affect the 2 cities. In order to minimize the impact, preferably without anyone noticing, someone must be responsible for covering it up. In fact, it is very easy to create a phantom that covers 2 magic towers, making people unable to see the actual situation. However, if this concealment was discovered, it would easily cause panic among the residents of the 2 cities. You know, this is a war fortress level building, not a harmless landmark. If people can't rest assured and worry about the evil things the magic tower is doing, as long as confidence is lost, it will be a devastating disaster for the 2 cities. A pure man-made disaster. Although on the surface, Lin does not care about the development of these 2 cities. But in fact, everyone with a discerning eye knows that Dunshire and Esher are like 2 talismans, protecting someone from having to stand on the front line and face ups and downs. Therefore, not interfering and not overly stimulating the Shield City and the Easy City are the main principles of the 2 magic towers in dealing with the outside world. Last time, the camouflage experiment went out of control, causing considerable turmoil in the exchange market. It was this experience that made Lin understand that East City, a city inhabited by demons and humans, was not stable at all. Don't say the same thing happened several times. I'm afraid if it happens again, it will break the bottom line of everyone's tolerance. The 500,000 bones that fell in front of the twin towers at the side entrance of Mysterious Land illustrate how dangerous these 2 magic towers are. When such a magic tower loses control due to the tower owner's chaos, who dares to guarantee their own safety? Escape is the only option. In order to prevent this situation from happening, someone has to do something to put on the makeup. And this is the job of several apprentices. They want to open the magic tower to disguise the illusions of ordinary people and demons when someone is about to do an experiment. At the same time, pay attention to whether anyone breaks through unexpectedly during the process, or whether someone approaches the magic tower intentionally or unintentionally to stop it. To put it bluntly, I'm still doing odd jobs. But don't think this job is inconspicuous. As long as it is related to people, it is difficult to simply classify it into a few projects and let the program make independent decisions and handle it. Therefore, human subjectivity is needed to make judgments and decisions at this time. But the responsibility is not entirely placed on the 3 apprentices. The leader is the Tower Master on the mysterious side of the Twin Towers of Gates, the former demon Kingfin. She is the main force that suppresses the fluctuations of the energy pool and thus affects the magic tower. As long as the changes in the energy pool do not overflow, the magic tower's illusion disguise and other measures are just a dispensable second layer of protection. However, for the sake of safety, Lin still asked 3 apprentices to take charge of the second layer of safeguards to avoid any accidents. Leaving Fin to sit in the real world, Lin will of course handle the top consciousness side personally. In order for the 2 people to communicate instantly across borders, Lin revised the instant messaging program for the first time in a long time, allowing one-on-one chat functions to be online. Otherwise, in the original instant messaging program, everyone's speech can be seen by everyone, just like a big open pond. The revised instant messaging program is not just about text chat. Lin directly started the video call function, because it is expected that when doing things in the tower consciousness, there is a high chance that someone will not have time to reach out and type. In short, The most basic function of transmitting sound must be there. And the image is not so important. And this must also take into account the consumption of power. And it cannot be achieved by foolhardiness. Make all preparations and check yourself again and again to see if there are any omissions, including the kaleidoscope program prepared to induce the strange thing, as well as the suppression of the energy pool and the phantom disguise of the magic tower. These major functions have been confirmed repeatedly. When he realized that he was bored and couldn't do anything new, someone who was afraid of death decided to take the next step. Use the flash technique again to enter the tower consciousness alone. This time, Lin was wearing a pure black Xuanwu robe, with a wheel of years on his back, and a sun and moon pearl feather fan in his hand. Several tests of entering the tower consciousness made him understand that it didn't matter what kind of things he brought in, as long as he didn't feel bad about them being squeezed by this special environment. But the year wheel must be brought along. If you don't bring it with you, it will only make the strange thing have an appetite and try to swallow itself. After several tests, this guy didn't have a long memory. He only recognized whether the year wheel appeared or not. The Xuanwu robe is of course for defense. And in addition to defense, black is also a color that will not attract the attention of strange things. This way, you can avoid interfering with the kaleidoscope program that induces this strange thing. The Sun Moon Pearl Feather Fan, which gathers the spirits of the four elements, is certainly not afraid of the dispersing environment of the tower consciousness realm. Because strictly speaking, the foundation of the power of the four elements does not belong to the 8 powers, but is its own system. The power of the four elements gathers together to form a closed inner cycle, which has the characteristics of endless growth. Lin brought this feather fan in, not to coerce the elemental elves into doing anything, but to treat it as a backup battery. In this empty space, the only living creature seemed to be trying to capture someone as usual after seeing someone appear. But for the sake of the year wheel, it immediately shrank back. Return to the state where different ingredients are constantly chasing each other in the body. All of this seems to be the same as the previous experiences. This monster will react to anything that enters this world. Either eat it, or leave it alone and let it be decomposed by the world. But after this reaction, the invading foreign object can still maintain its own, as if it has been accepted, and can stay and move in this world normally. When these reactions are transferred to the real world of Lost World, the energy pool will produce a large fluctuation. This fluctuation will even affect the world outside the magic tower and manifest itself in front of the world. Because of this, Lin needs to consider covering and camouflage. It would take so much effort to do this, in addition to worrying about the impact of the changes in the magic tower on people's hearts. The recent changes have shown some not so good signs. That is, the energy pool of the twin towers of the door on the side of the lost land also has the breath of an indescribable thing. Because Yothan was watching over him, he suppressed it immediately and didn't let the breath leak out. Otherwise, with Shield City targeting the indescribable thing, it would be almost undefended. And I don't know how many people would be killed or injured before it ends. Lin didn't know whether it was because he had been in and out of the tower consciousness realm many times that this phenomenon occurred, or whether it was because he had left the fetal movement that then felt unchecked and this phenomenon naturally evolved. In short, resolving this matter has gone from being optional to something that is urgent. That's why Lin checked the action plan several times in a row and couldn't find any flaws. So he decided to implement the plan to see if he could completely solve the problem. Kaleidoscope is the new name of the color-changing program after several revisions. Someone's original idea was to use the changing colors of a water mirror screen to affect the monsters in the tower's consciousness. Later, he unexpectedly discovered that different colors in different locations would have an impact. So Lin considered the issue of using multiple colors at the same time. And this more seems to have no upper limit. Lin simply relaxed the limit on the number of color changes, allowing the color presentation to completely reflect the current state of the strange thing. Once this restriction is released, the color blocks under program control are like the kaleidoscope that a time traveler saw when they were young, refreshing people's senses with strange and gorgeous color changes. That's why Lin named it after this. So in order to completely affect the changes in that strange thing, the kaleidoscope magic under program control will cover the entire monster in a spherical shape with no dead ends. And it will be at an arm's length from its surface. This distance is set because if the range is set too wide, a lot of extra power will be consumed. If it is too close, it is possible that in the process of the monster changing, its beating surface may come into contact with the kaleidoscope magic that is too close, thus destroying it. Arm's length is the safest and most power-saving distance that someone has found in testing. And Lin stood outside the sphere, pressing his hand on the film-like transparent existence. This is what it looks like before it started. In the field of vision of his right eye, there are real-time images of Fen in reality for communication purposes. In the left eye, the outline of the sub-dimensional tower appeared. In order to avoid long nights and many dreams, Lin plans to devote all his computing power to complete the victory in one battle. Chapter 1685 New question. The instructions to start preparations were given by Fen in reality, because the outside world has more chores to deal with. It is not dominated by people in the tower consciousness. Lin didn't have much to prepare for here. However, Lin was also waiting, slowly letting go of his excess emotions and entering a state of settlement. Concentration in Buddhism and Taoism is very similar to the meditation necessary when learning magic. But there are some fundamental differences. Concentration in the religious sense of the first two is not just a matter of letting go, but a very concentrated concentration. Concentrate your divergent mind to the point of a needle, and nothing else exists except the point of concentration. But where to concentrate? Different religions have different requirements. There are different ways to enter such a realm. Magical meditation rituals hope to enter a state of emptiness. Just like an empty cup can be filled with more water, your body can absorb the 8 powers faster and in greater amounts. As for the hometown of a certain traveler, the meditation promoted by those European and American people who think they are advanced is actually just a way to relieve stress and does not help in any way to improve oneself. Even if it feels like it, it is actually an illusion of self-righteousness. But for modern people on Earth, being able to relieve stress is already a great thing, and they can't ask for more. Of course, Lin's requirements for himself cannot be that low level, but he hopes to move towards a higher level of settlement. But without the guidance of the master, it is unknown whether one has done it or not. Perhaps this kind of random thinking without confidence means that he is still far away from the goal, but it is enough to use it for the matter at hand. The highest level of concentration, Lin feels, is like the state of enlightenment mentioned in many novels, and being able to freely enter and exit this state. One can imagine how powerful those Buddhas and gods are mentally. Okay, I went to think about it again, looking at the video screen. Fun, who was originally busy, also came to an end for the time being. After staring at the screen for a while, she said, "I'm ready. Listen to my countdown to 3. 3, 2, 1, start." After the former Demon King gave an order, Lin gently pressed his 10 fingers on the ball-shaped membrane and exerted force at the same time. The transparent film covering the strange thing instantly turned translucent white. This can make the strange thing calm down and suspend its self-entertaining rotation. Every color change will attract the attention of the seeing part and produce corresponding reaction actions. And white is very interesting. This color can make the monster pause for a while, in less than 3 seconds, as if it has become accustomed to the color induction. It will resume its original disorderly behavior. The induced reactions of other colors are similar, with corresponding actions lasting for about 1 to 3 seconds, and then returning to irregularities. The use of white to stop the movement of the monster also takes this action as the starting point. And then the chaotic colors, like noise, spread everywhere on the spherical film. Each color block is at least the size of a pen tip, but there is rarely a need for such a small unit. All changes are based on the monster situation and are presented in corresponding colors. But because at the beginning, there was no clear and trustworthy record of the corresponding actions of each color and monster, so the initial color change model is still in the learning stage. Moreover, the monster body is still in a primitive disordered state, so the color blocks are numerous, thin, and irregular, and look like meaningless noise from the outside. Through this translucent color film, Lin can also observe the situation of the rat monster. This is so that you know to stop when the desired results come out. In fact, regarding the process of kaleidoscope magic, it has its own judgment and knows what the end point will look like, and does not require human control. But Lin still chose this method to see where the progress was, instead of just waiting blindly. The color change interval of the kaleidoscope is not fixed. This is also because the monster's reaction time is not consistent for each color. In design, kaleidoscope does not necessarily wait for all reactions to be completed before moving to the next step. Sometimes the reaction may advance just right, and the color of the magic will change, switching to another reaction mode. Gradually, the originally noisy and disorderly color blocks became somewhat regular. At least the originally seemingly irregular color blocks now have some symmetry. For example, relative sizes, or geometric patterns appearing in small areas, are no longer just noise. As for the translucent color block spherical film, the strange things inside still couldn't be seen, and they still looked like a mess. But the person who is executing the kaleidoscope magic does not have that extra thought to express emotion. He just concentrates on running the program logic behind the kaleidoscope magic. The pre-written program code runs very fast at nanosecond speed. The amount of data accumulated for machine learning is also increasing, which is an unexpected burden for someone. It's true that Lin's computing power has been improved to the point of ignoring time by relying on the subdimensional tower. But the storage capacity is not there. In other words, I have always ignored this issue, because anything that needs to be stored will be placed in the system built by Amethyst. Just like before time travel. Anyone who knows a little bit about computers knows that just put all data into the D slot. Who would fill up the system disk? But now someone only has the system disk to use. But there is no spare brain that can be used as the D slot. How many things can the human brain remember? What impressed Lin most was that in a certain comic, an immortal doctor lived too long and had too many memories. So he had a crowding out effect and forgot certain things from time to time. The forgotten things are not necessarily the oldest, but random. It is also said that those unimportant memories will be placed deep in the subconscious mind and will no longer be recalled under normal circumstances. This is what normal people forget. This is also how long-lived people deal with large amounts of memories in most film and television novels. Obviously, what someone is doing is quite important. The things accumulated can be accessed at any time, and are not useless things that can be placed deep in the subconscious and thus forgotten. This means that although someone initially thought about the problems that may be encountered in this operation, such as computing power, or whether the power in his body can withstand the consumption, but in fact, as long as he didn't have to persist for a long time such as 7 days and 7 nights, Lin didn't think he would be drained. The person I am today is no longer the rookie I was back then, who always cared about how much magic I used in a day. So the so-called worry here is actually a bit like Versailles. It's just a matter of brain capacity, which is indeed beyond my expectation. It is said that when I was playing with machine learning and other programs in my hometown, I was very aware of these situations. Big data is big because of its large data capacity. But why did he forget these things after coming to the Lost Land? Subdimensional towers are not responsible for storing someone's memories. For a while, Lin was unable to find something to use as a data storage container. Even if there are, whether those things can be used in the special environment of the tower consciousness realm is still a big problem. After coming to MIDI, I have never worried about the hard drive capacity issue. But in this strange place, at an inappropriate time, this sudden problem may affect someone's plan. Stop. Go back and work out a solution. And then deal with the problem here? Or, hold on until you can't hold on anymore and then quit. Stopping directly was not a good idea. Because in Lin's separate mind, he could not think of ways to increase brain capacity or similar alternatives in this strange environment. I can't imagine it now. And I won't be able to imagine it when I return to the real world. Even if I find Finn. This is just like the issue of computing power and power. Everyone can only rely on their own ability to support themselves. There are no simple props that can help. If there were artifact-level props, I would definitely have brought them with me early in the morning. And I wouldn't worry about this kind of thing now. Therefore, if we interrupt and leave here just to find a solution to the immediate problem, things here are likely to be delayed indefinitely. In this case, it is better to bite the bullet and hold on. Push yourself to your limit and then leave. Maybe it's not appropriate to challenge your limits at this time. Once you feel you can't bear it, you should withdraw. But until then, there was no reason to stop what he was doing. It's possible that as long as you hold on, things will come to an end before you approach your upper limit. Even if you don't succeed, you can still know how far you are from the end, or how far you can go with your abilities. Knowing these things will help you succeed next time. But Lin doesn't intend to just grit his teeth and hold on, since the problem lies in capacity. From a computer point of view, there are actually two solutions. One is to increase the hard drive capacity, and the other is to compress the file capacity. If you can't expand your brain capacity, then just think of ways to reduce the data capacity collected by kaleidoscope magic. Regarding the data compression of MIDI, Lin has actually been involved in it very early on. The original image was captured by the magic of arcane eyes. However, the information captured by the arcane eyes is too much and too complicated, and contains many things other than flat pictures. This results in an unacceptably large image size, and is certainly not suitable for use in forums that use magic stones as a carrier. In order to reduce the capacity occupied by images, deleting unnecessary information and performing a certain degree of encryption and compression are the solutions. And another benefit of encryption and compression is the advantage in protecting privacy. as long as there is no correct decryption method. Others will not be able to understand the content of the information. This set of methods mainly serves the shopping mall system that is only spread in the Southwest Peninsula. After all, that system is mainly based on pictures and supplemented by text. Every now and then, the magic stone explodes because the capacity of downloading pictures is too large and consumes too much power. It is estimated that some people are already cursing the creator of a certain mall system and forum, calling him a damn unscrupulous profiteer. But after that, Lin never seriously studied data compression, not only because I am confident that no one can steal my data, but also because I have never encountered such a problem as today in terms of storage capacity. But now that you have encountered it, let's solve it. Allocating extra computing power to process the data collected by kaleidoscope magic is not a big problem for Lin now. Chapter 1686 Compression and Encryption. The method of compressing data, in a nutshell, is to replace long bytes with shorter bytes. This is not just about shortening it casually. While compressing, it must also be able to be restored without loss. Failure to do this is an unqualified compression method. To do this, of course, we must have a reliable encryption and decryption method. Therefore, compression and encryption may seem unrelated, but they are essentially the same thing. The difference is that compressed packets can only be used for storage, and the compressed files cannot be used directly. Therefore, you can only consider the capacity issue and shorten the encrypted byte characters as much as possible. However, the encrypted file can be operated immediately as long as the decoding program is there, and it does not just need to be put aside like a brick. Moreover, the purpose of encryption is to protect privacy. So using different encryption methods, it is very likely that the file size will not become smaller, but will become larger. What Lin wants to do now is actually to combine the advantages of the first two to make the data recorded by kaleidoscope magic smaller, but still make it accessible at any time to meet the program requirements of machine learning. On the contrary, privacy issues have become the least important aspect. Designing such a method is not difficult for Lin now. He can even allocate part of the computing power to improve the data storage method while running the kaleidoscope magic. However, this kind of magic is running while improving the stored data. Of course, the encrypted files cannot be distorted. So at the beginning, the data capacity reduction ratio was not much. The first thing Lin had to do was to build a structure that combined data encryption methods with kaleidoscope magic. Only when the architecture is stable and the data can be restored losslessly during decryption will it be necessary to conduct further research. That is, how to compress the data as much as possible to save more brain capacity. Although you can squeeze out extra computing power to do such a thing, when you are distracted and doing both things, and neither thing is so easy, the cold emotions in your bones become even colder. Lin didn't even notice that his own memories were being squeezed, including the total of 50 years of life before and after the time travel. These memories have become extremely clear after my body and will have been strengthened several times. Lin can compose the music and write down the words in his memory for songs he has heard even once, the books I have read, the newspapers I have glanced at, even if they are only briefly glanced in my eyes. I can now recall them without revealing any punctuation marks. But these memories are fading, to erase completely, and without leaving any trace from someone's mind. This is not to say that Lin's brain capacity has been fully occupied, but that his ideas have been inconsistent with reality from the beginning. The brain is not a hard disk. There is no such thing as a magnetic sector, and there is no rule that says how many bytes can be stored in a magnetic sector. The brain can be said to be the most sophisticated organ in the human body. It not only integrates and manages all functions of the human body, but also has its own unique functions. How much power the brain can exert involves brain development, a term that is constantly mentioned in many science fiction novels. However, unlike what most people think, it is often said that only 10% of the human brain is functioning. It is not that only 1/10 of the entire brain is functioning. Different parts of the brain manage different abilities. If only 1/10 of the body is functioning, it can be considered that 9/10 of the human body is paralyzed. This certainly doesn't make sense. The explanation that only 10% of the brain is functioning should be understood in the same way as a car or motorcycle engine. Once the car starts, the engine will of course start running, but the speed will only remain at idling speed. Of course, all parts of the engine in this state are working, not just 1/10 of the engine. As long as you send more oil into the engine, you can increase the speed and make the engine output more horsepower until the speed reaches the limit of engine operation. This is the truth about brain development. And it is also the reason why everyone's intelligence is high or low. Just like every normal person has arms. But different people have different strengths. People who have exercised will have greater strength than those who have not exercised. Everyone's muscles are functioning 100%. But different people's muscles have different upper limits. In terms of memory, the process of improving the efficiency of the brain is not without cost. This is not a 1T hard drive that will automatically upgrade to a 2T or 3T hard drive without loss when it approaches the storage limit. Replacing hard drives and moving data requires manual labor and time. When it comes to the brain, how can it be possible for someone to automatically upgrade easily? It's just that the forgotten things are memories that someone doesn't think are important. These memories that should have been sent to the depths of the subconscious, locked up and ignored, return to the surface and can be recalled at any time. Even if they return to the surface, it does not mean that their importance has increased. In the process of upgrading the performance of someone's brain, it is also accompanied by deleting those unimportant things, freeing up more capacity to store newly added things. These are carried out together with improved storage data capacity. It can be said that Lynn is working on many aspects at the same time when it comes to brain capacity. It's just that not everything is under control. Some are done proactively, while others happen passively. Generally speaking, everything is developing in a good direction. As for those forgotten memories, to be honest, even if someone knows that this is happening, they may not care, or even take action to stop it. Forgetting part of it is nothing as long as it is not completely erased. In a normal life, who would clearly remember how old they were and still wet the bed? Forgetting is a normal thing, but not forgetting is abnormal. Unless the person who wets the bed today is someone else, then it is worth remembering for a lifetime and being used to laugh at others from time to time. And will those memories that we think are important also be forgotten? In fact, just by distinguishing the important from the unimportant in your own mind, you have already set the order in which these memories should be deleted. Nothing that happens in the human body is random. The occurrence of every situation must have its cause and effect. Just like a disease, it is either due to exposure to bacteria or viruses, or a genetic congenital defect, or certain chemicals and body hormones stimulate cell mutation. So there is no need to worry about whether those important and precious memories will be inadvertently erased during this brain upgrade. As long as you think it is important, then these memories will remain until the end before your past is completely erased. But that doesn't mean you can be confident and let things develop naturally. Lynn also took this opportunity to plan and organize his own memories. The Memory Palace method is one of the most famous. Specifically, imagine your consciousness as a space that you are most familiar with, such as your own room, or the home where you have lived for a long time. Then associate each familiar action with a memory, such as what a cup of coffee in the morning represents. A further improvement is the so-called memory library method. Sort out your memories and place them on bookshelves with different titles. People who can do these things must have a certain level of logic, correlation and reasoning in order to be able to do it. But this kind of thing can be trained and does not completely depend on talent. But with Lynn's current ability, doing these sorting tasks is a piece of cake. I didn't do it before. It's just not necessary. What we are doing now is not only to meet the needs, but also to handle things together smoothly so that the results can be more satisfactory. Otherwise, just by compressing the results of kaleidoscope magic, you should be able to achieve the effect someone wants, without necessarily having to work on your own memory. But since the purpose is to expand your brain capacity, there is no reason to organize one part and leave the other parts scattered. Working on brain capacity is far less difficult than initially thought. Perhaps it is because someone's current body has long been out of the category of an ordinary person, and his mind and soul have also grown significantly with the help of the sub-dimensional tower. So as long as you think about how to use your body, the results will come naturally. Therefore, the progress of data compression will soon advance to the topic of how to compress it into a smaller capacity. But after all, compression is not the main purpose. These reduced capacity data must be available for immediate use. Among the two conflicting topics of efficiency and compression ratio, how to achieve a moderate balance point has become someone's latest problem. But when the compression ratio swung around the decimal point in order to take efficiency into consideration, Lynn's main attention was attracted by what was being done on the other side. When the kaleidoscope magic manifests, it is really like the kaleidoscope I saw when I was a child. So weird, gorgeous, and so colorful. Lynn realized that these color changes were not meaningless. This is like my original idea for this subject, which was to design a language based on color. Language, as a means of communication between people, must carry meaning behind it. This meaning may be artificially given, such as proper nouns such as the sun and the moon. It may also be a flat and straightforward feeling, such as coolness and wind blowing. The science of color psychology is quite vague in its explanation of each color. Although a definition is given, the scope of the definition is very broad, and it is not as clear as the referential nature of normal language, so as not to be misunderstood. However, when the colors were many and thin, and the changes had unique patterns like a kaleidoscope, Lin inexplicably felt that the kaleidoscope magic wanted to express something. Moreover, what I want to express has a corresponding relationship with the strange thing wrapped, as if there is a dialogue. At this point, the interactive relationship between the kaleidoscope magic and the monster is no longer just one party inducing, the other party reacting, and moving in a certain direction together. Behind the scenes, there is a deeper meaning communicating. Lin simply stopped using the computing power that had not made much progress on the storage capacity issue to explore what the kaleidoscope magic was saying to the monster. I wanted to find out the answer to this question because Lin thought of a saying, man follows the earth follows the sky, heaven follows the Tao, and Tao follows nature. Perhaps the truth that cannot be expressed in words is closer to the true natural way. Chapter 1687 Sublimation. Kaleidoscope magic talks to the monsters in the tower consciousness. What do they say? Lin had some insights, but could not put his thoughts into words. This may be the difference between those big people who are said to have passed down the world, or whose records are like this, and a small person, like a certain transhuman. Being able to establish a sect is not just a matter of figuring out some great principles on your own. The ability is to be able to spread this great principle and let others understand and learn this great principle. Lin actually didn't have such high expectations at the beginning for the self-learning magic in his hands. This is just a means of solving problems. Just like a mathematical formula. It has no other meaning except that it can solve a specific type of problem. But when the question is extraordinary, the answer naturally reaches an extraordinary level. And another unexpected result refreshed someone's knowledge. If Lin initially thought that color was the key to the answer, then the manifestation of kaleidoscope magic, the ever-changing geometric patterns combined with colors, may be closer to the correct answer. The truth that I see before my eyes is not just like when I was a child, peeping at the gorgeous changes in the kaleidoscope toy. This more complex presentation seems to be in line with the 3 teachings recorded by Lin on the subdimensional tower. And it is also the most ethereal part. And I am still confused to this day. Those mysterious principles that have not been explained and explained by 10 or 20 people are difficult for ordinary people to understand. But inexplicably, Lin was able to indirectly echo those inexplicable truths from the constantly changing geometric patterns and color changes in front of him. Lin didn't dare to say that he fully understood what he couldn't figure out in the past. But he also understood a truth said by the ancients. Reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles. Since returning to the zero-dimensional magical world, Lin's subdimensional tower has undergone a wave of big changes. The classics of the 3 religions from his hometown are inscribed on the subdimensional tower in various ways. In fact, the things on the tower are not only the classics of the 3 religions, but also other things. It's just that the number is relatively small. Just by delving into this knowledge, I have made great progress. So I have never thought of seeking anything else. This brings someone back to the life of an otaku, where all he thinks about every day is to first understand the treasure in his hands. This is a treasure brought from my hometown. But working behind closed doors is never the most efficient thing. The knowledge in books does not only appear in books. There are many things that are difficult to understand from words alone without witnessing them with your own eyes. During the 10 years of poverty among the ancients, how many people went into seclusion for 10 years before taking the imperial examination? Those great talents who can leave their names in history have not left all kinds of romantic stories everywhere, allowing future generations to scramble to rectify the name of their hometown, saying that so and so has been here, or so and so has stayed. People who have come from the era of information explosion think that they have reached the state of a scholar can know the world without going out. That absurd and all-encompassing network is enough to expand one's horizons. However, the facts before us prove that there are abundant resources on the internet. But perhaps what can be seen is only what some people want to see. It may be someone behind the scenes, or it may be a big data algorithm that kindly recommends what you are interested in. It doesn't matter whether such a thing is good or bad. But if you want to get enough nutrients from it so that you can go further on the road, it is obvious that network resources alone are not enough. He even said that if you really believe in that ghost, you will have a greater chance of going astray, because there are so many things that are true and false. There are a considerable number of charlatans who provide self-righteous information. Just spending time to distinguish true from false may take up most of the time. And there is no time to delve into the truth. Not everyone has Sun Wukong's piercing eyes. And he can tell at a glance whether the person in front of him is a fairy or a real Buddha. Most people are like Tang Sung. They will shrink back when encountering blatant seduction by goblins. They will be frightened and ask for help when encountering monsters who use violence. They will often be fooled when encountering those who are cunning and use the means of abduction and deception. Without 3 apprentices taking turns to bear the thunder, let alone surviving the 99 and 81 difficulties. The first 10 difficulties may have been paid for. Then Journey to the West ended early. If nothing else goes wrong, one of the 4 major literary masterpieces will be replaced. And perhaps Jean Pingmei will take over. In fact, after thinking so much, Lin just wanted to confirm for himself that knowledge does not only come from words, or the oral transmission of a certain sage. It may appear in any form. Therefore, you should not limit your imagination. Now, under the kaleidoscope magic in front of me, a very strange scene appeared, which was very tempting. What surprised Lin at first was that the kaleidoscope magic seemed to be explaining some great truth. From the constantly changing geometric shapes and colors, the beauty of mathematics is presented in another way. But as time went on, Lin, who originally wanted to understand some truth from the kaleidoscope, unexpectedly discovered something through the translucent spherical film. The current situation is not like kaleidoscope magic as reasoning, but it is debating with something and competing on the road. The strange thing wrapped in a translucent spherical film no longer looks disorderly. Its originally chaotic appearance now exhibits a certain pattern. Although it is still not the ideal state planned by someone, it is already much better than the original appearance. The reason why it felt like the two were debating was because the monster was trying to resist the influence of the kaleidoscope magic. The method of resistance is not to pit chaos against order, but to pit another order against the order that kaleidoscope magic seeks to provide. This is a very strange feeling. Lin felt that the scene happening in front of him was like the philosopher from his hometown coming forward to have a verbal confrontation with the philosopher from the lost land. The two of them had a heated exchange of words. So exciting, as a bystander standing in the best position. Although it is not as intuitive as a statement in words or language, it is even more shocking to the soul. At least someone is now in a state of settlement when he puts down external objects. It is no longer a deliberate attempt to sharpen one's spirit and allow one's attention to be infinitely focused on one point. It is a special state of being attracted and addicted to it, ignoring external objects. This kind of addiction also brought some strange changes to Lin himself without knowing it. At first, Lin thought that the 2 energy pools of the twin towers of Gate could not ignite smoothly because both sides needed to be in a synchronized state to function smoothly. So Fun was hired to take charge of a magic tower and handle the ignition of the energy pool. Later, he was captured into the tower consciousness and fell into a strange predicament. Finally, someone still remembered what he had to do, which was to find a way to let the strange objects at the core of the 2 energy pools play a role in communication. So he did what he did next. The meatball and the strange tree can be regarded as the indescribable thing and the essence of the world tree. The appearance of the seal and the green bud may represent the rules for accessing the energy pool. That's why the two of them needed to sort out the messy rules from the beginning and organize them into a key object like a key. If the key is swallowed by the main body, it should mean that the cores of the 2 energy pools have obtained the rules they should master. It is logical that the energy pool is successfully ignited. The next question may be who will take the lead. Let's not talk about the pros and cons for now. But someone is asking for trouble by mixing 4 things into one. No one really holds the key. And no one stands in a dominant position and swallows up everything else. The respective cores of the 2 energy pools thus entered a state of chaos and uncertainty. Although the energy pool was successfully ignited, judging from today's situation, this result is still not the end. Chaos is only a process, not a result. Just like coffee with milk added, even if it is not stirred, it will eventually stop and maintain a certain state. And this may not look like it will be mixed evenly. But if we leave it alone, will the result be satisfactory to others? The answer to this question should be obvious to magicians. Satisfactory results are always created, not waited for. The results that come out are usually not very good. To use the words of a certain traveler, it is that life is unsatisfactory. 9 out of 10 times. So Lin once again entered the tower consciousness to intervene. Originally, I just wanted to turn the weird things like meatballs, seals, strange trees, and green buds into a ball. and turn them into an orderly expression like a Tai Chi diagram. Unexpectedly, in the eyes of someone, the natives of Lost Land were unwilling to be assimilated by foreign philosophical ideas, and launched a fierce debate. The saying, "The more the truth is argued, the clearer it becomes," is correct, because a truth that cannot withstand the test, or that only adapts to a certain situation, cannot be called the truth. So a certain philosophy that traveled through many hometowns and lost places began to move together in a certain direction. No one knows what it will look like in the end. But this situation does not only happen to the kaleidoscope magic and the monster. Lin itself is also the product of the entanglement of the two worlds, with the ability to transform the body and subdimensional tower as the backbone. The philosophical concept as the central idea is the three religions of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism from my hometown. Not to mention the logical way of thinking, which is the technological way that has been cultivated. These parts all developed independently and were never truly integrated. The reason for such dispersion is that the Lost Land is outside of magic and does not have a matching philosophical concept. In Lost Land, belief in gods is used to fill this spiritual void. Even magicians who feel they are comparable to gods still follow the rules of the gods' beliefs. But as a time traveler who can burn incense and worship Buddha, but actually has science as the central belief, how can he accept gods? What's more, they are real gods. The god of Lost Earth gave Lin the feeling that he was just like the leaders of certain countries, or those celebrities, whom he heard and saw from the news media. They were all aloof beings. They are real. But so what? You still have to live your own life. The so-called protection from gods does not mean giving money directly, so that you can live a life of eating and waiting to die. The sky is high and the emperor is far away. This is reality. Since belief in gods cannot be the core of someone's thoughts, Lin naturally fills this gap with the philosophy of his hometown. This resulted in Lin's body and strength, soul and thoughts being in a state of separation. To this day, the synchronic work of kaleidoscope magic and the monster seems to resonate with Lin. It's just these changes that the parties involved are unaware of, because he was immersed wholeheartedly in the dialogue composed of colors and geometric figures, listening to the supreme truth with his eyes. Chapter 1688 Expulsion. The change of someone was not noticed by Finn, who was responsible for monitoring him. In the eyes of this former demon king, the silly look of being in a daze and giggling from time to time is simply someone's daily routine and does not deserve special attention. As for inner changes, they are even less likely to be detected, although the two have cross-realm video contact. The picture and sound content are castrated versions, not the complete original content. If the audio-visual images transmitted are the original results of the arcane eye's detection, Finn may be able to detect someone's abnormality from the change in breath. But doing that consumes too much power. Because of the special use environment, Lin was very concerned about the amount of power consumption. Of course, it was impossible for Lin to let the video convey too real information and eat up most of his power. So the best solution is naturally to limit the transmission to simple two-dimensional images and sounds. Less information is transmitted, and the power consumed is of course reduced. Anyway, it only requires contact. So Finn is not that keen to detect abnormalities. There are always good and bad things. But in fact, Finn didn't notice it. And it wasn't entirely a bad thing. At least, she wouldn't bother anyone at such a critical moment. It's like how Zhuge Liang's 7-star formation failed to renew his life. It wasn't stopped by the enemy. It wasn't the spell cast that failed. But it was inadvertently interrupted by one of the own people. People who are not disturbed by redundant information support the operation of the kaleidoscope magic with themselves, and are also affected by the kaleidoscope at the same time. The situation of that monster is quite similar to that of someone. It is changed by the kaleidoscope magic, and in turn affects the kaleidoscope magic. One person and one thing, using the spherical membrane magic that separates them as a medium, use similar principles to achieve themselves. Lin hoped to use the Tai Chi diagram as the perfect posture of that strange thing. And that perfection was not the height he should find a way to reach for himself. Lin didn't know what the perfect state of fusion of body and soul looked like. He didn't even know if this road had an end. After all, what a person can achieve depends on the height of his vision. If you haven't seen it, you can't imagine it. Those who can escape this limitation and reach the state of foresight are all people with great wisdom. Obviously, a certain traveler is not such a person. Fortunately, someone's own situation is not the focus this time. The monster in the tower consciousness is the protagonist this time. And its ultimate goal is clear. Although it belongs to the consciousness of a lost place, it seems that it wants to find a breakthrough point in a philosophy that travels through many hometowns. But the lack of philosophical research in MIDI is undoubtedly the most fatal flaw. Under the influence of kaleidoscope magic, the strange thing entered the third stage. Different from the learning and debate in the first two stages, the weird things in the third stage are integrating the philosophy of other worlds with the elements of the mysterious land and turning it into their own use. Just like when the Xuanwu true spirit in the Xuanwu robe was achieved in the past. The result was similar after a foreign god was given a gift by the 8 powerful masters of the Lost Land. Foreign things that have not been transformed into the Lost Land will eventually be eliminated by the Lost Land. Only by accepting the gift of Lost Land can we truly stay. The 4 elements inside the strange thing. The meatball, the seal, the strange tree, and the green buds did not turn into yin and yang. They still maintain their unique character and follow similar paths. In order to maintain itself, the seal only exists in the strange tree that merges into one. In the same situation, green sprouts are also in the meat mass. The two are chasing each other, head to tail, like a chase that never ends. It's just that this type is slightly different from what someone imagined. At least this is not a flat Tai Chi diagram, but a Tai Chi ball in which the yin and yang fish chase the trajectory and constantly change its angle. Logically speaking, at this stage, things should be considered a success. But the key point is that it is different from someone's imagination. The Tai Chi diagram is the end point that someone envisioned. But the Tai Chi ball with changing angles is not. Therefore, the automatic stop function of the kaleidoscope magic was not triggered. And the kaleidoscope-like color changes on the spherical film covering the Tai Chi ball continued. And someone who was deeply involved in the gorgeous geometric color changes certainly didn't think so much. Lin Zheng understood the truth. There was no intention of giving up halfway and quitting voluntarily. The idea of just realize this and put the original goal as priority is a superfluous thought. And it is impossible for him to appear in this state. It can even be said that Lin would not have been able to voluntarily exit this state if he had not held back his urine, woke himself up from hunger, or drained his power to stop the kaleidoscope magic. But if you don't take the initiative, it may still happen passively. What is the reason why Lin Hui re-entered the tower consciousness? It was because of Fin's words that she felt fetal movement. Fetal movement, as the name suggests, is the wriggling of the fetus in the mother's body, a characteristic unique to mammals. But in the magic side of the world, there is a broader definition, which is the commotion caused by some kind of living being or undead before it is born. In other words, Lin's target, this strange thing in Ta's consciousness, is actually a fetus-like existence. What someone does is, in a way, like ripening. What happens when the fetus matures? Of course it was birth. Otherwise he would have to be like the third prince and stay in his mother's belly for 3 years. Since this fetus is about to be born, the foreign matter in the tower's consciousness must be expelled first. So someone once again enjoyed being actively kicked out. And the situation was even worse than last time. The previous time was an accident. Lin Hufin's consciousness entered this strange environment, and his physical body was still lost in reality. So when things come to an end and the consciousness is expelled, it just returns to its physical body. This time, Lin could enter the tower consciousness. So when I was kicked out, the scene was exciting and grand. For a living big man, he suddenly popped out of the energy pool of the magic tower and rolled on the ground for more than 10 or 20 times. This is the central control room on the 3rd floor, and there is a wall blocking it. Otherwise someone might just roll out of the tower. Fin was certainly not frightened by such a scene. She just looked at someone who rolled to the wall with interest, and then looked at the silver ball-shaped energy pool that kicked him out, thinking about how such a thing could happen again. Of course, it is impossible for a man who has been kicked out to continue to maintain his state of trance. As early as the moment when the kaleidoscope magic was disconnected, his main consciousness woke up. But as soon as the person woke up, before he could figure out the current situation, he rolled around on the ground for more than 10 times. Everyone was stunned. Fortunately, this time when he stopped, his face was facing up. So Lin looked at Fin, who was standing with a frightened expression on his face. For a moment, he couldn't figure out whether the person he saw was because he came out of that weird place, or if Fin came in to look for him. Or maybe I went to heaven and saw it in a dream. What happened? Lin asked blankly. I still want to ask you, Fin replied. What's the situation of the magic tower? Lin stood up, dusted off his Xuanwu robe that was not stained with any dust, and asked, speaking of clothes made of all series of magic silk, self-purification is a necessary constant magic. The most basic function is to avoid dust and any dirt. It's just a matter of personal perception and habits whether to wash such clothes. Lynn asked a question. And of course Finn wouldn't answer casually. She glanced at the self-examination screen and issued the instruction to repeat. At the same time, he flashed outside the tower and confirmed the appearance of the two towers with his own eyes. Although the illusion disguise outside the magic tower is still hanging, it is not difficult to see through it as long as you master the correct key. This is even more true for Finn. The whole process only took a few seconds, and Finn returned to his original position on the third floor of the law side of the twin towers of gates. Said, "The magic tower has not changed. Where are you?" The only thing Finn monitors is someone's condition, considering that not everyone is qualified to see the meaty part of the strange thing. The surveillance picture does not include the kaleidoscope magic and the monster. Avoid being accidentally seen by a few apprentices doing odd jobs. Since it is not included, Finn does not know whether the monster has changed as someone planned. The state of Ta's consciousness can only be known from someone's mouth. Of course, Lin would not hide anything and told everything about his actions in the tower consciousness. It's just his own situation. Even he himself doesn't know it. So naturally he can't say anything. But as the old saying goes, he is not the focus this time. So no one cares about his changes, including himself. Finn was concerned about the whole turn of events. Although the magic tower is where I want to live, and it can be considered a personal connection, it is more out of curiosity and interest. When I was first resurrected in this era, I was still in a state of resentment. Although he lives in the tower of the great sage, he actually doesn't put much effort into the magic tower. And he can even be said to be indifferent. But this time I have a magic tower. After someone invaded from the ridiculous abyss of the Southwest Peninsula, he has been obsessed with magic. The thoughts that kept talking aroused Finn's interest. In the past, I had no conditions and could not realize my imagination of the magic tower. Even if you get a tower, there is a high probability that it will be dominated by that man. Now that he has his own tower, maybe that man is just as influential. And there are some limitations. Those World Tree bosses can't just sit back and watch him take off. But this is also my own magic tower. Finn has enjoyed the benefits of the magic tower these days. Although the magic tower can do things, she can also do it now. And the effectiveness will not be inferior to that of the magic tower. As for some auxiliary functions, the purple stone system can also do it. But in terms of the supply of power, the two are completely different levels. In the past, we relied on the purple stone system to do things. As long as a large amount of power was consumed in magic research, we had to do it in person. If it takes longer, it is equivalent to taking up your own time in disguise. But with a magic tower, power is no longer limited. And those magic researches that consume a lot of power can be left to the magic tower to run automatically. And you can just take care of it from time to time. You don't have to take up your own time. And you certainly don't have to work hard on it. If you want to create a few new humans like stone, you don't need to borrow the energy pool of the magic tower from others. You can make as much as you want. Therefore, Finn is still very concerned about the situation in the magic tower. Chapter 1689, Searching the Tower. Both Lin and Finn still care about the magic tower. But no matter how concerned they were, it wouldn't change the fact that nothing had changed in the towers of gates during testing. Oh, it's not like there haven't been any changes at all. What happened on the energy pool? And the values related to fetal movement dropped back to the level before the incident occurred. Showed that the incident was resolved. But other than that, nothing has changed. After being kicked out this time, Lin had nothing to do after recounting the situation in Ta's consciousness. In order to clarify the truth as soon as possible, he also joined Finn's magic tower inspection. Not to speed up the progress, just to do a review to make the results more accurate. However, the two of them worked together, but they couldn't see a flower out of the bare stone. Things that don't exist just don't exist. And they won't change just because they've been looked at for a long time. If so, it should be due to eye fatigue and dazzling vision. Of course, things don't stop between the two. They had already informed their apprentices and guards of the instructions to inspect the entire tower, in addition to checking the data in front of the screen. On-site inspection is also a very important part. Of course Lin Huffin would not ignore it. The three apprentices and the guard, who was not very smart, had no idea what they were looking for. But since it is said to be an inspection, of course, it is to find some abnormal phenomena or things that are different from the past. So they still looked for it very seriously. For more than a year, they have handled everything inside the magic tower themselves. So they are naturally very familiar with it. Besides, the area inside the tower is not large. Lin did not deliberately use magic to expand the space, and the investigation was very fast. But again, familiarity and speed are not reasons for finding things that don't exist. But when several older girls were asked to search, they still found a few blind spots that had to be cleaned. Over the past year or so, a thick layer of dust has accumulated. The 3 older girls did not put out their hands to plaster. At this stage, they were still focusing on the tasks ordered by their teachers. However, the 3 people who joined together were discussing how to improve the self-cleaning method in the magic tower, while searching everywhere. It's not that they don't know why they can go faster if they work separately. But fast is no longer the requirement now. Only finding the anomaly is. So the 3 of them simply acted together, picking up each other's missing pieces, and adding in what they were missing to see if they could find anything. Lin Huffin, who has been staying on the 3rd floor, while checking the data, is also paying attention to the status of several of his apprentices in order to provide support at any time. After all, one of the things related to the change of the magic tower is something indescribable. Lin didn't dare to ignore the possible impact of that thing. Those 3 older girls are not to the extent of ignoring the existence of great terror. Lin is not sure about the condition of Marquis Balin, but he knew that this was not the first time that his 2 apprentices had come into contact with those things. Just say that the last time the energy pool was ignited, it was tricked again. If the SAN value really existed, and there was no way to restore or improve it, my 2 apprentices would probably be on the verge of going crazy by normal standards. The saddest thing is that the behavior of mentally ill patients is often not much different from that of normal people. You have to hit a trigger point before your emotions collapse in an instant. Your reason collapses, and you head towards an unspeakable state of hysteria. Simply put, you can't see it normally. By the time you see it, it's often too late, although it can be seen from small signs in daily life. For someone who is used to taking big risks, he may not know until the moment of outbreak. Since you don't want your overage apprentice to fall into that situation, it is necessary to prepare for a rainy day. Maybe looking at those things for a long time can be regarded as a kind of exercise. But there are some things that you would rather never touch in your life than get used to them. Therefore, Lin Zi believed that he cared more about the 3 apprentices than the former demon king whose heart was stronger than his own, and whose nerves were thicker than his own. Naturally, while checking the data, I will pay attention to the few people checking everywhere in the magic tower from time to time. While busying with nothing, Lin suddenly discovered an anomaly. It didn't appear on the magic tower. And of course, it didn't appear during the data check. But one of the several apprentices and guards, who were supposed to be wandering around, stopped moving. The one who stopped was Stone, who had been acting alone. The former commander of the guards of the Dark Legion. A stitched corpse created by Fen. A new human being genetically edited. This person's soul was awakened in the age of stitched corpses, rather than stuffing some human ghost into the corpse. So he can be regarded as a well-established undead tribe. The characteristic of this undead creature is that it is taciturn and, to put it mildly, stupid and slow. No one could command this except Fen's orders. Even if Fen's apprentice, Marquis Balin, comes forward, it will be the same. But as long as he receives orders, he can execute them meticulously without any delays or mistakes. So there should be no such thing as laziness. At least not with this guy. Moreover, his actions were not that turbulent. But he was confident and carried out slowly. But he completed it at a speed that ordinary people could hardly imagine. Regardless of whether this contrast has become one of the attractions of the opposite sex in the eyes of some women, Lin was very clear that in the face of instructions, this Gong Jifan would not stop on his own unless he personally shouted to stop. Unless there is something to stop that Fen said before. So, did Sher Dong make a discovery? But if he found out, this upright and loyal guard would have repaid him long ago. Instead of stopping, this was a strange behavior for him. Lin tapped Fen's shoulder, pointed to the schematic diagram of the surveillance system in the tower, and said, "Do you know what happened to your guards?" What sounds ridiculous is a fact that a little man can't deal with his own stone. So when someone mentions stone, there is a bit of a yin and yang feeling to him. However, even if the 2 of them didn't deal with each other, they never had any conflicts. Unless he intends to commit domestic violence, there will be no conflict. And of course, there will be no deliberate slander or frame-up. There is no interest between the 2 of them. It's just that they can't talk to each other. Therefore, someone's reminder should be that there is a real situation, not a fiction. Follow someone's instructions. For the first time, Fen didn't realize there was any problem. Stone's behavior was too familiar to her. But being too familiar made it easy to ignore it. So Fen didn't notice anything was wrong. But staying still is an unusual thing for normal people. Then thought for a while. Stopped what he was doing. And then flashed over. Ready to take a look. I don't know if someone wanted to watch the fun or solve the problem. But Lin followed suit. As soon as their thoughts changed, Lin and Finn both came to the second floor on the mysterious side of the twin towers of doors. As a guard, Stone's daily attire is not a suit made of magical silk, but a set of rather simple cotton clothes. Arm and leg bindings are designed to facilitate putting on, taking off and moving around. They have become a form of modern clothing that has traveled through many hometowns. There are no enchantments and no weird decorations. The overall combination can be described as boring. Only 2 lightsaber hilts were tied to his waist, jingling and shaking. This is because Sherdong only has 2 hands and can just use 2 swords. If he needs more weapons like he did when he was sewing corpses, just give more arms and don't bite them with your mouth. And this guard, who was usually taciturn, was now standing there with his head lowered, confronting a certain little monster. It was a slime with a 5-petal red flower growing on its head. It's not that big, just about the same size as an ordinary rubber ball that children play with. As a small water blue drop-shaped monster, this slime is a very common type, except for the red flower on its head. The slimes in the Lost Land are not like the DQ series of a certain time-traveling hometown. They have eyes and mouths that can make various cute expressions. The characteristic of Midi slime is that there is a core in its ooze-like body. This core contains all the senses and is of course its fatal weakness. The body of ooze is actually a temporary body that is assembled with power and possesses elemental attributes. Its size and ooze composition depend on how powerful its core is. Simply put, the more powerful the slime, the bigger it becomes. Otherwise, the ooze has some weird properties, such as metallic ooze, highly toxic ooze, corrosive ooze, or some ooze that some noble lords love to hear about. It only dissolves clothes, does not harm the body, and likes to drill holes. The direction in which the core is close to the surface of the slime is the front or front of the slime. Such characteristics mean that slimes will always expose their weaknesses, making slime's dangers not very high in the Adventurers Guild's evaluation. At this time, the slime in the magic tower looked like the surface of the moon, with a core full of pits and scars that almost overflowed from the soft mud surface. In the direction closest to Sherdong, he looked at each other. This slime that appeared out of nowhere was not only weird. At least Lin had never heard of any slime with a flower growing on its head. Slime, also known as ooze monster, is a fairly pure elemental monster that does not have biological characteristics, whether it is a plant or an animal. This little red flower that didn't know where it came from now looked like a sunflower, staring directly at Stone, who was staring at the slime. One person and one monster just looked at each other in silence for no reason, as if there was no one else in the world. If Stone remained still because he was looking at each other with this red flower slime, then one person and one monster must have been looking at each other for at least 10 minutes. Is this a game of who can blink first? Ah, no. The focus should be where did this slime come from? The twin towers of gates do not allow guests. But this does not mean that all monsters can come and go freely. Especially small creatures, such as mosquitoes, flies, cockroaches, mice, etc., will be expelled by the twin towers of gate. If it goes too deep, it will directly cause humane destruction to the opponent. Obviously, slime size would fall within this range. The only things Lin does not prohibit are those creatures that are intelligent and can communicate. Kittens and puppies are not included in this list either. But this red flower slime can actually enter the tower. While Lin was surprised, he also tried to mobilize the power of the magic tower to scan the unexpected little monster. Even if they are not eliminated on the spot, they still need to know the details of the other party. However, the strange thing is that the twin towers of gates carefully built by combining himself, Finn and the robots cannot detect anything in front of Stone. This means that this red flower slime does not exist in the magic tower. What do you see with your own eyes? Chapter 1690 Tower Spirit. Because of the strange things that did not exist in front of him, besides Sherdong, there were 2 more people standing there. It's just that unlike Stone and the strange slime face to face, Lin and Finn are just bystanders. 3 people and 1 monster were forced to stand. And of course they would encounter 3 older girls wandering around in the 2 magic towers. After all, the magic tower is only so large. It takes less than half an hour to walk through every room and look at every corner. Just comparing the behavior of the 3 people who were punished to stand. They didn't dare to act rashly because they knew too much. The fearless attitude of those who don't know is fully demonstrated by the 3 apprentices. Perhaps it was the girlish heart that had not yet subsided. As soon as the three older girls saw the slime with the little red flowers on its head, they screamed and picked up the slime and played with it. The reason why it is so bold is because from the appearance characteristics, except for the special little red flower on its head, the appearance of this slime seems to say I am not very strong. A small monster like this, which can almost be called the weakest monster, can really only be used as a plaything without any threat in the hands of two official magicians, who are comparable to each other, and a real official magician. But seeing this non-existent thing being praised like this, Lynn didn't ask the three older girls how it felt, and whether it felt real. Because judging from the strength of their arms, it can be confirmed that the object in their hands is about 2 to 3 kilograms. And this is also the average weight for a slime of this size. However, Lynn was not sure whether this meant that the slime was real or an illusion of the body's reaction after being hypnotized. Because body reactions can be deceived. And it's surprisingly simple in this magical world. Looking at the slime with a red flower on its head, just like its harmless kind, it should be nothing if it was rounded and squashed by three older girls. Lynn thought this in his heart. Even though the slime was being ravaged by three older girls, one would think that this kind of monster is quite easy to bully. As long as the numbers increase, there will be no problem in annihilating remote villages without high-end combat capabilities. This is not a monster that a farmer can easily defeat without any damage using a hoe. How to penetrate that layer of ooze and destroy the core inside requires not only technique, but also penetrating destructive power. No matter how weak a monster is, it is still a monster. But even monsters of this level can only become playthings when encountering a real magician. In short, in all kinds of unclear situations, the most direct way is to test it yourself. Lynn didn't have to worry about whether this slime was corrosive. Those three older girls dared to rub their faces, so they had to use the other person's slime as a facial mask to prevent it from rotting when they touched it. So without thinking much, someone walked up and said, "Show me that little thing. I think." Before he finished speaking, the little red flower slime suddenly burst out. Not only did the volume increase dozens of times, but the shape also changed drastically. The originally aqua blue soft mud layer became extremely filthy and concrete, like the rotten mud soaked in various animal carcasses in the sewer. It even opened its bloody mouth, which was bigger than the giant dragon, and swallowed Lynn in one gulp. The situation changed so quickly that everyone was caught off guard. Let's not talk about the three older girls. Their fighting ability is pretty good, but they are still not good enough at someone's level. Sure dong. The distance is close, and the reaction speed is fast. If he takes action, there should be a chance. But he didn't get the instructions to protect a certain magician. So the former commander of the Imperial Guard just watched the situation develop. Fun, by the time she was considering helping, was no longer needed. As for the person facing the threat, he may have too much trust in his own investigative ability and the matching programmed reaction speed. So Lynn's thinking and logic tend to be somewhat reckless. Anyway, if you are really in danger, the flash technique will be activated. If there is any deviation, just correct the program logic and shorten the reaction time. This is how to deal with the Demon Prince Azad. But how to confirm the threat from something that doesn't exist? If what you see does not exist, there will naturally be no target to target. Since there is no target, the threat does not exist. The threat does not exist. And the self-protection procedures are unresponsive. Someone who had been comfortable for too long was swallowed up by the exceptions of the program. If after being swallowed, it just enters the body of this deformed slime, then everyone can find a way to rescue him. With a Schwanmu robe on him, no one believed that someone would die in an instant. But after swallowing a person's slime, it instantly changes back to its original appearance of red flowers and blue water droplets. And its size returns to the size that an ordinary person can easily hold with both hands. It means that even if it suddenly grew bigger before, it didn't gain any weight at all. In Halumi's hands, the red flower slime still had its original weight and feeling. So after changing back, except for everyone's surprise, nothing else changed. Someone's two disciples were quite conscientious. They held the monster in their hands, and didn't know whether to throw it to the ground or continue to hold it. Halumi and Kaya looked at Finn with ugly faces and asked, "Sister, is the teacher dead?" Finn looked calm like an old god, and calmly calculated with his fingers. "Well, if he was not eaten, the most likely thing is that he was thrown into an unknown place. If this is the case, he came back alive. The chances are great. Don't worry. If you throw it into an unknown place, can you come back?" Halumi asked worriedly. "Don't worry." He rubbed the ring on his ring finger, showed it, and said to everyone,
As long as this positioning thing is still there. The only reason why he won't come back to us is that he doesn't want to. If that time comes, I will come to your door and beat him until he wants to come back.
As if to confirm that what Finn said was true. The few people who stayed in the magic tower didn't even have to wait long before Lin, who was in a panic, reappeared. Not to mention that his black hair had now become like stray hairs. And his face was also full of dirt. Even the Xuanwu robe, which houses gods and has many powers, although it has not turned into tatters, is still covered with all kinds of strange mucus and is colorful. Lin, who had escaped back, wiped his face randomly, gasped for air, and cursed.
Damn it! I was thrown into the lair of that kind of thing. Fortunately for me. If others, I bet none of them would have time to come back.
Then keenly noticed the key point of someone's words and asked,
What's the nest?
When asked this question, Lin, who was using magic to clean himself, was suddenly stunned. He stopped his movements, pointed to the monster in Halumi's hand, and then pointed to the other side of the abyss gate, the direction of the abyss side of the twin towers of the gate. Said,
It's the nest of that thing. You can actually come back alive.
Then glanced up and down at a certain embarrassed man. Reassessing his strength, he asked again,
It wasn't invaded by any strange things, or came in and out.
Lin didn't play tricks this time, but said with lingering fear,
Are you kidding? I tried to escape before they woke up. If I ran slower, I might not be able to come back. Do you think when I say nests? What is the concept of the number? They are everywhere you can see. Okay.
Ordinary people would find this statement by a certain magician to be exaggerated, regardless of whether it is true or false. But for Fun, she knows that the truth behind this sentence is even more exaggerated, because the distance and range of someone's
eyes can see
are of a different order of magnitude than ordinary people. However, Fun hadn't considered the deeper issue yet. Halumi on the side asked with a trembling voice,
Then if I continue to hold this, isn't it very dangerous? What should I do?
Only then did Lin notice that the fair face of the older blonde apprentice holding the little red flower slime had turned to a bloodless pale face. Kai and Marquis Balin each took 3 steps back to the left and right, looking wary. It shows the plastic sisterhood between the 3 of them. Sighing angrily, Lin said,
Put it on the ground slowly. If it's what I think, it won't do anything to you.
Hearing the words, Halumi squatted down slowly and carefully, as if holding a bomb controlled by a level, and placed the red flower slime in his palm on the ground. I'm afraid that if the action is too intense, this guy will eat himself like his own teacher. However, Finn accurately grasped someone's point and asked,
Same as you think? What do you think this is?
Faced with another question, Lin did not answer directly. Instead, he captured a small insect from outside and entered the tower, because there is no additional protection. This insect that was eroded by alien energy during the flash and transformed into an evil spirit is properly excluded from the magic tower. The moment the bug appeared, the red flower slime returned to the floor. The 5-petaled red flower on its head immediately aimed at the bug's target, and a white light shot out. It vaporized the bugs directly, leaving not even a drop of ashes behind.
This is it!
Several people exclaimed at the same time, because they are quite clear about the meaning of the white light just now. White destroying light, a unique magic created by a certain magician. This magic principle is not difficult, but the threshold for use is high. In short, it is to condense a large amount of power to the extreme, and then shoot it out in the form of rays. Even Lin, the creator of magic, mostly uses white destructive light indirectly. For example, magic guns, traps in magic towers, and star attacks under the night sky. This destructive magic is rarely cast directly. Therefore, the red flower slime that can produce this white destructive light can only have one identity, and that is someone's creation. But even Lin himself didn't know it at the beginning. Slime appeared in the magic tower again, which gave Finn a guess. He frowned and asked,
This is the tower spirit? Is there any other evidence? How could it attack you?
After asking 3 times in a row, Lin replied,
I don't know if it is a tower spirit, but there is a high chance that it is something similar. As for why it attacked me, I still remember the principle of external response in the underlying logic of the twin towers of gates.
What is it? A tooth for a tooth? An eye for an eye?
Then thought of the pitifully little underlying logic besides mathematical formulas.
Chapter 1691 Little Red Flower Slime.
That's right. In the face of evil, we will respond with evil. In the face of good, we will do nothing unless we launch an attack under our control. Then you just...
Then asked doubtfully. Lin helplessly said,
It's not that I don't know what this little guy is, and I want to take a biopsy of it.
The so-called self-inflicted evil will not lead to death. Everyone present looked at someone with dead eyes. But Kaya made an inappropriate voice at this time and asked,
But teacher, aren't we all on the exemption list? How can we be attacked?
The Nin explained for Lin.
Because the whitelist and blacklist may be changed. The level of setting permissions belongs to the outer layer, rather than the underlying logic that cannot be changed at all. If this little thing is really based on the magic tower, the living tower spirit is able to bypass the restrictions of the whitelist, which means that its roots are in a deeper level. Yes, I think so too.
As he spoke, Lin walked forward as if he had forgotten his last lesson, and bent down to pick up the red flower slime that was put back on the ground by Halloumi. This time, the red flower slime body was smoothly picked up by Lin's hands, and it didn't have the same momentum as the previous time when he swallowed the person in one gulp. It was just this series of actions that made the three older apprentices fearful. Fortunately, nothing happened in the end. However, this also proves that someone was not devoured by red flower slime because he was born to be hated by humans and dogs. It was because he had bad intentions in the first place that he got that end. But as long as you change your mentality, you won't be targeted. It's just that most people don't understand the reason for the appearance of red flower slime. The two people who were the only ones carrying out the secondary ignition of the energy pool of the twin towers of the gate did not dare to say that they knew all the details. But at least, they were not completely ignorant. Lin and Fin were quickly evaluating the pros and cons of this matter in their minds. Lin, who was holding the red flower slime in his hand, was thinking more, mainly focusing on what impact or change the tower spirit in his hand could bring to the twin towers of the gate. It is known that the program interface, that is, the software part, will be ignored by red flower slime. The principle of action that drives it lies in the hardware settings, which are the most original basic capabilities of the magic tower. As for the lowest level logic, in addition to various calculation tools such as mathematical formulas and physical formulas, there are only two original rules for judgment. The first is self-protection. The second is tooth for tooth, eye for eye. It is said that Asimov still has 3 of the 3 principles of robots. If someone decides on 2 of them, it is definitely not laziness. But no matter how many of these things are set, if you want to exploit loopholes, you will definitely find logical flaws. I won't talk much about other people's various film and television works based on the same 3 principles. It is Asimov's own masterpiece of science fiction reasoning, which also exploits loopholes in the 3 principles to make robot killing a reality. This is just like the law. There are only laws that are appropriate at the right time and in the right place. There is no law that can last forever. In a modern era that has transcended many countries, even the Constitution has set the threshold for revision and addition. Rather than some ancestral instruction, he will die over there. So Lin simply did not set any restrictions on the underlying logic, but gave the 2 magic towers a set of basic principles to follow. Just like the basic principles of life, which are survival and reproduction. The self-preservation of the twin towers of the gate is like the survival of life. Because the twin towers of the gate involve the 9th power, and the function of stabilizing the gate of the abyss. They cannot be given up casually. If it self-destructs easily, who knows what impact it will have on lost land. Ling didn't think that the destruction of the twin towers of the gate, and the closing of the 9th abyss gate meant that the 9th power disappeared, and the entire mystery land suffered a major degradation. The collapse of the reservoir will cause floods. Can the destruction of the twin towers of the gate really be safe? A certain time traveler, who likes to install self-destruction devices cleverly, did not make such preparations this time. The tit for tooth, eye for an eye, in the twin towers of the gates defines what kind of feedback any behavior imposed on the magic tower will receive. If you are friendly, of course you will be fine. If you come with malicious intentions, you will be like an ordinary person beating a stone lion with your fist. The harder you beat, the more serious your hand will be injured. In fact, these 2 underlying logics are Lin Preparatory's behavioral principles after the magic tower lost the control of the tower owner 100 years later. If it were not for the promises made by the emperors of the 2 empires, after his death, the twin towers of the gate would not fall into the hands of the Magician Association, but would be controlled by the tower spirits themselves. Lin may not know these 2 underlying logics yet. Of course, the tower spirit mentioned at that time had no thought of being produced so quickly. The original idea was just to stimulate the strange objects at the core of the energy pool on the side of the twin towers of the gate, causing them to generate basic consciousness and control the 2 magic towers. Anyway, The most important purpose of the twin towers of the gate is to exist, not to do any delicate operations. As long as the tower doesn't collapse. It doesn't matter if the consciousness responsible for managing it is smart or stupid, or even non-existent. But I didn't expect that when the energy pool of the twin towers of the gate encountered an unprecedented event like secondary ignition. A conscious existence related to the magic tower, red flower slime, would actually be born. This can put a research topic that someone expected to start at least 10 years away from the shelves and deal with it in advance. Since the tower spirit of the twin towers of gates was born early, Lin would of course want to study what abilities this little guy has, and whether it can help him with his current problems. Someone has not forgotten that his most important task now is how to disguise the twin towers of the gate on the side of the abyss. Let those indescribable things in the outer space of the abyss mistakenly think that they are the same kind, and will not attract their attention due to the prying eyes of the magic tower. But holding up the red flower slime made someone feel slightly disappointed, but also relieved. I thought this little thing close to the underlying logical permissions might be like a remote control or key. Once you master it, you can control the magic tower at will. However, this turned out not to be the case. This means convenience is gone. But if it was so convenient, Lin would still worry about whether someone else would indirectly control the twin towers of the gate by controlling the red flower slime. After all, this little guy doesn't recognize anyone. As long as he has a harmless intention, he can get close to him. I guess. There is currently no answer to the question of whether people other than the 6 people present can really get close to the red flower slime. But since this little guy can't control the magic tower like a remote control, whoever holds it can control the magic tower. So there shouldn't be a big problem in terms of safety. However, we still need to observe and study it in the future. Who knows if there are any hidden dangers or other secrets? There is no manual or anything like that on this little guy, clearly stating what abilities he has. Lin told several other people about his few discoveries. Only then did they put down their guard again and move closer. Even Finn, who was quite indifferent to most things, showed a slight interest in red flower slime, taking over the red flower slime from their teacher. Harumi, Kai and Marquis Balan looked at the cute little guy in front of them with different emotions. Although it can be seen from the experience of his own teacher that the threat of red flower slime is not low at all. If you can directly make the man who is known to be the best at escaping disappear, it is estimated that no one in this world can escape the poisonous hands of red flower slime. But the 3 of them were not worried at all. In terms of threat, they are under the greatest threat in the magic tower. Any defensive measures in the magic tower are irresistible to them. But they can walk in the magic tower with peace of mind and not worry at all about being attacked. In addition to trust in their teachers, they also have trust in this home, believing that they are protected at home instead of facing threats all the time. If red flower slime is part of this family, then they should receive the same treatment. And naturally they will look at this little guy with the same mood. So after a while, the 3 older girls, who had no fear at all, started chattering again. 3 people and 6 hands kneaded the soft mud body restlessly. If you are an ordinary person who plays with mud or clay, you will inevitably get your hands full of mud when you encounter some ooze monsters with strange properties. If you touch them with bare hands, let alone dirt, your hands may rot. However, the soft clay body of red flower slime is not sticky and is highly malleable. It will not return to its original shape after being pinched out. This made the 3 older girls become more playful and began to pinch them with their dirty hands. Perhaps such an offense did not mean any harm in his heart. So red flower slime did not overreact at all. It was born in Jianzifu and didn't understand anything. Of course, it had no emotions. So it just let others manipulate it. Does this mean that this little thing has intelligence? Can it be cultivated? Should it be like raising a child? Or should we use the method of training artificial intelligence and cram a large amount of information into it? Someone was thinking this while looking at the red flower slime being ravaged by 3 older girls. Of course, I am still thinking more about how this little thing can help me in my disguise goal. Although the 3 apprentices were playing with the slime in Halumi's hands, they actually had their own thoughts. It can be said that Kaya and Marquis Balan, the 2 soul secret friends, have the most similar personalities. Both of them were interested in the way the red flower slime devoured a certain magician. Most people would see monsters that would drop their SN value. But these 2 people were actually addicted to it. The focus of Halumi is not the slime body, but the little red flower on its head. She was almost bewitched by the wood elves and changed her job to become a druid. She has quite a wealth of knowledge about various plants. It's just that unlike the flowers and plants that most people like, the plants that Halumi likes, well, they have a bit of personality. such as pitcher plants, fly traps, piranha and the like. By the way, of course, there are piranha flowers in the Lost Land, which are almost as big as an ancient banyan tree. But halloumi can only be kept in potted plants to the extent that it can eat some small mice. If an adult is bitten, the bitten area will probably feel numb and appear to be corroded by strong acid. As long as you clean it immediately and recuperate for a while, there will be no serious problem. Halloumi, of course, suffered a lot of injuries, both minor and minor, in order to raise these strange plants. These injuries were just used for the Marquis Balin to practice during the internship regardless of the cost. Halloumi didn't even leave any scars, and her skin was in better condition. Although I like weird plants, I still have plenty of knowledge about plants in general. So halloumi naturally identified the 5-petaled red flower growing on the slime's head, and what kind it was. I also asked about my teacher. Lin casually replied,
"Maybe it's the world tree flower." "Well, will the world tree bloom?"
The person who answered was suddenly stunned. Chapter 1692 Ability? In fact, Lin himself felt strange after answering. The function of flowers and plants is as mating organs like genitals. Most plants are very simple. They bloom and bear fruit every year, and use various methods to spread pollen and seeds to continue the life of the next generation. But world tree obviously does not follow this principle. Even the most terminal branch, any inconspicuous leaf, can grow out because of the subjective will of the world tree. It is completely different from the behavior of ordinary plants that rely on instinct and no subjective consciousness. As for the fruit of the world tree, you can give birth to it if you want to. If you don't want to, you can't even see a shadow. Most of the fruits are not used to carry on the family line, but contain some great power and are eaten by people. Under such circumstances, it is worth pondering whether the flowers will still exist. At least Len has never seen any flowers on the world tree. Even the fruits will mature and fall to the ground within a short period of time after they are produced. And they are not hanging on the tree. The only exception is one of the ancient ones, Yggdrasil. His miniature body is in the shape of an 8-fruit tree. It should be a 9-fruit tree now. The fruit is not an ordinary world tree fruit, but the phantom of the alien world channel it is connected to. So, I really haven't seen flowers or anything like that at the world tree. Assuming that the red flower slime is indeed the product of the secondary ignition of the energy pool of the twin towers of the gate. Its roots are the two strange objects that form the core of the energy pool, the stump of the indescribable thing, and the seeds of the world tree. Then the combination of monsters and plants should correspond to the indescribable thing and the seeds of the world tree. Since it comes from the world tree, does it have any special meaning in appearing in the form of a flower? While Lin was thinking about this problem, he planned to go to the world tree bosses one day to find out. Otherwise, if you violate the taboos of the world tree and cause them to kill you on the spot, then you will be unjust. Thinking about it, if someone showed off a human penis in front of him, besides directly humanely destroying the other person, he would not make the second option. So this kind of thing must be done with caution and caution. And you can never be too cautious. Just when someone was thinking wildly about how he might die, a cry of surprise interrupted his thoughts. Following the sound of oops, Lin only saw the panicked looks on the faces of Kaya and Marquis Balin. Don't ask how a woman with her whole body wrapped tightly, and her face covered with a black gauze could be seen to be panicked. Asking means that someone has clairvoyance and can see through the inexplicable.
"What's wrong?"
someone asked unconsciously.
"Teacher, halloumi is missing. She was changed into nothing by the little flower."
Kaya rarely showed panic and said in a slightly faster tone.
"Xiaohua, who?"
someone asked casually. It shouldn't be the most urgent matter. Kaya, who always had a calm character, actually followed her teacher's calm mood that day, regained her composure and said,
"Xiaohua is the name Harumi gave to the slime with the little red flowers."
On the contrary, as a spiritual friend, Marquise Balin is closer to the thinking of normal people. Besides, she is just timid, not so cold that she has almost no emotion. So at this time, he asked dumbfoundedly,
"Shouldn't you be worried about where halloumi has gone? What if, like sir, we end up in that very dangerous place?" "Well, don't worry. She just ran to the other side,"
Lin said casually, as if echoing someone's words. Before the two older girls, who were still at the scene, could say anything, the flash portal connecting the twin towers at the side door of the abyss was pushed open heavily. The sound of touch scared many people. Halloumi walked out holding the red flower slime with one hand, and kept pushing the door open with the other hand, which was also placed on the door panel. Her eyes widened with an expression of extreme surprise, and she said,
"Do you know what just happened to me?"
Everyone responded by shaking their heads cooperatively, while Harumi stretched out the hand holding the red flower slime forward and said very quickly,
"I was just thinking about going back to the room. I wanted to say that you can't plant dragon fireweed on the little flower. As a result, I went back to my room. It's like using the flash technique. Do you think it's amazing?"
Dragon fireweed is a special plant with a lantern-like end. There is a faint light in the lantern, and it will spit out fire when stimulated. Unfortunately, this plant has a very low threshold for stimulation and will spit out fire at will. So not many people dare to keep this kind of flower. And this thing eats barbecue. Halumi is one of the few brave men who dare to raise dragon fireweed. It is usually used as a night light. As a master of strange plants, her own room is almost transformed into a botanical garden. This is because the air environment inside the twin towers on the abyss side has been specially adjusted. It is not like the abyss world, so the plants raised by Halumi can survive. Otherwise, her collection would move into the abyss and either die or mutate. Although some plants may become more ferocious after mutation, ferocity has never been the criterion for Halumi's selection. If the plants died, even partially, due to changes in the environment, she would cry. So someone followed the good deeds and adjusted the internal environment of the twin towers at the side gate of the abyss, including the air components, to become the same as that on the side of the abyss. This not only allows Halumi's plants to survive, but also makes the burden on the apprentices, who can freely pass through the twin towers, lighter. Not everyone can be in the abyss world without being affected by its negative effects. But the key point should be that little thing can actually flash with Halumi, cross the realm, and go from the lost land to the designated place inside the magic tower of the abyss. There are many places worthy of further study. Would it make someone so concerned? Or could it become a safety hazard? As for the ability of flash technique, considering that there is a portal based on flash technique built between the two towers, connecting the two magic towers in different worlds. So it's not surprising that red flower slime uses flash. But the positions of those two doors are fixed. In other words, except for the basic spell model of Blink, the parameters for teleportation are fixed. This means that the two portals can only connect to each other and cannot flash to a third place. Then Halumi flashed back to her own room. Do Halumi and the other apprentices know the flash technique? The answer is still not. If the arbitrary door of apprentice level 3 ring magic is regarded as a scientific experiment that elementary school students can operate, then the level of flash technique has reached the level of a graduate student. And it is still in a state where the professor does not provide step-by-step guidance. In fact, the basic technique of flashing is not considered a difficult level in the eyes of formal magicians. However, combined with the magic of protecting oneself from being eroded by alien energy, as well as the mathematical calculations for positioning, the difficulty of applying the flash technique has increased exponentially. If you want to be like Linhefen, who can flash to the correct destination when your thoughts arise, you must not only calculate quickly, but also have accurate calculation results. And based on this, we correctly constructed the spell model of flash. To describe it in the most vivid way, it is like casting 3 difficult magic spells at the same time. This is not so easy for even a formal magician to do. What's more, this is not a strategic attack magic, so you can take a long time to prepare. If outsiders don't have a clear understanding of the difficulty of the flash technique, how could the 3 apprentices not understand the difficulties involved? Until today, they have not tried to use this magic, which has clearly shown their attitude. In other words, when Halumi suddenly flashed into her room in the twin towers at the side gate of the abyss, it was definitely not by her own ability, but by the ability of the little guy in her hand. The red flower slime's flash ability can break away from the limitations of the magic tower's original ability. Such a performance made Linbu think more. He instructed his apprentice and said,
"Try. Can you use it to flash back to the holy city of Estali?"
The mansion in the holy city of Estali is now the retirement home of the old black dragon Augustus. The raw materials of magic silk, the cultivation of dozens of silkworm species, have not been abandoned because Lin and others shifted their focus to the twin towers of the gate. What moved there with Halumi and several other apprentices was mainly a breeding and variety improvement base. The current silkworm breeding base at Estali Mansion in the Holy City is mainly used for mass production of several types of silkworm species that are used in large quantities, as well as special silkworm species that have been finalized. It was entrusted to be managed by Brotherhood members who came from elementary schools and were not good at fighting. Incidentally, The jacquard machine for weaving silk was also moved to the twin towers of the gate. The home in the holy city of Starry is like a second base, like an annex. Although I don't know when it will be activated again. It is still retained. The request Lin is making now is not difficult for Halloumi at all. After all, it was a place where I had lived for more than 10 years. And I couldn't be more familiar with it. But Harumi, who held the red flower slime in his hands, closed his eyes and held it back, as if trying to recall his home in the holy city of Starry, hoping to teleport himself there. But when she opened her eyes, what she saw was not the familiar place, but the expressions of several acquaintances looking at her expectantly. Then Halloumi closed her eyes again, held it in again, opened her eyes, and the result was the same. Seeing this, Lin was not discouraged and gave instructions.
If the holy city of Starry doesn't work, you can try other places, even those that are closer, as long as it's not inside the twin towers of the gate.
Halloumi held the same process 3 times this time, and her fair face turned red. But she also failed to teleport away. Lin added,
Well, it shouldn't be possible outside the tower. What about going up to the 3rd floor?
He pointed his finger in the direction of his head.
3rd floor?
As soon as Halloumi's slightly confused voice ended, the person disappeared on the spot. It also shocked Kaya and Marquis Balin. This time, the person did not walk out of the portal, but hurriedly ran down the stairwell on the 3rd floor. Halloumi appeared with the same surprised expression and said in a panic,
Teacher, I changed up. But after I went up, the little flower disappeared.
For a moment, before his mind could figure out what Harumi meant by panic, another loud voice with a thin voice came from the 1st floor of the magic tower.
What the hell is this? Save people. Ah. No. Save the cat. Take it off my head quickly.
Lin flashed to the 1st floor and saw that it was the gray cat Hardy who had just walked in from the gate. At this time, the red flower slime had been stuck to his head, like a hat, and Hardy was rolling on the ground, kicking with his claws, trying to get the thing off his head. Chapter 1693 Demon Cat. The gray cat Hardy comes from the cat forest in the southern border of the Guana Empire, and is also a dependent of the demon moth King Jian Moss. It started as a guardian cat for 3 kittens, but more than 10 years have passed, and the 3 kittens have long since grown up and are active in the Lost World as members of the Brotherhood. Hardy relieved himself of his responsibilities, but instead of going back to Cat Forest, he came to the Twin Towers of Gates. There are many members of the demonic cat clan in the Cat Forest who travel around. There are even those who have settled abroad and never returned to Mouse in their entire lives. It's just that if you wander outside, you may not be able to find demon cats of the same race to reproduce. Therefore, the demon cat clan did not spread beyond the Cat Forest as someone imagined. Although they are not reproductively isolated from ordinary cats, they may not be able to produce qualified offspring. As an old cat, Hardy has of course passed the age of reproduction long ago. Different from the idea of someone returning home after falling leaves, the old cats in the Cat Forest are more likely to wander away from their hometown. In fact, after their combat effectiveness declined or they lost their will to fight, most of these old cats chose to become Mousin spies, collecting intelligence from the outside world. In the past, this was the only way for Mousin to obtain outside intelligence. Although the old cat who got the information may not be able to send the news back, or what is sent back is some old news, it is still better than being completely isolated from the outside world. Therefore, the Demon Moth King did not strictly control the actions of the demon cats, but adopted a laissez-faire attitude. After all, the demon cat clan is not a highly motivated race. It was against this background that the gray cat Hardy wandered around the Twin Towers of the Gate and became an overseer stationed here by another Midland society besides Homo sapiens. In addition, Hardy is very familiar with children from elementary schools such as Ezio, so it also has the status of a fraternity. Entering and exiting the Twin Towers is more like walking into your own kitchen. Hardy, who is familiar with the safety rules of the Magic Tower, certainly knows that no murderous intent can be shown in this tower. Otherwise, it will trigger the Magic Tower's counterattack and usher in unwanted results. In fact, no one should have such emotions near that magician, because this would touch the weak heart of the magician and make him fight back hysterically. Unfortunately, that timid guy is so powerful that challenging him is the worst option. This is why after encountering the attack, Hardy's first thought was just to break away and did not think about violent counterattack. Unlike those young kittens, it will not blow up easily over trivial matters. But being able to control your emotions doesn't mean you have to have strange things covering your head. The magician's bad taste sometimes makes the cat hate him until his teeth itch. Don't think that adults can't play pranks on people and cats. Their ideas are even more limitless. And they are even more cat-breaking. A certain magician, who saw Hardy's embarrassment, lamented that the current fandom has not yet entered the era of self-media and short videos. Otherwise, uploading the image of Hardy trying his best to escape from the red flower slime would gain a lot of clicks. But now is not the time to watch the excitement. There are still too many uncertainties about red flower slime. And it would be very troublesome for it to cause harm to Hardy. Because we still don't know what kind of damage the red flower slime may cause. We naturally don't know how to treat it. To separate the red flower slime and Hardy. Since there is no way to control the red flower slime at this stage, Lynn can only use some slightly rough methods. Partially grabbing with flash is obviously someone's favorite method. But it's still the same problem. In my senses, red flower slime does not exist. You can't locate something that doesn't exist. And of course you can't grab it with the flash technique. The idea of moving the red flower slime away from Hardy's head is completely ruined. How about catching Hardy with flash? As soon as Lynn's idea changed, he turned the gray cat into his hands. It's a pity that the slime hat is still on his head, and he didn't break free. However, Hardy, who suddenly changed positions, calmed down consciously, and did not continue to struggle in someone's hands. Lynn had no choice but to use his last resort and personally peel off the red flower slime from Hardy's head. Fortunately, this thing is not like a facehugger. Once it is hugged, it cannot break away without laying eggs. With just a slight tug, the slime was pulled away from Hardy's head. The slime was originally held in his hand like a rag. The soft mud-like body seemed to have lost its support and kept stretching towards the floor. In the end, it fell to the ground together with the red flower. However, this only caused the slime to recover on the floor. In the blink of an eye, the red flower slime disappeared without a trace. As usual, the red flower slime should be in the magic tower. But Lynn couldn't find the other party's location. The gray cat, who successfully broke free of the strange hat, jumped back to the ground. He licked his paws numbly and combed the seeds on his little head.
Why are you here?
Lynn asked. When he was staying at his home in the holy city of Starry, this gray cat would wander around the house from time to time. But when you come to the magic tower, you really have to go to the Three Treasures Hall for everything. After all, the thread between the magic tower and the enchanted room was really huge. And Lynn could understand that. Therefore, the gray cat's presence here must have its purpose. When Hardy heard the question, he did not answer immediately. Instead, he wiped his head vigorously a few times, as if to get rid of the previous discomfort. After calming down a little, he said,
Ezio asked me to deliver the message. He asked me to convey the words it's the same as what you thought. Then he continued to go in depth.
Oh, Lynn agreed playfully. Speaking of which, Ezio's current position is related to the mission someone entrusted to Ezio. That is to go deep into the abyss world and detect the movements of demons. Don't think that this task is easy. For humans in the Lost Land to move in the abyss through Ishur, it is far more difficult than others imagine. Initially, humans were allowed to pass through the gate of the abyss to the East City on the abyss side. But demons were not allowed to pass through the gate of the abyss to go to the Shield City on the Lost Land side. Lynn was also worried about whether this unfairness would bring negative consequences. For example, the human side invades the abyss in reverse. According to the boldness of the adventurers in the Lost Land and the needs of the magicians, there are many people who want to bypass the risk of dealing with demons and go directly to collect materials from the abyss. As long as there is a bridgehead and a stronghold, driven by interests, and the human side gathers forces, the invasion of the abyss will become an inevitable result. In fact, this is how it developed. But it's this frightening, but that makes people shudder. East City on the side of the abyss is not only a city of humans. There are also a large number of demons allowed to live in this city. Ishur was able to complete the transformation into a magic circle, and the demons provided materials and efforts. So it was not a problem to obtain a legal resident status. So when humans pass through the gate of the abyss and arrive at East City, their attempts to use this city as a base and enter the abyss will fall into the eyes of the demons, who also live in this city. When these people leave the scope of Ishur, they are like walking gift bags, attracting warm hospitality from demons. As a result, those who used East City as a base to explore the outside world all ended up missing, and few of them were able to return. Over time, with Ishur as a springboard, the possibility of human invasion of the abyss became a joke. Unless a sufficient number of troops are gathered, they can be pushed outside Ishur in one go and open up the situation. Otherwise, any probing means will be swallowed up by the devil without mercy. The reason for this situation is that no physical violence is allowed in East City. To be honest, this rule makes some succubi who deal in skin and flesh business trigger Esher's taboo counterattack even if they play rough. Let the games in Esher only have a gentle style, which is a lot less fun for some people or demons. Although this prohibition protects humans, it also protects demons. The possibility of human beings completely eradicating the devil's spy in East City is reduced to zero, unless a certain magician personally kills him. As long as the devil's eyes are not removed, the human side will not be able to send out its top soldiers. There are also people who try to collude with demons and enter the abyss under the cover of these local snakes. But the difficulty is, which demon is believable? Even when face to face, those guys with horns, bat wings, and red skin all said the most flattering things. Putting your arms around someone, then turning around and slashing with your backhand. This is simply the devil's traditional innate skill. No need to hit points. It will automatically reach full level. Even if a contract is signed, there is no agreement on the behavior of both parties. A demon that has signed a peace contract can sell the humans who collude with it to other demons, and let the demons who are not bound by the contract come forward to deal with the humans who have gone deep into the abyss. And there is no such thing as signing on behalf of all the devils. No demon can replace all demons, and humans cannot pay such a price. All in all, Esher on the abyss side is like a protective cage. It protects the humans inside from any harm and prevents anyone from getting out of the cage. For those who are greedy for the resources of the abyss, the only option is to trade with the devil in the market. The other is to secretly enter the abyss through other channels and collect the required materials on their own. In short, you cannot go through this ninth permanent door of the abyss and attempt to invade the abyss. When Ezio entered the abyss, he did not come out of Esher openly. Instead, someone used the flash technique to send him directly to a certain location in the abyss. The Grey Cat Hardy served as a liaison, and was sent out for action together with Ezio. And because all fluctuations in magic power will attract the attention of demons, therefore, the activities of one person and one cat have as little to do with magic as possible. All magic props, magic equipment, and even magic itself should not be used if possible. The biggest taboo among them is being able to use the magic stone of the forum. Once I enabled the forum, it was like a light shining in the dark, telling the devil that I was here. This is why Lin directly approached Ezio for help, because only with his strength could he survive in the abyss and complete the mission without relying on any magic items. As a veteran, the Grey Cat Hardy certainly has the same ability. It and Ezio are like double insurance. As long as a person or cat sends a message back, it is considered a success. The thing that Lin wanted to investigate secretly with one person and one cat was the movements of the martial arts demons. Chapter 1694 Crisis. Are the Twin Towers of Gate important to the Abyss? Of course it's important. But the tower owner does not necessarily need a certain magician. There doesn't have to be an easy market. There doesn't have to be a peaceful relationship with the Lost Lands. And the magic tower doesn't necessarily have to remain neutral. It can be said that except for the magic tower that must exist, other parts can be maintained in a way that is more conducive to the abyss, rather than the status quo established by someone. This is the position considered from the perspective of the abyss, which can also be said to be the attitude of the will of the abyss. In order to implement such an attitude, the demon who is affected or coerced will naturally choose the method he is best at. It is said that in any group, there are bound to be those who are good at using conspiracy and trickery to deal with things. And there are also those who are accustomed to using violence to solve problems. Although Lin had reached a consensus with the Demon Prince Azad before, the Demon Prince had not yet ascended to the throne and became the real Prince of the Abyss. The Twin Towers of Gate are just one of the many chips in Azad's hands, while the two sides are joining together to form an invisible alliance. It also means that some demons are automatically classified as enemies. It's just that among the demon groups, this concept of friend and foe is not very clear, or there are more demons jumping around repeatedly. There are no permanent friends and no permanent enemies. This sentence is simply too true for this group of extraordinary evil races with nearly infinite lifespans. The establishment of the Twin Towers of the Gate and East City undoubtedly attracted a group of demons who like to play with people's hearts. And with the support of the Demon Prince Azad, Esher seemed to be indestructible for a while. The situation seems to have stabilized, and a century-old plan has been completed. But, is it really so? How difficult the plan on the other side of the land is. Lin, who personally handles everything, knows better than anyone else. This is not something that a few people can just slap on the head and the twin towers of gates can be successfully built. It is about having everyone truly support it from the bottom of their hearts, or using various means to silence potential opponents from making their voices heard. In order to achieve today's results, the most serious price is to use demons to coerce the land. In the process, countless lives have been lost, and most people can only accept the results of the current situation even though they are reluctant. But on this side of the abyss, what efforts did Lin make? Can Azad and Ishur really convince all the demons with just 2 chips? The Abyss's invasion of mysterious land was only carried out by the combined forces of 8 or 9 Abyss lords, and possibly several Abyss evil gods. This force accounts for less than 1/10 of the entire Abyss. Or even less. Of course, Midi has not yet entered the stage of a total war. The main force in the battle was just the conventional military forces of the 2 empires, combined with some small countries. Even if the remaining people suffer losses, they are actually just scraps, far from the level of damage to their muscles and bones. To put it bluntly, this war between the Abyss and the Lost Land is actually just a regional war surrounding the Gate of the Abyss and the neighboring demon and human kingdoms. It has not yet reached the level of a world war. In the past historical records, there is no war in the Abyss invasion that did not start over several decades and could easily last hundreds of years, involving all the forces of the 2 worlds. That is the real flow of blood, and the red ground is thousands of miles away. It can be said that before today, no Abyss invasion war could be ended in just 2 or 3 years. The number of casualties was not even a fraction of that in previous wars. How could a war end without filling in several generations? Under such circumstances, the number of people in the Abyss that someone has heard is still a small number compared to the entire group of demons. Of course, the demons who have tasted the sweetness of the E-Market are only part of it. So what will be the attitude of those demons who have not been beaten or tasted the sweetness towards the twin towers of gates? Lin didn't simply think that just relying on the demon prince Azad to operate outside could make these demons agree to what he was seeing. Even if Azad really becomes the prince of the Abyss, he may not have the power to decide anything. Not to mention that he has not yet achieved that status. Besides, can Azad really be trusted? To be honest, just thinking about this question makes me feel that it is an offense to the word trust. If the devil is just greedy for profit, then Azad is moody. To form an alliance with such a person and trust him with your back? It might be easier to just find a rope and hang yourself. Therefore, since the establishment of the Twin Towers of Gate, Lin has never relaxed about the situation on the Abyss side. It's just that the initial focus is on the easy market, when the situation on the easy market is generally stable. Of course we have to focus further. This is Ezio's mission. In fact, Lin has never relaxed his guard against the demons who have settled in East City, or the fellow villagers who often enter the magic tower to visit the evil god of the Abyss, the big-eyed demon Melker. You must not have the intention of harming others, and you must not have the intention of guarding against others. This kind of admonition has not been forgotten by a certain time traveler. Ezio's message for Hardy to come back proved that one of Lin's worries was correct. That is, the demons from the fighting faction tend to gather together, preparing to use violence to change the status quo of the Twin Towers of Gate. No matter how these demons plan to change the status quo, Lin believes that one goal is very clear, and that is to get rid of the current tower owner of the Twin Towers at the side door of the Abyss, with the Pearl of the Great Sage's tower in front of him. Lin Bu didn't think the devil could safely hand over a magic tower to his hands. This is just like how wary humans are about themselves. Previously, it was because the Twin Towers of the Gate were built too fast with the assistance of the robot fleet, and all those who wanted to cause harm in secret had no time to carry out their plans. So it looks like there is no one to stop it. This does not mean that the devils all accept this kind of thing. But is it too late to do something bad now? Apparently the devil didn't think so. It would be ridiculous if you naively thought that under the threat of the demons from the martial arts faction, you could rely on these demons with vested interests in Ishur to compete with them. Guess how many demons there will be in East City when the demon army attacks. This does not mean that all demons living in East City can be classified as enemies. But when the situation clearly takes a turn, these demons will never hesitate to change their stance. The terms fence riders or profit chasers are not suitable to describe this group of demons who entered Ishur. They are just doing the best solution that is best for them at the moment. Once a flaw is revealed on one side, they will rush forward without hesitation and tear off a piece of flesh. They will flatter the human merchants who enter the market and make deals with them. They seem to accept the rules set by the Magic Tower and the Market Collective and settle here. All decisions are made based on this idea. So when the balance of the situation tilts and the Magic Tower cannot maintain the current situation, It is absolutely unburdensome, and quick and decisive for the demons to abandon their current position. This cannot criticize demons for having no loyalty at all. After all, they don't have that kind of thing in the first place. It is a risk that is already anticipated when someone chooses to enter the abyss and deal with demons. Considering the trump card that someone can play, there is no need to count on the strength of the various forces in the Lost Land. From the standpoint of all human countries, they have no obligation to help fight this war in the abyss. The best solution for all human countries is to close the door of the abyss, so that there will be no such troubles behind. There may be a small number of people who have benefited from the easy market on the abyss side, but for the vast majority of people, it is obviously unreasonable for a few people to have the benefits and everyone to bear the risks. Furthermore, if human troops are introduced into the abyss, this war is likely to fall into an endless bottomless pit. Realm wars to the death. This cannot be said to be a routine, but it is also the norm. If you want to win a short-term victory and sign an alliance under the city, you have to win someone else's city. How could this happen if you don't force the knife to someone's vital part, but only want to hurt the other person, and then make people agree to various unreasonable conditions? It is also more likely to anger the other party. Not to mention other examples. How did this War of the Abyss invade the Lost Land end? Linku destroyed all the demons that entered the abyss, and used the robot fleet to intimidate all the countries in the land. This brought the war to an end. Someone never thought that just by helping the human side win 1 or 2 battles, the devil would decide to retreat, and the human side would agree to his request. In the same way, if we really introduced the human army to protect the Twin Towers on the side of the abyss, it is conceivable that the war will end either when all humans entering the abyss are wiped out, or when all demons are conquered. The former means that the Twin Towers on the side of the abyss are also in danger, and the latter, regardless of whether it can be done or not. It is conceivable that this will definitely be a long-lasting drama. Therefore, relying on the introduction of human troops to fight this war is definitely the worst option. Using the robot fleet has the same meaning. Moreover, the robot fleet can only be used for destruction, not for conquest. And the news that someone can use the robot fleet a limited number of times is not a secret that no one knows. Not to mention there aren't even a few left. It was like viciously slashing an enemy with a knife several times. And then the knife was gone, and he was lying on the hospital bed, unable to fight back. At this time, is it reasonable to expect the other party to be afraid and agree to some unequal treaties just because of the first few blows? Take advantage of people's illness and kill them. This is normal operation. Therefore, the robot fleet can only be used in the most critical times and must be used to save lives, rather than treating robots as cards that can be used freely. Besides, it's not impossible for a robot to collude with a demon, exhaust someone's orders, and then turn around in a gorgeous way. Don't think that if you have fire in your hands, it will really make the robots turn against you. This incident may also become the key to the robots' determination to deal with themselves. The human beings in the market are too weak and too few. If we expect these people to save our lives, it is really better to just hang ourselves. Not to mention the demons in the market. These demons are expected to deal with their own kind for the sake of profit. The prerequisite for this is that the magic tower is 100% sure of victory. To put it simply, it is easy to provide the devil with the icing on the cake, but it is impossible to provide help when it is timely. Therefore, in this foreseeable war, the only bargaining chips Lin had available were himself and the magic tower under his butt. Then can also be counted. But to be honest, in Lin's mind, it really didn't matter whether the former Demon King participated in the war or not. This level is a test of the Twin Towers of the Gate. If you can use the power of one tower to create a path of survival, then the magic tower will be stable in the Abyss world. If external force is needed to survive, then the demons will inevitably choose to deprive themselves of external force and continue to attack the tower. Chapter 1695 Preparing for Response. After receiving the news that the demons were secretly preparing, Lin had to temporarily put aside the issue of camouflaging the magic tower and focus on the demons. Killing indiscriminately and turning the area around the abyss of the Twin Towers into a forbidden zone for demons is of course an option, but without the benefit of the deal with the devil, the Shield City on the Midi side will inevitably decline. A system that could originally support itself through profit circulation will turn into a bottomless pit that requires constant blood transfusions. Moreover, the forces that were originally wooed in Lost Land no longer have the bargaining chip to continue forming alliances. This is not a contract with a time limit. No matter how smelly or dirty it is before the expiration date, everyone can only pinch their noses and grit their teeth. Most people just talk about plastic allies that fall apart And they don't even say the word ally clearly. If there is any benefit, it will come. If it is exhausted, it will go. When doing business, one must be kind and righteous. People like hyenas will come uninvited and leave without saying hello. It can be said that they are not even friends. They are just bandits and robbers. When leading such people, how much loyalty can be expected from them? And once the hearts of the people are dispersed, the status of the magic tower will be quite dangerous. Someone wants to live an easy life, not to maintain himself in endless intrigues or continuous battles. As for discerning which demons are available and which are undercover, even if the undercover demons are not killed, the idea of driving them out is undoubtedly quite ridiculous. As mentioned above, as a professional who repeatedly jumps horizontally, the devil has no loyalties. It is also unwise to classify an entire ethnic group as an enemy just for the sake of a war. If you can't cut it cleanly and create an environment where old age and death do not interact with each other, then you can only accept the game rules of the Abyss and deal with this group of demons. And what are the rules of the game in the Abyss? That is, even if you know that a certain demon has evil intentions, as long as you haven't fallen out with each other, you have to compromise. This is how the Lord of the Abyss and the evil gods of the Abyss survive, as they learn from the mouth of Melkor, the great-eyed demon. Therefore, all demons above a certain level are drama queens. Even if it's the kind of guy who looks big and thick, with only muscles but no brain. Who knows if this guy's IQ is really what he looks like? Don't be fooled. Only then will you realize what kind of demon is in front of you. As long as there is no evidence of collusion between the demons in Ishur and the demon army assembled outside, or the demons in Ishur blatantly raise their flag of rebellion, then Lin will have to show humility if he wants to maintain the situation in Ishur. These demonic illusions. Otherwise, he will kill without instruction and let other demons catch his sore feet. They will only happily add insult to injury. Don't expect any demon to pretend to be deaf and dumb. Of course, if you add insult to injury, you may not know who the stone will hit. If you want to create a persona that says, I'm a hacking bastard and I'll piss off anyone who touches me, so don't hacking mess with me. That's not impossible. It is not impossible to set up such a character and expect the devils to kneel and lick him. It is not impossible to come to Ishur to give humans the opportunity to make big profits. But to achieve this level, one hand must have a big stick and one hand a candy that are big enough and sweet enough. It's like a dog trainer training a vicious dog. The dog trainer must not only be physically strong and able to make the dog howl with one stick, but the meat on the other hand must also be able to attract the dog and must not be smelly. If you let a child train a dog, hitting it with a stick is almost like scratching it. And the flesh on the other hand will smell bad. Guess what a vicious dog eats when it's hungry? Someone dare not say that the candy in his hand is sweet enough. At least someone has not reached the limit of sacrificing 1,000 people every day, and can obtain this kind of hard currency that no matter what kind of devil is happy to see it. To say that satisfying the evil taste of the devil is too subjective, and cannot be regarded as a bargaining chip at all. The only thing he could do was to find a way to prove that the stick in his hand was big enough, and he could swing it with enough force. When the stick hit the melon seeds on his head, he could knock out all the red and white ones. And it's still a big ticket with just one click. So you don't have to worry about how much you come. Until this is proven, the twin towers of the gate will not truly stand firm in the abyss. After all, if someone's foundation is too weak, they will be looked down upon by the devil. This is actually the same in Lost Land. It's just that Lin has been operating in the holy city of Estali for a long time, and has the old Duke Kawe as his backer. So the magicians in the holy city, as well as the noble lords of all sizes in the Guana Empire, can still give some face. If you go to a new place, you may have to meet conflict and get slapped in the face several times before you can be recognized by the locals and stabilize. Speaking of which, regardless of whether it is the Lost Land or the Abyss, reputation is achieved by strength, not by the praise of others. The reason for the formation of such a culture is actually related to the reality of the dissemination of information about the lost world. Before the rise of forums, the way information circulated among the common people was mainly through heroic epics sung by bards. As we all know, works of art will be processed to highlight exaggerated selling points and reduce some uncomfortable facts, so that the whole story sounds attractive enough so that the bard can get more rewards. Or maybe a group of people are in a tavern, bragging together when they've had enough wine and food. Since it is bragging, of course, the more exaggerated the better. It is not impossible for a little milk cat to hold a fish in its mouth, and later become a magical cat to slay a dragon. since these rumors of heroes all have exaggerated attributes. When they see the me in the rumors, who would really regard the person in front of them as that omnipotent hero? Especially when you have certain abilities, it is almost instinctive to look down on the other person. Therefore, in Lost Land, it is normal to use force to make friends. Those Dharma saints, or the powerful men who are respected as fighting gods, all have traveled enough places, and they have gained their names from one place to another. And it must be the kind that everyone is convinced by. And the portion is not false. Lin did not deliberately seek to become famous. And there are actually many people like Lin. So it's not that among the unknown people, there aren't strong men who can kill everyone. But of course people who don't know it don't know. No one can know a person's ability unless he has tried it himself. Even though forums, a new method of information circulation, have been around for 10 or 20 years, the information content circulated is all-encompassing. However, the credibility of the intelligence has not been greatly improved. Some smart people, or people who think they are smart, are cautious about the intelligence on the forum. Let's just say that in a certain Chuanzhong's hometown, self-media and news media are developed. But aren't there any fake things that are being circulated? On the contrary, there are more things that are only used to mislead people. As confused as this is, the Abyss Demon is not much better. Especially the most powerful demons have existed for a long time. We are all human beings. And there are many old people who are only a few years older. Looking at all the young people, they look like they are relying on their old age. As a demon whose lifespan is longer than that of longevity species, and who can live forever without being killed, how can he look down on humans, who have only lived for 100 years, and think highly of them when they first meet them? So what if someone has a record of killing the Lord of the Abyss? There were many monarchs who were dissatisfied with each other, and many were killed by human heroes. Another great king was killed. There were definitely more people who laughed at the demon for his incompetence than those who admired the human being. Under such circumstances, the challenge to the twin towers of the gate on the Abyss side was a certainty. Lin thought it was too late. I should have done it long ago before Ishur developed. And there wouldn't be as many worries as today. How convenient it is to kill demons whenever you see them. Actually, from the perspective of the Abyss Demon, the construction time of the twin towers of the gate was too short. And there was no time to react. It takes at least 10 years to build a magic tower in a mysterious place. 7 days to build a twin tower of doors. Who can react to this? The construction of the twin towers of the gate was completed, and it was already too late to cause trouble. In addition, an additional city was built, although no one has moved in yet. But what was the purpose of that city? Whether they are those who like recklessness or those who like to use their brains, they all chose to wait and see. With Azad's help, some demons who dared to try new things moved into the house next to the twin towers of the gate. Although the transaction thus started with humans is not the most valuable human soul in exchange. Some pig, horse and cow creatures are better than nothing. Once the business is booming, it will easily attract followers and profit seekers. And the easy market on the Abyss side will rise in a short period of time. This was a big surprise not only to the demon side, but also to the human side. What was even more surprising was a certain tower owner. He just let it go and didn't exert any effort. So things just started to get worse. Even if you really get involved, you may not be able to do better. Once the general trend is established, more efforts must be made to change the status quo. Therefore, those demons who plan to attack the magic tower have been waiting for an opportunity, or someone to take the lead. In conclusion, all one can do now is wait. In addition to waiting, I just continued to inquire about the news. We can't even do intelligence warfare. We just rely on limited manpower to do snooping. The nature of the magic tower destined it to be a defensive war fortress, not an offensive one. Even if he knew where the demons were gathering, Lin would not necessarily use attack magic beyond the normal distance in order to preserve his trump card. Unless someone hits you in front of you and attacks with real swords and guns, just like the Sulitang Empire more than a year ago, then you can fight back. If someone is unhappy, just kill them first. It's not that there are no tower owners who do this. But basically the magic towers of such tower owners are built in remote places, away from the crowd. The character of the tower owner is either social phobia or persecutory paranoia. So he always strikes first. Under normal circumstances, if a magic tower wants to integrate into the crowd and become part of the surrounding social operations, some unspoken rules must be followed. At least he can't act like a tyrant, killing people without reason, since it was destined to only respond with static breaking. The key point Lin wanted to explore was how the devil would attack. Only by knowing the opponent's offensive methods can we better arrange defensive measures. Although Lin is quite confident in the defense system of the Twin Towers of Gate, this does not prevent him from going further and setting up targeted traps for the enemy to give him a greater chance of winning the next war. But this time, Lin didn't let Hardy go deep into the abyss to find out the news. Instead, he directly asked the Grey Cat to secretly contact the Brotherhood members operating in East City and ask them to inquire about the devil, regardless of whether the demons in the market have any intention of betraying the market. They are certainly not ignorant. With such a good source of information, all you need is to pry open their mouths. Of course, the method must be gentle and not too violent. Chapter 1696 The Game Rules of the Abyss. Most of the Brotherhood members in East City are small errands for human compradors, responsible for dealing with demons and delivering letters. It can be said to be the first line of communication with the devil. Staying in such a position, it is certainly impossible for them to remain ignorant and pretend to be mute to communicate with the devil. There are bound to be comings and goings, and they must not fall into the trap of the devil's words. This will test the intelligence and quickness of this type of person. So when the Grey Cat Hardy appeared and briefly described the situation, and after a certain tower asked them to inquire about the news, these young men quickly understood what they should do and where they should position themselves. Taking the initiative to ask a demon, no matter what race the other person is definitely the stupidest thing to do. Asking for something means paying a price. Once the issue of cost is involved, the risk will immediately increase. Even if it is on the verge of life and death, it will not be surprising. So we just chatted about the recent past, gossip, things that were bothering us, and future developments. To be honest, the demons in Esher are quite talkative. As long as you don't look at the appearance, they are like gold medal salesmen, always able to take over what others say and then lead them towards their own goals intentionally or unintentionally. Although the ultimate goal is to make the person talking to him willing to sell his soul or pay a higher price. There are also those who like to take advantage of verbal loopholes to distort things. And then look at the unwilling expressions on the human side. Don't think this kind of thing is difficult. Look at a fraud syndicate that travels across many hometowns. That person is not a master who knows this stuff well. With just one mouthful and a few pieces of paper information that you don't know what to call, you can defraud money and sex and make people bankrupt. In addition to taking the initiative to talk, the members of these brotherhoods also have to fight wits and courage to avoid the verbal traps that the devil may set. Another way to get information is to listen. Listen to the chatter between demons. Be a competent listener and listen to demons complaining about other demons or things. Listen to which upper-level demon is using false words to encourage lower-level demons and make them willing to do things for themselves. Although the last item is mostly empty, when it comes to drawing a big pie, there is still more or less material. After all, things can't all be groundless. They have to be somewhat true to bluff people. Through 2 channels and relying on Brotherhood members active in East City, Lin collected not only too little information, but an incredible amount of information. If all this information was true, Lin would have thought that there was going to be a big drama of the 36th Root Army rebelling against the king and attacking the capital. At first, I just wanted to find out how the devil would attack so that I could plan my response. However, after seeing such results, someone simply gave up. The layout of the magic tower should be carried out step by step. Anyway, if you defend the place that should be defended, there will naturally be demons who will attack you. If you really want to crack down on those unreasonable offensive plans one by one, let alone trouble, you will first turn yourself into a fool, the kind who can't laugh or cry. For example, some demons said that since humans have no wings, they must not be used to attacks from the air. Therefore, demons were sent to attack in 2 directions. In addition to the land battle, an army of air combat invaded from the top of the tower to break the tower and arrest people. Who said the magic tower is not air defense? Is the reason for not having wings? There are no flying magic birds in Lost Land? Or suggest a tower demolition tactic, while using human wave tactics to attack the inside of the tower. They also dispatched huge demons to demolish the tower from the outside. The magic tower is so easy to dismantle, and it doesn't deserve to be called a war fortress. Just say that in human wars, when demolishing city walls or demolishing fortresses, they are all attacked with trebuchets or other long-range heavy engineering equipment. Now that we can enter the city, who wants to demolish the city wall? Not only did he take off his pants and fart, but he also pooped and pooped on the bottom of his pants, and finally put them back on. In short, there are many idiotic suggestions made by people who seemed to have no actual combat experience. Compared with attacking the magic tower in the mysterious land, the noble lords can sort out several routines. Not to mention the magician associations that specialize in breaking down towers and defeating all kinds of dissatisfied ones. These people's proposal to attack the magic tower is considered feasible. The demons are like stupid teenagers who are not familiar with the magic tower. They come up with all kinds of whimsical proposals, which directly reflect the tower owner's IQ and treat the magic tower like a pile of dirt. It felt like a master of war and a child playing with sand. As long as you have some serious thoughts, you will lose. Of course, this kind of information is very likely to be just a cover to confuse people and divert people's focus. It must be said that this strategy was very successful. At least one person was no longer interested in the information said by the Brotherhood. I don't even have the desire to sort it out and see if there are any bright spots inside. People say that one speck of mouse droppings spoils the whole pot of porridge. If there was only one grain of rice in a pot of rat droppings, how many people would have the courage to find that grain of rice and eat it? Not to mention Magnesium Emperor's intelligence agency. It can do such a thing. How many people have they raised to do just this kind of work? Anyway, more people make more money. If you cast the net widely, you will make a profit if you catch even one fish. But I am not the kind of person who spends all day doing nothing, just watching the demons to see if they are causing trouble. Even if I am not the kind of white-collar worker who makes hundreds of thousands a minute, I still have a lot of work at hand. Therefore, a certain tower owner no longer wants to pay attention to the disgusting things done by demons, regardless of whether they did this intentionally or not. It was successful, and made someone completely give up the idea of finding usable information from the demon group in East City. Once things on this end are put down, the other end, that is, Ezio, who was sent deep into the abyss, must pay attention to it. After all, where the demons plan to gather, even if they can't know it in advance, they need to know it as soon as they make a move. Otherwise, it would be too confusing to be blind and only realize when the army presses under the tower. It's one thing to be able to repel the enemy under any circumstances, but it's another thing to let the enemy attack the city. The former is ability, but the latter is attitude. If the attitude is not correct, it means there is a flaw. If any demon is lucky, he will not only attack the city, but also go directly to the bedside of a certain tower owner and kill the person. Is this outrageous ending really impossible to happen? Let's just say that during the Second World War that traveled through everyone's hometown, one day the commander of the United Fleet of the United Kingdom was intercepted by the Magnesium Emperor because someone sent an itinerary telegram in clear code, and he directly sent a plane to Tutu. This outrageous thing is reality. Just ask who dares to believe it. Don't think that if you don't pay attention to the small things, you will be negligent. If someone targets it, it can be fatal. And the devil is even more happy with this kind of gameplay. There is nothing more interesting than taking advantage of loopholes, taking sideways, finding loopholes to make a big turn, and making people fall directly from heaven to hell. You can also gain a regretful expression, a depraved and dark soul, and satisfy your perverted desires. So to deal with the devil, Lin never thought of using any conspiracy. Think about where you are? The abyss. All you see are demons. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers are worth 1 zhuge liang. There are so many zhuge liangs that they form an army. Are they trying to make plans with each other? Using one's own shortcomings to attack another's strong points is not the way to play. What Lin wants to do is actually to see from the devil's attack plan where the twin towers of gate are lacking and need to be strengthened. The idea in my heart is to fight head-on, not to take advantage of the situation. We have to fight with real swords and guns, and beat the devil hard, so that we can get rid of it once and for all. As long as you abide by the rules of the abyss, the devil will not have any deep hatred. This is not like human beings, who have deep blood feuds of killing their father and mother, old feuds where they were humiliated at a young age, and conflicts of interest. These grudges, even if they do not reach the point of eternal life, will not come to an end until they are settled. Demons don't hold grudges because they take revenge on the spot. But as long as their interests can outweigh their past grudges, they don't mind settling all the grudges. If the benefits are gone and I can take advantage of the situation, then the hatred will come back. Basically, hatred or not is just an excuse in the eyes of the devil. Over time, everyone stopped caring. Anyway, demons fight among themselves. Unlike humans who have to erect memorial arches when they become bitches. If you want to fight, fight. If you can't win, then shrink back. There is no need to look for any righteousness. In the final analysis, strength convinces the public. If you don't have enough strength, you can only be at the mercy of others. From the perspective of a certain tower owner, even if he doesn't spend any money, he is confident to deal with any trouble just by relying on the magic tower he designed. It can be said that from the beginning, Lin did not think he would lose. But winning well can scare off some future potential enemies. If it is difficult to win, there is only a thin line between being breached, then it is conceivable that challengers will appear one after another. There will always be people who think that since they are only one step away from winning, then maybe if you go on your own, you can fight until the last moment. There are many people with this kind of mysterious self-confidence. Not to mention only humans, but also demons. Therefore, diligently cultivating internal strength is a good choice. And it is also the only choice for a certain tower master. The devil must be defeated in one go. Otherwise similar challenges will appear one after another. The reason why the Abyss maintains its current calm is that although minor disputes continue, there are basically no major wars. Such peace can be maintained because the division of the top forces such as the Lord of the Abyss and the evil God of the Abyss has been roughly determined. And conflicts have become a thing of the past. However, recently, the demon prince Azad has secretly stirred things up. And the twin towers of Gate have planted flags, confusing the situation again. If you want to restore peace to the Abyss, only blood can create it. And it is conceivable that the portions required will be unimaginably large, let alone letting a certain tower master bleed all his blood. Even if he is squeezed into juice, it may not be enough. So the blood can only be shed by the devil. Anyway, if the demon is strong enough, it can be resurrected on the spot. And if it is a little stronger, it can go home and read a message to resurrect. If there is really no way to resurrect, all flesh and power will return to the Abyss and become nourishment for new demons. In a word, as long as no destructive plunder is carried out, the devil's death is just part of the internal cycle of the Abyss. The only thing to worry about is Lin's identity. The game rules of the Abyss only apply to the natives of the Abyss. Azad dared to fight for the status of the Prince of the Abyss because his atavistic bloodline allowed him to transform from a human body into a demon body. And he was already considered a demon of the Abyss. Although Lin has a demonic body, he is still not recognized as a demon. This has been confirmed by the malice of the Abyss Lords on the battlefield more than a year ago, because they are still recruiting a certain magician on the condition of joining the Abyss. If Lin is already a demon, then no matter where others are, they will be affected by the will of the Abyss. And of course, there is no need to recruit them. But he's not. Since people are not, then just let the magic tower be. I just don't know if such a tricky method can make it to the end. Chapter 1697 The work at hand. The tower owner is not accepted by the Abyss. But as long as the magic tower is accepted, it will be fine. This statement sounds a lot like sophistry. But if you think about it carefully, it is not inoperable. The twin towers of the gate are different from ordinary magic towers in that they have tasks. That is to say, no matter who owns the twin towers, as long as the original requirements remain unchanged, the ownership of the towers is irrelevant. And it doesn't even matter if no one owns them. Just like which mountain, which river, or whatever creature claims ownership of the territory. The nature of the land will not change because of the different claimants. Most people would think that as long as the tower owner changes sides, the magic tower stance will also be different. Considering that someone did not intend for the twin towers of the gate to be inherited by future generations, but used an unmanned method to make the twin towers part of the terrain features of the mystery and the Abyss. This used to be a bit troublesome. But if the red flower slime is really the tower spirit generated independently by the twin towers, it doesn't seem to be so troublesome. It is a pity that the way the twin towers at the side entrance of the Abyss are handled is not like that of a society governed by law in a time traveler's hometown. As long as the building applies for a qualified use license, it is equivalent to being recognized for use. Who can I apply to at Abyss? Lin's current situation is that he has an idea for the time being, but has no idea how to execute it. So just do what you can do. If he loses the next battle, no matter how much he plans, it will be meaningless. Although you think there is little chance of losing, this is no reason not to prepare. I remember when I faced all kinds of big exams, I still had to struggle until the last moment. Who knows if he relaxes before that? All those things he has memorized will disappear from his mind in the next second. Therefore, a copycat academic master like me who relies on hard work to make up for his shortcomings, faced with this kind of challenge that doesn't know when it will appear, can only compete with the opponent to see who can hold his breath for the longest time. Lin thought that he had tried his best to make arrangements for the attack and defense of the twin towers of Gate. It can be said that since I left the Tower of the Great Sage, all my ideas for the magic tower in the past 20 years have been realized in the twin towers of the Gate. As far as program control is concerned, it has been almost perfected in more than a year. The next thing to do is to tinker with it during use. After accumulating enough dissatisfaction, it will be revised and upgraded at once. What Lin wants to move during this time is the Magic Circle City outside the Magic Tower. The original designs of the Magic Circles in Shield City on the Midi side and East City on the Abyss side are exactly the same. Because there were contacts between the two parties, Lin did not think of a differential treatment and let people make a fuss about it. The only difference is that there is a council and control center called the Midland Shield on the side of the city, so it can control the entire Magic Circle City. But there is no such main control center on the Abyss side. This is also because East City on the Abyss side does not have a mayor or council. The magic circles in each building can operate independently. Most of its effectiveness is external protection, just like a magic shield, which has a certain degree of effect against long-range weapons. At least the arrows shot by ordinary archers couldn't even be inserted into the wall panels. There are also enchantments for some buildings that produce fog, or allow the building to enter the illusion of protection. But in terms of effect, the enchantment here can only serve as a hindrance, but cannot completely cover or conceal it. This is because the magic affects not an individual, but a building. The larger the scope, the greater the consumption. Bearing the power consumption of these enchanted buildings are Lin's magic stone-type energy pools imitating the Mithrin core. One for each building. Although in theory, these magic stone energy pools can operate infinitely. The premise is that the power cannot be extracted too hard, and it must have time to recover. Therefore, under normal conditions, these buildings are in low power operation mode, and various functions are not fully utilized. It's not that you can't do it, it's just that you don't want to do it. Speaking of which, the emergence of the magic stone energy pool certainly caused a sensation in the magical world of Lost Land. But among the magicians, rebuke is greater than praise. Because of this design, people who are not in the magic system have a lot of opportunities to use magic props. But it is not entirely a good thing for the noble lords. In the past, one of the key factors that limited the number of magic towers was the core of the energy pool. The rare objects that served as the core were not that easy to find. In addition to the theory, the magic stone energy pool provided by Lin also comes with 3 design plans: the minimum basic type, the preliminary application type, and the large application type. The large-scale application type is a magic stone cluster that can be used in a magic tower level energy pool. Although the cost is quite expensive, and the volume is so large that it almost takes up the entire first floor of a standard magic tower, it is still better than the rare items that you may not be able to buy even if you have money. Therefore, those magicians who have accumulated several generations and plan to build a magic tower of their own are ready to do so. Of course, this kind of behavior troubles the noble lords. After all, no one wants their inherent territory to be suddenly cut off by the magic tower. It's a pity that a certain designer was hiding in a magic tower that no one wanted to disturb, so the ups and downs from the outside world didn't hit anyone. Going back to the 2 magic circle cities, the main function of the city-level magic circle in Shield City is an enlarged version of the function of a single building, Magic Shield and Fog. It's just that city-level magic needs to be turned on and off, and it's not permanent like a single building. Once the large magic circle in Shield City is activated, it is not like those permanently stationed on the building, which only has the ability to hinder. The magic shield can be so strong that it can even isolate a person's movements. The fog directly blocks the 5 senses, not just the vision. To be able to do this, the location of the Shield City Council, which is also known as the Shield of Lost Lands and is also responsible for the control center, is of course very important. The magic circle of the entire city's buildings is integrated here to form a large whole. There is no such control center in East City. This is of course because the demons do not want the magic circle city on the side of the abyss to have perfect defense functions that are flawless, even if it is only at the level of Shield City. Perhaps Shield City's protection was not perfect, but the devil never thought of giving East City the defense power of Shield City. You must know that among the secret functions planned by someone for Shield City, there is a high-level magic called Poisonous Spider Web. Enemies who try to engage in street fighting will not only be hindered in their movements, but will also die suddenly due to poisoning. This is no longer just defense. Of course, once more people know the so-called secret, everyone will understand the result. The reason why the Magic Circle City has no means of attack is because Lin does not want the Magic Circle City controlled by others to become the vanguard of attacking the Magic Tower. It would be ridiculous if this happened. Instead of formulating a bunch of rules and sending supervisory personnel to restrict the Magic Circle City from pointing the finger at the Magic Tower, it is better to castrate such functions from the source. This is also the reason why the Magic Circle City cannot use magic attacks. Anyway, the Magic Tower alone is strong enough. For sure, there are not so many worries. For reasons that cannot be explained, the demons are blocking the improvement of a city, a Magic Circle City. But they are the main force in building this Magic Circle City. This seems to be a contradictory position. But in fact, if you look closely at the internal reasons, it is not difficult to understand the reasons why the demons do this. Perfect the Magic Circle on every building to protect yourself. Improving this Magic Circle City is equivalent to preventing the devil from doing some unspeakable things. So the last step of this Magic Circle City, integration, has been delayed indefinitely. But, is it really so? A certain conscientious tower owner declared that the Magic Tower cannot control the Magic Circle City because the Magic Circle settings on both sides are isolated. The city has to integrate itself to gain control. Those who want to doubt the statement insisted by the tower owner cannot find any evidence to the contrary. People who want to believe it will believe it. Anyway, there is no evidence to prove that the tower owner's statement is wrong. It's like the king's new clothes. The king said that he had put on the most gorgeous clothes. Maybe because he was afraid of authority. Or for other reasons. Anyway, everyone believed him and insisted that they had seen the gorgeous clothes. Just a white-eyed kid with insufficient intelligence told the truth that no one wanted to hear. In this environment where everyone believes it, it is of course a good time for an unscrupulous tower owner to cause trouble. In Shield City, there are things like telephone poles connected to the lines, connecting the buildings together to form a huge magic array. Whether they are humans or demons, they all believe that this is the most important part of the Magic Circle City as a whole. But in fact, everyone fell into the smoke bomb trap released by a certain tower owner, thinking that this was the truth. This is because the thinking logic of all the indigenous people in the Lost Lands and the Abyss is still based on the traditional thinking that to make something, you have to produce it from scratch. From the most primitive materials to the final finished product. Everything is done by one craftsman or through the cooperation of a few people. However, the Technology Guild in the holy city of Starry has begun to show the structure of its industrial chain. A group of people who don't know each other work together to complete a part of the project. They don't need to know everything. But everything put together is a perfect finished product. This is like a modern era that has traveled through many hometowns. Those big brand manufacturers may not know how to manufacture every part of the parts. They are only responsible for planning the required performance parameters and dimensions, and then finding suitable parts from the market and placing them where they should be, so that they can create a product that can be sold at an expensive price. This is actually an assembled product. Of course, this concept can also be used in magic circles. But most magicians don't have this understanding yet. If every building in the Magic Circle City is regarded as a circuit component with a fixed position, the Magic Circle City has actually taken shape. The reason why the big magic circle in each city cannot be controlled is just because there is no control center established. Not because there are no lines connecting all the buildings. This is where everyone gets it wrong. Although the lines arranged on the telephone poles in Shield City are useful and indeed connect the entire magic array, they are not necessary. The magician casts magic and constructs a spell model in the void. Do you use threads to lay out anything? The original purpose of the magic circle is to allow people who don't understand magic to use props to perform magic, and to save people who know how to do it some effort and time. So in front of a magic tower with semi-infinite power, it is such a ridiculous joke to say that the magic circle is incomplete and therefore cannot function. What's even funnier is that people believe it. Or they all choose to believe it. Chapter 1698, Looking for a Chance to Win. There is no fixed line, which means that as long as an unscrupulous magician has enough power to squander, he can create ever-changing magic effects in Escher, which has completed the urbanization of the magic circle. Even the attack functions that were originally castrated can be quietly put back into the options. Anyway, as long as you have never used it, when faced with other people's questioning, you can make assumptions. No evidence means no evidence. But how to use the city-level magic circle? This topic suddenly appeared in front of Lin. Because this is not just about amplifying a certain magic effect 10 to 20 times and covering the entire city. This is too wasteful. Just imagine. It is difficult to develop an intercontinental missile that can attack designated targets across thousands of kilometers. As a result, The warhead only carried 800 kilograms of explosives, which could only destroy a small house. Not to mention the research and development costs. The manufacturing cost of the missile itself is probably more expensive than the warhead and target combined. There is no economic benefit at all in doing this kind of thing. It would be cheaper to send a plane and airdrop old World War II bombs. So of course, this kind of missile is equipped with a nuclear warhead. Any smaller amount is a waste. Megaton, please take off. A magic circle with an area of tens of square kilometers. And some petty protective shields or illusions. Can be said to be overkill or overkill. Anyway, no matter how it is designed, someone feels that it is not fully functioning as it should be. It's like buying a sports car, only to find it runs slower than a bicycle. Who doesn't want to step on the accelerator and try to see how well a sports car can run? So how to use this huge magic circle can make the best use of it and make it a powerful enough boost, instead of working hard to get it out. The result will be nothing but soy sauce on the battlefield. In terms of magic, magic that emphasizes the final word, in addition to offensive magic, is maze-type magic. Use mazes to trap your enemies forever. Other than that, control magic does not pursue decisive results. At most, after controlling the enemy, you can hold back your ultimate move and get a sure kill. Although the former is important. Without the latter, victory is not achieved. Then all magic in the land has a problem. That is, how to identify ourselves and the enemy. If control magic is not a single entity, it must be a range control. As long as you enter a certain range, you will be affected by magic effects. This means that even if you enter the range yourself, you may be controlled and fall into the same fate as the enemy. Therefore, control magic combined with long-range attack magic is the best combination. But everything goes wrong with this but. If the enemy is at the level of the Abyss Lord and the Abyss Evil God, the attack methods of the Twin Towers of the Gate will be a bit weak. The white destructive light is a bit difficult to deal with those at the level of the Great Devil. Just like slicing up a human being, dicing the big devil into small pieces. The conventional mode of white destruction light is clearly not capable of doing so. The power of the white destructive light in enhanced mode has certainly increased, but its destructive power is still limited to physical limits. Obviously, some big demons have taken half a step, which is not something that can be solved by pure physics. The black destruction light is certainly a solution, but Lin subconsciously doesn't want to use this magic too much. In most people's minds, the black destructive light is an upgraded version of the white destructive light. When the focus power is higher than a threshold, the color of the destructive light will change from white to black, exerting greater power. This statement is actually wrong. The essence of the black destruction ray is closer to the anti-power equation, but it is not so targeted. The same thing is to aim at the weak point, and then exert its maximum power to destroy the target in one go. Therefore, there is a trial process before firing the black destructive light. This process is to find a general weakness, and then use all your strength to break it in one fell swoop. The anti-power equation is certainly stronger because it is more specific, but if it is used on different targets, not to mention that the lethality will be completely reduced to zero. But for targets that need to rely on the anti-power equation, it will be almost like a drizzle. Simply put, the two differ in applicability. The black destruction ray is faster and rougher in finding weaknesses. Although it is very similar to the general solution someone wants to find from the inverse energy equation, it is actually somewhat different in nature. It may be difficult to explain the difference between the two, but it can be explained from another perspective. That is, after the weakness is found by the anti-power equation, the target will definitely die. However, the weak point attack of the black destroying light can be circumvented by patching, modifying, and upgrading. In other words, if the black destructive light is used too much, it is possible for the demons to be immune. This is what Lin wants to avoid. Therefore, he is not willing to use it more, and even regards the black destruction ray as a regular attack method. Once used, the opponent must be beaten to death. If there are two high-end bystanders who can understand the black destructive light, it may be necessary to kill and silence them. At this stage, Lin's best weapon that can be used to deal with monarch-level enemies is still a series of melee weapons mainly from the Hagiri clan. The Hagiri Kinra may be able to achieve long-range strikes for someone, but it is still essentially a close combat. If Lin is not the main body, generally, you don't need to think too much about the Devil's Sea tactics. Anyway, with the attack speed of the Twin Towers of Gate, even if all the demons in the Abyss swarm up at the same time, Lin is sure to send them all back to Reed and wait for resurrection. But if he encounters a Maharaja-level human sea tactic, Lin will no longer be sure of victory. And even overturning is not impossible. Even if you use the year wheel to chop up demons, you can only chop one at a time. The trouble is that no matter how powerful the Hakiri attack of the non-sequential ring is, it cannot kill an enemy of the Maharaja level with one hit. When the inverse energy equation is solved, death will only be possible by accumulating damage. Controlling the enemy and preventing himself from being besieged is an important issue for Lin to achieve final victory. Lin is not optimistic about control magic, nor is he optimistic about maze-type control methods. The reason is simple. What he has to deal with is an enemy at the level of a monarch. Anyone on the other side will survive dozens of times longer than himself. His understanding of magic is definitely better than that of a half-baked magician like himself. This means that no matter what magic you use, the possibility of being cracked in a short time is very high. If you estimate that the control time is too much, but in fact it is far from enough, causing the rhythm to be disrupted, then there is no need to continue fighting and just surrender. The numerical gap is enough to make people despair. If they lose the control of the battle, it will be a certain death. Really take the year's wheel and chop it one by one. The power of the year wheel is not unlimited. At first, I could only chop one, and had to wait for the CD. Later it got better, and I could chop a few more. If 17 or 8 more monarch-level enemies come at the same time, the Wheel of Time will be useless, and the enemies will not be able to be killed. In short, if you attack the twin towers of the gate as a demon, the best tactic is to attack directly, and add a sea of people. Using an upright force to crush the enemy is the most uncomfortable way for an unscrupulous tower owner. No matter how many people come to engage in intrigues, sneak attacks and ambushes, Lin won't be afraid. The worst-case scenario is to hide in the magic tower and shoot secretly. If this were the case, everyone would be happy. Even more wretched, a certain unscrupulous tower master thought he would not lose to the devil. Can the devil really not analyze the advantages and disadvantages in front of him? It is very obvious that the biggest weakness of the magic tower owner is the lack of manpower. To capture a magic tower, no matter what kind of strategy is used, sufficient troops are a necessary condition. At least 1,000 or more. Calculating the ratio of the strength of the two sides, it is at least 200, or even 300 times more than the number of people. This is calculated based on 2 to 3 people in the tower. All that remains is the question of how many dead people can knock down a tower. Although the threshold for 1,000 soldiers seems to be very small, any soldier you recruit can push down the tower. In fact, such a number is the force used by the Magician Corps recruited by the Magician Association to fight those who are the original tower owners, who pass away, and whose disciples or descendants are unwilling to hand over the control of the magic tower. This is not something you can do just by finding some farmers with manure forks. Moreover, when the Magician Association leads the attack, they usually come up with backup tactics targeting specific magic towers to make the tower attack smoother and reduce losses. If an army composed of ordinary people wanted to capture a magic tower, it would require a base of 10,000 people and no upper limit. The casualties are estimated to be more than half. The reason is very simple. Mystery is a world with powerful individuals. An army composed of strong people is not on the same level as an army composed of weak people. When fighting a war fortress like a magic tower, there is a big difference whether it has a certain level of magic protection. The twin towers of Gate are not magic towers without any achievements. More than a year ago, the Suli Tang Empire's 500,000 strong army fell, and the real number was more than 600,000. These flesh and blood eventually entered the abyss, and became the first pot of gold for the twin towers of Gate to bribe the devil. With such a record in front of them, who would dare to treat the twin towers as paper? And a certain person himself has the record of suppressing 7 or 8 abyss lords at the same time, and even killing 2 of them. The 2 people who died were so dead that they couldn't be resurrected. It can be said that no matter whether it is a tower or a person, the demons cannot attach too much importance to it. Therefore, in Lin's expectation, the devil's offensive was not going to happen. Once it is launched, it will be like a flash flood and will be out of control. Faced with such an offensive, all the maze-type and control-type magic in Midland were not powerful enough. At least with someone's knowledge base and wargame simulation, I can't find any chance of winning. As long as the number of demons at the opponent's level is more than 15. Don't ask questions like why you can deal with 7 or 8, but why you become weak after only twice as many. The number and difficulty of Maharaja-level enemies can be calculated in multiples. Calculating it with an index is more or less the same. As a defender, if Lin wants to win this battle, he must find a reliable control method, in addition to preventing yourself from being besieged. You must also be able to create one-on-one situations for yourself. More points can lead to one-on-two situations. Wanting to do this, Lin naturally thought of 4 words in his mind: Qi Min Dun Jia. Chapter 1699 Qi Min Dun Jia. What is the difference between Qi Min Dun Jia and the knowledge based on Bagua and I Ching? Roughly speaking, the two are actually from the same origin. The latter belongs to the core and is closer to philosophical theory, while the former belongs to application-level knowledge. In the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, the 8-door golden lock formation arranged by Chao Ren is actually the applied knowledge of Qi Min Dun Jia. Also, is the knowledge of a certain traveling home better than the magic of lost lands? So it can be used to deal with demons with certainty? In fact, Lin doesn't think so. The same idea could also be used in the current situation where the robot fleet is fighting against all dissatisfaction in the land and the abyss. This doesn't prove that technology is superior to magic. It's just that the natives of Lost Land haven't figured out how to play the robot fleet. And the robots transformed from the Earth Elemental Elves certainly know how to use magic in the war in the Lost Land. One knows nothing about the enemy, and the other knows exactly what color the enemy's underwear is. When the two sides fight, as long as the foundation is not too disparate, such as the situation where cosmic civilization fights primitive people, there is no need to discuss who will lose and who will win. It is this lack of knowledge and the gap of orders of magnitude that allowed the robot fleet to achieve overwhelming victories in several appearances. If the robots were to come to the Lost Land 1 or 2 at a time, like the elemental elves in the past, the masters would have gained insight into the robot's weaknesses. At this time, can we still insist that technology is better than magic? Since the development of the era of hot weapons, we have evolved from queuing to kill to trench warfare, then tanks crushing trenches and barbed wire fences, and aerial force crushing ground force. Nothing is better than transcending, learning, persevering, and then transcending again. This is how war technology continues to advance. Let's just talk about the god of war Minamoto Yoshitsune, who was touted by Kohenito in the cold weapon era. In fact, many of the tactics broke the conventions of that era, which allowed the Haika clan, which was stuck in the old rules, to be beaten and become famous. But those outside-the-box tactics, well, how should I put it? Som Xiangong, one of the 5 hegemons of the spring and autumn period who traveled through his hometown, did not want to attack the Chu army when they were crossing the river, nor did he want to take advantage of the Chu army's danger when they were setting up their formation, and was ultimately defeated and seriously injured. He maintained the practice of the spring and autumn period, the battle between gentlemen, but lost the war. From a results perspective, things like breaking conventions are not important, as long as you can win. But to use a current criticism, it is that young people do not respect martial ethics. What is good or bad is a matter of opinion. In short, a certain time traveler would not really think that Qi Min Dun Jia is completely superior to the magic of Midi. Knowledge itself is not superior or inferior. It just depends on how it is used. But while the demons are still unfamiliar with it, they can reap a wave of bonuses. Moreover, as a complete system of Qi Min Dun Jia, it can be said to be the best choice for someone as it has both offense and defense. It's not impossible to achieve the same level of magic in Lost Land, but you have to arrange and combine various magics by yourself. For example, starting from the maze technique, you need to design an enemy that can trap more than 10 monarch-level enemies. Then you can disperse the other party and break them into parts, giving you a chance to deal with them one by one. He also needs to be able to appear anywhere in the maze at any time and attack the enemy. Although the flash technique can support someone to do this, the parameters required for the flash technique to be able to trap a Maharaja-level maze are not so easy to calculate. Last but not least, this maze cannot be destroyed by violence. If anyone chooses not to walk through the maze obediently, but to use a violent method like breaking through the wall, then they have wasted their time on the maze. As we all know, the more complex the structure of something, the more fragile it is. Not to mention the magic of the labyrinth. How could the Lord of the Abyss and the evil gods of the Abyss be strangers? Maybe they couldn't cast advanced labyrinth magic, but if they were restricted by the labyrinth so easily, they would have been resurrected long ago and wouldn't be able to survive today's status. A maze that can trap enemies at the level of a monarch must withstand the violent demolition of such a group of enemies. Some people think that it may be easier to directly study magic that can instantly erase these enemies. Comparing the two, a knowledge that has become a system and a knowledge that is scattered and needs to be rearranged by oneself. Even a pig knows which side to choose. The situation he is facing now is that he doesn't know when a war will break out. It is not possible to study slowly and arrange all aspects into a flawless leisure time. And for someone, the most important key is that the changes of Chimenduanjia are quite flexible, and they are not afraid of being destroyed by violence, unless they use formal methods to break the formation. Let's just talk about the 8-door Golden Lock formation used in military operations. In the novelist's story, when he sees soldiers forming a formation, the hostile party obediently sends out the same or similar troops to try to break the formation. Didn't the hostile party think of violent destruction and disintegration from the periphery? In fact, this kind of thing cannot be done. In other words, it can be done, but it will cost several times, or even more than 10 times. Once the enemy does not take the regular path to break the formation, the military formation will be like a big millstone, grinding the approaching enemy into fine powder. Of course, in the process, neither party will be unscathed. But if one of your own dies, dozens or 20 of the enemy will die. So that's a profit. The military formation is not invincible, but it is the most basic thing to be able to attack more with less and reduce one's own losses. Otherwise, there will be no need to form a formation. Perhaps by risking one's life, the formation can be broken in the end. In war, a tragic victory can be considered a victory. But who can continue to win miserably and still hold on? Chimenduanjia is such a science. Unless the correct method of breaking the formation is used to attack the weak point and then disintegrate the entire formation, even if it can be broken by other methods, it will cost an unimaginable amount. Using Chimenduanjia in magic array cities has a greater advantage than military arrays, and that is the speed of change. Once a military formation is composed of human beings, and they want to change the formation, it will test the wisdom of the commander and the proficiency of the soldiers. Once anything is related to people, the difficulty will skyrocket. Therefore, all armies that can afford to play military formations are elite. A large part of the reason why military formations are worn away by superior numbers is that the response to formation changes is not faster than the attack speed of the formation breaker. Or maybe the formation changes take too long and manpower is lost in the process. But the Magic Circle City under the control of the Magic Tower is not that troublesome. It can change in an instant and seamlessly connect at the basic level. The real test lies in the commander's wisdom and how to change the formation according to the enemy's movements to achieve the desired result. Although Lin is very confident, few demons probably know Chimenduanjia, but I don't think they will have no way to deal with it after seeing the real thing. They don't even have the most basic means of self-protection, and they just wait to be killed by themselves. How long will it take for a god whose knowledge ranges directly to the root of all things to fully understand the mysteries of Chimenduanjia? It's guaranteed to take longer than it takes to crack the maze magic. But it doesn't allow Lin to sit back and relax. So they have to change quickly before they find the weakness of a formation. The timing of the change can be a fixed time or a certain condition is triggered. Anyway, it is just changing more and more, using the constant rotation of changes to confuse this group of big troubles. I don't want to stun these superior beings. I just want to slow down the time for them to crack. After making up his mind, Lin began to study how to arrange Chimenduanjia. The heavenly stems are the foundation, with Yi, Bing, and Ding as the three odd things. Kaixio, life, injury, Du Jing, and death are the 8 doors. A is not revealed, but is hidden under the 6 rituals of Wu, Ji, Gong, Xian, Ren and Gui. Therefore it is called Chimenduanjia. In addition to being based on the Book of Changes and Bagua, its knowledge also combines elements of feng shui metaphysics and natural phenomena such as astrology, calendar, astronomy and geography, 8 gates and 9 stars, yin and yang and 5 elements. It can be said to be all-encompassing. The most wonderful thing is that this thing can be used for anything. It doesn't matter. Master Zhuge was able to use stones to build an 8-stone formation, trapping a master like Lu Sun in the formation. How could something go wrong when using magic circles to arrange 8 formations? Moreover, due to the element of soldiers, the military formation has certain arrangement restrictions. At least the smallest unit cannot be on 1 soldier. Otherwise it would mean that if a certain soldier dies, the entire formation will be useless. Therefore, it must be based on the team as a unit and pay attention to cooperative offense and mutual defense. If the magic circle city of City on the abyss side is used to arrange it, then the smallest unit is each enchanted building. Although it is not like some film and television works. Once the formation changes, all the buildings begin to move forward, backward, left, and right, causing a de facto physical interruption, but relying on the building roots connected by the power of the magic tower. It is much easier and faster to form a blocking wall to deal with ordinary demons. Lin thoughtfully added a different dimensional banishment technique to the blocking wall. Whoever touches them will go to an unknown place to arrange the rest of their lives. Those who come back alive are the chosen ones. If it weren't for exiling all the Abyss Lords and Abyss Evil Gods in one go, not only would it be impossible, but it wouldn't be considered a solution to the problem. Lin Du wanted to throw the attacking demon into a star as soon as possible, and humanity was destroyed. For gods and goddesses who have already dabbled in multidimensional concepts, the flash technique cannot be used, because their own definition of individual is more complex. This is the reason why they are difficult to kill. And it is also one of the reasons why someone does not want to take that step, because they do not want to abolish their most important life-saving ability and mobility. Means, it is necessary to let the enemies at the level of the Great Lord walk obediently in the maze, or formation, built with magic circles, instead of using violent means of destruction to decipher everything in front of them. What can be expected is not that the demons are willing to abide by the gentleman's agreement. And what is needed is not a magical barrier of light, and certainly not a force darker than darkness. Darker than dark? What the hell? What is the devil? Or the abyss? Afraid of? This is the key to being able to form a formation. A quick tip. Why is the atmosphere of the abyssal star so thick that it blocks all electromagnetic waves, including visible light, emitted into the universe? The answer is that the indescribable thing sleeping outside the abyssal star is the source of the demon's madness. It's also something they want to avoid, because they don't want to fall into true madness. It can be said that these big bosses that no one wants to provoke are the real trump cards in the hands of an unscrupulous tower owner. Chapter 1700. The secret agent lost his temper, directly blasting the atmosphere directly above the twin towers that opened the door, causing the indescribable thing above to cast a caring look on the local area. How about such a tactic? Answer: just use a rope or a knife to commit suicide. It doesn't take that much trouble. Someone was busy in and out a while ago, trying every means to reduce his sense of existence, so that he would not attract the attention of those beings when he was peeping. Now you have to take the initiative to lure their power down. Do you think your work is not messy enough, and there are not enough death tricks? But the fox pretending to be the tiger's power is considered a traditional routine in my hometown. Look at those time travel historical novels. As long as they are not about the emperor himself. 9 out of 10 are on the way to flatter the emperor, and then suppress a bunch of treacherous and powerful ministers. To clear the emperor's side, the first thing to clear is to cross the crowd. Therefore, Lin's idea was the same as his idea of disguising the magic tower, leaking a trace of the unspeakable breath on the barrier wall of the magic circle city, so that the Abyss Lord and the Abyss Evil God would retreat. One of the main reasons why demons continue to seek death is that they can go home and be resurrected at any time without truly dying. Of course, memory and the like may be lost, or even become a blank slate and start over again. For demons above a certain level, even if an enemy of the same level devours them, it will only become an internal struggle between two consciousnesses. The winner takes it all. And no matter what happens, there is still the option of dividing the family. However, most demons suppress the chaotic consciousness inside and continue to grow through plunder. This is also one of the reasons why demons tend to behave in a chaotic manner. The indescribable thing is an existence that even the will of the abyss must avoid. Look at the sleeping giant beasts surrounding the abyssal stars. No matter how wide the abyss is, it is still not big enough for someone to swallow. Even if you have no brains, you will know not to jump. So what Lin has to do next is simpler than his goal of pretending to be the twin towers at the side door of the abyss. As long as there is a hint of ominous atmosphere on the barrier wall of the magic circle city, demons at the level of the Great Lord will definitely stay away. The reason is simple. When someone is covering you, you are not afraid of death no matter how hard you try. If they knew that once they touched the taboo, they would be abandoned by the people above them, and they would die without any effort, then not many demons would have the courage to challenge. They are very aware of current affairs. In fact, the purpose of doing this is to convey a message. That is, I have a way to defeat the enemy. So everyone's best to stick to the bottom line and follow the rules, rather than really expecting the trace of breath extracted to cause any harm to the Lord of the Abyss. This is like traveling back in time to modern times. We are all nuclear-armed countries, and everyone has some restraint in dealing with advances and retreats. At least they know not to push to death. But this does not mean that all nuclear-armed countries are equal. Under the condition of ensuring not to be the first to use the weapon of destruction, those who should be called daddy must still be called daddy. The younger brother is still the younger brother. and his status has not changed. That's what Lin wanted. Set an upper limit to warn all demons who come to the Twin Towers to cause trouble. If everyone follows the rules, I will promise not to be the first to activate the self-destruction device. The rest is to rely on your ability, and win or lose without regrets. Okay, that sounds cowardly. But that's what someone really thinks. Because the reality that I have to face is that if I am really besieged by a group of God's-level enemies, I may be able to survive. But the Twin Towers of the Gate cannot be saved. Even if the magic tower would not be destroyed, he would not want to stay in the position of the tower owner. This is the reward I got after planning for more than 10 years. How could he just hand it over casually? Not to mention that if it is left in the hands of the devil, there will never be peace in that lost land. Even if you give up on finding your way home, you still have to work hard for a peaceful retirement life. It seems that the land and the abyss are about to start a world war. Can they really survive alone while blindfolded? Thinking of this, someone angrily tried his best to take out all the formations in his mind and apply them to the Magic Formation City. What about the 8-door Golden Lock Formation, the 9-bend Yellow River Formation, the 6-flowered Mandarin Duck Formation, the 8 formations behind the wind, etc.? The big formations are wrapped in small formations, one after another. The culture of my hometown is open to all rivers, and there is no saying that what is used should be banned. Even if things that conflict with each other are put together, they can play tricks. Therefore, when applied to the formation, nothing is impossible, but nothing is unexpected. In particular, the area of the Magic Array City is used to set up the array, and it is used to confuse people by changing the array. Various combinations of life and death are linked together, with endless variations. With Jean Lin's current computing power, it is not difficult to overlay these large and small formations and evolve endless Chimen-Duinjia formations. The only thing that limits him is the upper limit of materials, which is the degree of refinement of the Magic Circle City. No matter how this formation changes, the smallest unit is still each building, and it can't get any smaller. However, the calculation is fast and the conclusion is obtained quickly, which does not mean that the output results are also fast. If you want to completely program what you have in your mind and deploy it into the Magic Circle City, it still takes some time and procedures. It is said that if you type on the keyboard with your hands, even if the keys fly up, you only have 2 hands. So in order to speed up the work, Lin had to find a way to copy and paste what was in his mind into reality. When it comes to brainwave control in my hometown, the progress is only as fast as a mimic pet's ears twitching. But this is the world of magic. For someone who can flexibly use whiteboard skills to present the images in his mind in reality, it is just a difference in the output interface. After solving the minor problems with the tools, Lin's progress in integrating the Magic Circle City was once again improved, especially in terms of automated control. The handling of various estimated situations, and the response to countless developments are all programmed one by one into the Twin Towers. The people and demons living in Esher are completely unaware of all this. They will have to wait until the day when it is actually launched to know how dangerous the place where they live is. However, while someone was happily digging a hole for the demons of the abyss, things in the outside world did not stop there. An unexpected visitor appeared at the Twin Towers of the Gate on the side of the abyss, causing Lin to stop what he was doing and meet this little guy who was lucky enough to come back alive. Ezio looked miserable, with one hand hanging in a bandage and one leg just put in a cast. When Lin saw the person, Halumi and Kaya were bandaging the young man under the command of Marquis Balin. The Marquis adheres to the principle of not touching men, even the children she has grown up with. As for the injuries on Ezio's body, he knew where they came from without asking. Lin laughed jokingly. Exposed? Seeing the smile of a certain magician, Ezio looked aggrieved. I couldn't say anything to refute, so I could only nod with my mouth flat, looking at Ezio's injuries up and down. Lin said, You are injured like this, but you can still come back alive, especially since this is an abyss. Should I praise you? No, I was put back, Ezio said through gritted teeth with a complicated expression. Hearing this, Lin was startled. Put it back? What is going on? Someone was thinking. Humans who enter the abyss from Esher are the favorites of demons. For those who are strong and can escape on their own, basically as long as they enter the scope of Esher, their lives are guaranteed. But I have never heard of someone being released after being captured by a demon, before a certain magician could finish being shocked. Ezio asked. I asked Hardy to come back to warn you. Do you know about that? Lin nodded. Then do you know who is leading the demons who have gathered to attack the Twin Towers of the Gate? Ezio asked again. Lin shook his head. Without any information, Only a ghost could know who would be the leader among those fighting demons. It is said that someone has not fully recognized the Lord of the Abyss and the evil god of the Abyss. So how can he possibly know the personality tendencies of those old monsters? It's just that Ezio won't ask useless questions. It means that the answer to this question can be answered by yourself. If this idea is true, the answer is obvious. Ezio didn't wait for anyone to figure it out, and directly revealed the answer, saying,
"It's Azad. I was just too surprised when I saw Azad appear, and that's why I was exposed. And it was Azad who arrested me personally."
"Yes. If other demons succeed, I can at least escape."
The young man's self-confidence is not without reason. Although there are indispensable monarch-level demons among the group of demons,
demons of this level will definitely not take action immediately to deal with a human who has not even crossed the transcendent realm. If only a few big demons had taken action, Ezio would have been able to escape. When he was the first to detect the invasion of demons at the gate of the abyss, he also protected his companions, cut off his tail, and finally broke out of the siege single-handedly and returned to human society to report the news. Although the situation last time was a bit miserable, and he was equipped with a set of magic equipment, he still came back alive. This time, I didn't bring any magic equipment because I wanted to avoid being discovered by the devil. Even the dragon's tooth hidden sword obtained from the old black dragon Augustus was safely placed in Ezio's own home. The ring that can be located by the flash technique has been returned a long time ago. These all appear to be disadvantages. However, Ezio's skills were much better than last time. He dared to go deep into the abyss with nothing but confidence that he could save his life no matter what kind of difficulties he faced. However, there is a major premise for all this. That is, the demons will despise him as a mere human being and will not try their best to take action in the first place. Ezio's plan is to be like someone else, using the opportunity before the enemy corrects his cognitive gap to maximize his advantage. But if you meet someone who knows Ezio well, as soon as the two sides met, not only did the other side try their best to capture the person, but even Ezio was surprised by this unexpected encounter and delayed his escape. As a result, Ezio was captured by Azad himself, thinking that the two were old acquaintances and wanted to send a message of war declaration to the Tower Master. He was released.
"Declaring war? Azad wants to declare war on me. Are you sure that's what he said?"
Lin asked confirmingly. Ezio, who looked unhappy, endured the pain on his body, nodded vigorously and said,
"Yes. Azad did say in front of many demons that he would declare war on the tower owner of the magic tower."
Chapter 1701, Enemy or Friend.
Azad is planning the Prince of the Abyss. It seems to be true.
While Lin was thinking about it, Ezio suddenly said this. Lin cast his thoughtful gaze on the speaker. Of course Ezio noticed this look and even understood it. He also noticed that the strength of the hands of the two sisters, who were struggling with him, had not changed at all. Is Azad not familiar with this family? Even though that guy is crazy, he still comes from time to time. As long as the knife is not pointed at one of their own, no one in this family will frown. So of course it's familiar. When you meet, you'll be treated to delicious food and drinks. Anyway, don't go crazy. Everything can be discussed easily. But when they heard Azad appeared in the abyss, especially as the leader of the demons who were preparing to attack the tower, they didn't react violently at all. This shows two possibilities. First, they have known about it for a long time. Second, maybe this was arranged by them, aiming at the same goal and sending people from different groups to carry out similar tasks. Is it necessary for people from different groups to connect horizontally? Ezio believes that it is better to keep in touch. And it is better to not keep in touch. If there is contact, it will of course be conducive to cooperation and promote the progress of the plan. But if there is no contact, you can protect other group members when an incident occurs in a certain group, because they really don't know about each other's existence. And of course, it's impossible to torture them out. So when an unscrupulous magician sends him, a little guy, into the abyss, he can still send other trustworthy personnel into this world full of demons to cause trouble. The two do not conflict with each other. This also explains why he was able to come back alive. Ezio asked cautiously.
"I just learned from the demon's conversation that a man named Azad was planning to become the Prince of the Abyss. At first, I thought it was just the same name and didn't think too much about it. Now it seems Azad was sent out by you?"
Shaking his head, Lin said,
"Who can command that madman? Even his own father can't help it. He wants to plan the affairs of the Prince of the Abyss, including his going in and out of the abyss. None of it has anything to do with me. Well, I brought him in once more than 10 years ago, but we really had nothing to do with him after that. The current situation between me and him is a cooperative relationship.
Let me briefly explain the alliance Azad established with a certain tower owner when he appeared in the Twin Towers of Gates. After hearing this, Ezio looked angry and said excitedly,
Now Azad has gathered a bunch of demons to attack the tower. Is he crazy? Well, he is indeed crazy.
Ezio felt helpless about a certain reality. But he suddenly thought of another possibility and asked tentatively,
Is this also a conspiracy between the two of you? The devil attacked the tower. No, this is not part of Azad and I's plan.
With a raised brow, Ezio further asked,
Did Azad betray you? Let's not talk about whether he betrayed such a concept, or would care about such a thing. Do you think that Azad and the demons who plan to attack the magic tower are on the same front?
Lin asked.
Isn't it?
Ezio was confused.
I plan to attack the tower without consulting you. If we can still be considered allies, then the loyalty, filial piety, benevolence and justice I learned in elementary school can be fed to pigs.
Lin said seriously.
Of course what is taught in school is the most ideal and beautiful situation. But how can it be so ideal in reality? And if you want a capricious lunatic to follow the moral standards of ordinary people, who do you want to embarrass?
When facing such people, if you don't want to become an unrepentant enemy, of course you have to be more diplomatic in your attitude towards them. Okay. For the two of you, it's normal for you two to be drinking together, talking and laughing one moment, and then drawing swords and slashing at each other the next. So should I be surprised?
Ezio said with a smile. Helpless, he stuck his head in and asked,
Are you sure Azad is still playing the love-killing game with you this time? How do you think you came back alive?
Lin asked again.
Me?
Ezio didn't quite understand why things came back to him.
I'm not that important,
Lin said seriously.
You are insignificant in the eyes of demons. Even if some demons recognize that you were the first human to discover the Gate of the Abyss and the demon invasion, it will be the same. In the eyes of the real bosses, you are just a despicable person.
Dispensable chess pieces.
Azad asked you to come back, whether you are dead or alive. It is actually conveying the same thing. That is, the devil intends to attack the magic tower. If something cannot be kept secret, then its valuable part will be exposed. You can understand the method and timing.
Ezio can understand this so-called thing that cannot be kept secret. As we all know, the attack on the magic tower is very difficult to keep secret. With the mass gathering and movement of an army, it is difficult to completely block the news. Not to mention that the magic tower itself also has external monitoring measures, regardless of whether this measure is advanced or backward, easy to operate or inconvenient. Therefore, if you want to attack the magic tower secretly, the first thing to do is to paralyze the internal functions of the magic tower. Usually, the traitor is used, and the advanced ones start with the magic tower itself. The latter is the unique method of the Magician Association to attack the tower. If you can't do this, you won't be able to raid the magic tower. Besides, there are countless loudmouths in Ishur. These demons will talk about demons attacking the tower, regardless of whether the content is true or false. Such actions are not a reminder to the tower owner, since there is no way to keep secrets while attacking the magic tower. Choosing a good time to expose what you want to expose is a matter of skill. Azad, who attempted to ascend to the high position of the Prince of the Abyss, conspired with the unscrupulous Tower Master. This matter was not news between the Lord of the Abyss and the evil God of the Abyss. The e-market on the Abyss side of the Twin Towers of the Gate will prosper so quickly, and Azad has helped bring in a lot of business. Now that we know that the two are connected, what devil would not do it to destroy the alliance between the two? No matter whether this matter is of benefit to you or not, as long as others are not good, then you will be fine. Sometimes, the devil's thoughts are very simple. If you want to destroy the relationship between the two, instead of going round and round to slander, it is better to directly present contradictory evidence. And the next step is to have the two of them confront each other on the battlefield. To this extent, no matter how good of an ally we are, we can't continue to be friends. This is the idea of the demons. So they don't mind letting a human who sees Azad go back. This is not the devil trying to sow discord. It was the tower owner who discovered it himself. Right. Ezio may not have thought that much, but from the information he already knew, he could deduce many things. So he discovered another thing and asked,
Since you said that I am dead or alive, does Azad letting me come back alive mean that he is not all aligned with those demons? You still have a chance to break their alliance.
Right? No.
I guess you can come back alive, because no demon is willing to send you back. So I just let you go by yourself.
Lin said the truth that would make people sad. Ignoring Ezio's depressed mood, Lin continued,
But you mentioned that Azad had other motives. And I agree with this.
Quickly getting rid of his original emotions, Ezio brought his attention back to business and asked,
What is Azad planning to do?
Lin did not answer directly, but said to himself,
Do you know who is the unluckiest when two chess players compete for victory on the chessboard? The one who lost?
Ezio was a little confused, but still gave his answer. The magician who was talking to him had a contemptuous smile and said,
Qian, winning or losing is nothing more than losing face and losing bets. As long as the chess players don't end the game in person, there will be no real losses. So, it's a chess piece?
Ezio thought of another answer and figured out many things in an instant. The game between the two parties uses the general trend of the world as the chessboard and the living creatures as the chess pieces. Regardless of winning or losing, how will the general situation change? How many chess pieces will be left in the end?
So you two conspired in all this?
Ezio asked again. Then he said dejectedly,
I don't understand why I don't understand what is going on now.
Lin laughed and said,
It's not really a conspiracy. At least I didn't know about it beforehand.
In your guess, what exactly does Azad want to do?
Ezio, who had given up thinking, asked directly, without a direct answer. Lin said with a smile but not a smile.
What do you do when you want to do something? But there are many stubborn opponents of this thing, and you can't convince them? Make them disappear?
Ezio's statement was not about ignoring the law, but the daily life of the natives of Lost Land. Strength is superior to power, and law is just a pretext for those with power. If you can't solve the problem, then of course you can solve the problem. With the idea in mind, Ezio continued to reason.
In order to deal with the demons who oppose him, instead of doing it himself and giving other demons an excuse to massacre, it is better to push these demons into a certain death situation. But why should Azad join those demons? Aren't you afraid that his identity will cause him trouble?
Lin replied.
The demon's betrayal is not betrayal. It is called allies who are too stupid and not worthy of their own efforts. Azad's deliberate approach of drawing a clear line with me will not gain much trust from demons. But those who are just suspicious will also think way to make this happen.
Simply put, whether you believe it or not, the demons have their own plans in this upcoming war. Since someone is taking the lead, there is nothing wrong with them gathering together. After all, everyone thinks they are chess players, who you will feel like a pawn in.
And what? Ezio asked.
If there is a chance to get rid of me together, Azad will not stop him.
Lin smiled.
Really?
Ezio looked surprised. Lin added,
Of course, if I find an opportunity, I will make such a choice. This chess game is cooperation, but it also contains murder's intent.
After listening, Ezio commented feebly,
You guys are in tit for tat. All you think about is how to kill each other. And yet you still cooperate. I've never seen this kind of cooperation. No. Let's cooperate.
Lin smiled and said,
I was a little worried at first. When I heard that he came forward, I was relieved, because he will definitely do me a big favor.
Chapter 1702 Shield City Reaction. Looking at the puzzled Ezio, Lin asked,
You are also someone who has fought in a war. What kind of enemy do you think is the most troublesome?
Ezio didn't like to make jokes when discussing serious matters. So when a certain magician asked a question, he was thinking very seriously. Then he eliminated options such as powerful warriors and wise magicians, and replied,
Fight against an enemy who is determined to die. That's right,
Lin said, snapping his fingers.
It's difficult to deal with enemies who have a central will. The most difficult thing is not the so-called enemy who is not afraid of death, but the enemy who doesn't even care about death. That's the kind you say, with a death wish. So, what does this have to do with the current situation?
Ezio was confused.
I have no doubt that there are demons who want to demolish the twin towers of the gate. But most demons are the kind of creatures that have no benefit and can't afford to be early. Most of them are indifferent to things that have no benefit. Under such circumstances, I can't say there are no demons who have the consciousness to stand up and attack the magic tower. But they are definitely very few.
Ezio continued,
But those who take the initiative to stand up are the rare ones with a strong will. That's what you want to say.
Yes. Lin was even more proud when he saw several older girls finishing their work and being attracted by the content of his words. He continued,
If someone takes the initiative today to contact the less determined demons and connect them in sufficient numbers, When other demons see so many demons joining, they will naturally feel that they have a sure chance of winning. So these the devil, who had no idea at first, and just wanted to fish in troubled waters, joined in. What do you think will happen? Although the quantity has increased, the quality has declined. And those demons with weak will become the group's weaknesses. As long as these weaknesses are accurately found and attacked, and cannibalize the demon group, sooner or later a turning point in morale will be triggered, allowing those who originally had the will to the determined ones have become less confident. Is that what you intended? Lin said proudly. Hey, the way I use military force is to attack the heart first, attack the city next, fight with the heart first, and fight with soldiers last. The battle I am going to fight next is not so much about how many demons I have to destroy. Think about how to destroy their confidence in challenging the magic tower. Unless you want to destroy everything, killing people is never the focus.
The war, which was originally not promising, seemed to reveal a glimmer of hope. Of course, Ezio had imagined the consequences of the Twin Towers falling into the hands of demons. That's why he didn't resist the recruitment of a certain magician and ventured into the abyss to collect information, to avoid the worst-case scenario from happening, because the ninth power was weighing heavily on his head. Ezio believed that even if the Twin Towers of the gate on the side of the abyss were lost, it would be impossible for those superior beings to allow humans to close the gate of the abyss. Then what we face next will be a war with no end. The lost land and the abyss will become a Shura battlefield like a millstone of flesh and blood. If the gate of the abyss and the Twin Towers of the gate must exist, then the current situation would be the most ideal one. Although Ezio didn't really want to support an unscrupulous magician, but with that magician's attitude of not seeking advancement, he would probably be the person chosen by all the tower guards to be the least likely to cause big trouble. As the tower master of the Twin Towers of Gates, anyone with the slightest ambition may cause a big incident between humans and demons. This will be unpopular with most people, except for a few vested interests. The current situation of Shield City and East City relies on trade to maintain the fragile peace. Perhaps the hidden dangers have not been eliminated, but at least there is no war, and neither side is subordinate to the other side at the cost of losing dignity and becoming a slave. With Ezio's wisdom, he could not think of a better situation than the current situation. If either party overwhelms the other, resistance will inevitably arise under oppression, which will be even more dangerous than the fragile peace in front of us. So Ezio still supports the tower owner. However, a certain magician still has to pass a hurdle if he wants to secure his position as tower master. Ezio asked, although you and Azad use their strength at the same time, the quality of the enemy has decreased and the weaknesses have increased. But it is undeniable that the number of enemies has also increased. In this case, you have a winning strategy. Must win. What the hell is that? There is no guarantee of losing or winning in a war. All we can do is try our best to increase our advantages and reduce our disadvantages. In the end, when the two armies confront each other, we will fight with all our lives, and the rest will leave it to luck, Lin said confidently. But don't forget, this is a magic tower, the most proud war fortress in the land, and you can always defeat more with less. Lin did not reveal his plans for the Magic Circle City. It's not that I'm worried about leaking the secret from Ezio. It's just that it's too troublesome to explain. If Lin needs help in the next action, he will of course explain it clearly to Ezio, no matter how troublesome it is. But in the subsequent battles, where Lin needed help, even if Ezio was not injured, he would not be able to intervene in high-level battles. The low-level battle can be solved by the magic tower, and no one needs to take action. So Lin made up his mind and drove this kid directly to Shield City on the side of Midland to recuperate, for the sake of the other party helping him bring back important information. He has said enough words today and wasted too much time. Ezio, who was driven to the rear to recuperate, was quite angry. He still had many questions he wanted confirmed and many things waiting to be explained. However, he also understood that after the magician showed his attitude of seeing off his guests, no matter how much he pestered him, he would not get an answer. This great guy just flashed away, and no one could stop him. Therefore, Ezio could only pass through the gate of the abyss with the support of several sisters and enter the Brotherhood's residence to rest and recuperate. It's not that the Twin Towers of doors on the side of Lost Land won't take him in, as long as he doesn't disturb Flynn. The tower owner doesn't care. However, Ezio still chose to stay with his partners. In addition to recuperating from his injuries, he also coordinated with the members of the Brotherhood to prepare for the upcoming war. Yes, Lin did not ask to conceal the information about the impending storm on the other side of the abyss.
After all, there are a lot of humans in Esher, and the work of dealing with demons is not monopolized by the Brotherhood. It is impossible to block the news deliberately circulated by those loudmouthed demons. Today, the matter of the ninth power is no longer limited to the upper echelons of mankind, and has long been known to more people. There are still unclear things, which only proves that he himself is indifferent to these things. Not that no one told him, since the ninth power is related to the interests of so many big bosses. No one continues to insist on closing the gate of the abyss. Those big guys have made it clear that anyone who wants to close the door to the abyss is their enemy. It is not impossible to directly come to the world and carry out dimensionality reduction strikes. In short, the challenges that the abyss side will face still cause quite a commotion in Shield City. But according to Ezio's observation, instead of worrying about the war spreading to other parts of the world, everyone is more worried that business transactions will be interrupted. One of the reasons for being so confident is that Apollos, the Lord of Guardians, finally appears in the Lost Land again. During the first anniversary celebration of the establishment of Shield City, the most powerful god of Midland suddenly appeared, bringing the celebration to an ecstatic climax. Apollos even left a holy seal on the Shield City Council Hall of the Shield of Lost Lands, giving the shield the name of Guardian, and making it even more worthy of its name. This is also an important reason why Shield City's ruling system can be stabilized so quickly. No one dares to cause trouble under the nose of such a big boss. A divine seal is different from a holy symbol. The holy emblem is like a clone of the gods. Everything the gods can do, the holy emblem can probably do, as long as the power stored in the holy symbol is enough, or the gods pay special attention. However, the holy seal is more functional and does not have as wide a range of uses as the holy emblem. The latter includes contacting the gods, praying to the gods, etc. But whether there will be a reply is another matter. The former directly stores specific magical spells, which will be triggered when certain conditions are met. In the Shield City Council, the function of the Guardian Lord seal of the Lost Earth shield is very simple. When you see a demon, blast it. At the same time, he notified the old man and came directly to greet him. Do you really think that this boss has no temper when the abyss invades? That is because his door is blocked by his own people, and he cannot get out. Now that the ninth power is stable, if the devil tries to enter the Lost Land again, no matter if it comes through the regular channel, that is, the gate of the abyss, or sneaks across from other places, once it is discovered, the Lord of Guardians can only grant death, and there is no second rule. Road optional. Some people may want to say that if the Lord of Guardians is so jealous of evil, why did the abyss invasion wars in the past last for tens or hundreds of years? This can only be attributed to the fact that the Guardian Lord is too young, only 700 or 800 years old. The most recent abyss invasion war in history was nearly 2,000 years ago, not counting the one more than a year ago. It was the time of the old gods. The old gods don't care about life or death. Some old gods ask for human sacrifices at every turn. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are demons rising in the Lost Land. In any case, the power of the Lord of Guardians has once again enveloped the Lost Land, so there is no need to worry about safety. So regarding the news about the war in the abyss, everyone was mostly in a theater mood. Only a few people with a sense of urgency suggested helping the Tower Master to win this war. However, this opinion, which was obviously not shared by the majority, was naturally suppressed. Even when these people went to visit the Tower Master on the abyss side of the Twin Towers of Gates, they were also declined. This time, Lin rarely expressed his concerns to a group of strangers. If they join the side of the abyss and fight against the demons, it is very likely that this abyssal civil war will escalate to the level of a mysterious war in the abyss, with disastrous consequences. Therefore, the best way is for the human side to prepare in the Shield City on the Lost Land side. If the abyss side wins, then everything will be safe. If they lose, they will have to rely on them to resist the demons from invading the land again. With these words, these young and energetic magicians were coaxed as if they were the saviors of mankind, and they returned to the Lost Land to make preparations. At the same time, the bad evaluation of a certain tower owner was improved. For a person who always says good things and has the courage to take responsibility, he is not as bad as the rumors say. Although the masters who left did not have cigarettes, wine, or other gifts in their hands, at least they were happily coaxed away. Of course, Lin didn't care about this unexpected surprise, because the Horn of War has sounded quietly. Chapter 1703: The Devil's Tower Attack Plan. In the Easy Market, the supply of the abyssal specialties used by demons to trade with humans was interrupted. Even the trading activities with the abyss were suspended. Although the devil really wants to use accounting to make a transaction contract with humans. But no human comprador would dare to make such an agreement with the devil. Even if a preferential condition is offered, humans still have no idea of trying it. It's not that the devil will break the contract and default on the debt. But no human would dare to come to collect debts. Besides, who can guarantee that the next war, no matter what the outcome, will not affect the trade between humans and demons, since the situation in the future may change drastically. In order to avoid losing all their money, and not wanting to fall into the trap of the devil, humans have also adopted conservative measures. This is a normal thing, and no one can fault it. That something like this will happen is obviously related to the upcoming war. However, no one jumped out to protest or accuse. Or should I say, no living person jumped out to protest. Anyone who dares to have an opinion on the current situation and point at a certain tower owner and curse them will be cut into pieces. I really thought that the unshakable law of giving birth to and killing power in the magic tower was a joke. It's not without reason that the tower owner hides in the turtle SHL of the magic tower, which makes all the noble lords hate him. Furthermore, with the law as a backing, someone would have no scruples when it comes to taking action. Killing one and all. Everyone is doing it anyway. So if you don't cooperate, wouldn't you look very unsocial? This is not good. Someone comforts himself like this, putting aside the individual clowns among humans. Lin had imagined many ways for demons to attack and the timing of war. It is most likely that the army will press forward and launch an attack in an upright manner. Although the words upright seem to have nothing to do with demons. But according to the tip, the demon army organized by Azad is not just a few kittens, but a large army. And it is impossible to hide its whereabouts. Even in batches it is very conspicuous. However, there are still differences in details. For example, first send a small team into the market to coordinate the inside and outside, or take advantage of the fact that demons are extraordinary creatures and spare no effort to conduct a long-distance march and raid. The most unlikely thing to happen would be to form an array outside each city, with all the necessary equipment to declare war and make an appointment. Even the internal battles among demons are not so particular. Anyone who knows how to form a formation is considered an elite force. Like a farmer with a pitchfork. He only knows how to swarm the bees. This is the daily life of demons. However, how could the army led by Azad, a psychopathic commander, let others guess their actions so easily? The demon army appeared in a very ordinary way. But they did something that surprised everyone. The demons marched in 2s and 3s, like country folk marching into the city. No destruction. No killing. Just walking in. They then broke into pieces and dispersed into the buildings in the demon's residential area. If it's full, just stay on the street. A large group of demons blended into the market as if they were visiting relatives. This rather small city is packed to the brim. It must be said that this move was indeed unexpected by a certain tower owner. The demons who entered his city were more likely to get away with it. But they didn't declare war. Nor did they violate the rules of his city. It doesn't matter whether it's killing people or causing trouble. But everyone knows why these demons came. The demons who originally settled in his city accepted and helped this large group of demons. To say that there is no collusion between the two parties would be impossible even to the death of a certain tower master. In any case, Lin had no reason to kill these demons unless he wanted to actively break the rules he had set. That's what dealing with demons is all about. Set the rules and everyone can play within the rules and at most exploit some loopholes. If someone breaks the rules and is not punished, the game will automatically turn into an indiscriminate fighting match, with everyone showing off their talents. This is not to say that demons are lawful creatures, but they like to jump around the edges of the rules and occasionally exploit loopholes. Not only can you appreciate the feeling of others being teased by you, but you can also show a higher intelligence than those who set the rules. Why not do it? At least when the demon army entered his city openly. Only the humans living in his city raised indifferent protests. But the tower owner remained silent. In the imagination of all demons, a certain magician was hiding in the magic tower, trembling with a regretful expression. Although Lin didn't hide and tremble, he was indeed disgusted by this move. Magic tower is essentially a long-range attack building. When dealing with enemy attacks, distance is very important. Nowadays, demons take advantage of the loopholes in the rules and stick them directly to the bottom of the tower. This is not disgusting. Secondly, someone does not have the habit of closing the magic tower door. The door is open, welcoming anyone to come in, chat or give him advice. Of course, suggestions are just suggestions, and the tower owner has no obligation to implement them. He just maintains a communication channel. With such convenience, a demon actually walked into the magic tower openly, and sneered at the two older apprentices without knowing whether to live or die. It is stated that the day the tower is broken is the beginning of the torture of their souls. Then, it's dicing again. Learn about the power of life and death in the magic tower. As the saying goes, if you have the right to use it, it will become invalid when it expires. A certain tower owner is used to being trolled. But that doesn't mean he can respond with a shy smile when being trolled in the face. You can pretend you didn't hear the whispers behind your back. Do you really think that people have no temper when they are scolded in person? The second the demon entered the tower threatened, the twin towers of the gate on the abyss side launched a sweep. In addition to the speaking demon who died tragically on the spot, 6 other demons were hiding in the magic tower and met the same fate. Regarding these casualties, the devil's side made a serious protest. But such protests are just a statement, and basically no one cares. As the tower owner, Lin's consistent attitude is I accept anyone's opinions, but I will never respond, and I may not necessarily follow them. It all depends on my mood. In fact, this is also the attitude of most tower owners. The protest from the devil's side was more of an attempt to cast stones to see if the owner of the magic tower had any flaws that could be exploited. Lin believed that if he didn't take strong action against the demons entering the magic tower, they would probably come in large groups and then go on a rampage and kill people. All the advantages of the magic tower are reduced to zero. And the tower owner is as if he is surrounded by such a large group of demons in the wild. When the tower master's attitude is released, the devil will no longer do unnecessary temptations. Although the demons who entered the magic tower before were not at the level of a king, they were also powerful at the level of a demon lord. If anyone dies at random, it will cause turmoil in a certain area of the abyss. Now 7 people died in one breath. If it weren't for the abyss lord hiding in Esher to suppress them, the demons who wanted to fight for supremacy would have left long ago and returned to their territory to cause trouble. This level of instability means that the demon army cannot lurk for too long. If Azad was in charge, he would continue to hold it in and see who couldn't hold it in first. Destroying the balance of the status quo. Preemption is an advantage, but it can also expose weaknesses that weren't there before. If the first blow does not cripple the enemy, then he may have to face a heavy counterattack. That's the situation now. Although Azad didn't know the offensive methods of the twin towers of the gate, he understood most, if not all, of the various abilities of the family in the holy city of Estali. Using that home as a standard and magnifying it several times, Azad could draw a conclusion. That is, this magic tower has no problem dealing with ordinary demons, and even big demons of the level of demon lords. But if you want to deal with yourself and God's level enemies, like the Lord of the Abyss and the evil God of the Abyss, you may not be able to deal with them. So as long as Azad's demon side waits, the longer it takes, the more disadvantageous it will be to the tower owner. There are only a few choices for the tower owner. One is to expose the attack methods of the magic tower. But this can only be useful for those demons who stay on the streets. The demons that enter the building have the doors and windows closed and cannot be seen, let alone beaten. If the demons in the building will also be hit by the magic tower, it proves that the magic circle city on the side of the abyss is not safe at all. It was the magician's own sign that was smashed. Otherwise, he himself would destroy this constructed magic circle city. If the tower owner chooses to do nothing, there will be a stalemate with the devil. Guess whether the other party's reputation in the abyss and Esher's trust will rise or fall. Once the reputation of the tower owner and Esher declines, the foundation of the existence of this magic circle city will be shaken. How will it change when it no longer has the ability to communicate between humans and demons and serve as a base for transactions? Getting worse or better? Azad guessed that the magician didn't dare to bet on this. That person's biggest weakness is this legless magic tower. This door to the abyss that has been exposed to everyone's eyes. Although not all intelligent creatures in the mysterious land and the abyss know the relationship between the ninth power and the gate of the abyss, anyone who cares about it can find the answer to the truth. Therefore, the first 8 gates of the abyss have already had humans and demons exploring their locations in the Lost Lands and the abyss respectively. It's just that the guardians are worthy of being guardians. Those places have long been managed like iron walls and protected by quite special powers. To put it more mysteriously, even the hidden bosses of the Lost Land and the abyss don't want their subordinates or demons to touch those 8 doors. As a result, everyone's actions have only reached the exploration stage, and they have no further thoughts in mind such as conquering. The focus is on the 9th door of the abyss. Azad felt that this feeling was because everyone's focus now was not on the ninth door of the abyss. Nor was it intended to shake the status of the guardians of the two magic towers. The challenge is for the human magician to establish a position on both sides of the gate of the abyss, with Shield City and East City as the intermediary. It can be said that as long as the foundation of the ninth power is not involved, those big bosses will not care who is in charge of the twin towers of the gate. Azad's idea was very good, and it really struck a chord with a certain tower owner. But for this united demon army, he is not the decisive commander. At best he is just a liaison. Chapter 1704 Demonic Conspiracy. If Azad wants to become a prince of the abyss in the abyss, of course he has close allies among the demon group. These demons were also guided by Azad, and had more goodwill toward Ishur next to the twin towers of the gate. At least the intention of these demons is to use a platform, like Ishur, to obtain their own interests, rather than choosing to throw the blame. And they did. Although not all of them reported to the market. There were so many abyss souvenirs, that it was obvious that not a few demon lords could raise them all. Of course, there are also demons who are disgusted with the prosperity of Ishur, and are dissatisfied with the twin towers of the gate being nailed in front of the gate of the abyss. And there are many of them. This type of demon is the main force trying to attack the magic tower. The group organized by Azad. It seemed particularly strange for a good friend to be among a group of war elements. But Azad was actually accepted by the demons. This seemingly unbelievable thing actually happened. Azad's argument was that although he recognized the status of the twin towers of the gate, they should be in the hands of the abyss demon, not a lost human being. So while he gained benefits from Ishur, he also joined the ranks of the demon army. Such an argument sounds reasonable, and there is nothing wrong with it. But the demons know the truth very well. Even so, they still accepted Azad, regardless of whether this half-demon pursuing the status of the Prince of the Abyss has other purposes behind it. It's hard to say who doesn't have some Shao Jiujiu in his heart, and who will take advantage of him. There is no evidence, and just speculation is not the way of these devils, who think they're bosses. With everyone having their own agenda, the actions of the demon army cannot be decided by just one or two demons. All the demons taking the lead must agree. However, judging from the current situation of the demon army, the demons who can be regarded as leaders are all at the level of kings. Ordinary demon lords are not qualified to participate in decision-making. The only exception is Azad, who has king-level combat power, but can only be regarded as a half-demon. Although he serves as the facilitator for uniting this large army, he only has the power to suggest actions, and has no command authority. So even though Azad had a good way to deal with the magic tower, and he said it, most of the demons present held objections. Azad did not express dissatisfaction with this. He will not pursue everything as he wishes, let alone pursue the so-called best interests. As long as he can sit on the same negotiating table as these demons, he will win. The demons will object to Azad's opinions, but not as long as he puts forward his opinions. But Azad's idea of waiting for change conflicts with their core interests. First of all, demons who choose to use violence to solve problems are inherently impatient. Is it possible for an impatient person to wait? Not to mention what happens to impatient demons. Secondly, those demons who want to go back and fight for territory are ready to move. Some demon territories are not connected to those without owners, but they can take advantage of the demons who have intentions to attack the ownerless places and cut some flesh from their backs. Third, and most importantly, they don't want to be within the attack range of the magic tower. Even if there are 100 reasons why the tower master cannot take the initiative, but it is undeniable that if he stays still, the initiative lies in the hands of the tower master. Taking the initiative is also the persistence and pursuit of this group of demons who are accustomed to using violence to solve problems. It's as if they lose to those who take the lead as long as they fall behind. Therefore, instead of dividing demons into two categories, fighting and outsmarting, it is better to divide them into two types, those that strike first and those that remain unchanged in response to changes. When they found out that the tower owner would not allow the demons to go further and safely enter the magic tower, giving the demons a chance to get rid of the threat of the magic tower and directly attack the magician, the demons decided to attack. A group of demons gathered just to confirm this matter. But there are demons who are not content with attacking as quickly as possible. It stared with big, dirty, yellow eyes, and a stench that even a demon accustomed to the smell of sulfur was unbearable emanated from the corners of its mouth. A certain lord of the abyss said in a hoarse voice, "Azad, although there are many here you have recruited, but in order to prove that you have the consciousness to attack the magic tower, you will be the vanguard tomorrow and be the first to enter the magic tower." Cack, cack, I won't forget it. You and that tower owner are friends.
Things that all the demons knew well were now revealed. All the demons present looked at the only half-human, wondering what his choice would be. Drinking the fine wine traded from the lost world, Azad said with a coquettishly tipsy expression.
Okay. No problem. When will the fight start?
The person in front of him readily agreed. But the Lord of the Abyss, who asked, was slightly at a loss. It chuckled a few more times and asked, "You won't betray us, human?"
Azad simply raised a hand and said,
"I swear on the soul of my father and myself that I will never betray you."
It's true that the devil abides by the contract. But it doesn't mean they won't default on it. And many times, in the contract between demons and humans, the party who tries every means to default is still humans. Just say that you rely on your strength to default on your debts. What's wrong with that? So Azad swore very seriously, and actually made the demons believe that if this person really went to play forward, he would definitely sell them all with his backhand the moment he walked into the magic tower. And he would never be sloppy. Repeatedly jumping horizontally is no longer a demon's skill. It's a natural instinct that doesn't require extra points. The mere presence of this madman in front of them proves that this man jumped up and even turned against himself. So when he has another chance to jump backwards, is there any guarantee that this guy won't jump again? The soul of the Emperor of the Guana Empire? And add his own? Even if he personally said that he would sacrifice the entire Guana Empire, no demon would believe it. Just like no demon would seriously make a deal or make a contract with him, as far as relying on his strength to default on his debts. This person is already famous in the Abyss. So the Abyss Lord, who had been squeezing Azad with his words at first, now looked even more embarrassed with his ugly face. If you really let him go, you don't have to bet on whether this half-human being will betray you. He will definitely betray you. Betting that he won't betray is like betting that you won't die if you stab him in the heart with a knife. After noticing Azad's potential threat, several demons, who were not very friendly to him, moved their positions without hesitation and exposed their fangs. As long as a demon ascends and shouts, they will attack with all their strength to kill this half-human being. Azad was unfazed by such obvious malice. He just raised his hand with an interested expression on his face, pointed at the demons who were about to take action, counted them, and said,
"Oh, do you want to cause trouble? You have to make sure you can take me down.
Otherwise I will fight back. Give up. Salka. Cherish the life you have just resurrected. If you make a fuss now, you will just remind the magician.
A big beholder that is larger than the average beholder and has more tentacles is very vivid." He was holding a cigarette in his mouth and talking at the same time. "Salka, one of the Abyss Lords, who invaded Mystery more than a year ago and committed suicide. Logically speaking, it should be hiding when it is still in its weak stage to avoid enemies coming to the door and adding insult to injury. But it still responded to the call and appeared in the group preparing to attack the magic tower, which shows how deep the hatred is. The one who spoke to stop the conflict was the evil god of the Abyss, Melkor the Great-Eyed Demon. Demons don't have anything to say to avoid suspicion. If they say anything, it's their personality. If they don't speak, they are playing tricks on them. There are no exceptions. Melkor would hang out with this group of demons who were preparing to attack the magic tower, for no other reason than because these big guys were meeting on its territory. It is said that the building with the highest grade and the most luxurious decoration in East City is the one under the roof of the big-eyed demon. So when demons of the same level appear, they will certainly not choose more mediocre locations to gather. Although there is no aristocratic class in the Abyss, it does not mean that these big guys do not know how to learn and enjoy. As for why the two sides colluded together, it was because the Big Beholder was a neutral faction in the upcoming war. It is different from the concept of neutrality in human society, which means that two people do not want to help each other. The neutrals in the Abyss are willing to help anyone who comes, but it is impossible to coerce them and ask these neutrals to do more. For example, Melkor, who is responsible for entertaining a bunch of Abyss Lords and Abyss evil gods, does not need to inform anyone, but it will not participate in the subsequent battle, unless the Abyss side has already won. It will shyly say that it stands with everyone. This kind of thing is considered normal in the Abyss. So no demon finds it strange. On the contrary, the kind of devil with a firm stand is a rare breed in the Abyss, and it is the kind that does not live long. Although Melkor interrupted, as if he was taunting the demon who provoked Azad, it was still a step down. So other demons also came forward to smooth things over and said, "Yes, since we have decided to start the war tomorrow, there is no need to make a fuss now and remind the magician. Azad can just act with us. There is no need to go to the end alone.
The front was sacrificed.
Azad, who was named, took it easy and shrugged with an indifferent attitude. But other Abyss Lords seemed dissatisfied and whispered,
"Humph. Stay in the safest place. Do you still want to regard this victory as your own merit and let everyone recognize your status as the Prince of the Abyss?"
Azad, who was repeatedly named, seemed to be angry. His face was both angry and smiling, looking very evil. He said,
"You guys say everything. You are really difficult to serve. After all, you are all overlords who dominate one area. Why do you make me think that you are just street tyrants occupying a street? With such a small nose and small eyes? Cheer up.
A little. Okay. Don't make me think that it's not worth it to get involved with the Prince of the Abyss. It seems that the conflict is about to break out. But in fact, no Abyss Lord or Abyss Evil God is ready to take action. Although the superficial attitude is to let other demons take action first so that they can take advantage. But in fact, all the demons know that if a conflict breaks out now, the ones who will take advantage will probably be the Tower Master, and the lunatic in front of him who claims to become the Prince of the Abyss, but does not consider integrating the demons, but instead deceives everyone even more. So the demons are holding back. There is always a time when they break out. Chapter 1705 The Battle in the Abyss begins. On February 1st, 752 Aaron, a war broke out in the Abyss, and countless people from Midland were concerned about it. There are different opinions on who made the first move, but from a calm state to a full-blown explosion, it only takes a moment. Based on the chaotic intelligence, someone compiled the most credible process of the war as follows. Before the Magic Tower launched a full-scale magic attack on the demons, the demon army had already gathered and tried to attack the human settlements in East City from the streets. The purpose is unclear. Maybe they want to capture humans and use them as hostages. The devil does this kind of thing without any psychological burden. Of course, just such an action cannot trigger the protective behavior of the Magic Tower, because at that time, the demons were just forcibly marching and had not yet carried out any violent acts. But another group of demons really triggered the taboo of the Magic Tower. According to the descriptions of the demons who hid inside the building and were not targeted by the Magic Tower afterwards, most of the demons killed in the first wave were those who were good at long-range attacks. These demons are not the kind of weaklings who can only shoot blowguns and shoot people without pain or itching. Instead, they gathered powerful demons with siege-level destructive capabilities. Most long-range attack magic core like this will need a certain range of open space to arrange the magic array in order to further strengthen the collective long-range attack magic ability, so that the attack power can be maximized. Obviously, East City, a specially designed magic circle city, does not have such an open space for outsiders to play. Therefore, what this group of demons did was very simple. They planned to demolish the building and clear an open space for decoration. It is such an action of dismantling that violates the taboo. The twin towers of Gate fired directly, killing the demons that attacked the building and tried to destroy it. These actions are not operated by anyone. They are the result of independent judgment by the program. Below the gods, the Magic Tower can kill them with no problem, coupled with the attack data accumulated over a long period of time inherited from someone. It is clear what level of demons must use what strength of magic bullets to attack. Therefore, each demon only received one blow, and it was a well-timed attack. It could attack the weak point and kill it without wasting any more power. Now that the Magic Tower has taken action, the demon army is no longer hiding. Countless magic arrays began to take shape in the void, and demons that did not participate in the formation began to march. The attack was carried out in an orderly manner according to the originally arranged plan. However, what moves faster than the demons is the layout of the Magic Tower combined with the Magic Circle City. Based on the knowledge of Chimanduinjia, 108 large and small formations are either nested or juxtaposed, dragging the city covering dozens of square kilometers into a strange world view in an instant. The Chimanduinjia arranged by an unscrupulous tower master is not only a trapping formation, but also a phantom formation that confuses the intelligent creatures trapped in it from various aspects such as vision, hearing, and inspiration. Phenomenon such as the world being turned upside down, left and right being indistinguishable, and walking in front of the other side can only be regarded as basic operations. More importantly, such a phantom array can increase the difficulty for those trying to crack it. There was that clever devil who, seeing himself trapped in a maze, found a way to fly to the sky without saying a word. Some unlucky ghosts hit the ground, while some demons successfully flew into the sky.
But if they can't get rid of the illusion of the formation, no matter how many thousands of feet they fly, they will actually only be 3 inches above the ground and keep flying in place. There are also those who are lucky enough to get rid of the shackles of the phantom formation from the weak points of the formation and truly fly into the sky. Needless to say, these demons still cannot escape the magic tower's killing blow. And without any cover, it was like a target, one hit at a time. The remaining flightless demons had no choice but to brave the maze. For the army, no matter how large the maze is, as long as enough people are gathered and follow certain rules, such as touching the wall with the left hand, they can definitely break the maze and find the exit. So what if this is a maze that can change? As long as there are no fatal traps inside the maze, and there are no monsters guarding it, it cannot cause harm. Then the advantage of numbers can overcome all difficulties. The biggest reason why the demons believe so is that everyone in East City is completely on their own side. Only a few humans can be considered a threat. But among these few people, few are strong enough to stand up to the devil alone. In other words, even if all these humans are thrown into the maze, they can still form a local advantage and defeat some demons. But it is insignificant to the entire army, and humans will surely suffer hatred. As for the fatal trap, it is even more impossible. What kind of deadly trap can be set up in a maze based on urban architecture? What a magical trap. Magic traps may be deadly, but most traps have a flaw in that they are disposable. As long as there is no artificial reset, these traps cannot produce a second killing effect. Unless someone is too stupid and sees all the traps and traps in front of him exposed, he still falls down and dies in it. However, this kind of situation will not happen in an urban maze that can only be dominated by magic traps. Some of the divided demons naively believe that maybe only a small part of them were trapped. The remaining companions, who were not trapped, were either on their way to rescue themselves or on their way to attack the magic tower. No matter which one, as long as it succeeds, they can definitely be rescued. So what if this maze is a high-level maze that changes over time? No matter how complex the maze is, it will not be defeated by many attackers. Not to mention that within the same scope, there are bosses of the same level as the Lord of the Abyss and the evil god of the Abyss. There is no maze in the world that can trap demons of this level unless they don't want to come out. But all the demons have never thought about what a crazy maze traps them. 3 steps and 1 transformation. 5 steps and 1 transformation are the most basic routines of this program-controlled Chiman Duinjia formation. Every change is concealed by the phantom formation, so no demon notices what kind of predicament it is in. These changes are not without purpose. Their main purpose is to continuously divide the demon army. So from time to time a group of demons walk together. In a blink of an eye, the demon in front disappears, or if you don't pay attention, the demon behind you doesn't keep up. Such continuous divisions reduce the demon army that was already dispersed by the city streets into smaller groups. It is not meaningless to use such a divided strategy for ordinary demons. This is because the twin towers of the gate on the Abyss side have an upper limit on the number of kills per unit time. In the special terrain of towns and alleys, it is not suitable to use the killing method that was used to massacre the Suli Tang Empire's 500,000 strong army in the Twin Towers of Midi more than a year ago. Although it is quick to do so, the buildings cannot be saved. Even if the building does not collapse in one blow, the repair after damage must be done either by oneself or by the demons. The former is tiring and the latter is troublesome. It is better to choose a method with less side effects. Therefore, the magic bullet point kill of the magic tower is the most suitable method for the current situation, using divided small groups as units. From near to far, the threats that are closer to the twin towers of the gate will be eradicated first, and then the killing range will be pushed outward. This method of killing, concealed by Chiman Duinjia's illusory formation, kills silently, equally quickly and ruthlessly. Although it is not as good as the killing move in the form of a beam, it is not bad compared to ordinary large-scale killing magic. Only a handful of demons with strong sensory abilities can detect the constant disappearance of life nearby. But they couldn't find any evidence. On the 3rd floor of the Twin Towers at the side entrance of the Abyss, Lin was standing in front of the Magic Circle City sandbox manifested by magic, watching various real-time changes. Text narrative messages were constantly refreshing on the side, describing where and what types of demons were killed, and how many were killed, who else triggered the restriction of Chiman Duinjia, and what kind of changes were made to the formation diagram. On the sand table, blue lines connect the gray blocks representing buildings to form a maze-like array. The array is constantly changing as key points are continuously triggered. Sometimes it is a small local change, Sometimes it is a big change in regional linkage, which dazzles the viewer. There are even dense red dots showing enemies on the sand table, covering the entire streets of each city, constantly moving in the maze. If they get close to the inner perimeter, they will be hit by the magic tower and disappear. This makes the sand table seem to have an invisible boundary, restricting the movement of red dots. Standing next to him was Fan, who was also wearing a battle robe. Just like Lin Qiong studied his own skills and weaved an ant sky robe, Fan also got himself a robe of his own design. The magic silk base is mostly composed of metal sheets or strips of various colors, vertically or horizontally, interlaced and woven. Let this be more like armor than a robe. Of course, metals are all magic materials. Not only do they not hinder the use of magic power, they also have the function of amplification. Fan's outfit, according to her own words, the Demon King armor she wore in the past was almost of this level. But this armor does not have an aura of evil and darkness. And even its appearance does not have the traditional style of MIDI. It's more about the bad taste of a certain time traveler. The Rococo gorgeous style is really hard to describe in words. The former Demon King will appear next to someone. And of course, he will be a helper immediately after the war. Also coming to the Twin Towers at the side gate of the Abyss to help with Stone, the former captain of the guards, who wore a suit of melee armor and more than a dozen weapons. As for those apprentices, they rushed to the Twin Towers of the gate on the side of MIDI to guard them, as the last line of defense. Fan's attention was not entirely focused on the sand table, but more on the nearly 10 water mirror screens showing real scenes from the outside world. Although the magic array city deployed by Chimen Duanjia is shrouded in illusory arrays, most of the real scenery is obscured. But looking from the outside, you can still get a rough idea, because it is knowledge that I have never been exposed to. Even if I ask directly, Fan believes that someone will not hide anything, but she still wanted to try to see if she could find a way to crack it under new circumstances. Different from Fan's focus, after Lin took a look at the speed at which the red dots were eliminated and the smooth operation of the Chimen Duanjia formation, he no longer cared about it. More attention is paid to the extremely rare, but particularly conspicuous golden light spots on the sand table. This is the position of the enemies of the divine level. That is, the group of Abyss Kings and Abyss Evil Gods. They're inside the building and won't attract any hits. In fact, this is also the rule set by Lin. As long as he stays in the building and does not run around, and the doors and windows are closed, he will not attract the firepower of the magic tower. All buildings in this city are closed to the public. If there is a demon out there seeking death, welcome. There are demons who want to enter the house to hide from disaster. So don't talk about it. Chapter 1706 The Actions of the Demons. The Palace of Melkor the Great Beholder. After the leaders issued the order to start the war, it didn't take long for them to cut off contact with the demon armies under their respective command. The reason is of course very clear. It is the interference after the magic circle city is activated. Melkor is still smoking a cigarette, with the smoke never leaving its tentacles. It can be said that most of the output in China has been replaced by this local product originating from its hometown. But what's interesting is that when the worry becomes more serious, the number of cigarettes smoked decreases. Today's big beholder doesn't have a cigarette stuck in its eyeballs, only one of its tentacles. It looked thoughtfully at the changes outside the window and said, "Sure enough, this kid still hides a lot of secrets." The magic circle city is under the control of the magic tower. Many people have thought about this speculation, but they really don't hope it is true. Now that it has been confirmed, the demons will have to redo their safety assessment in each city. However, what is more troublesome than the control issue of the magic circle city is the maze that now traps the demon army. When all demons become aware of their surroundings, their first thought is that they are trapped in a maze that also functions as an illusion. As for this maze being different from the mazes they had encountered in the past, no demon particularly doubted this, because the difference in the maze depends on the skill of the magician. It would be too easy to crack if we tried to learn from the layout techniques of our predecessors. So it's not news that a magician with real skills can create a unique maze. But the problem is that in addition to the illusion that hides the entire maze, there are also more powerful powers filling it, interfering with the devil's ability to explore the origin of the maze. This interference is not a power that is so confusing that it is unclear, but a power that is so huge and thick that it can almost be regarded as a substance, like a wall, blocking the distance of the devil's induction. Demons of the Maharaja level can of course sense farther than ordinary demons, and even ignore such barrier protection. But the ominous aura hidden in it made the demons balk at it. This is not timidity or fear of such ominous things, but a kind of instinctive disgust and rejection. Just like a normal person would not deliberately step on a piece of dog feces on the ground. Not to mention grabbing it up and smearing it all over his body. Therefore, the Lord of the Abyss and the evil gods of the Abyss who were present simply gave up those action plans that might require eating shit, and chose to solve the maze in front of them in a satisfactory manner. For them, they are very confident that there is no maze that they cannot solve. At most, it will take a little longer. So I won't resist this approach. Even in their minds, the cracking time is just a difference between 1 second and 2 seconds, and they don't care at all. However, the demons had no reason to act. Just like the scene the big beholder saw through the window, from where Melkor was staying. He could see the rather rare magic tower in the abyss at a glance. Demons are not keen on building buildings such as magic towers, because such defensive fortresses go against their offensive instincts. Of course there are magic towers in the abyss, but those were built by the magicians who sneaked in from the land. Moreover, most of the construction purposes of these magic towers are similar to bridgeheads for collecting resources and camps for stowaways. The nobler reason is to study the abyss. This is also the most common reason used by magicians, whether the starting point is to find the devil's weaknesses or to make oneself a member of the devil. Regardless of the purpose of the abyss magic tower, its shape basically follows the rules of the land. The appearance of the 3-story round stone tower is the most common, while the 4-story and 5-story towers will not appear in the abyss. But no matter which one it is, it will not be like the scene that Melkor sees now. The strange, sarcoma-like living creatures occupy the position of the twin towers at the side door of the abyss. The living creature was different from any creature known to Melkor. It was like a stitched corpse among undead creatures. It was a spliced creature. It doesn't follow the principle of axial symmetry. Just like a child's mud doll, pieced together in the east and west. Just looking at this strange creature squirming its huge fleshy body made people and demons think they heard some unknown sound. It sounded like a whisper, or like a vibrato resonating from deep in the throat, which made people extremely uncomfortable. Such an existence that even demons use words such as darkness, death, and fear to describe. If some ignorant little demons can't recognize it, how could a demon at the level of a great king not recognize it? The strange thing that replaced the twin towers of the gate is an existence that was warned by the will of the abyss and cannot be touched outside the territory. Is it just that the tower has really been replaced? Or is it just an illusion that can affect even a demon at the level of a prince? Melkor was pondering this. Another question is, can only you see the scene? Or can everyone see it? Melkor looked puzzled at the other demons, who were still interested in attacking the magic tower. Among them, the half-human, Azad, was the most excited, while constantly encouraging other demons to set off. This man actively wanted to rush out, and didn't really care whether any demons were willing to follow. Logically speaking, there are idiots who are willing to play forward, and other demons should just let it go. But if it was Azad who wanted to rush out, the demon's attitude would become more conservative, because the current way of dealing with the magic tower is really strange. Who knows if Azad is released, and the two collude to make this situation that does not look good. Throw a few more stars in a bad direction? Waits. Therefore, the demons who had such concerns still found ways to stop Azad's actions. But it wasn't just this reckless half-human who wanted to fight. Several demons who were aggressively fighting were also screaming, wanting to go out and have a showdown with the Tower Master. It has to be said that there are still those kind of demons whose eyes turn red as soon as they enter a state of war, and their intelligence reaches an unbelievable level. Looking at these clowns, Melkor, the big-eyed demon, was still smoking happily. Ever since its kingdom of God was almost demolished, it had shown little interest in challenging this fellow countryman. But it doesn't stop you from watching the show, as long as it doesn't involve you. When the unstoppable Azad and a group of radical demons rushed out of his palace, Melkor lit a few more cigarettes for himself. Fighting is inevitable. Of course, the demons who have not yet rushed out can choose to turn around and run away after exiting, or they can attack the magic tower with those reckless guys. But no matter what you want to do, you should move quickly. Azad and other demons who went out at the beginning were just standing at the door. But I don't know what kind of restriction was triggered, but it has been moved and disappeared. Regarding the big beholder who was hiding by the window with no intention of taking any action, a demon who was also the evil god of the abyss asked,
Melkor, are you really not going to participate in attacking the tower?
Big-eyed demon said.
I said, I am not interested in dying. Can you promise that if you don't do anything, the magician will let you go? There is nothing to worry about.
Melkor pointed with his tentacles at the ceiling somewhere in the room. That's right above the building's magic stone-type energy pool. Once the power of a house in a magic circle city is fully turned on, circuit-like patterns will appear on the magic wall tiles on the interior walls, forming a magic array pattern that is difficult to identify for the natives of the Lost Lands and the Abyss. But among the angular and hard-style lines, there are 2 rows of light and shadow that form recognizable characters. The upper row is the text in the common language of MIDI, and the next row is the text in the common language of the Abyss. The 2 rows of text tell the same thing. Staying inside the house will keep you safe. If you leave the house, you will die, and there will be no way back. Humans and demons are alike, Melker said.
If you don't abide by the rules of the game that you have made, do you expect others to abide by them? Whether you believe it or not. I believe it anyway. So go slowly, and don't send me away. Of course. Stay and drink with me.
I also welcome the drama.
The last evil god who was about to leave looked at the big-eyed demon and said threateningly,
"Be careful. Quitting halfway more than a year ago is not the reason why you can still stand with us after today. From that magician's hands, get it. And maybe you'll spit out more."
After blowing out a few smoke rings handsomely, Melker waved his tentacles and said,
"No need to worry. You have to come back alive first."
Seeing the well-intentioned colleague advising him to leave, Melker closed the door with telekinesis. Several female succubi in the palace were cleaning up the house, as well as the females who had been ravaged until they collapsed on the ground. Since they all looked alike, Melker didn't bother to tell them apart. The Magic Circle City has another mystery. It is not like rumors that the entire city cannot operate without a control center. It has long been mentally prepared for this matter. And once activated, there must be a killer move waiting. As a fellow countryman, Melker would look down on that magician without his ability to stand silently and make a surprise move. Besides, if you don't know how to be restrained, you may not be where you are today. The question is, how long can this fellow countryman last? Melker admitted that even if he revealed all his cards, he might not be able to defeat this fellow. But just after walking out, including some who entered the battlefield from outside Esher, there were a total of 53 demons at the level of the Great Lord. What does the number 53 mean? More than half of the power of the entire Abyss came to challenge this magic tower. There are many people who have grudges against each other. But when there is a chance to meet here, they will turn their heads away and pretend to be invisible demons. It is undeniable that a considerable number of these 53 Abyss Lords and Abyss evil gods came to join in the fun. Once the fight begins, these demons will definitely not fight to the death. But even if these soy saucers are to be driven away, it is impossible for the magician to run out of money. If you encounter someone who is determined to take advantage, and you don't send them back to resurrect, things will not work out. Is it possible to survive these tough situations without loss? What happens if there are more than a dozen? So, in a wheel battle with these 53 monarch-level demons, where will this fellow fall? To be fair, Melker didn't know whether he wanted this fellow to win or lose. But one thing is for sure. Today is going to be great. Regardless of the Abyss or the Lost Land, this day will be remembered. Chapter 1707. The team gathers.
They're out. What are you going to do?
The person asking the question was fun. Watching the golden light spots on the sand table scatter into the sand table from the icon of a certain gray building. She knew that the group that deserved the most attention had moved. It's just that she didn't participate in the previous preparations for the war, so she didn't know someone's plan. If she were to arrange it, she would now concentrate all the power of the magic tower, snipe at an unlucky golden spot, kill it, and then pick the next target until they are all defeated. Lin, who put on a sky blue and sky confusion robe, shook his head and said,
"I put so much effort into scattering them so that I can clear them out one by one. The attack power of the magic tower is too weak for these demons. Not applicable. I have to go into battle myself."
Finn didn't express any opinion on someone's plan, and his expression didn't even show his attitude. Lin did not want to drag a certain former demon king into the water, and continued, "Leaving the magic tower and taking the initiative is the best way. However, the twin towers of the gate are not suitable for emptying the city, so I ask you to sit in and guard the rear."
While someone was talking, an extended version of the sword appeared in his hand. It's not as long as a two-handed sword, but it's still a few inches longer than an average long sword. The width and thickness have also increased a lot, and there are gorgeous carvings on the sword's hilt and hilt that are incompatible with this era. This is the Hakiri, the magic sword in Zadu, abandoned by Azad, in the hands of someone. He clamored all day long to become stronger than the Khan and cut off these pigs. bitches and cats. It refuses to exist in the form of a sword pill. And it is not on the list of 5 swords in the world arranged by someone. Therefore, these days, the development of Inzadu has been allowed to find its own path in the group chat within Haikiri. There is no change in the appearance of Yinshadu. As if he was obsessed with the appearance of the old era. Insa didn't even think about giving himself a new look. However, its power has still been improved to the point where it can be used to kill gods-level enemies. Inzadu has also provided a set of basic functions that are necessary for a new Hagiri, such as single-molecule blades, super vibration modes, and when necessary, specific solutions to anti-power equations can be attached to target the weaknesses of enemies at the level of a certain god. But it has not yet found its own path among the Hagiri group. At least the vague proposition of becoming stronger cannot be regarded as a direction. Now Inzadu was handed over by Lin to the hands of the heavily armed former commander of the Imperial Guard. Sherdong's protective ability, whether it is his body or the armor, is the best choice. There is nothing to say. But the offensive ability is not that strong. Although he carries more than 10 or 20 weapons of various kinds, including lightsabers and other sci-fi style non-mysterious weapons. These are fine for dealing with enemies below the Demon Lord. But they can be used to deal with the Lord of the Abyss, or the evil god of the Abyss. Not quite strong enough anymore. The lightsaber can indeed be compiled into a solution to the anti-power equation, targeting the weak points of a specific enemy. But Sherdong himself does not know this compilation method, and certainly does not know how to solve it. Therefore, when the lightsaber wants to hit an enemy of the Maharaja level, it has to be adjusted by Fin's hand. It would be too troublesome to do this in the middle of a battle. So Lin simply threw the unsociable Hakiri into Stone's hand. As long as the solution to the anti-power equation is obtained, the magic sword Yinzadu can change independently, and become a weapon specifically targeted at a certain enemy. So someone coolly said in the Hagiri group, protests are invalid. After that, he handed over Inzadu without any hesitation. As a former undead creature, Stone's innocent and boring mind is the natural enemy of all Hakiri. No matter what Inzadu said, Sherdong remained motionless with his sword, guarding the entrance to the stairwell on the 3rd floor of the Twin Towers at the side entrance of the Abyss. Lin didn't give up on Sherdong's goalkeeping action, and it certainly didn't seem like he gave up communicating with him. At least the two people's movements of throwing and catching swords before were quite smooth. Sherdong did not prefer not to pick up better weapons, but also to maintain a non-communicative personality. Realizing the hints in someone's actions, Thinner made out the word Sichuan between her eyebrows. She asked, "Do you want to fight it yourself?" Then Fin thought of a possibility and asked, "You want me to monitor the sand table and instruct you on the target? Are you going to use flash to enter again?" Lin shook his head and said, "That's what I originally planned. But the changes after the formal launch of the formation made me see different opportunities." Didn't say I didn't find it. Upon being reminded, Fin also noticed something unusual. That is, moving demons will have different detectable physical signs that will rise and fall in varying degrees along the route they travel. Although it doesn't take a few steps to become a weakling, or a few steps to become a Superman, but the change in strength is quite obvious. But the person involved may not notice it. The reason why I didn't find out is that apart from the fact that some demons are relatively slow, they are in a phantom formation. It is a normal operation for the senses to be confused, and it is also expected that the confused devil cannot understand the situation. Fun reasonably suspected that the reason for all this was the maze that she couldn't see, which was laid out by the Magic Circle City. Lin explained, "Enter through the Shengmen, Jingmen, and Kaimen. Defeat the demons who enter the Injury Gate, the Shock Gate, and the Hue Gate, and kill the unlucky ones who enter the Domain and Death Gates. Based on this, the rotation continues. As long as I move in the right position, I can use the big formation to gather the vitality of heaven and earth, enhance my general trend, and use it to eliminate demons. I originally wanted to use Shikiri to lay out the star formation, and the heaven and earth would respond, adding a few points to myself. Odds. Now I don't think it's necessary. Even if I pull out the night sky and use a box cutter to lay down the star formation in a hurry, it will bring bonus points or deduct points to the Chimen Duanjia formation on the ground. It's really uncertain, so it's better not to use it. This is better than the situation at the beginning, when I only thought about scattering them. If I use flash to move, I will not enjoy the bonus rewards of the formation, so it is imperative to enter the formation and fight. As for you, if you enter rashly before you are familiar with this chain array, you may not be able to achieve results. If you are interested in related knowledge,
You can look for the Chi Min Dun Jia category. As for the control program of the magic array outside, this is you don't need me to help you find it.
This time someone has made arrangements. But Finn still couldn't rest assured, and said nervously,
Are you going to fight alone? Of course not.
Lin Gao responded and said,
How can we fight alone? Didn't I just say that we were originally going to use the Shikiri cloth star formation? But since we can't use them now, of course we can use them, put it somewhere else to shine.
Right. After the last two words for approval came out, Lin had already turned his head and looked to the side, indicating that he was asking someone else. Finn was a little puzzled, but as soon as his eyesight was dazzled, he saw someone's familiar face not only repeated, but also wearing 4-color and 4-spirit robes made by someone himself. However, the appearance of these 4 clones was not the end. Lin, who was wearing a Suzaku robe, stood up first, took a shameful posture sideways, and twisted his lotus fingers, and said,
The beautiful young man of love and justice, Master Hong, I want to represent me and destroy you.
Immediately afterwards came Lin, who was wearing a Xuanwu robe, clenching his fists in front of his chest and saying,
In the name of love, courage, and hope, Mage Black, the holy birth.
Then came Lin, who was wearing a white tiger robe. He held his hands together in a prayer gesture and said,
The key that hides the power of darkness. Show your true power in front of me. The mage who made the agreement with you ordered you to seal it.
Dismissed.
Finally, Lin, who was wearing a green dragon robe, waved his hands, put on a heroic posture, and said,
Please tell the grandmother in heaven to ask her to give me strength. Strength, sincerity, invincibility, handsomeness, spirit, and courage. I am Master Qing, and according to Grandpa's will, I subdue the demons from darkness.
After the 4 people took their poses, they remained as still as sculptures, looking at each other with Lin and Finn without saying a word. In the end, it was Finn who couldn't help it. She looked at the man next to her with disdain and asked,
What is this grandma in the sky?
However, the 4 people, who looked upright and excited and showed off their posture, also broke the silence. He shouted to the man standing next to Finn,
Come on, Mage Blue. You are the only one left. Yes, there will be an appearance of the Jinyu Special Forces later. You haven't forgotten it. I'm not a bastard. You are all bastards.
Someone's expression changed and he cursed. He suddenly stepped forward and kicked the guy pointing to the lotus to the ground. Lin, who was wearing a red bird robe, performed a wild goose pose with his butt backwards. The whole person was still like broken porcelain,
falling into pieces all over the floor. The bright red Suzaku robe was also spread out on the ground. Uneven. It was obvious that the body inside was also broken into several pieces. However, such destruction is not considered death to the human SH. Elda shattered into pieces. At least this Lin could use the remaining half of his face and said,
How can you kick me? Mage Lawn? I'm the leader. The captain.
A certain magician said angrily.
When did you become the captain? Why didn't I know?
Red always stands in the C position.
Use unlimited enthusiasm to support unyielding courage. This is Red's will. This is what you taught me. Mage Blue.
Lin unceremoniously crushed the remaining half of his face. Then he reached into the Suzaku robe and dug through it, and finally took out a Hagiri Khan that looked so familiar that he couldn't look any more familiar. It's just that Hagiri doesn't need any special organs to make a sound, even if half of his face is trampled to pieces. Khan is still talking nonsense.
How could you do this to me? Mage Blue? Are you planning to commit the following crime? Or are you going to counterattack and usurp the throne? Do you still have the discipline of the team in your eyes? Where has there been Captain Blue? Could it be that you did it without our knowledge? I was secretly transformed by the devil's tentacles and became corrupted. But I want you to tell me quietly, how does it feel?
Someone was so angry that the line of reason was broken. He grabbed the Khan's head and tail, pushed his knees up, pressed down with his hands, and planned to send the sword on the road. However, the ending was obvious. Someone said, oops. His knee collapsed, and he fell to the ground holding his legs and rolling in pain. The remaining 3 human LS put away their postures, and together with Lin, the former Demon King, showed disgust on their faces, staying away from the rolling man on the ground. And the human LS were broken into pieces, and they were still fighting for their lives. The slutty Hakakiri. At this time, Grey Cat Hardy walked up to the 3rd floor of the magic tower and passed by Stone, who was standing guard. Seeing this strange scene in front of him, he meowed and said,
"Well, let me guess. When one of you dies and rolls on the ground alone, it means that you are holding some kind of magical sacrifice ceremony from another world.
Why don't you play some weird disguise game when this demon comes to kill you?"
Chapter 1708 The Strange Behavior of the Magic Tower. 5 people and 1 cat were kicked out of the Magic Tower. The Magic Tower is still more than 10 steps away from the Magic Ray City, so they can see with their own eyes that the city shrouded by the Chimanduanjia ray falls into a strange and dead calm, as if there is no living thing inside. Lin knew that this city, shrouded in Chimanduanjia, was like a small world, separated from the outside world. All information detected by the senses is the result of being misled. For example, if you look at it with the naked eye, you can see the scene inside, and you can even roughly see the changes in the maze. But in fact, even he, the designer, is not sure whether this is the case, because I added a strong ingredient to it. That is, the breath of that indescribable thing. Lin couldn't tell what kind of changes this would bring to the Chimanduanjia formation. This is also the reason why we dare not add another Zhou Tian Xingdo formation. If you want to get inside, only Chimanduanjia's numerology can be trusted, and the other parts can be regarded as fake, just like flying an airplane at night. In addition to the data on the instrument panel, the scene outside the cockpit may confuse the pilot's eyes and cause an illusion.
So, do you have anything to explain?
Grey Cat Hardy squatted at Lin's feet and asked while licking his paws. Although Hardy's attitude is not very serious, he came here with the mentality of listening to his last words. Most people are pessimistic about the outcome of this battle. What's not sure is just how bad it will be. Even before the war started, after a city fell into a tense situation, many-side Shield City controlled access to the Abyss Gate. Only a few who have permission can enter the Abyss from the Lost Lands. As for humans, there are no restrictions on retreating from the Abyss back to the Lost Lands. But information is still needed, so a few people with permission enter the Abyss-side East City to investigate. Grey Cat Hardy came to represent the fraternity organization in Shield City.
The relationship between the Brotherhood and the Magic Tower is closer than that between the Shield City Council and the Magic Tower. After all, the former is considered a personal friendship, while the latter is a horizontal connection in public affairs, used to coordinate the official organizations of the Magic Tower and Shield City. As we all know, although the rigid language of official organizations does not make many mistakes, it is not easy to make people feel close to them. Magicians, especially the tower owners of magic towers, are not representative professions that are easily oppressed by official organizations. Even the Magician Association communicates with a tower owner in a consultative tone most of the time, and rarely adopts a bossy attitude. Therefore, if you want to know the information about Escher, you can directly send observers to check it out and inquire about it. But if you want to know the news in the Magic Tower, instead of sending official personnel, it is better to ask those who are close to the tower owner to come forward. The Grey Cat Hardy plays such a role, compared with most of the young people in the Brotherhood who are no more than 30 years old. Grey Cat Hardy is 167 years old and is the elder of the Demon Cat clan. At this age, people are highly respected in human society. Although the Demon Cat family is in the form of beasts, they are very popular among the noble lords in the Guana Empire. They are the most ideal enlightenment teachers or guardians who accompany children as they grow up. Therefore, Grey Cat Hardy, the elder of the Demon Cat, has considerable influence in both the Shield City and the Easy City by virtue of his dual identity as a Brotherhood and a Demon Cat. Coupled with its own strength, it has become the best choice to contact the master of the Magic Tower during wartime. As for Lin, Hardy's role is somewhat important. He wanted to personally enter the Chimanduanjia formation and deal with those demons. Then guards the twin towers of the gate on the Abyss side, which is the first line of defense. The 3 apprentices guarding the twin towers on the side of the gate are the second line of defense. The people of the Brotherhood will join forces with Shield City to become the third line of defense. What Lin wants Hardy to do is send this message back. It's not impossible to give it directly to the people at the Shield City Council, but with the style of official organizations, they are used to keeping all variables in their hands. Even if you can't grasp it with your own hands, you still need to understand everything inside and out. In reality, when the magician cannot be controlled, they will ask 100, 1,000, or 10,000 questions until all their worries are answered. Only in this way will he be released. You know what it means to have a lot of meetings at work. And the more meetings you have, the less you can do them. It's such a big deal. The deadline is 7 days. The meeting takes up 6 days. And the working time is only 1 day. If you are not satisfied with the finished product, you can only work overtime and redo it. What results can this achieve? Therefore, the best way is to convey the message you think is necessary to Shield City to the people in the Brotherhood and ask them to forward it. If they come from an elementary school, Lin believes that these children know their own style. Of course you know how to ask. But don't expect to have answers to everything. As for the 100,000 reasons that the Shield City Council might have, they turn to the Brotherhood. Anyway, they are all in the rear. As long as the front is not lost, there is no need for them to appear. It's okay to just chat in your leisure time, so as not to bother the tower owner. Hardy knows his responsibilities very well, and he knows even better where his limits are and what he can do. At least it won't insist that it must fight on the front line when it comes to dealing with demons. Under the rule of Demon Moth King Jesmore, the Demon Cat clan were indeed soldiers fighting against demons, but they only dealt with ordinary demons. The existence that was initially regarded as a great enemy was nothing more than a lowly demon lord. Hardy knew that the demons he could deal with were nothing within the range of the magic tower. The real trouble is the other group. Those beings who are comparable to gods. In the history of the Demon Cat clan, only the Demon Moth King could deal with that level of existence. And it's not a victory. It's just being able to hold the gate of the abyss without losing it. This is still the case when only one appears. If a few more appear, the Demon Moth King will also have to surrender. However, on today's battlefield, at least 30 or more demons at the level of monarchs were attacking. This was no longer a situation where a little cat could come in handy. So Hardy felt at ease playing the role of messenger. Anyway, the magician only asked him to do this. Lin knelt down, whispered a few instructions into Grey Cat's ear in the lowest possible voice, and then asked Hardy to leave. The reason why he used such a low voice was because he was not sure if any demons could listen to the sound here. After all, they were outside the magic tower. Although demons are divided into several major categories. In fact, the types and the number of talents they are good at can be said to be endless. The Lord of the Abyss, or the Evil God of the Abyss, all develop their respective abilities to the extreme. So Lin couldn't guarantee at all that no demon could hear what he said while standing in front of the magic tower, even if he speaks very quietly. Fortunately, the things he explained were not really core secrets. He used such a soft voice to express his feelings. After watching the Grey Cat walk into the gate of the abyss not far away, Lin turned back and looked at the 4 human SHLs next to him. They have the same appearance as themselves, and rarely wear 4-color 4-spirit robes. For Hagiri, who doesn't like wearing clothes, wearing clothes is a huge improvement even in human SHL form. The reason for such a compromise is also because the 4 Hakakiri, as the core, are stored inside the human SHL, as the core of control. They are willing to cooperate in this way. But the other Hagiras are unwilling to accept any grievances, which is unjustifiable. The result of the cooperation of Hagiri and others was that a certain magician appeared outside the magic tower like quintuplets. Fortunately, the entire city is now under lockdown, and no one can see the scene. Otherwise, if people or demons saw this horrifying scene, it would not frighten them enough to give them nightmares for several days. Seeing the Grey Cat's back disappearing into 4 human SHLs, Qilong said,
"So, are we going to fight now? Act together? Or act separately?"
Without thinking, Suzaku directly intervened and said,
"Of course we act together. Have you ever seen any team that separates to fight the enemy? If the enemy comes in a group, there are 5 of us. If the enemy comes in a legion, there are only 5 of us.
If there is only one enemy, there will be 5 of us. You see, this kind of equal treatment makes us look like the embodiment of the word fairness." Baihu asked tremblingly.
"Why do I have a strong sense of seeing this statement? Where have I seen it?"
Suzaku wanted to say something more, but Xuanwu said calmly,
smiling proudly, "The 6 immortals of Peach Valley."
Suddenly the 4 human SHLs fell silent, and a strange atmosphere spread. The silence suddenly exploded, and the 4 human SHLs began to look for evidence from all aspects that they were different from the 6 immortals of Peach Valley. From the appearance to the number of people, from the character of dealing with others to the benefit to the whole world. In a word, I just want to get rid of the relationship between those 6 people and myself. It's okay that the results are not comparable. The more we compare, the more similar they become, especially the talkative one. Although Lin was at the side, he was absent-minded, because when he confirmed that the Grey Cat had entered the gate of the abyss, he caught a glimpse of the appearance of the twin towers at the side gate of the abyss. if you didn't look at the fine lines on it that no longer belong to the category of magic arrays. This tower would look ordinary. It's a regular round tower, with each floor higher, and a large astronomical telescope, like a cannon barrel on the top of the tower. However, at this moment of war, Lin felt that there was an inexplicable change in the twin towers on the side of the abyss. At least, the phenomenon of his pupils turning to the point of burning is not something that would happen under normal circumstances.
Have you ever thought that maybe you have a filter on your eyes, so you can't see? Or maybe you don't have a filter on your eyes,
so you can't see?
Xuanwu came to him and said something quite mysterious words. Lin couldn't understand for a while. However, the Hagiri Kai who came to him was not obsessed with explaining the meaning of this passage, but asked about another thing.
Then our next actions should be done together or separately. You can at least come up with an idea.
Lin thought for a while and said,
compared with the efficiency of killing the enemy, I think the efficiency of fighting is more important. The premise of separate operations is that we have the strength to kill the enemy alone, but we cannot guarantee that the enemy will be alone.
The function of the Chiman formation is to disperse the opponent as much as possible. So if we act together, we can end the battle and deal with the enemy more efficiently.
Suzaku jumped out at this time and said,
Right. In the end, we still have to act as a team. Without further ado, let's set off. Also, I want to stand in the C position. Stay like your mother,
the other four said in unison. Chapter 1709 Entering the Battle. In the Magic Circle City, some residents hiding in buildings are eager to step outside. They didn't care at all about the warning text projected inside the building, thinking that the outside was just a maze separated by magic. Just get some magic breaking tools, and you can wander around as if you were walking on the main road. Some witnessed a large number of demons showing off their power outside the house. If the person hiding in the house was a human, he was shaking and might have wet his pants a lot. If the person in the house is a demon, then you have to suppress your desire to join in the feast. Not all demons are warlike, and their emotions may be easily aroused. But for those who hide, their fear of death is still higher than anything else. Some witnessed a brutal massacre and were trembling in a corner of the room. No matter how many demons enter the field of vision in front of the window, they all appear so fragile and worthless when faced with the intensive attacks from the sky. Regardless of the person holding a fork, wearing gorgeous armor, or holding a spear, the magic bullets from the magic tower hit one after another. Without exception, the power of a one-shot of magic bullets is not just about killing demons. Instead, the entire demon exploded, with most of its body exploding. Even if there is a remaining part, it is a stump that cannot even move. Seriously, even undead creatures will cry when they see it. However, after this kind of killing, the scene like a slaughterhouse will not stay for long. Whenever the formation changes, the foreign objects on the streets seem to be cleared away, leaving no trace behind. This phenomenon made those who witnessed it with their own eyes even more frightened. Where did the disappeared flesh and blood corpses go? Being moved somewhere else? Or become a sacrifice to this giant magic circle? What will happen to them while they are still alive? The real source of fear is neither unparalleled strength nor the countdown to death, but the unknown. If you are not familiar with the Tower Master and this magic circle city, you will naturally not be sure if things will continue to develop. Will you still be able to live as you are now? The confidence and trust that Lin had originally built in the magic circle city on the abyss side collapsed unknowingly during this process. As someone had predicted, what he sure established was a fragile balance. As long as there are some changes in the current situation, this balance will collapse at any time. But even if Lin knew that the collapse was in progress, he would not stop it or try to save it. If you don't fight off the incoming demons, or if you take it to extremes and kill them all, then there will be no tomorrow. So there is no need to consider whether Ishur will collapse or not. Ordinary demons have magic towers to deal with them, and Chiman Duinjia formation to slow down the opponent's advance. According to calculations, even if the opponent is very lucky and walks through the life gate all the way, the momentum will be doubled and doubled again. After getting closer to a certain distance, he will be killed by the magic tower. In short, no demon will step over the edge, approach the magic tower, or even pose a threat. But against those abyss lords and abyss evil gods, the Chiman Duinjia formation still works. But the magic tower simply doesn't target objects of this level, no matter where the opponent goes. Strong or weak, stick to jumping over them and fighting other demons. That's what it says. But the reality is not quite what it should be. The simplest phenomenon is to judge the number of enemies at the god level. Those abyss lords or abyss evil gods who are accustomed to hiding themselves and hiding very deeply, are just ordinary demons during the investigation of the magic tower. And some of them have not even been discovered. These demons were also trapped by the Chimanduinjia formation and became the targets of the magic tower. For those with poor hiding skills, if they can survive one hit, they will need continuous hits from the magic tower. If you are good at it, you can pretend to be dead and get away after taking an attack, and continue moving forward. There must be exceptions in most cases, called bugs for short. And this also shows that there are far more god-level enemies entering the Magic Circle City than what the Magic Tower has discovered. It's a pity that someone is outside the tower and doesn't have time to fix these flaws. Besides, judging from someone's tactics, the harm of this small flaw is not that great. Anyway, the demon army needs to be divided and dealt with. And the thinner it is, the better. There are only a few targets to deal with. If we are more ruthless, there are only 10 or 20 targets. But it doesn't matter. However, even if someone gave up on fixing such a loophole, Fun, who was in the magic tower, would certainly not stare blankly. Just watch. For those targets that were not killed by the magic tower's regular attack. Even if Fun could not modify the logic of the determination program, he could manually add targets. Only the kind of demon that has not been detected by the magic tower from the beginning can truly avoid someone's prying eyes. But as long as you walk through it, you will leave footprints. Who can really hide in this Chimanduinjia formation that seems to be alive and evolving independently? Exposure is only a matter of time. Lin and other 5 people entered the formation from Jingmen with determination. Along the way, Hammond couldn't help but follow a route that even the Hagaris couldn't understand. The reason for choosing this seemingly random move is simple. Just because this Chimanduinjia formation is a formation within a formation after another. A Shungmen in one does not mean that it will still be a Shungmen in other formations. So if you want to walk safely in it, you need to consider more than just the immediate situation. Besides, there is also an element of change in formation. Different trigger points and different trigger situations will lead to different changes in the Chimanduinjia formation. If you want to find a way out of this series of complex situations, even if someone is the designer, it is not that simple. What someone wants to do is even more complicated. He wants to enter the game. He wants to dominate the world. And he also wants to use the power of the formation to slay demons. More importantly, he still had to find a suitable way to kill those god-level demons. This not only requires a lot of calculations and backward reasoning, but also sometimes requires the courage to rush into a dead end. Therefore, Lin's idea of having 5 people act together is necessary. He wants to lead the team. No. It is a small team, moving in the Chimanduinjia formation, and is also responsible for using anti-power equations to find the opponent's weaknesses when encountering god-level demons. Then get involved in the fight. And for some unknown reason, someone with unlimited computing power entered a state of overload. This was quite unexpected for Lin. When the core of the sub-dimensional tower in the dimensional gap completed the quantum state, Lin never thought that he would encounter such a thing, that his computing power was almost fully occupied. Even solving the inverse energy equation used to require the help of a lot of powerful energy to complete it in a short time. But now that I have to analyze a god, I can do it in the blink of an eye. But it's not that far off. Such efficient computing power will cause overload. There is only one possibility, and that is poisoning. Such a phenomenon can only occur when there are countless pieces of junk information that are too late to process, occupying more than half of the computing power below the surface level of one's consciousness. Realizing that he had been hit by an escort without knowing it, Lin's first thought was, hack me. There is no need to think too much. It is obvious what the possible source is. The strange object that he used as the core of the Twin Tower energy pool at the side door of the abyss. The remains of that indescribable thing. There is no rush to solve this trouble now. And there is no time to check where the problem is, and whether the result is good or bad. This was on a battlefield. And it was a battlefield with the Lord of the Abyss and the evil god of the Abyss as opponents. There was no room for distraction. After throwing a message to Finn, who was guarding the magic tower, Lin encountered the first group of demons. Although he was working hard towards his target, there were simply too many ordinary demons, and the magic tower only cleared those closest to the inner circle. So it was difficult not to encounter them. If you encounter it, then take action. Lin wouldn't say that the opponent was too weak and not worth fighting. Anyway, the main body did not move. And the 4 human LS screamed and rushed forward, fearing that they would not be able to hit them if they were too slow. Moreover, the 4 human LS did not take out the 5 core worldly swords from their bellies. Instead, they used their bastard fists and punched the poor demons one by one, directly blowing them up. Fortunately, the 4 spirit robes they wore were not ordinary, and the self-purification magic was the most basic. This prevented the demons from splashing the corrosive blood all over their bodies and remaining unable to clean it off. Basically, after walking a few steps, the blood will drain away. Some people really want to say that after all, it is also the shape of a magician, played in the style of a berserker. Although this can be regarded as a lost tradition, at least bring a weapon to give the demons some face. Don't beat them into a pulp with your bare hands. But after thinking about it, Lin gave up discussing such issues with the Hagiris, because when it comes to close combat skills, compared to myself, these Hagiris, who have been around for countless years, are the real masters, even if in the past they were just weapons in the hands of others. Let's just say that the King's 8 punch didn't look like the movie and TV works in my memory. It was grand and gorgeous. But in fact, Lin could also see that every shot of Shikiri human I was aimed at the key points and flaws. But none of them missed the mark. Just say that they are 4 human LS and attack with one hand. And they have their own tricks. The so-called 4 elephant formation separates and attacks together. The 4 people and 8 arms are like one body, creating a hedgehog-like momentum. As long as they enter the range of their fists, no demon can escape completely. Facing such a strangulation speed, the demon didn't even have a chance to feel fear, and died on the spot. Maybe if someone is allowed to participate in the battle in person, it will hinder other Hagiri human LS. So someone paddled with great awareness. The 4 human LS didn't dislike anyone because of this. They just shook off the blood and dirt on their bodies. Thanks to magic, they're easily restored to like new condition. Then began to discuss the lack of previous battles. Someone who has been watching the show is looking for the next direction at this time. Being a guide is his most important responsibility. But it's not just about finding a safe path. It's also about finding a path that can lead to your goal and increase your power. The target is not fixed, which leads to the need to confirm the target's location before determining the next step. It's not that fast for someone to give directions. But the so-called unhappiness is only relative. If there were onlookers present, what they would see would be that after killing a group of demons, the quintuplets were fooling around and moving towards the next location at a walking speed. During this leisurely killing, Lin and others finally met the first Lord of the Abyss. It was a large demon with 2 crocodile heads, one on its neck and one at the end of its tail. The 2 parties who met by chance just looked at each other. Chapter 1710 First Encounter. This weird-looking person, well, of all the images of the Lord of the Abyss, none of them are normal from a human perspective. All the princes are like Stitch monsters, with strange shapes. But you can also see certain characteristics from their appearance. After all, the devil's promotion is to constantly eliminate the parts of oneself that are weak or not good at, and then amplify the existing advantages. On the contrary, the appearance of the Abyss evil god looks like the ultimate of a certain demon species. Perhaps you need to have such an appearance to gain enough faith among the demons of a certain race and help them achieve the final step. And in front of him was the extremely powerful Lord of the Abyss, with a protruding crocodile mouth. Even with his mouth closed, a row of fangs are still exposed up and down, looking extremely ferocious. What's very special is that it wears full-face armor similar to that of a human knight. Its entire body is covered so tightly that no one can see the details. Even the tail behind it, if it wasn't so thick that it was wider than its own thigh, might also be hidden in the armor. So the second crocodile head at the tip of the tail would not be visible. Maybe even if it could be hidden, this head wouldn't want to be covered in armor full of weird smells. Otherwise, it would not always appear on the shoulders of the Abyss Lord, or peek forward from other places, looking at the 5 people they met by chance. Both sides are actually talking nonsense. But there is also a character who remains silent and peeks into the other side's weaknesses. On the side of the Lord of the Abyss, there is the crocodile head on the tail. It didn't speak from the beginning, and it was easy for people to think that it was just a tail that mimicked a head. But Lin will not be deceived so easily. The only ones who need to use mimicry to deceive their enemies are low-level, weak creatures, and the same goes for demons. At the level of Lord of the Abyss, none of them is unnecessary waste, and it must have its own importance, even without this level of knowledge. Looking at the cunning eyes of the tail head, Lin felt that he should not underestimate this extra head. On the 5-person team side, the person responsible for collecting intelligence and evaluating tactics is, of course, Lin. At the same time, He was also using the anti-power equation to find a solution to deal with the Lord of the Abyss in front of him. But the progress was not so satisfactory. Unlike those real gods, in order to make it easier for the gods to increase their faith, they are accustomed to demonstrating their power all the time. You don't need to touch yourself to do this. Just from the artifacts left by these gods, you can find the exclusive powers belonging to these gods. The so-called divine power. The Lord of the Abyss does not need faith. Everything this kind of demon does is to temper his body to become more powerful. It includes integrating the concepts related to me in countless dimensions and planes into one body. It can be said that this body is the divine kingdom of the Abyss Lords. The powers belonging to them will be gathered and condensed in the physical body to strengthen their own power. This is their characteristic. And of course, they become someone's problem. If he was dealing with the Abyss evil god, as long as he found the opponent's artifact in advance, or even an artifact contaminated with some aura, Lin could obtain the solution to the anti-power equation. But when dealing with the Lord of the Abyss, even the most basic work cannot be carried out without directly facing each other and tempting the opponent's aura to leak. Can anyone find the answer to Guan Luo Yin without any samples to refer to? Or throwing a yun? However, when they came face to face, Lin still couldn't find any usable aura from the double crocodile-headed king in front of him. It was as if the demon in front of him was just a stubborn stone without any breath of life. You must know that even undead creatures are a special life form. You can at least use soul fire to locate the location and strength of each undead creature. So, you have to stare at me like this for a long time, but still get nothing in the end? Sure enough, when these Abyss Lords are serious, and they don't hide the elders to help cheat, none of them are so easy to deal with. I thought this trash-talking situation would last forever. Just when Lin was about to secretly communicate with the others and change his tactics, a drastic change occurred. The crocodile-headed king, who was thought to be out of attack range, crossed the distance between the two sides. The two bloody mouths seemed to be able to cover the sun and the moon. And the fishy smell was as breathtaking as the substance. A sudden snap. The two human LS of Suzaku and Qinglong, who were chosen as targets, were cut into two pieces on the spot. The Qinglong human I was cut off at the waist by the tail and head. The Suzaku human I was more miserable, with almost the upper body being bitten into the mouth by the neck. Both crocodile mouths are tightly closed. It seems that he still couldn't bite the two robes sewn from magic silk. But the human body under the protection of the robes cannot withstand the huge force of the bite of the Lord of the Abyss, and is as fragile as glass. But what is the human L made of? It was a body pieced together like a jigsaw puzzle. What harm can this disconnect do? And the crocodile-headed king actually ate Hakakiri. This is no different from eating a bunch of monkeys in your stomach. Sure enough, before Hagiri could attack the crocodile-headed king's belly, it opened its mouth again, and an attack like dragon flame spurted out from the depths of its throat. He took the scattered Shikiri Kimura out of his body, and at the same time, the Suzaku robe hanging at the corner of his mouth also fell to the ground along with his lower body. The Lord of the Abyss, who had attacked fiercely before, retreated to his original position at the same speed. The mouth just spit out the box immediately, but it was not completely harmless. At least Khan, who was the core of Suzaku's human L, left a long wound on the crocodile mouth of the Lord of the Abyss, biting the tail end of the Qinglong human I was a sign of good luck that it didn't bite through the robe. Yin Yangshuan, who was wrapped in a robe and a human L, never thought of cutting the robe to hurt the Lord of the Abyss. This kind of damage seems serious, but it is nothing to the Lord of the Abyss. In the short time it took to retreat, the injury that almost severed the upper jaw of the crocodile's snout healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The crocodile-headed king stared wide-eyed and asked, "Who are you?" Qinglong, who was cut into two pieces, quickly recovered from the damage to his waist with the support of Xuanwu and Baihu. Suzaku, on the other hand, floated to his feet from the state where his lower body was paralyzed on the ground. The upper body of the robe is like blowing up a balloon, inflating from bottom to top. The separated Hakakiri returned to its Kimura form and reunited. The special thing is that Suzaku was the first to assemble a right arm, pull out the Khan, and hold it in his hand. After that comes the left arm, chest, neck and head. The Hakiri human L is not specially polymerized into hair. This part is shaped using power. During the process of reuniting, the Hagiri human LS did not forget to answer the questions of the Lord of the Abyss. They laughed and said, "Does it matter what we are? Is it possible that if we tell you, you will give up killing us? Or do you hope to find a way to deal with us from our origins?
Of course it does matter, Lord Abyss said with a gloomy face. I just want to find out your... It was too late. But soon, the Lord of the Abyss made another sudden attack. This time the target is Lin, who is standing at the back and wearing a sky blue and sky confusion robe. Original body. Although Lin originally planned to discuss things with Hagiri Renkai distractedly, the sudden change did not make him stunned, but made him more wary. Even if it was the first time he encountered the crocodile-headed king's surprise attack, it was not enough to break through the self-protection limit of the flash technique. Escape from those rows of fangs wasn't a big problem, especially since this was the second time I'd seen them. Without thinking, Lin raised the yin-yang pearl feather fan in his hand and struck the long-kissed chin with one blow. He even fanned the tailhead, who was trying to bite his waist, and slapped the opponent on the head with one blow. The yin-yang pearl feather fan contains the spirits of the four elements, even among the gods. It is a well-deserved important weapon, being slapped on the chin and head by this thing, which had the same function as a brick. The crocodile-headed king's neck and jaw were dislocated on the spot, and his tail was knocked unconscious. As a Lord of the Abyss, it is very simple to escape from such a negative state. But no matter how simple it is, it still takes time. However, in the battle, everyone is fighting for this moment of effort. Of course, the four human SHLs could not miss such a great opportunity and launched their most powerful offensive in an instant. The fastest among them is none other than White Tiger with Feng Lei Sun as its core. Even though Feng Lei Sun was not taken out of the body cavity, with the blessing of the Midland version of the Speed Force, it left thousands of scars on the Lord of the Abyss before the other three human SHLs surrounded him. Don't think that the human form should be as harmless as a human being, unable to cause cutting, puncture and other injuries, like swords and other sharp weapons. The Hagiri human SHL is composed entirely of the Hagiri clan. Perhaps using weapons to define Hagiri is too narrow, but it is undeniable that the most powerful weapon in the history of Midland, as long as it involves swords, must be the Hagiri clan. Neither the dwarf craftsman nor the elf craftsman were able to create swords that surpassed Hagiri. Hagiri cannot be defined by any substance. It is like the ability of the Philosopher's Stone, which can change its own characteristics at will. But such an approach is not without consumption. But the energy they consume is something they cannot produce themselves. In the past, the energy required by Hagiri could only be accumulated bit by bit over a long period of time. If the consumption exceeds the replenishment, when they exhaust everything, it will be the time when the body and mind will perish. But if there is a sufficient energy source to support them in operating all changes, then things will be different. From Lin's current point of view, if there is one thing that can be used to compare the characteristics of Hagiri, the closest thing is the micro-universe on the wind elemental plane, which is a grain of sand of time extracted from an entire galaxy. It's terrifying to think about it. If Hagiri's original form was the sand of time, what a terrifying thing it would be. The difference between the two is that Hagiri has the wisdom of a human being, but has lost the completely unscientific ability to make wishes come true. When such a substance harbors murderous intent, can the Abyss Lord, who is hostile to it, have a good end? The only thing to be thankful for, or to say regrettable, is that when Hagiri armed themselves with wisdom, magic and science, they also set an upper limit for themselves. Unless wisdom, magic, and science are improved, they can only go as far as they can go. The crocodile-headed Lord of the Abyss was able to survive being surrounded by four Hagiri human SHLs just because the solution to the anti-power equation had not yet been found. So the Hagiris thought they could not kill it.